The tale commences when Tian acquires a domineering and exceptionally nurturing nanny system, surpassing even that of a biological mother. Should one require wealth, it is bestowed. Should one desire beauty, it is granted. Should one seek martial prowess, it is provided. Should one wish for supernatural abilities, they are delivered. Unfettered by any reservations, one may act as a superhero, as the system inherently diminishes intelligence, ensuring that all observers perceive nothing amiss. With such an exceptional system, there exists no necessity to undertake tasks. Whatever is needed is effortlessly presented without utterance. A female classmate has invited me to dine, yet I am troubled by several blemishes on my visage. What should I do? The system responds, ding. Host's beauty is enhanced, charm elevated, reaching a level that causes women to fall hopelessly in love at first sight. Chapter 1. The Timely Rain System. In the realm of Blue Star, within the Five Elements Nation, lies Jiangnan City and the esteemed Dawang Media. Xiao Yi promptly apologized to Director Jiang. General Manager Li, sporting a pronounced beer belly, disregards Yi Tian's explanations and issues commands without mercy. Why must I? He struck me, yet I am compelled to apologize to him. Yi Tian feels profoundly aggrieved. It was the client who struck him, and despite not retaliating, the boss has unjustly deemed him at fault without discernment. Yi Tian has been employed at Dawang Media for nearly 3 months and is on the verge of official confirmation. As a university graduate for over a year, his primary sensation at this company is the relentless burden of overtime. From 9 in the morning until 9 at night, he continues to toil after meals, and the solitary remaining Sunday is often commandeered for additional work, devoid of overtime compensation. His colleagues, well-meaning yet misguided, insist that newcomers must hone their skills, thus assigning him a multitude of tasks.
Earning a mere 3,000 during his internship, he labors as if worth 9,000, perpetually on call. He remains bewildered as to how he endures.
Each time, General Manager Li merely paints a rosy picture, admonishing the youth not to be overly calculative, asserting that the ability to work the 996 schedule is a blessing. Accumulating experience and knowledge far outweighs monetary gain. Thus, on this Sunday, having skipped breakfast, Yi Tian is summoned by General Manager Li for yet another session of overtime. After a hectic morning, Yi Tian's stomach growls in protest. As the end of the workday approaches, Director Jiang arrives, well-fed, demanding revisions to the design. Upon hearing Director Jiang's urgency, General Manager Li instructs Yi Tian to forego his meal and prioritize the design changes before leaving. The advertisement has now undergone its 8th revision without finalization. Yi Tian, famished, modifies the design repeatedly, ultimately reverting to the appearance of the 6th draft. Yi Tian laments, "Isn't this alteration simply returning to my original design?" Smack! The back of his head receives a thwack from Director Jiang, nearly sending Yi Tian into the monitor, his head buzzing. "Why must you whine about a simple design change? What kind of designer are you?" Yi Tian leaps to his feet, indignantly confronting Director Jiang. "How dare you strike me? Were it not for his financial constraints preventing him from affording medical expenses, he would have relished the opportunity to deliver a sound thrashing to that corpulent pig." "Oh, do you still wish to strike me?" General Manager Li, "Come quickly. Your employee is about to resort to violence." Director Jiang was startled by Yi Tian's sudden rise, and he cried out in a state of panic. General Manager Li happened to be passing by, witnessing Yi Tian threatening Director Jiang, his esteemed benefactor. This was utterly unacceptable. He had already heard Yi Tian's words and was aware that it was Director Jiang who had initiated the confrontation, yet he still reprimanded Yi Tian, stating, "The customer is always right. You have done no wrong. How could Director Jiang strike you? Apologize immediately." General Manager Li was unconcerned about whether Yi Tian was at fault. His sole priority was to keep Director Jiang pleased to ensure continued collaboration. Tianjung Company was, for him, the most significant client, accounting for 80% of the company's business, either directly or through connections. Should Director Jiang suddenly depart, the losses would be considerable. As for Yi Tian's feelings as an intern, he paid them no mind. After all, in a few days, he would concoct a reason to dismiss Yi Tian and replace him with a new intern, thus saving on costs. "I am not in the wrong. He should apologize to me." Tian stubbornly insisted, completely disregarding General Manager Li's predatory glare. Director Jiang fanned the flames, remarking, "It seems General Manager Li's words hold no weight." General Manager Li, feeling embarrassed and cornered, made a decisive move and directly issued Yi Tian a termination notice. "Yi Tian, you need not come in tomorrow. You are dismissed." "Why? What have I done wrong?" Yi Tian looked utterly astonished, unable to comprehend General Manager Li's heartlessness. All his months of diligent work and dedication had been effortlessly erased. "You have defied management, confronted a client, displayed a lack of diligence, and caused the company significant negative repercussions." Gazing into General Manager Li's disdainful eyes and hearing his indifferent words, Yi Tian's heart sank. He could not fathom why his earnest efforts had been met with scorn and humiliation. Did the status of a client grant the right to trample upon an employee's dignity? In truth, Yi Tian remained unaware that even without today's incident, he would soon be dismissed by General Manager Li on some trivial pretext. Li had a penchant for hiring newly graduated students, with internship periods set at 3 months, only to replace them right before their official employment to avoid wage increases. After all, the core business still relied on seasoned employees. Having interns to share the workload was more than welcome. At this moment, Director Jiang feigned a benevolent demeanor, saying, "Young man, I bear no grudges. If you promptly apologize, I shall plead your case to General Manager Li and perhaps preserve your position." "Dream on." Yi Tian showed no respect for Director Jiang, refusing to be deceived by his insincere pretense. The notion that he would apologize was utterly ludicrous. Upon hearing this, General Manager Li's expression shifted and he chastised, "Yi Tian, how dare you speak so? If you refuse to work, get out of my sight. If I must leave, then pay me my salary." Yi Tian was owed over 4,000 from the previous month. He could not afford to forfeit such a substantial sum, or he would face dire straits. General Manager Li responded with a cold chuckle. "Salary? You have not completed your work, so your pay will be forfeited." Yi Tian's face flushed with anger as he shouted, "You dismiss me first. If you dare withhold my wages, I will sue you." General Manager Li merely scoffed, disregarding Yi Tian's threat entirely. "Go ahead. Even if you win, I'll ensure that in the advertising industry, I will inform others of your intent to sue your employer. Which company would then dare to hire you?" He had encountered lawsuits before. In the end, all that was needed was to promise the supervisory board to issue wages, and as for the timing, it could be delayed indefinitely. After all, graduates rarely possess substantial living expenses and are eager to secure work. They cannot outlast him. By dragging things out, he could wear them down, and if they persisted with further lawsuits, he would postpone payment until the second or third demands, relishing in their frustration. As for any industry-wide blacklisting, General Manager Li lacked the influence for such matters. He merely sought to intimidate inexperienced newcomers like Yi Tian. "This is too much." Yi Tian, pushed to the limit, clenched his fists tightly, glaring at General Manager Li, ready to throw a punch. Observing Yi Tian's demeanor, General Manager Li promptly warned, "Young man, do not even think about resorting to violence. Should you be apprehended, you could face 10 to 15 days in detention. Consider this your warning. Even if you run, I possess a photocopy of your identification. Think carefully." General Manager Li had been assaulted before, and the last employee who struck him had ended up compensating him 30,000 to settle the matter. Thus, he was well versed in such situations. Director Jiang stood nearby, smirking, thoroughly impressed by General Manager Li's tactics, which kept employees firmly under control. Amid the scornful gazes and derisive laughter of General Manager Li and Director Jiang, Yi Tian's fury ignited, and he resolved to confront these two scoundrels head-on. Suddenly, a chime echoed in his mind. "Ding! The timely rain system has been activated. Ding! The host has become the chairman of Tian Company. Ding! The host has acquired tenfold human physical capabilities. Ding! The host has received a Supreme card from the First Bank, containing 100 billion RMB, with the password being stored in the host's wallet." After a series of chimes and notifications, Yi Tian found himself transported to a space radiating a white light. Before him, a luminous sphere addressed him, saying, "Welcome to the system space. I am the timely rain system, and it is my pleasure to serve you." Faced with this surreal scene, Yi Tian stammered, "Am I dreaming?" Certainly not a dream. The particulars are complex, and I shall now transmit the information directly to you. As the sphere spoke, a beam of white light entered Yi Tian's mind, revealing the system's capabilities. It turned out that this system could autonomously assess his needs and provide solutions whenever he required assistance. Chapter 2. A grand slap in the face. For instance, the current situation where Director Jiang and General Manager Li are bullying Yi Tian. The system offers a resolution: acquire Tianjin Company and appoint Yi Tian as the chairman, thereby allowing him to dismiss Director Jiang and terminate the collaboration with Dagwan Media. Bestow upon Yi Tian superhuman physical prowess and ample financial resources, enabling him to deliver a sound thrashing to Director Jiang without concerns about his ability to defend himself or the subsequent medical expenses, nor any worries about his future livelihood. This series of operations executed by the system left Yi Tian utterly astonished. Wow, system, you are magnificent. Thank you for your kind words, esteemed host. After spending an indeterminate duration in the space, Yi Tian, having comprehended the system's information and adjusted his mood, let out a cheer and was instantly transported back to reality. The time he had just consumed in the space was nearly negligible in the context of reality. Suddenly, his phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Yi Tian answered the call. Inquiring hello? A respectful male voice responded. Greetings, may I ask if you are Mr. Yi? Who is this? I am Chun Hao, the general manager of Tianjin. I received a notice from former chairman Mr. Wu to deliver some company documents for your review. Oh, just leave them at the company. I'll come by tomorrow. Yi Tian had no desire to peruse any documents at the moment, nor could he comprehend them. His sole focus was on reclaiming the grievances he had suffered. Chun Hao, hearing this, readily complied, as the new chairman's word was law. Very well, this is my number. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command. Upon hearing Chun Hao's exceedingly respectful tone, Yi Tian suddenly devised a plan. By the way, are you available to come see me right now? I have something to discuss. Absolutely. May I ask where Mr. Yi is located? Although he could not see the man, Chun Hao nodded vigorously on the other end of the line. When the chairman summons, one must respond without delay. He feared that with a new boss, he might also be replaced. So making a good impression by meeting promptly was paramount. At Dagwan Media, do you know it? Of course, it is one of our advertising partners. I will be there within 5 minutes. Additionally, please take care of one more thing. What is it, Mr. Yi? Immediately inform the head of the marketing department, Jiang Wuda, that he has been dismissed. Tell him to pack his belongings and leave. Understood, I will notify him at once. Although Chun Hao found it somewhat perplexing why the new chairman would target a mere marketing department head, he did not hesitate and promptly began dialing. After hanging up, Yi Tian felt his previous despondency dissipate like smoke. Naturally, Director Jiang heard Yi Tian's words and laughed in anger. Kid, have you lost your mind? I'm curious who you think has the authority to dismiss me. Do you believe Tianjin Company is your family business? Yi Tian ignored him entirely, knowing he would soon have the opportunity to deliver a resounding slap to his face. Just as Director Jiang was about to unleash another tirade, his phone rang. Upon seeing it was the general manager calling, he immediately plastered a smile on his face and respectfully answered, Hello, Mr. Chun. Jiang Wuda. I am now officially notifying you that you have been terminated. Please complete the handover and collect your salary from the finance department. This announcement struck Director Jiang like a bolt from the blue, leaving him incredulous. Mr. Chun, why am I being dismissed? I have always dedicated myself to the company. This is the chairman's directive. I am merely executing orders. Hello? Hello? After notifying him, Chun Hao hung up, leaving Director Jiang still bewildered, unable to comprehend why the chairman would dismiss him. The chairman rarely made an appearance throughout the year, and they had never had any conflicts. Suddenly, it dawned on him that Yi Tian's words during the call might have been the reason for his dismissal. Could it be that he is the chairman's son? No, the chairman's surname is Wu, not Yi. Could he be an illegitimate son? A chill ran down Director Jiang's spine at the thought. This hidden identity was far too profound. What to do now? He quickly forced a smile, more grotesque than tears, and respectfully pleaded with Yi Tian. Young Master Yi. I apologize, I didn't realize it was you. Please, as a magnanimous person, let us not pursue this matter. Observing Director Jiang's disingenuous grin, Yi Tian couldn't help but marvel at how cunning he was. His ability to change his demeanor was swifter than turning the pages of a book. Immediately deducing Yi Tian's special status upon receiving a phone call, and even lowering himself to apologize. However, the simmering anger within Yi Tian could not be quelled by mere words of contrition from Director Jiang. What kind of man would he be if he did not retaliate after being struck? He approached Director Jiang with a cold smile and delivered a resounding slap. Watching as Director Jiang's face swelled like a balloon, Director Jiang, having been struck, dared not retaliate. General Manager Li, witnessing this, rushed forward to seize Yi Tian's hand. Shouting in outrage, "Yi Tian, are you insane? How dare you hit Director Jiang? You're finished." Director Jiang, kicking Li aside, angrily retorted, "Young Master Yi is doing me a favor. Who do you think you are? Step aside." Li, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, wondered if Director Jiang had lost his mind. He was trying to assist him, yet he was being kicked away. Did Yi Tian possess some sort of sorcery that had bewitched everyone? He needed to call the police immediately. Just as Li pulled out his phone, Yi Tian snatched it away with a single hand, crushing it effortlessly. With a cold smirk, Yi Tian said, "Don't be in such a rush to call for help. Let us reminisce about the good old days. Tell me how you bullied me." Li, staring at his shattered phone, swallowed hard, astonished by Yi Tian's strength. That phone had a steel frame. How could it be reduced to rubble so easily? "Yi Tian, please, don't be agitated. I want to resign. I'll do my job well." Yi Tian responded with another resounding slap, causing General Manager Li's face to swell, just like Director Jiang's. "You want to resign? You say it, and then take it back? What do you take me for?" Terrified, Li turned to flee, realizing he was no match for Yi Tian. He intended to call security downstairs, and then the police. However, as he turned, Yi Tian seized him by the nape, lifting him effortlessly. Li, like a cornered cat, clawed and screeched, "Yi Tian, I warn you, hitting someone is against the law. If you strike me again, I'll have you imprisoned." Yi Tian chuckled. He frequently attended legal seminars and was unperturbed by such threats. "Oh, is that so? Do you think I'm ignorant of the law? Not a single tooth lost. How do you plan to accuse me?" Li found himself momentarily speechless. This slap was indeed a low-impact yet highly insulting form of assault. He could hardly file a complaint. At most, he would have to pay a fine and apologize. Yi Tian placed him beside Director Jiang, asking ominously, "What do you intend to do?" Smack. Another slap landed on Director Jiang's face, now equally swollen. "Now it looks much better, considering you demanded I work overtime without compensation." Yi Tian surveyed Li's round, red face with satisfaction before turning his gaze to Director Jiang and delivering a slap to him as well, ensuring he also sported a perfectly round visage. "You kept asking me to revise drafts, as if I had no opinion of my own." Director Jiang seethed with fury internally, yet dared not display it. He forced a smile that appeared increasingly grotesque on his swollen face. Yes, I spoke out of turn. Young Master Yi's design is indeed the finest." Chapter 3. A gentleman never holds grudges. He had no choice but to swallow his pride. After all, he was already 53 years old, leaving Tianjin. Where could he possibly find such an excellent job? It is worth noting that the benefits at Tianjin rank among the best in the country, and countless individuals vie desperately for a position there. His modest salary as the head of the marketing department surpassed that of vice presidents in smaller companies. Moreover, he received kickbacks from various advertising firms. Otherwise, why would his presence be necessary in matters of ad modification, if not for fear of being outmaneuvered by others? Thus, he now hoped fervently that Yi Tian would calm down and that the chairman would not dismiss him. As for his dignity, without his current position, he would have none at all. Yi Tian reprimanded the two men as if training dogs. "Stand still and do not move. Anyone who dares to stir will find their legs broken." Yes. Director Jiang hastily nodded in agreement, while President Li seethed internally. How could this underling dare to speak to him in such a manner? Was there no law or justice left? Frowning, he warned Yi Tian, "Yi Tian, I advise you not to go too far." With a sharp slap, Yi Tian responded, "Did I ask you to speak? Why don't you run away, call security, and see if I can't catch you?" President Li, hearing this, dared not move a muscle. He was uncertain how Yi Tian had become so strong and quick. He knew he could not outrun him, and if he truly were to have his legs broken, who would he turn to for justice? Yi Tian pulled up a chair and sat in front of them, waiting quietly for Chun Hao to arrive. Director Jiang incessantly begged for mercy, but Yi Tian was too apathetic to waste words on him. Just then, a man in a suit rushed in, glancing at the three of them, beads of sweat covering his forehead as he hurried towards Yi Tian. Director Jiang, spotting him, exclaimed in surprise, "President Chun, what are you doing here?" Chun Hao looked at Director Jiang, noting his rather fortunate appearance. Such a large face he had never encountered before. "Who might you be?" "I am Jiang Wuda." "Oh, how did you end up here? Wasn't it announced that you were dismissed?" "President Chun, please intercede with the chairman on my behalf. I have always been diligent and hardworking. I don't understand why I am suddenly being let go." Chun Hao found the situation somewhat baffling. The chairman was right in front of him. He immediately recognized Yi Tian, as the system had ensured there were no discrepancies, and Chun Hao's files included Yi Tian's photo and basic information. Ignoring Director Jiang, Chun Hao turned to Yi Tian with a conciliatory smile. "I apologize for the wait, Mr. Yi. I am Chun Hao, the general manager of Tianjin, and I just spoke with you on the phone." Despite Yi Tian's youth and ordinary attire, Chun Hao dared not underestimate him. After all, Many adept individuals disguised themselves as innocuous, and anyone capable of acquiring a company possessed considerable power. Even if Yi Tian were in slippers, Chun Hao would not show the slightest hint of disrespect. Yi Tian, naturally, would not flaunt his authority. In this nascent stage of his tenure, lacking familiar associates, he relied heavily on the general manager to manage affairs. Whether changes would occur in the future depended on Chun Hao's understanding of the company. With a smile, Yi Tian nodded at Chun Hao. No problem, Uncle Chun. I will rely on you for the company's matters. Upon hearing this, Chun Hao felt a wave of relief. The chairman's courtesy suggested he was amicable. Nevertheless, he maintained his politeness. Mr. Yi, you can simply call me Lao Chun. May I ask why you summoned me? President Li stood by, utterly flabbergasted. The general manager of Tianjung had come to their company and was treating Yi Tian with such respect, even addressing him as Chairman Yi. Yi Tian pointed at Li and instructed Chun Hao, you need to inform the owner of Dawang Media that our company will no longer collaborate with them. Certainly. Chun Hao nodded vigorously, turning to President Li. Did you hear what our chairman just said? The cooperation between Tianjung and your company is hereby terminated. Chairman? President Li was utterly bewildered, growing more confused with each passing moment. Unable to contain himself, he asked, President Chun, have you made a mistake? He is my company's designer, Xiao Yi. How did he become your chairman? Chun Hao, taken aback, looked at Yi Tian and inquired, Huh? Mr. Yi, how did this come about? Feigning exasperation, Yi Tian explained, Sigh, I used to work at this advertising company, but I was just dismissed. So, I have no choice but to return and manage the company. Instantly, Chun Hao understood, rapidly piecing together the context. It appeared that Yi Tian had been experiencing life at this company, but due to his unexpected dismissal, he would return to take charge. Many offspring of prominent families often start at the grassroots level in other enterprises. It seemed Tianjung might have been acquired with the assistance of Yi Tian's family, marking him as a wealthy heir. Being in such a position necessitated an innate ability to read others' sentiments. Recognizing Yi Tian's displeasure, Chun Hao's expression darkened immediately. With a mocking scoff, he addressed President Li, You have crossed the line, haven't you? To dismiss our chairman? Clearly, Mr. Yi is justified in ceasing cooperation with you. Your esteemed company is one we cannot aspire to. At that moment, President Li felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. He could not fathom why Yi Tian would choose to subject himself to hardship at his small company when Tianjung, a giant among firms, was readily available. Stammering, he pleaded, Xiao Yi, no, Mr. Yi, I genuinely had no idea. Had I known you were the chairman of Tianjung, I would never have dismissed you. Yi Tian raised a hand to signal silence. President Li, hearing this, bowed repeatedly in apology. No, Mr. Yi, we have always enjoyed a good partnership with Tianjung. I sincerely apologize. Director Jiang, utterly astonished, now believed Yi Tian must be the illegitimate son of the old chairman of Tianjung. Otherwise, how could he so casually be entrusted with the company? Thinking of the imminent loss of his job, tears streamed down his face as he slapped himself. Crying out to Yi Tian, Mr. Yi, I recognize my mistakes. I will certainly change. Mr. Yi, I shouldn't have struck you. I will punish myself. Mr. Yi, you cannot simply dismiss me. After so many years in the company, I have no achievements but have certainly endured hardships. President Li, filled with trepidation, also implored, Mr. Yi, you cannot do this. After all, this is a company where you have worked. Yi Tian, looking at President Li, slapped his forehead as if recalling something, and instructed Chun Hao, Lao Chun, please notify all companies we are collaborating with, especially those with business ties to Dawang Media, to cease all partnerships. Understood. Yi Tian exemplified the principle that a gentleman does not harbor grudges. So, you intend to blacklist me in the advertising industry? Let me first ensure you are blacklisted. President Li felt a chill run through his limbs. With this maneuver from Yi Tian, his company would falter. Relying on other business streams would not sustain his current operations. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, grasping Yi Tian's trousers in desperation. Mr. Yi, I was wrong. I should not have spoken in that manner. I am willing to have my fees. Yi Tian, disinterested, walked away, with Chun Hao following closely behind. Chapter 4. The house need not be excessively large. 500 to 600 square meters will suffice. Chun Hao felt a tremor of fear within him. It had become evident that the new chairman was indeed a formidable individual. One who spoke little and acted decisively, leaving no room for idle chatter. This straightforward and resolute demeanor was genuinely intimidating, and he hoped it would not fall upon him. From the remarks made by Director Jiang and General Manager Li, he understood that the two had committed exceedingly egregious acts that had incited Yi Tian's anger. At that moment, Director Jiang, witnessing the futility of his pleas, seemed to lose his composure, rushing to block Yi Tian's path and threateningly proclaiming, Chairman Yi, even if you are the chairman, you cannot dismiss me at will. I have signed a contract, and should you terminate my employment, you will owe me a substantial penalty. Upon hearing Director Zhang's words, Tian thought to himself, you dare to threaten me? Just wait until I uncover your vulnerabilities. I will make you pay dearly. Suddenly, a notification chimed. The dossier on Jiang Wuda has been compiled. The host may review it in the system space. With that prompt, Tian's consciousness swiftly entered the system space, where he indeed found an array of information regarding Director Jiang, documented with meticulous detail. It outlined the exact amounts of embezzlement and bribery, the number of mistresses he had maintained, the legitimacy of his offspring, and various health issues he faced, among other things. Tian burst into laughter within the system space. With this information, how could I possibly fail to bring you down? You've truly run out of luck by crossing paths with me, Tian. He promptly exited the system space, and, with a cold smirk directed at Director Jiang, said, you overestimate yourself, old Chun. You will check all the funds he has handled. I suspect he has engaged in embezzlement and lined his own pockets. If proven, we shall prosecute him and see if we can land him in prison, while also making this public to see how he navigates the industry thereafter. As these words left his lips, Tian felt a profound release of pent-up frustration, as though he had undergone a transformation. Very well, Chunhao nodded eagerly, recognizing the folly of Director Zhang's threats against the chairman. After years in the company, he was aware of the intricacies involved and had refrained from exposing anyone, preferring to maintain a semblance of harmony for future interactions. However, now that Tian had ordered an investigation, it would surely proceed, and results would be expected. Director Jiang would likely face severe repercussions. Not only would the company not pay him any penalty, but he might end up compensating the company millions, if not facing imprisonment. Furthermore, if the information were to be made public, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished, making it impossible for him to secure employment at reputable firms in the future. Upon hearing Tian's unwavering resolve, Director Zhang's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, pleading, No, Chairman Yi, I did not embezzle. I forego the penalty. I will hand over my duties tomorrow. His desperation was palpable, as he realized that a thorough investigation would inevitably reveal his inflated expense reports and bribery. And he would not only owe the company a penalty, but could also face incarceration. Tian, disinterested in his pleas, walked further away with Chunhao, entering the elevator, leaving Director Jiang and General Manager Li behind, shouting in despair. Once they reached the ground floor, Chunhao respectfully inquired, Chairman Yi, are you heading to the company or elsewhere? I can drive you. Tian glanced at his attire and replied with a smile, please take me to Tianmao Shopping Mall. I must procure some new clothing to refresh my appearance. It would be rather embarrassing to be looked down upon at the company tomorrow. He often observed characters in novels who, despite their wealth, donned tattered garments, drawing ridicule from others. He saw no merit in such humility. He preferred to be well-dressed, earning respect rather than scorn. Chunhao chuckled in response. Chairman Yi, your humor is delightful. I will promptly convene a meeting with all employees to ensure everyone recognizes you. Much appreciated, Tian replied. As they entered the car, Chunhao inquired, Chairman Yi, where do you reside? I can have the driver pick you up tomorrow. Speaking of his home, Tian formulated new plans. Having rented an inexpensive, dilapidated apartment, he now aspired to acquire a more suitable residence befitting his newfound wealth. Building 10. Apartment 502 in Tianhe Community. Oh, and please assist me in finding a house. I intend to purchase one outright. I am no longer considering renting. He calmly informed Chunhao, unperturbed by any potential skepticism. Chunhao, however, harbored no doubts. He perceived Tian's demeanor as indicative of true capability. Only a fool would fear others discovering they rented their home. He resolved to instruct his secretary to negotiate with several real estate firms to expedite the search for available properties. Certainly. Do you have any specific requirements in mind? And what is your budget? Upon hearing Chunhao's inquiry, Tian recalled he had yet to examine the bank card provided by the system. He hastily retrieved his wallet from his pocket. Upon opening it, he discovered a dazzling black card, radiating with vibrant hues, emblazoned with the emblem of First Bank alongside the word Supreme Card and an exclusive customer service number. Curiosity piqued, Chunhao caught a glimpse and asked, Chairman Yi, what tier of card is this? I also possess a membership card from First Bank, but yours appears to be of a higher caliber. Tian casually replied, oh, this is the Supreme Card. Supreme Card? I have never heard of it. One must have a deposit exceeding 10 billion to obtain such a card, I presume? Chunhao shook his head in confusion. He considered himself a well-known executive, earning several million annually, yet his expenses over the years had left him with little savings. Tian, reveling in his newfound wealth, casually boasted, well, I wouldn't know, but I have 1,000 billion in this card. Gasp. Chunhao inhaled sharply at the revelation. 1,000 billion in savings would undoubtedly place Tian among the top 10 wealthiest individuals in the country. While many CEOs might claim to possess several hundred billion in assets, those figures often fluctuated based on market conditions. The notion that his new boss had 1,000 billion sitting idly in a bank account seemed wasteful. Surely, such a sum could yield higher returns if invested rather than dormant in a card. Unless, of course, Chairman Yi was unconcerned about money. Perhaps this 1,000 billion was merely for personal expenditures. Chunhao marveled at the incomprehensible world of the wealthy. With such an immense fortune, Yi Tian could purchase any property he desired, affording him the luxury of selective choices. Yi Tian pondered for a moment before stating, "Since I will be living alone, I require no more than 500 or 600 square meters. A well-decorated villa or suite will suffice. The key factors are the environment and the quality of property management. I will handle the payment myself." Understood, Chunhao thought to himself, what a display of wealth. If I possessed a card with 1,000 billion, I wouldn't be concerned either. In Jiangnan City, even the most luxurious mansions range from 2 to 3 billion, a mere drop in the ocean compared to Yi Tian's fortunes. Amidst Chunhao's astonishment, they swiftly arrived at Tian Mao Shopping Mall. After parking, Chunhao enthusiastically suggested, "Chairman Yi, allow me to accompany you while you shop. I am familiar with several brands." Yi Tian immediately shook his head, laughing, "What are you saying? You're in your 50s. I wouldn't want an older man accompanying me. It would be rather awkward. I can manage on my own. You should return to the company to handle the matters I assigned you." Chunhao, embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly and prepared to leave when he suddenly remembered something. "Chairman Yi, let us exchange WeChat. I will send you a list containing the contact information for the company's supervisors, secretaries, and drivers. I shall also have your contact information stored for any matters that may arise. You have performed your duties with remarkable diligence. Thank you. It is only right." Yi Tian nodded in satisfaction as the two exchanged WeChat contacts. After Chunhao sent the list, he hurriedly drove back to the company. Chapter 5, An Attentive System. Chunhao needed to convene a meeting with the senior executives promptly, informing them of the change in chairmanship and ensuring they disseminated this information throughout the company. It was imperative that no employee be unfamiliar with the new chairman. Otherwise, should a security guard impede Yi Tian at the entrance, it would reflect poorly on him as the general manager. Yi Tian ascended directly to the 4th floor of the mall, which housed an array of upscale clothing boutiques. Previously, he had merely passed by the storefronts. The lavish decor within intimidated him, making him feel unworthy to enter. With his first day at the company approaching, he desired to dress somewhat formally, so he ventured into a seemingly high-end store. Contrary to the snobbish salespeople often depicted in novels, he encountered staff who were entirely unconcerned with his modest appearance. They greeted him with utmost courtesy, inquired about his purchasing intentions, and even assisted him in selecting an exquisitely suitable ensemble. Elated, Yi Tian emerged with 2 outfits and, after browsing further, completed his shopping with undergarments and shoes. Being fastidious about cleanliness, he returned home, contemplating a day of relaxation indoors, believing he would not need to don his new attire. He washed the newly purchased garments and hung them to dry, confident that with the clear skies, they would be ready for wear by morning. Noticing the time was merely 11 o'clock, he felt a sense of lightness and leisure as he lay on his side in bed, scrolling through videos, indulging in sheer comfort. Meanwhile, Chunhao had concluded the meeting at the company, ensuring that all personnel were informed of the new chairman, Yi Tian, complete with photographs. The system had provided an image that exuded charm, resulting in the young female employees at the company becoming quite enamored upon seeing such a youthful chairman. Uncertainty lingered in the mind of Bai Jingjing, the former chairman's secretary, who worried that the new chairman might replace her. She had invested considerable effort to secure her position and was acutely aware of the precarious nature of her employment. Unbeknownst to Yi Tian, the atmosphere at the company had become quite animated due to his presence, while he himself was preoccupied with the question of how to spend his newfound wealth. Ordinarily, one would consider sending money back home to ensure their family a comfortable life, yet he was tragically without family. His parents had perished in an accident during his sophomore year, leaving him without siblings and with only tenuous ties to relatives. After their passing, he had lost touch with them, finding more solace in the camaraderie of university friends and teachers who had supported him throughout his studies. Once he took charge of the company, he planned to visit his alma mater, perhaps donating funds in the company's name and checking on his former teachers to see if they required assistance. As for classmates, he thought it might be tricky. Simply giving them money could be misconstrued as ostentation, thus he needed to devise a thoughtful approach. While immersed in these contemplations, his phone rang, revealing a call from his classmate, Lu Yan. "Hello, Lu Yan, what brings you to call? Yi Tian, are you off today?" "Yes. Come out quickly. I want to treat you to dinner. Is anyone else joining?" "Just the 2 of us. Hurry." "All right, where shall we meet?" At the How How Buffet on the 6th floor of Tian Mall. They have a promotion today. One person dines free with a companion. It's on me. Well, I have money now, let me treat you. Haha, with your meager salary, you should save it. I can afford the buffet, no need to argue. I'll secure us a table, call me when you arrive. Okay. Yi Tian chuckled softly at the phone call that had ended abruptly. Lu Yin was a strikingly beautiful classmate of his, possessing an alluring figure and coming from a well-off family. Many suitors, more handsome, wealthier, and stronger than Yi Tian, had sought her attention, yet she had turned them all down, showing a peculiar fondness for him instead. Yi Tian was unsure why Lu Yin had developed an interest in him, even confessing her feelings, but due to his familial circumstances, he felt unworthy and had rejected her multiple times. Nevertheless, Lu Yin remained undeterred, choosing to foster their friendship as classmates. With both now working in Jiangnan City, she frequently invited him to dine, and he would reciprocate, although he had gradually begun to decline these outings, primarily due to financial constraints. Yet, to assert he did not harbor feelings for Lu Yin would be disingenuous. Who could resist the charm of a captivating beauty so devoted? Had he the means, he would have already claimed her as his own. By the way, system, if I were to tell Lu Yin I have 100 billion, would she find it peculiar? Yi Tian pondered, wishing to share his newfound wealth first with her. However, the thought troubled him, as even winning the lottery wouldn't yield such an amount. Rest assured, host, any explanation you provide will be readily accepted by others, even if you claim to have found it on the ground. That's reassuring. You truly are remarkable, system. Yi Tian marveled at the system's capabilities. He had read novels where protagonists concealed their wealth, pretending to be impoverished while witnessing their parents suffer, wary of discovery. Yet here he was, blessed with a system that could render others credulous, regardless of their skepticism. Thank you for the compliment. Host, you should prepare yourself. It would be unkind to keep the beauty waiting. Upon hearing the system's reminder, Yi Tian quickly took 10 minutes to wash his hair and body. Glancing at the new clothes hanging on the windowsill, he lamented, if only they were dry. I should have set aside an outfit to refrain from washing. Now, I must settle for my old attire. Ding, the new clothes are now dry. The host may wear them. The system, sensing his thoughts, instantly dried the garments. Wow, system, I adore you. Yi Tian exclaimed joyfully, leaping high as he retrieved the now dry clothes. After changing into his new attire and admiring himself in the mirror, he realized the truth of the saying, clothes make the man. He had never felt so handsome before. The only flaw was a few blemishes on his face, which he could not remedy at that moment. While they were well acquainted, he still wished to appear more presentable. Ding, the host's appearance has been enhanced, elevating your charm to a level that leaves women enamored at first sight. The system, perceiving his desire, issued a sudden notification that startled him. Women enamored at first sight? What if I were to be devoured alive when I step outside? What if an elderly lady were to fall for me? The impact on others' familial happiness is indeed detrimental, prompting him to urgently request a system adjustment. System, please tone it down a bit, just enough to make women feel I am handsome and approachable, without being overly extravagant. Understood, the adjustments have been made as per the host's request. Any woman will now perceive you as handsome and amiable. Chapter 6. The first confession as expected. The system was responsive to his wishes. Yi Tian gazed into the mirror and was astonished to find that he had indeed become more attractive. His hair was lustrous and dark, his skin smooth and supple, and the few blemishes that had marred his face had vanished. He grinned widely, noticing that his teeth had transformed into a dazzling white, devoid of any stains. The system was truly remarkable. Before stepping out, he linked his bank card with the mobile payment app, ensuring he could pay seamlessly with his phone. With everything prepared, he hailed a taxi and sped off to meet Lu Yin, his excitement bubbling over. He hadn't even considered calling the driver from Tianjin Company to pick him up. Lu Yin was adorned in a pink, low-cut short-sleeved top and a pleated skirt that flirted with her thighs, exuding a vibrant youthfulness. Each time she arranged a meeting with Yi Tian, she harbored the intention of seducing him into her bed, yet her efforts had repeatedly fallen short. Yi Tian was always bold in desire but timid in action, unable to touch her even as his gaze lingered on her chest. However, her alluring attire had its downsides, as it invariably attracted men who fancied themselves exceptional. Miss, are you here alone? A bespectacled gentleman with golden-rimmed glasses approached, idly spinning a Porsche key on his finger. Lu Yin waved him off with annoyance. I'm taken, waiting for my boyfriend. Please leave me be. As the man attempted to retort, Lu Yan's eyes caught sight of Yi Tian in the distance. She stood up, her face alight with a smile, and called out, over here. Yi Tian hurried over, curiosity piqued by the presence of the bespectacled man beside Lu Yan. Who is this? He inquired. I don't know him, Lu Yan quickly clarified. Yi Tian could tell that another suitor had set his sights on Lu Yan. He had witnessed this scenario unfold countless times before, yet she remained unfazed each time. The bespectacled man scrutinized Tian, initially intending to mock him for being a mere commoner dressed in clothes worth a couple of hundred, unworthy of such a beautiful girlfriend. However, he soon realized that Tian's attire was far from inferior. He recognized the shirt as one that cost several thousand. The ensemble must have set Tian back at least 20 to 30,000, rendering the man's intended insult impotent as he swallowed his words and slunk away in defeat. Another one trying to chat you up? Tian casually inquired. Yes, I've sent several packing already. Just ignore them, Lu Yen replied, unfazed. Well, who could blame them for being attracted to your beauty? Tian chuckled. Oh, come on. There was that one fool who was rejected even when he approached me directly. Lu Yen retorted, casting him a playful glare. Tian chuckled awkwardly, fully aware she was referring to him. Lu Yen looked at Tian, then glanced again. And once more, feeling as though he had grown increasingly handsome. Tian's complexion was rosy and smooth, even more appealing than hers, though his features remained unchanged. There was an undeniable charm about him. Wow, Tian, she exclaimed, it feels like you've become even more handsome in just a few days. Tian concocted a casual excuse. I've been sleeping well, I suppose. And I believe you've become even more beautiful. Lu Yen, increasingly smitten, rose from her seat and sat beside him. Tian was enveloped by a delightful fragrance, unable to resist inhaling deeply. It was intoxicating. Without hesitation, Lu Yen playfully pinched Tian's cheek, grinning widely. Wow, so soft and smooth. This feels wonderful. Your skin is even better than mine. What if I don't want to let go? Hey, there are so many people watching. If you don't release me soon, I might have to scream harassment. Tian protested, noticing several women eyeing him with newfound interest. Lu Yen puffed out her chest with a mischievous grin. Don't be so stingy. I could always let you touch me too. Tian's face flushed at her audacity. He certainly wished to, but not in public. Lu Yen giggled, relishing the flustered expression on Tian's face. Tian, feeling embarrassed, quickly shifted the topic. Shall we get some food? Absolutely. Lu Yen agreed, knowing when to draw the line. Together, they embarked to fill their plates. Tian chose dishes Lu Yen adored, while she selected those he enjoyed. Upon returning to their seats, they instinctively placed their food close to one another, a silent understanding between them. As they dined and conversed, Lu Yen asked, Tian, why didn't you work overtime today? Isn't your job notorious for long hours? With candor, Tian replied, I resigned. Upon hearing this, Lu Yen was not surprised. Changing jobs had become commonplace, especially considering Tian's previous employer was known for its grueling hours that could lead to burnout. Oh, that is good. You should find a job that doesn't demand so much of your time. Do you have enough money now? If not, just let me know, and I can lend you some. No need. I have money now, he assured her. Lu Yen constantly thought of ways to support Tian. Initially, she had offered him cash outright, but realizing his fierce pride, she switched to suggesting loans. She used to take him to upscale restaurants. But after noticing that he felt compelled to reciprocate, often spending a week's salary on a single meal, she opted for more affordable choices to spare him the discomfort. Tian was no fool. He recognized Lu Yen's kindness. Previously, he had been too impoverished to accept her generosity, but now he felt capable of embracing her affection. Setting down his chopsticks, he swallowed the morsel in his mouth, took a sip of juice, and, feeling his heart racing louder with each beat, he feigned composure and earnestly addressed Lu Yen. Lu Yen, there is something I wish to share with you. What is it? She inquired casually. Tian's voice quivered with nervousness. I hope you will be my girlfriend. What? The cake Lu Yen had been eating tumbled from her mouth as she stared at him in disbelief. Tian gazed deeply into her eyes, repeating, I said I hope you will be my girlfriend. In an instant, Lu Yen sprang from her seat, moving to sit beside him, gently stroking his forehead. Am I dreaming? Are you feeling unwell? I'm perfectly fine. My goodness, has the sun risen in the west? Lu Yen muttered to herself, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. She suddenly embraced Tian, whispering through her sobs, You foolish boy, do you know how hard I've worked to win your affection? I thought I would never hear you say those words. And who confesses during a meal? You made me drop my cake. Tian found no humor in her words. He tenderly held her close, speaking softly in her ear, I'm sorry, it was my fault. I like you too. But I feared I was unworthy of you, and didn't want you to suffer alongside me. Wiping her tears, Lu Yen playfully punched Tian's arm. So what changed? Did you win the lottery, or something? Tian discreetly began to explain. I must confide in you that a few days ago, I saved a mysterious individual. In gratitude for my assistance, he bestowed upon me a company and an abundance of wealth, enough to last a lifetime. Now, I can grant you happiness. As the system indicated, Lu Yen did not find Tian's words particularly outrageous and naturally chose to believe him. Chapter 7. The arrival of my favorite female classmate Lu Yin playfully chided. Fool, I don't care about your wealth. I can support you. Yi Tian replied earnestly, I care. I hope you can proudly declare before others that my husband is the finest man in the world, capable of providing you with all your desires. A sudden system notification chimed, notifying Yi Tian of a diamond ring he had received, nestled within his left trouser pocket. This unexpected prompt jolted Yi Tian into realization. He had laid bare his feelings for Lu Yin without any preparation. Had it not been for the system, the lack of a ring during his confession would have left an indelible regret in his life. Yi Tian retrieved a ring box from his pocket, adorned with the emblem of the renowned jewelry brand Cartier. As he opened the box, the light glinted off the diamond ring, its brilliance nearly blinding Lu Yin. Several women who had been observing Yi Tian and Lu Yan's affectionate display gasped at the sight of such a dazzling ring, their envy transforming them into lemon-sucking spectators. How could an ordinary-looking woman possibly deserve such a magnificent ring? One exclaimed, Oh my goodness, what a radiant diamond. If only it were given to me. I would do anything for it. Lu Yin gazed at the ring before her, covering her mouth in astonishment, fearful that she might scream. Stammering, she asked, Is this for me? Yi Tian gently grasped Lu Yan's hand, his voice imbued with sincerity. Of course. Allow me to place it on your finger. I hope you adore it. Tears that had just ceased flowing from Lu Yan's eyes began to cascade once more. I love it so much. Even if you gave me a pull tab from a soda can, I would cherish it, let alone such a beautiful diamond ring. This must have cost a fortune. Money is irrelevant. As long as you are happy, I would buy you the entire world, Yi Tian professed, adorning Lu Yan's finger with the ring. Touching the diamond resting upon her hand, Lu Yan exclaimed, Yi Tian, let us book a hotel room tonight. Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback. Was the pace of their relationship advancing so rapidly? Had he inadvertently hit the fast-forward button? He had not anticipated this turn of events. Why? Lu Yan's face flushed. Her boldness in uttering such words felt rather embarrassing for a girl. Yet, she felt compelled to speak up. She was weary of waiting for Yi Tian, the oblivious man, to take the initiative. I have waited for so long. I do not wish to wait any longer. I want to be your woman. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yi Tian finally acquiesced. All right, but I lack experience, so please do not mock me. As if I were experienced. No matter, we shall take our time. Just because I have never eaten pork does not mean I have not seen a pig walk. Lu Yan shot him a playful glance. For she too was an innocent maiden, albeit with some theoretical knowledge. As the two basked in their affection, Lu Yan's phone rang, prompting her to pick it up. Upon glancing at the screen, she noted it was her classmate Lin Yi calling. Yi Tian inquired, Who is it that would call at this hour? Lu Yan, in a joyous mood, teased. Ah, it is your former favorite female classmate. Yi Tian, puzzled, responded Lin Yi. The moment the name escaped his lips, he realized his blunder. For Lu Yan pinched his arm lightly, feigning annoyance. It seems you prefer her after all. Yi Tian chuckled awkwardly, feeling slightly vexed. Come on. Why dig a pit for me like that? Let me finish this call before I settle the score with you. Lu Yan rolled her eyes at him before answering the call. Hello, Lin Yi. Lu Yan, I've just arrived in Jiangnan City. Let us go out for a meal together. Sure. Coincidentally, I'm dining with Yi Tian right now. Take a taxi to Tianmao Mall. We'll be at the Haohai restaurant on the 6th floor. All right. I'll be there shortly. Where are you coming from? From the train station. Oh, that is quick. It won't take half an hour. I'll wait for you. After hanging up, Lu Yan smiled at Yi Tian. Today is indeed a day of double blessings. Lin Yi has come to visit me. Are you happy? Yi Tian queried. I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. Just kidding. How could one fall into the same pit twice? Lu Yan lightly punched him, laughing. You're getting cleverer. She was not petty. Lin Yi was also one of her good friends, possessing looks and figure comparable to her own. And she had always treated Yi Tian kindly. It was only natural for Yi Tian to have an affection for Lin Yi, had she not been more proactive. It might have been Lin Yi pursuing him instead. Not far from Yi Tian and Lu Yan's table, there sat a mother and daughter by the window. The mother appeared to be in her 30s, while the daughter looked around 10. The mother's face was haggard, her expression vacant. Dressed in long sleeves and trousers even in the sweltering heat. The daughter, also clad in long sleeves and trousers, bore a countenance that belied her tender age with a maturity that seemed out of place. The daughter presented a small cake to her mother, earnestly stating, Mommy, happy birthday? Make a wish. Wish. The mother repeated her daughter's words vacantly, as if trying to comprehend the concept of wishing. With hands clasped together, she slowly articulated, I wish for you to grow up healthy and happy. The little girl beamed at her mother's wish. Thank you, Mommy. The wishing is done. Can we eat the cake now? The daughter took a small bite of the cake and offered it to her mother, who reflexively said, You eat first. Mommy isn't hungry. The daughter pointed to the small cake before her, insisting, Mommy, you eat. I have my own. and today there is plenty to eat. It was all bought with money I earned. In the distance, a portly restaurant manager observed the mother and daughter, his eyes glistening with emotion. He too had a daughter of a similar age, who was preoccupied with her phone every day, unlike this little girl, who at such a young age earned money to celebrate her mother's birthday. Earlier, when the little girl had brought her mother into the restaurant, the manager had been at the cash register, overhearing the innocent inquiry from the girl to the cashier, asking if her mother could eat alone since she didn't have enough money. The cashier had declined her request, prompting the manager to curiously approach and ask, "Why do you only want your mother to eat and not yourself?" The girl replied, "Today is my mother's birthday. I want her to eat something nice. But I haven't earned enough to buy food for both of us." Intrigued, the manager inquired, "You're so young, and you earn money? How do you do that?" "I collect bottles to sell near the school," she explained. The manager was deeply moved. This little child was working to afford a birthday celebration for her mother. Glancing at the mother, whose expression appeared somewhat vacant, he surmised that she might be suffering from some mental distress. It was tragic that a child, who should be cared for, was instead burdened with the responsibility of caring for an adult. The manager, feeling a surge of compassion, kindly stated, "You are incredibly thoughtful. Please take your mother to eat. I won't charge you." The girl, however, insisted, pulling out her neatly folded 28 yuan and presenting it to the manager. "Thank you, uncle. However, my mother has always said that although we are poor, we must live with dignity and should not rely on the charity of others. Otherwise, we would become beggars." The manager was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the wisdom of such a young child who understood the principle of not accepting food without effort. Yet, how could someone who raised such a wonderful child appear so dazed? "Dear child, what has happened to your mother?" Chapter 8. The system will resolve all consequences. The little girl spoke with a hint of sadness. "After my mother was knocked unconscious by my father, she often wakes up with headaches, and gradually, she has become like this. Once I save up a bit more money, I wish to take her for medical treatment." The manager grasped the gravity of the situation. It was evident that her mother had suffered at the hands of her husband, a clear case of encountering a scoundrel. He did not blame the woman. After all, a mother capable of raising such a well-behaved child could not be entirely at fault. The manager accepted the little girl's money, picked up a nearby calculator, and pretended to press a few buttons before saying, "Little one, why not take your mother out for a meal? Today, we have a special promotion. If 2 people dine, only one needs to pay. As a child, your total comes to a mere 28 yuan after discount." "Thank you, uncle," the little girl exclaimed joyfully, bowing to the manager before eagerly pulling her mother to find a seat. The manager contemplated for a moment before handing a business card to the little girl. "Wait, young lady, I am the manager here. This is my card, with my phone number. If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to call me." "Thank you, uncle. I wish you a long life and prosperous business." The little girl expressed her heartfelt gratitude as she led her mother to a vacant table. Watching them walk away, the manager quickly grabbed a tissue to wipe away his tears. He glanced at the cashier beside him, who was also in tears, wiping her eyes. They observed from a distance as the little girl settled her mother into a chair and then went to fetch some food. She took only 2 of each dish and concluded her selection with 2 small cakes from the glass display. The manager sighed, reflecting, "This child truly understands responsibility." Indeed, a poor child assumes adult responsibilities early. At that moment, a tall man in a delivery uniform passed by outside and caught sight of the little girl and her mother through the glass. He paused, scrutinizing them, and suddenly, his expression darkened with rage. He stormed into the restaurant, rushing to their table, and began to unleash violence. With one hand, he slammed the mother's head onto the table, causing the cake to smear across her face. Fortunately, the fork had been slightly askew, otherwise, it might have pierced her eye. "You wretched woman, how dare you steal my money to feast?" The mother, seemingly horrified, curled into a corner, shouting, I didn't tea. Please don't hit me." The little girl quickly stood up and rushed in front of her mother, tugging at the delivery man, shouting, "Daddy, don't hit mommy. This money isn't stolen. I earned it by collecting bottles. I'll teach you to lie." The delivery man raised his hand and struck the little girl across the face, causing her to cry out in distress. Seeing her child struck, the mother immediately abandoned her corner, embracing her daughter and shielding her from the man's blows, murmuring, "Don't be afraid, dear. Mommy will protect you." By this time, many patrons had entered the restaurant, curious about the commotion and beginning to gather around. Is this man truly so vicious as to strike his wife and child? Should we call the police? Let us wait and see. It's not our place to interfere in others' domestic affairs. As the customers whispered among themselves, the manager squeezed his way through the crowd and warned the delivery man, "I am the manager of this establishment, sir. You are not welcome here. Please leave at once, or I shall call the authorities." He was nearly beside himself with rage. How could anyone strike such a good child? Truly, This man was a scoundrel. Go ahead and call the police. What does it matter to you if I strike my wife and child? The delivery man casually pushed the manager back several steps, completely disregarding him. The manager's face flushed with anger. Was this man mad? So unreasonable. You there, come help me throw him out. The manager signaled to a few of the more robust waitstaff. 5 waiters rushed forward, but to their astonishment, the delivery man dispatched them with just a few swift punches and kicks, leaving them sprawled on the ground. No one dared to intervene now. The delivery man, Fan Jinxiang, had trained in martial arts since childhood and was strong and capable. It was easy for him to handle 3 or 5 people. After all, in this day and age, one could not thrive as a delivery worker without some skill. The industry was filled with stock market experts, piano virtuosos, culinary geniuses, and hackers. Lacking a skill would render one hesitant to even greet colleagues. Terrified, the manager hurriedly grabbed his phone and dialed for the police. Hello, security? There's a disturbance in my establishment. Fan Jinxiang continued to beat the waitstaff, then seized the mother by her hair, dragging her forward and unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. The mother, caught off guard, was unable to retaliate, and soon her face was bruised and bloodied. The little girl rushed to the delivery man, pounding her small fists against him. Don't hit my mommy. Don't hit my mommy. Get away, you worthless brat. Fan Jinxiang kicked the little girl away as if she were a stray dog, showing no semblance of treating her like his own daughter. The surrounding patrons were infuriated. Yet seeing the waitstaff who had just been beaten, none dared to intervene. They could only vocalize their outrage from a distance. The little girl happened to be sent tumbling toward a table where Tian and Lu Yan were seated. They quickly hurried to help her up. The little girl clutched her stomach in pain, still yearning to rise and assist her mother, but she lacked the strength to stand and fell back down. She turned to kneel before Lu Yan, pleading, Sister, please help my mommy. Don't let daddy hit her anymore. Lu Yan exchanged a glance with Tian, signaling her desire to assist, but Fan Jinxiang seemed too deranged for them to confront directly. The little girl, noticing Lu Yan's hesitation, turned to Tian and bowed deeply. Brother, I beg you, please help my mommy. Tian could no longer bear to watch. Initially, he had hesitated, thinking it was someone else's domestic issue and fearing that intervening might put him in a precarious position. However, now that the young girl was pleading for help, he felt justified in stepping in. All right, I will help you. Lu Yan, please take the little girl away from here. Tian, don't go. You can't defeat him. Let us wait for security. Lu Yan urgently pulled at him, not wishing to see him harmed. Tian, perceiving her concern for his safety, leaned closer and whispered, Don't worry, a mysterious benefactor has opened my meridians and taught me martial arts. I am no longer an ordinary person. I could easily take on 100 scoundrels like him. Under the influence of the system, Lu Yan believed him without question, her confidence soaring as she pointed at Fan Jinxiang and exclaimed, Then what are we waiting for? Go and take him down. Take him down? I hadn't intended to kill him, just to incapacitate him. I wouldn't want to end up in jail. However, the system evidently had different ideas. Why would the protagonist with the system hesitate? Ding. Please, host, display your masculine vigor, crush the enemy, and if you happen to kill them, the system will handle it. Tian paused at the system's prompt. Indeed, he was the one with the system. Why should he hesitate any further? Fan Jinxiang soon realized that his daughter had sought assistance from someone. When he saw Tian approaching him alone, he issued a warning. Kid, this is a family matter. Don't meddle in it. Otherwise, you'll find yourself in trouble. Tian, with a cold smirk, replied, My apologies, but since your daughter has come to me for help, I am committed to assisting her today. Seeking death. Fan Jinxiang pushed aside his wife without a second glance and strode towards Tian with purpose. Chapter 9. The Ruthless Brother of Nuan. Nuan's mother had already slipped into a semi-conscious state. With a forceful shove, she fell against the table, striking her head against the corner and losing consciousness. Mom! Nuan cried out, seeing her mother collapse. She clutched her stomach and attempted to rush over, but was tightly restrained by Lu Yan. Little sister, don't go over there. It's too dangerous right now. Wait until your brother subdues your father. Ugh. Nuan, in a panic, began to cry. Suddenly, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. It turned out that Fan Jinxiang's earlier kick had already injured her. The onlookers gasped in shock, some already dialing emergency services. Hurry, call the hospital. The little girl is vomiting blood. What a scoundrel, treating his daughter like this. Where are the guards? They need to apprehend him immediately. That young man looks frail. Can he really take on that delivery guy? Regardless of the outcome, he is a hero in our eyes. By this time, Fan Jinxiang had reached Tian, raising his fist to strike Tian's face. Tian did not flinch. Instead, he raised his left hand and grasped the delivery guy's fist, rendering him immobile, as if caught in a steel vice. The immense strength made Fan Jinxiang feel as if his fist were about to shatter. Indeed, After a few sickening cracks, his fist was crushed. Yi Tian coldly observed Fan Jinxiang's anguished cries, then delivered a punch to his face, causing his features to swell grotesquely and teeth to fly from his mouth. With tenfold human physical prowess, Yi Tian did not need to exchange blows. He simply overwhelmed Fan Jinxiang. Had he not been holding back to prolong the torment, one punch would have been sufficient to obliterate Fan Jinxiang's head. Recalling the kick Nuan had endured, Yi Tian unleashed a powerful kick aimed at Fan Jinxiang's abdomen, launching him against the ceiling before he fell back down, continuously spitting blood. "This kick is for your daughter," Yi Tian declared coldly. "You are unworthy of being a father." Applause erupted from the onlookers. The spectacle was immensely gratifying. The delivery guy lay half dead on the ground, unable to rise. Yi Tian then raised his foot and stomped down on his right arm with a resounding crack, resulting in a shattering fracture, eliciting cries of agony from him. With a grim expression, Yi Tian stated, "This stomp is for your wife. You are unworthy of being a husband." Once more, the crowd cheered. Such treatment was precisely what this scoundrel deserved. They felt compelled to join in and deliver a few kicks themselves. Seeing her father incapacitated on the ground, Nuan broke free from Lu Yan's embrace and ran to her mother, crying out. Lu Yan quickly followed suit. Nuan reached her mother and, embracing her tightly, cried, Mom, please wake up." Yi Tian, noticing the blood staining Nuan's mouth and her unconscious mother, fell into deep contemplation. What could possibly be going through that scoundrel's mind? How could he inflict such harm, with their injuries so severe and with no sign of the doctor arriving? What would happen if there were any further complications? What would become of the little girl? If only he could heal them. The system sensed his thoughts and promptly chimed in with notifications. Ding. The host has gained a century of internal strength. Ding. The host has acquired healing abilities. From the system information, Yi Tian understood that internal strength was the foundation for utilizing extraordinary martial arts, while healing abilities involved using internal strength to invigorate blood flow, halt bleeding, regenerate tissue, and clear meridians. Instantly, Yi Tian grasped how to apply these skills. He knelt beside Nuan and gently said, "Little sister, your father has been taught a lesson. Let me check your injuries. I can heal you." To his surprise, Nuan did not allow him to treat her wounds. Instead, she knelt on the ground, bowing her head in supplication. "Brother, please just kill my father. Otherwise, when he recovers, he will surely beat me and my mother again." Everyone present was taken aback by her words. What was wrong with this child? How could she utter such venomous sentiments? While the crowd had initially aimed to deliver a thorough beating to the scoundrel, none had truly contemplated murder. Lu Yan comforted Nuan, saying, "Little sister, killing someone leads to imprisonment. Let us leave your father to the guards. I believe that after this lesson, he will never dare to hurt you again." "No, sister. You don't understand. The guards have come before, but after they left, my father beat us even worse." Nuan shook her head, unfastening her clothing. It was then that everyone noticed her small frame was covered in bruises. Upon further inspection, they observed her legs were similarly marred with contusions. Gasp! The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, suddenly comprehending why she was wearing high-neck long sleeves on such a hot day. Such severe injuries could not have been inflicted in merely a day or two. The onlookers felt a mix of sorrow and anger, wishing they could also punish the delivery guy. What a well-behaved daughter to endure such treatment. If she were mine, I would cherish her like a treasure. Even a fierce tiger would not harm its cub. Such a person is unworthy of humanity, lower than a beast. Lu Yan hurriedly helped Nuan pull up her pants. The little girl deserved to retain her dignity. Nuan pushed her hand away and loosened her mother's clothing as well. Among the spectators were male customers. But at this moment, none harbored any lecherous thoughts. For Nuan's mother bore even worse injuries, with large patches of skin appearing necrotic. What a pity! Lu Yan, in tears, intervened to stop Nuan from continuing. The atmosphere was filled with cries of anguish. What kind of monster is this? How did she end up with such a husband? He must be punished. This scoundrel must die. My blade has longed for action. Some could no longer contain themselves, grabbing a knife from the side to rush forward, only to be restrained by their friends. Sighing, Yi Tian said, "All right. I promise you this. I will not allow your father to die right now. He must repay his sins slowly, but I assure you, he will never have the capacity to harm you again." Lu Yan, filled with concern, called out, "Yi Tian." She feared he might accidentally kill someone, turning the love she had just found into tears behind bars. Although Yi Tian had the system guaranteeing his safety, he did not wish to cause Lu Yan distress. He would not let the delivery guy die at his hands. Sometimes, living could be more torturous than death. Rest assured, I will not kill him. To let him die now would be too merciful. I want him to suffer eternally. With that, Yi Tian ceased any further discussion and methodically crushed the remaining limbs of the delivery guy one by one. The sounds of bone fractures echoed through the air as Fan Jinxiang cried out in despair, begging for mercy. Please, spare me. I will never dare again. I promise. If I strike them once more, I will not be human. Not a single person felt sympathy for him. Seeing the injuries on Wan and her mother rendered his words utterly untrustworthy. Whenever Yi Tian shattered one of his limbs, a fervent applause erupted from the surrounding crowd. Some timid guests dared not look, unable to fathom the brutal ferocity exhibited by this young and handsome lad. Yet, a greater number of spectators gazed upon him with eyes alight with admiration, invigorated by Yi Tian's actions against the wicked, believing that no mercy should be shown to the malevolent. In their hearts, Yi Tian had ascended to the stature of a heroic figure, performing the deeds they themselves dared not contemplate. Particularly among the women, empathy ran deep for the plight of Nan and her mother. As they witnessed Yi Tian's punishment of the scoundrel, they began to idolize him. Chapter 10. My girlfriend almost died from fright. As Fan Jinxiang realized that begging for mercy was futile, he began to vocally curse Yi Tian, hurling insults at his wife, his children, and everyone around. With a gentle flick of his finger against Fan Jinxiang's throat, Yi Tian rendered his vocal cords irreparably damaged, leaving the onlookers to see his mouth moving without a sound. With his life hanging by a thread, Yi Tian employed a healing technique to staunch the bleeding within him, maintaining a semblance of normalcy. The shattered bones, however, remained as old injuries, irreparable. After completing these actions, amidst the enthusiastic applause of the crowd, Yi Tian turned to Nan and declared, "From this moment forth, he shall be a mute cripple, unable to die or be healed, posing no further threat to you." "Thank you, brother," Nan replied, displaying a maturity beyond her years, understanding that this was already a significant improvement. As per the words of the beautiful sister nearby, had he truly killed the man, this kind-hearted brother might face imprisonment. "Don't mention it. Allow me to tend to your wounds," Yi Tian said, observing the blood seeping from the corner of Nan's mouth. As he reached out to heal her, Nan recoiled slightly, pointing to her mother and pleading, "Brother, please help my mother first. I am fine." "Very well, it won't take long. Since you are so filial, I shall assist your mother first." Yi Tian grasped Nan's mother's hand, initiating the healing process. He soon discovered that her injuries were far more severe. Her dazed appearance was due to the contusions caused by a blow to her head. Yi Tian eradicated all her injuries, and before the eyes of the gathered crowd, her wounds visibly began to vanish, the necrotic skin shedding to reveal a complexion that glowed with health. "Oh my, the bruises on her hands have disappeared," gasped one onlooker. "Look, the marks around her neck are gone. Good heavens, she has shed a layer of skin. Her complexion is so radiant. What sort of superpower is this? How extraordinary." It was at this moment that the crowd recognized Nan's mother as a beauty in her own right. Lu Yan promptly assisted her in regaining her clothing, ensuring modesty was preserved. As the bruising on her head diminished, Nan's mother slowly opened her eyes, and the air filled with rapturous applause. What has happened to me?" she exclaimed, her gaze immediately falling upon her daughter. Seeing the scars on Nan's body, tears streamed down her face. Nan, I will take you to the hospital." Nan smiled reassuringly. "Mother, I am fine. You are awake at last." Yet, she promptly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Without further ado, Yi Tian seized Nan's hand, activating his healing technique. In mere seconds, Nan was restored to health, transformed into a rosy-cheeked little girl, prompting another round of enthusiastic applause from those around them. "What?" Nan's mother gazed in disbelief at the miraculous scene before her. Yet she understood that it was this exceptionally handsome young man who had healed her daughter. Overcome with gratitude, she knelt before Yi Tian, bowing her head in thanks, with Nan following suit. "Thank you, benefactor, for saving my daughter. I owe my life to you. I will do anything you ask." "Thank you, brother, for saving my mother. Nan is also yours to command," she added earnestly. Yi Tian lifted them both and smiled at Nan's mother. "Very well, then, I have a task for you." Initially contemplating how to allocate his newfound wealth, Yi Tian's thoughts crystallized after rescuing Nan and her mother. He envisioned establishing an organization dedicated to aiding women and children suffering from domestic violence, believing that using his resources for such noble deeds would bring greater joy than frivolously spending on streamers online. The onlookers found it somewhat peculiar. Was he not merely offering polite words? Why did he seem to genuinely expect repayment? Was he truly a benevolent individual? What could she possibly do to repay him? Did he have an interest in her? Yet, he was accompanied by a girlfriend even more beautiful than she. Nan's mother looked anxiously at Yi Tian, uncertain of what he might require of her. "What would you have me do, benefactor?" With a gentle smile, Yi Tian replied earnestly. "What I ask of you is to care for Nan diligently, ensuring she grows up healthy and happy. I will cover all your living expenses, including Nan's education." Nan's mother shook her head in refusal. Thank you for your kindness, benefactor, but I can take care of Nanan myself through work. I can earn money too, brother. I cannot accept your charity, Nanan chimed in. Yi Tian affectionately ruffled Nanan's hair and explained to her mother, if you work, who will watch over Nanan? What if an unfortunate incident occurs? You must consider not only yourself, but also Nanan. Nanan's mother hesitated, unwilling to feel indebted, yet Yi Tian's words rang true. With her husband now incapacitated, the risk of Nanan encountering danger at home weighed heavily on her. Seeing her falter, Yi Tian continued to persuade her. Given your current circumstances, it will be challenging for Nanan to thrive. If you are reluctant to accept a donation, consider my funds as a loan, interest-free. You can repay me gradually once Nanan grows up and finds work. What do you think? Lu Yan, sensing the appropriateness of Yi Tian's approach, chimed in, sister. You should agree. The crowd echoed their approval, urging Nanan's mother to consent. Wiping away her tears, she finally nodded, recognizing Yi Tian's goodwill. Thank you, benefactor. I will take good care of Nanan and ensure I repay your kindness. Nanan expressed her gratitude as well. Thank you, brother. I will study hard and earn money to repay you. Seeing the mother and daughter finally acquiesce, Yi Tian felt a wave of satisfaction. Very well. Do you have a phone or bank card? I will transfer 1 million to you immediately. The crowd gasped in astonishment, realizing that he was a hidden magnate, generously offering 1 million without a second thought. Nanan's mother patted her pockets, only to discover her phone was missing. Mother, your phone was broken by father, Nanan explained. Displaying her understanding, Yi Tian inquired further, did you bring your bank card? Or at least remember your account number? Nanan's mother sheepishly replied, benefactor, I did not bring it. Nor do I recall the number. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Tian said, in that case, let me withdraw cash for you. However, carrying it may not be safe. You could be robbed on the way. Let us exchange contact information. Bring your identification and bank card to my company tomorrow. Yi Tian glanced around in search of paper and pen, and a nearby waitress promptly presented them to him. He graciously accepted and expressed his gratitude, causing the waitress to smile so widely that her eyes nearly squinted shut. Nuan's mother nodded appreciatively and inquired, thank you, kind benefactor. May I ask your esteemed surname? I am Yi Tian, the newly appointed chairman of Tianjin Company. And you? Tianjin Company? The onlookers were taken aback. As a renowned local enterprise, most had heard of Tianjin Company, an esteemed establishment that many aspired to join, known for its exceptional benefits and lucrative remuneration. It operated within the high-tech industry, specializing in cutting-edge materials, nanotechnology, and exoskeleton armor, catering to state-level aerospace and military units, effectively printing money and profits. The handsome gentleman before them was indeed the chairman. No wonder he exuded such affluence. The women in the crowd were captivated, their eyes sparkling with admiration. With his striking looks, wealth, successful career, formidable prowess, and compassionate nature, was there a man more perfect than he? Lu Yin was equally exhilarated. She had only heard Yi Tian mention receiving a company, never imagining it could be Tianjin. The thought of Yi Tian becoming chairman of such a prestigious company left her dizzy, nearly causing her to faint from the overwhelming excitement. If he had not been there, the consequences could have been dire. Yi Tian noticed Lu Yin swooning and swiftly caught her, employing his healing abilities to assess and treat her. He discovered her excitement had caused a spike in blood pressure, leading to a cerebral incident. Had he not been present, she might have suffered a severe stroke or worse. Fortunately, his healing skill restored her to normalcy within moments. Lu Yin, believing she was simply experiencing mild dizziness from anemia, remained oblivious to how close she had come to a grave fate. Grasping Yi Tian's hand, she exclaimed, wow, so you've become a big boss. No wonder today feels different. Calm down. Take your time to adjust, Yi Tian reassured her, patting her shoulder. In Chapter 11, the ability to heal, was it a superpower? Nuan's mother was so astounded that she contemplated returning home to offer incense to the Buddha, marveling at her fortuitous encounter with such a benefactor. Thank you, Mr. Yi. My name is Hong Yan. Upon learning her name, Yi Tian promptly called Chun Hao to inform him that a woman named Hong Yan would be visiting the company the following morning, instructing him to escort her to his office upon arrival. The crowd applauded Yi Tian's decisive actions, realizing that he was not merely making empty promises. He was genuinely taking responsibility. Everyone felt elated for Nuan and her mother, who were overwhelmed with emotion, their hardships finally coming to an end. The onlookers buzzed with excitement, many recording the moment on their phones. Once matters had settled, Yi Tian surveyed the chaotic scene and called out, "Manager, could you come here for a moment?" The manager approached, anxious and uncertain about the reason for Yi Tian's summons. From their earlier conversation, he had gleaned that this not only handsome but evidently formidable man was the chairman of Tianjin Company, a significant figure dining in his modest establishment. "Mr. Yi, how may I assist you?" Yi Tian nodded apologetically, saying, I sincerely apologize for the disorder caused in your establishment. Please calculate the damage, and I will compensate you immediately. The manager was taken aback. He had resigned himself to bad luck, but never expected compensation. However, he felt guilty about placing the financial burden on Tian for the actions of the troublemaker. Well, that should be the responsibility of the man causing the ruckus. Tian was equally surprised. Typically, in such situations, the establishment would hold the instigator accountable. You are quite the decent person, but clearly, he is unable to compensate. I shall cover the costs. But that is no small amount, Mr. Yi. Are you certain? The manager sought confirmation once more. Tian confidently replied, of course. Do not worry about my ability to pay, but do not mistake me for a fool, or the consequences may fall on the gentleman lying on the floor. The manager shivered at the thought, hastily shaking his head. I wouldn't dare. I will calculate it right away. Tian glanced at the surrounding patrons and added, additionally, we have disrupted the dining experience of the other guests. To express my apologies, I will cover the bills for all customers today. Please include that in your calculation. Really? The manager was incredulous, and so were the other diners. Tian nodded, smiling, indeed. The manager bowed deeply in gratitude. On behalf of the guests, thank you, Mr. Yi. The patrons erupted into applause, praising Tian. Lu Yin felt a surge of sweetness in her heart. The man she admired was not only handsome and wealthy, but also compassionate and generous. Her pride radiated. The manager calculated the bill, Mr. Yi. The total comes to approximately 68,000. I will absorb some of the costs, so if you could provide 50,000, that would suffice. Tian was taken aback by the manager's integrity. All right. Can I pay via QR code? Certainly. The manager quickly presented his payment interface. Tian promptly completed the transaction. The cashier announced over the intercom that 110,000 had been deposited, startling her into a sprint towards the manager. Manager, we've just received 110,000. The manager hastily reminded Tian, Mr. Yi, it's 50,000, not 110,000. I will refund the difference immediately. Tian waved his hand dismissively, smiling. No, the 100,000 is for you. I appreciate your hospitality. Consider the additional 10,000 a token of goodwill. If you have cash, please give it to Wan's mother, and I'll save myself a trip to the bank. The manager was elated. He had initially hoped to resolve the situation amicably and absorb a small loss. Given Tian's formidable prowess, he preferred to appease him rather than risk his ire. To his astonishment, Tian had generously increased the amount, turning what could have been a minor loss into a significant gain. He nearly wished that Tian would come to his establishment to resolve disputes every day. Thank you so much, Mr. Yi. I have cash and will retrieve it immediately. The manager hurriedly produced 10,000 in cash for Wan's mother, who could only express her gratitude, speechless. Tian, sensing her hesitation to accept, solemnly remarked, this is a loan. Remember to repay me when Wan grows up. Don't forget. Everyone understood that his words were a playful guise of generosity, and they applauded once more. The manager, deeply moved by the scene, thanked Tian and addressed the surrounding crowd. Dear guests, Mr. Yi has graciously covered the expenses for today's lunch, and as a token of his apology, you may collect a small receipt at the front desk. If you wish, you can return this evening and enjoy another complimentary meal. The surrounding patrons erupted in applause, reveling in the joyous atmosphere. Mr. Ye's generosity and the manager's acumen for business created an enchanting experience for all, leaving the guests feeling that this meal was truly worth every penny. Wow, what a bargain! They exclaimed. Indeed, Mr. Yi is quite affluent, readily dispensing tens of thousands. The manager's business savvy was commendable. I shall certainly return to this establishment. Mr. Yi is not only handsome and skilled, but also wealthy, kind-hearted, and magnanimous, truly the epitome of perfection. Quick, wipe away the drool before it spills. Do not entertain such thoughts. Have you not seen the enchanting lady by his side, far surpassing your looks? Seeing the satisfaction among the crowd, Tian inquired of the manager, by the way, were there not several staff members injured during the altercation? Please summon them. I shall attend to their wounds. Really? That would be immensely appreciated. The manager quickly called over the injured staff, and Tian efficiently treated their ailments in mere moments. Two of the attendants suddenly knelt before him, exclaiming, Please, Mr. Yi, accept us as your disciples. We yearn to learn martial arts. Tian chuckled awkwardly and replied, this ability came to me through serendipity. It is not something that can be replicated, so I cannot teach. Upon hearing his explanation, the two attendants stood up, disappointed but understanding. They had acted on impulse and chose not to pursue further. Curiosity piqued among the crowd. One patron asked Tian, Mr. Yi, is your healing ability a superpower? Tian smiled and clarified, this is not a superpower. It is internal energy, which serves to invigorate blood flow, stop bleeding, promote healing, and clear meridians. It cannot remedy every ailment. With the backing of the system's capabilities, the audience accepted his words, averting any potential for him to be subjected to experimental scrutiny. Just as the revelry continued, 2 security personnel finally arrived. Who called the police? Chapter 12. A wry smile as Tian attracts attention. The manager hurried forward to greet them. Officers, I am the manager here. I was the one who reported the incident. Could you please clarify the situation? Well, it seems there was a disturbance in the establishment where some patrons were assaulted and verbally abused, resulting in injuries to several of my staff. Fortunately, a brave guest intervened and subdued the perpetrator. All is now well. The manager, aiming to downplay the incident, recounted the events with a light touch. However, the security personnel were not inclined to treat the matter so lightly. If they had been called out, they needed to investigate thoroughly. All is well. Where's the troublemaker? The individual lying on the floor is he, the manager pointed out. The security officers gasped as they beheld the sorry state of the man, his limbs twisted and limp, clearly indicating severe injury. Who inflicted such harm? I did. Tian stepped forward. The officers scrutinized his physique, casting doubt. You did this? You hardly seem capable. I possess some martial skills, which may have resulted in a heavier hand than intended. Upon hearing Tian's explanation, one officer waved his hand. In that case, please accompany us to the security office for further questioning. Officers, if no one is pursuing the matter, surely we can resolve this on-site? Tian proposed. Not wishing to be taken away, he understood that the officers also preferred to minimize the situation, resolving it amicably if possible. The officers glanced at the groaning figure of Fan Jinxiang on the ground and retorted, that is indeed a consideration, but given his injuries, it would be unreasonable not to pursue the matter. At this moment, Nuan's mother rushed forward, exclaiming, Officers, this man on the ground is my husband. I do not wish to pursue any charges. What is happening here? The officers were taken aback. How could a spouse not wish to press charges after such an assault? Observing the unfolding drama, nearby patrons voiced their discontent, questioning why the security had come to apprehend Mr. Yi instead of the actual assailant. Officers, this man is the true villain. He nearly harmed his own wife and child. And we owe Mr. Yi our gratitude for his bravery. Indeed, you should have witnessed how brutally he struck his wife. I wished I could have dealt with him myself. Had it not been for Mr. Ye's intervention, this lady and her child might have faced dire consequences. The officers, unable to disregard the stark reality, were compelled to act against the real offender. The 2 security personnel, sweating under the pressure of the crowd's insistence, hastily clarified, Everyone, please allow us to explain. This is merely routine questioning. We harbor no ulterior motives. Amidst the patrons' indignation, the incident ultimately faded away without further consequence. Tian agreed to cover the medical expenses for the delivery man and compensated the restaurant for its losses, with the victim's family not pursuing charges. There was no need for further investigation. Where's the patient? At that moment, medical personnel entered the establishment, hastily searching for the injured individual. Upon spotting Fan Jinxiang on the ground, they rushed over to assess him, muttering, Isn't this a little girl? How did it become a man? This is a fracture. How could it be so shattered? A cacophony of voices erupted as the onlookers explained the sequence of events, and fortuitously, the doctor had a vehicle available to transport the injured man to the hospital. Nuan and her mother accompanied him to facilitate the admission process, ensuring he did not linger in the restaurant and disrupt business. The manager offered Tian a new table, allowing them to continue their meal while the area was cordoned off for cleaning. Many of the female patrons within the restaurant began snapping photographs of Tian. Captivated by his striking looks, he was indeed a formidable presence among women. Some boyfriends and husbands, witnessing the scene, turned green with envy, musing, Why take a picture if you're going to turn it into a screensaver? What does that imply? They felt a tinge of jealousy creeping in. However, they dared not speak ill of Tian, for the sight of the delivery man's battered state made it clear what fate awaited any who dared confront him, leaving them to quietly consume their meals instead. Numerous bold women approached Tian, unabashedly flirting despite the presence of Lu Yin by his side. Mr. Yi, you are so handsome. May we become friends? Mr. Yi, could you teach me martial arts? Mr. Yi, let us connect on WeChat. Mr. Yi, here is my number. I am at your beck and call. Mr. Yi, may I be your girlfriend? I apologize, but I already have a girlfriend, Tian replied, wrapping his arm around Lu Yin and planting a kiss on her cheek to assert his commitment. Seeing no hope, the women sighed and dispersed. Lu Yin beamed at the spectacle, thrilled to see her chosen partner so admired. As for those women, there was no cause for concern. Tian was not easily swayed. Or else she would have succeeded long ago. After a brief conversation, Lu Yin suddenly inquired, It has been quite a while. Why hasn't Lin Yi arrived yet? Yi Tian calculated the time and realized she should have already arrived. Was she perhaps lost? Why not call her and inquire about her whereabouts? We can go pick her up and dine elsewhere. Sure thing. Lu Yin began dialing, but after one ring, there was no answer. She tried again, and this time, someone finally picked up. Yet, the voice that greeted her was not Lin Yi's, but a stranger's. I am currently in the emergency department of Jiangnan City People's Hospital. Are you a friend or a family member of the patient? Lu Yin paused momentarily, her voice trembling with anxiety as she inquired, what has happened to Lin Yi? She is my classmate, came the reply. The patient was brought in by a taxi driver who reported that she had suddenly fallen ill, her body cold and convulsing, unresponsive. We are currently administering emergency treatment. If possible, could you please notify her family? We will be there shortly. Lu Yin hung up the phone, her heart racing as she stood up and pulled Yi Tian along. Yi Tian, hurry, we must go to the People's Hospital. Yi Tian felt somewhat bewildered. Could it be that Lin Yi had been in an accident? What happened? Lu Yin explained. Lin Yi suddenly fell ill and was rushed to the People's Hospital by a taxi driver. We need to get there quickly. Observing Lu Yin's distress, Yi Tian gently patted her shoulder in reassurance. All right, don't panic. Perhaps I can help her. I'll call for a driver now. Okay. Just as Yi Tian was about to make the call, a striking woman in her mid-20s caught his attention. She had initially approached him to request his WeChat, but was turned down. Now, seizing the opportunity, she thought that assisting Yi Tian might lead to a more favorable outcome in the future. She graciously offered, Mr. Yi, if you don't mind, I could give you a ride. It's rush hour, and your driver might take a long time to arrive. This caught Yi Tian off guard, but Lu Yin, in her urgency, bowed to the beautiful woman, saying, thank you, that would be a great help. We will pay you. Seeing that Yi Tian's girlfriend had consented, the woman beamed, her eyes narrowing with delight at her small triumph. It's my pleasure to assist. It brings me joy to be of service to a hero like you, Mr. Yi. To save time, Yi Tian nodded in agreement. All right then, we appreciate your kindness. Chapter 13, The Agony of Newton's Lightness. Throughout the journey, the attractive woman was quite talkative, eagerly introducing herself. My name is Li Yu. I'm 25 years old, and I have established 3 chain beauty salons in the city. I've achieved a modest degree of financial success. With her polished appearance and captivating figure, coupled with her gentle demeanor, even Lu Yin found herself increasingly fond of her. Lu Yin admired Li Yu's exquisite features and enviable physique, genuinely complimenting her. So you are the owner of the beauty salon. No wonder you look so splendid. Li Yu, pleased by the compliment, seized the opportunity to entice. Really? If you ever have the chance, Miss Lu, you are welcome to visit my salon. I can offer you a 50% discount. She understood that to get closer to Yi Tian, winning over his girlfriend was essential. Thank you, Ms. Li. I will definitely pay a visit. Lu Yin thought to herself, given Yi Tian's exceptional qualities, she needed to take better care of herself to avoid losing him to another woman. Li Yu, exuberant and skilled at driving, navigated swiftly until they reached the hospital entrance. A throng of people had gathered outside, seemingly drawn by some commotion. Unable to enter, Li Yu parked by the roadside, letting Yi Tian and Lu Yin disembark while she sought a place to park. With a smile, she successfully added Yi Tian on WeChat, and he mentioned that they would invite her for a meal as a gesture of gratitude when they had the chance. As Li Yu watched Yi Tian and Lu Yin hastily make their way into the hospital, she hummed a tune while driving away. Knowing that now was not the time to follow them, she had secured their contact information and would have ample opportunities in the future. Upon entering the hospital, Yi Tian and Lu Yin discovered the cause of the crowd's interest. A large gathering had formed at the base of the 20-story building, all eyes directed upward. A patient, in a moment of despair, was preparing to leap from the rooftop. Although someone had called the police, security and rescue personnel had yet to arrive. The onlookers murmured their thoughts. Another despairing soul. What fear does one have of death when life becomes unbearable? Perhaps they can no longer afford treatment? Maybe they are suffering so much that death seems more comfortable than living. Then why don't you take the leap? One individual retorted. I believe I still have a chance for salvation. On the rooftop, Xia Shui stood clad in a patient gown at the edge, silently gazing into the distance. The wind tousled her hair, but it had been shorn away due to chemotherapy. Her pale yet delicate face turned to glance at her mother, Ma Dongmei, who was desperately pleading with her from several meters away. Xiao Shui, please come down. Your mother cannot bear to lose you. Your illness can be treated. The doctors have found a suitable bone marrow match. Xiao Shui, can you bear to see your parents in pain? Meanwhile, a nearby security guard, seizing the moment while Ma Dongmei was distracted, stealthily approached Xia Shui. As she listened to her mother's heartfelt pleas, tears streamed down her face, and she whispered, I am an unfilial daughter. If there is a next life, I will repay you. With that, she leaned forward, arms outstretched, and jumped from the building. At just 16, Xia Shui had spent 3 years bedridden due to leukemia. Once part of a well-off family, her father had shut down the business, sold their car and home, and now drove a taxi just to cover her medical expenses. As her condition worsened, her voice had nearly failed her, and she coughed up blood daily. Unable to swallow anything, her will to live extinguished by the relentless grip of her illness. Today, she finally broke down, feeling that life held no further meaning. While her mother was momentarily preoccupied, she had stealthily climbed to the rooftop, which, inexplicably, had not been locked. No, Ma Dongmei cried, her eyes red from tears as she staggered towards her daughter. The security guard, who had been close to intervening, sighed and rushed forward as well. The crowd below erupted into chaos. Oh my God, she really jumped. It seemed she was serious about ending her life. If she merely sought help, she would have waited for security to arrive. Such a tragedy, and she was so young. I wish I could fly. I could save her. Dream on. Yi Tian and Lu Yen looked up, and with Yi Tian's extraordinary eyesight, he clearly saw a young girl with a shaved head poised to leap from the rooftop. How could someone so young consider suicide? It appeared she was still just a child. Oh no, she's jumping. At that moment, Yi Tian's heart raced as he thought, I must save her. He didn't have time to contemplate how. However, the system had already devised a plan. Ding. You have acquired the skill of lightness technique, ascending the clouds. Instantaneously, Yi Tian's consciousness was drawn into the system space, where he received the information on the lightness technique. It was a legendary skill, allowing one to step upon the air, effortlessly ascending with each stride. The system provided an even higher level technique, enabling him to traverse the air as if walking on solid ground. Yi Tian assimilated the technique's knowledge and was abruptly returned to reality. With his internal energy activated, he leaped into the air at breakneck speed, bypassing the crowd, and began to run towards the spot where Xia Shui would land. Stepping upon the air as if it were solid ground, the system guided him with precision, as though providing targeting assistance, ensuring he could catch her accurately. Hospitals have always been bustling places, and now, at least 1,000 onlookers gathered to witness the spectacle. As Yi Tian soared into the air, everyone was taken aback. What just flew by? Good heavens, that person can fly. No, it seems he is running on air. What the heck is going on? Is this a movie? Where's the wire? Filming my foot. Just as thoughts raced, in the blink of an eye, Yi Tian caught Xia Shui and twirled gracefully before descending. Instead of the anticipated jarring impact, Xia Shui felt as if she had landed on a pile of cotton. Upon opening her eyes, she realized that an exceptionally handsome young man was cradling her as they descended. When did this brother appear? Why is he holding me? How can he fly? Xia Shui noticed the extraordinary softness of Yi Tian's embrace, a result of his internal energy absorbing the impact of her fall. The crowd below erupted in screams. Oh, he caught her. Oh my, she fell from such a height, holding on to someone. She should be dead, or at least severely injured. May the Bodhisattva protect them. Let them be safe. Amidst the astonished exclamations, as Yi Tian held Xia Shui, he planted a foot against the air just before landing, dissipating all the impact through the atmosphere, and gently touched down on the ground. A shockwave rippled outward, causing the front row of spectators to feel a gust of wind and instinctively take a few steps back, only to be halted by those behind them. Applause erupted. Although the onlookers were bewildered by the appearance of this superhero-like figure, they did not hesitate to celebrate the little girl's rescue. Yi Tian glanced at the girl in his arms, finding her quite endearing, resembling a young nun. He curiously inquired, at such a tender age, why harbor such despair? If you're ill, seek treatment. If funds are insufficient, I can lend you some. Chapter 14, 1/3 of the 9 Yang Divine Art. Xia Shui discerned Yi Tian's goodwill and, with tears welling in her eyes, spoke in a hoarse voice. Thank you, brother, but there's no need to waste money. I have leukemia, and it cannot be cured. Leukemia? Let me see. As Yi Tian held her, the healing technique activated, instantly revealing the state of Xia Shui's body: bone marrow dysfunction, weakened immunity, and excessive internal heat and toxins. These ailments fell within the treatment's purview, as the healing technique primarily focuses on regulating qi and blood to heal. In mere moments, Xia Shui's health was restored. She felt a warm current flowing from Yi Tian's hands into her body, invigorating her. Her sore throat and the pain in her muscles and joints vanished entirely. What? She was at a loss for words. Yi Tian playfully brushed her nose and smiled. All right, I've cured your illness. If you're still concerned, you can get checked again. I must be on my way. Life is precious. Don't give up easily. Having said that, Yi Tian briskly made his way toward Lu Yen, eager to visit Lin Yi. Thank you, divine brother. Xia Shui, still grappling with her newfound reality, knelt down, calling out her gratitude to Yi Tian's receding figure. Unsure of how to address him, she felt that his miraculous abilities could easily be likened to those of a deity. Without looking back, Yi Tian simply waved his hand and dashed into the hospital with Lu Yin. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. What just happened? They wanted to stop Yi Tian and inquire further, but as they watched him vanish in an instant, they turned their attention to Xia Shui, bombarding her with questions. Ma Dongmei and those on the rooftop preparing for a rescue descended in the elevator. She rushed to Xia Shui's side and embraced her daughter, sobbing. Xiao Shui, why were you so foolish? Don't leave me. We will continue treatment, and we will find a cure. Xia Shui, in a daze, replied, Mom. I think my illness is gone. Ma Dongmei assumed her daughter was merely rambling in shock and replied, Yes, your illness is gone. Mom, I'm serious. That divine brother just cured me. Suddenly, Xia Shui felt an itch on her scalp. She scratched it and froze in disbelief. Short hairs were sprouting from her head. Mom, please check if my hair is growing back. Ma Dongmei peered closely, as if witnessing a ghost, astonished to see her daughter's hair indeed sprouting. How could this be? When she had rushed to the balcony, she had missed the moment Yi Tian took flight to rescue her daughter. Now her mind raced, struggling to comprehend how her daughter had leapt from such a height unscathed. In disbelief, she exclaimed, Good heavens, Xiao Shui, how did you survive such a high jump? And what is this about your hair? The crowd buzzed with curiosity, chattering amongst themselves. Didn't you see? A flying handsome guy just saved your daughter. Indeed. What kind of illness did your daughter have that led her to such despair? Ma Dongmei stammered. My daughter has terminal leukemia. Could it be that there truly are deities? My daughter not only jumped down unharmed, but now her hair is growing back. Leukemia? The crowd finally understood, realizing why she had been bald at such a young age. Her hair is growing back. Upon closer inspection, they saw indeed a fine layer of short hair sprouting from her formerly bald head. This is utterly miraculous. Xia Shui, exhilarated by her newfound life, grasped Ma Dongmei's hand and urged, Mom. The divine brother said he has cured me. We must go get tested. In this godless society, the sudden appearance of a handsome man who could fly and cure ailments could easily be deemed miraculous. Several doctors who had come to witness the event were equally intrigued and quickly escorted them for testing, followed by a throng of onlookers all the way to the testing department. A nurse drew a vial of blood from Xia Shui for expedited testing, with doctors urging her on, and within 10 minutes, the results were in. Xia Shui's blood test came back completely normal. She no longer had leukemia. Can we check again? The doctor asked, astonished by the unbelievable results. Xia Shui nodded, braving another blood draw for testing, which once again revealed that she was entirely healthy. The crowd erupted in excitement. This was a miracle in medical history. In merely a brief encounter, a terminal leukemia patient had been cured, completely defying all conventional wisdom. How could they have not stopped that living deity? Perhaps they could have sought the secret to eternal life. Ma Dongmei urgently pulled the doctors aside, pleading, Doctors, please help me find this divine being. I wish to express my gratitude in person. The doctors nodded. Of course, we would also like to meet him. Meanwhile, Yi Tian and Lu Yin had already entered the ward. After a frantic effort, the doctors determined that there was nothing more they could do for Lin Yi. Her body was eerily cold, her heartbeat barely registering, resembling a state of hibernation. Even the foredrip struggled to deliver its contents. So they had no choice but to remove it and let her rest quietly. Lu Yin grasped the doctor's hand, asking, Doctor, what is wrong with my friend? The doctor replied uncertainly, This affliction bears a resemblance to a myotrophic lateral sclerosis, yet the sudden severity of this case is unprecedented. We find ourselves at a loss for effective remedies. Should you be aware of any superior physicians, I would recommend seeking a transfer. Lu Yin gasped in shock. How could this happen? Yi Tian gently patted Lu Yan's shoulder in a comforting gesture. Do not panic. Allow me to take a look. The doctor, intrigued, inquired, Sir, are you knowledgeable in the medical arts? Yi Tian shook his head. I possess no medical expertise, but I am proficient in martial arts. My internal energy has proven effective in treating certain ailments. My apologies. I did not realize you were a martial arts master. Please, do give it a try. The doctor responded, somewhat impressed, stepping aside to observe. Yi Tian settled beside the patient, gazing upon Lin Yi's delicate visage, which appeared to be shrouded in a layer of frost, her complexion pale to the point of a bluish hue. He grasped Lin Yi's hand, which felt as cold as ice to the touch. As he initiated the healing technique, his internal energy surged into Lin Yi's body, yet it was inexplicably halted before reaching her shoulders, as if frozen. This was the first time he had encountered such an anomaly. What was he to do? Just then, a notification from the system appeared. Ding. The host has acquired 1/3 of the 9 Yang Divine Skill. System, what does 1/3 of the 9 Yang Divine Skill entail? I have never even heard of such a technique, he queried. Host, Lin Yi possesses the rare constitution of the 3 Yin Absolute Pulse. Only the most yang and vigorous internal energy can dispel the cold Yin energy within her. The 9-yang skill is excessive, 1/3 suffices. As 3-yang powers will be adequate. Tian felt a vain throb on his forehead. System, you are being excessively frugal. Thank you for the compliment. With 3-yang powers, can I heal her adequately? You can temporarily heal her. Each treatment will restore her to normal for 3 days. A complete cure requires back-to-back internal energy transmission during her episode, necessitating 7 treatments for full recovery. Back-to-back internal energy transmission? Is this not a cliché from a martial arts novel? Why does the system also endorse such a notion? Tian pondered aloud. Good heavens, system, you are all-powerful. Could you not heal her in one go? To his surprise, the system did not comply, offering an unexpected rationale instead. You must trust the system. The solutions provided are advantageous for the host, aligning with your subconscious desires. Tian was taken aback. Is it possible that my subconscious wishes for this? How could I be unaware? I surely cannot be that despicable. Perhaps you could amend your approach? The system's decision was immutable. Faced with the system's uncommon obstinacy, Tian felt at a loss. Back-to-back energy transmission seemed absurd. Nevertheless, he decided to set aside his thoughts and focus on temporarily healing Lin Yi. Chapter 15. The marvelous and omnipotent internal energy, the 3-yang powers and healing technique harmoniously intertwined. The vigorous internal energy seamlessly coursed into Lin Yi's body, gradually dissolving the cold, yin energy. Lu Yin and the doctor, standing beside Tian, sensed a sudden rise in his body temperature, steam beginning to emanate from his head. The room felt akin to a heated sauna, the temperature soaring rapidly. The doctor, curious, picked up a thermometer and directed it toward Tian, only for the screen to flash red, the alarm blaring, indicating it was beyond measurable limits. What kind of martial arts is this? At that moment, a throng of individuals, guided by other physicians, rushed toward the ward. The lead doctor opened the door, intending to speak, but was hushed by the doctor inside, signaling for silence. Lu Yin swiftly stepped forward to block the crowd, whispering, "Quiet, do not disturb my boyfriend while he treats the patient." The onlookers, initially drawn by the prospect of witnessing a miracle, complied and hushed, though they pressed closer, eager to observe the miraculous healing. The external physician, feeling the heat radiating from the room, likened it to a steel mill, leaned in to whisper to the doctor, "Could we turn off the air conditioning? It's unbearably hot." The doctor replied softly, "It is not the air conditioning. It is the heat emanating from that individual." Goodness, what temperature must that be? Unknown. The thermometer has exceeded its measuring capacity. The crowd, akin to curious children, watched intently, recording the spectacle. Earlier, when Tian had soared to save a person, everyone had witnessed it. Subsequently, his miraculous healing of Xia Shui's leukemia further solidified his reputation as a miracle worker. Those with keen hearing caught snippets of the doctor's whispered remarks, marveling at the extraordinary warmth enveloping the room, each one expressing their astonishment. Lu Yin watched Tian with a hint of concern. The duration of this treatment was concerning, indicating the severity of Lin Yi's condition. Earlier, Tian had mentioned that he had cured a little girl suffering from leukemia in mere seconds. Lin Yi, in her state of unconsciousness, felt as though she were encased in ice, unable to move or cry out. Her thoughts seemed to slow, leaving her in a haze of confusion regarding her predicament and the uncertain duration of her suffering. Gradually, she sensed a rise in temperature, as if the ice encasing her were melting. Am I experiencing another episode? She wondered, perplexed. Strangely, why do I feel warmth today? With Tian's treatment, Lin Yi felt increasingly warm, her once frozen body beginning to soften, her mind growing clearer. Is someone saving me? This feels so comforting, so warm. How long has it been since I felt this way? Ever since her condition had manifested, her existence had been defined by coldness, even requiring heating in the height of summer. The treatment lasted a full 3 minutes before Lin Yi opened her eyes and beheld Tian's smiling face before her. Tian, what are you doing here? Lin Yi noticed Tian seemed more handsome, perhaps due to her prolonged absence from him. Tian released Lin Yi's hand, chuckling. "Ah, you have finally awakened. Upon hearing of your illness, Lu Yin and I rushed over." Lu Yin, upon seeing Lin Yi awake, dashed over in delight. "Lin Yi, you are finally awake. I was so worried. I apologize for causing you concern," Lin Yi replied, still unaware that Tian had been the one to save her, believing instead that he and Lu Yin had merely come to visit. At this juncture, the doctor approached, feeling as though his understanding of the world was being profoundly altered. What physician of his age had not read a few martial arts novels? Tian's method of treatment was unmistakably the use of yang internal energy to dispel the cold yin energy. He found himself yearning to kneel and pay homage to Tian as his master, yet his professional ethics compelled him first to ascertain the patient's safety. With utmost respect, he inquired, "Sir, may I examine the patient?" "Very well," Tian replied, nodding and stepping aside. After a thorough examination, the doctor confirmed Lin Yi's temperature was normal and all vital signs were stable. He then summoned a nurse to draw a blood sample for immediate testing. Meanwhile, Xia Shui and her mother had managed to squeeze their way to the front, dropping to their knees in gratitude. Thank you, divine being, for saving my daughter. Thank you, divine brother, for rescuing me. Yi Tian sensed an ominous foreboding. In his eagerness to see Lin Yi, he had not considered the astonishing spectacle of soaring through the air using his lightness skill, nor the miraculous healing of leukemia he had performed. Now, upon hearing Xia Shui and her mother refer to him as a deity, his heart sank. He felt a profound unease. This was dire. He might very well be subjected to dissection for research purposes. If he wished to avoid such a fate, he would have to flee, thus becoming an adversary of the world. In a state of anxiety, he mentally queried the system. System, they regard me as a deity, surely. I won't be taken for dissection, will I? Am I destined to tread the path of enmity against the world? The system offered reassurance. Host, you are overthinking. With this system present, no one will entertain thoughts of dissecting you. They will accept your extraordinary abilities as mere internal energy healing. Just state the truth, and all shall be well. Very well, system, you are indeed remarkable, Yi Tian responded. He marveled at the formidable capabilities of his system. He then assisted the two women to their feet and candidly explained, I am not a deity. Your illness was cured through my internal energy. This is martial arts, not sorcery. Deities do not exist in this world. Please, trust in science, not sorcery. Onlookers exchanged perplexed glances. Internal energy was indeed associated with martial arts, was it not? Could it truly heal ailments? The crux of the matter was that internal energy enabled flight and the healing of leukemia. How did that differ from sorcery? In this age, people were solely focused on results, indifferent to nomenclature. Yi Tian gazed at Xia Shui, who, now in good health, remained remarkably beautiful. He inquired with genuine concern, have you undergone an examination? What were the results? Xia Shui nodded vigorously, her smile illuminating her face as she pointed to the fine strands of hair sprouting atop her head. Brother, I have been examined, and I am completely recovered. There is not a trace of illness. Look, my hair is starting to grow. Ah, recovery is splendid. You are so beautiful. Once your hair grows longer, you shall be even more enchanting. Yi Tian gently ruffled her newly sprouted hair, which felt delightful to the touch. Xia Shui experienced a tingling sensation on her scalp, playfully nudging upwards like a curious kitten, relishing the delightful feeling. Chapter 16. I abhor moral coercion. Lin Yi observed the scene with curiosity and inquired of Lu Yin, what is happening here? Lu Yin patiently elucidated. You may not be aware, but Yi Tian has encountered a master who imparted martial skills to him. He is no longer an ordinary person. The girl he just saved was a leukemia patient who attempted to leap from a building, and you are also one of his rescues. Realization dawned upon Lin Yi. It was Yi Tian who had saved her. I too. No wonder I felt a warm sensation throughout my body. Was it Yi Tian who rescued me? Indeed. Your condition was quite severe. This was the first time I witnessed Yi Tian take several minutes to heal someone. The entire room felt as if it were ablaze. Grateful for Lu Yan's explanation, Lin Yi expressed her heartfelt thanks to Yi Tian, astonished at how remarkably he had transformed, possessing such extraordinary martial prowess. Yi Tian, thank you. Yi Tian chuckled. Oh, we are merely old classmates. No need for such formalities. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside, accompanied by loud shouts of make way, make way. A throng of individuals surged in, varied in age and gender, who promptly began beseeching him. Divine healer, master, please, I implore you to save my son, daughter, husband, or wife. They too suffer from leukemia. Yi Tian fell silent. Trouble was brewing. 1 or 2 patients were manageable, but what if the entire world's sick sought his aid? Should he treat them, or not? Truth be told, Yi Tian had no desire to be a saint. He wished to aid those he could help. But if others sought his assistance, he was not obligated to comply. Otherwise, he would be rendered idle, merely healing the sick daily. While healers often sought monetary gain, he had no such need. The system provided him with all he required. As for fame, he had no desire for that either. To sacrifice his normal life for the sake of reputation was futile. What purpose did fame serve? He shook his head at the crowd before him, questioning. May I ask why you believe I should assist your family members in their healing? The relatives of the patients responded, I just heard that you possess miraculous abilities to heal. I can pay you. Yes, divine healer, how much do you require? I will borrow money if necessary. My family is destitute. Divine healer, could you find it in your heart to help my wife? Yi Tian shook his head. I lack for nothing. If I were to assist you solely because I possess the ability, would that mean I must heal every afflicted individual in the world? The crowd fell into a contemplative silence before one individual queried, if you have the ability, why not? Is it not said that with great power comes great responsibility? Yi Tian, noticing the speaker wore glasses and bore a scholarly demeanor, retorted, if you possess wealth, must you distribute it to those poorer than yourself? The bespectacled man countered. That is entirely different. This is a matter of life and death. Are you truly willing to watch them perish? Yi Tian chuckled dryly. Are you employing double standards? If I were truly indifferent to suffering, I would not have saved that little girl. The bespectacled man continued. They have come here. For you. It would merely require a gesture. Why not heal them? Yi Tian found the reasoning increasingly bizarre. You believe that just because they arrive, I am obligated to heal them? What would happen if they intruded upon my home? Should I then be compelled to offer them a meal? The man, taken aback by Yi Tian's rebuttal, struggled for words and began to sputter. You truly possess such a cold heart, watching them die before your eyes? The heavens granted you this ability. What a travesty. Yi Tian, disgusted by the man's growing arrogance, scornfully replied, Are you deranged? I absolutely detest moral coercion. I will save those I choose to save. If I do not wish to assist someone, I shall not. It is as simple as that. The bespectacled man, seeing Yi Tian unwavering, scoffed and attempted to rally others against him. Look at him. To abandon those in need. Is he not despicable? Smack. Yi Tian delivered a resounding slap, sending the man sprawling to the ground, his face swelling but his teeth intact. You dare strike me? I shall call the authorities. Yi Tian responded with another slap, initiating his healing technique to mend the man's injuries. Are you not well? Did I truly harm you? The man gingerly touched his face, realizing he was indeed unharmed. Left speechless. Crack. My leg. Seizing the moment while the man was distracted, Yi Tian delivered a swift kick, breaking his leg, causing him to writhe in agony on the ground. Yi Tian, with an air of indifference, placed his hand on the man's leg, healing it once more. Do you still wish to insult me? I could continue this indefinitely, and you would remain unscathed. Is this not a display of compassion? Seeing you injured, I promptly healed you. The bespectacled man, caught between fear and fury, trembled uncontrollably, yet could not refrain from cursing Yi Tian. You monster! Smack! Another resounding slap followed, accompanied by a flurry of punches and kicks. 1 minute later, I yield. The man was thoroughly subdued by Yi Tian's display of strength. Yi Tian turned his attention to the others, some still recording the spectacle on their phones. He too retrieved his phone, capturing images of them, and smiled. You few who are recording a video, I have captured your likeness, and it would be effortless to uncover your identities. Should I come across your footage online? This is but a mere warning. Do not misconstrue it, for I am threatening you. The individuals behind the camera were so frightened that their legs turned to jelly, prompting them to hastily delete the video. They dared not gamble on whether Yi Tian would discover them. Witnessing his earlier confrontation, one could surmise that even if he were to inflict grievous harm, there would be no evidence of injury. Without a medical report, how could one pursue legal action? Hero, I shall delete it immediately. I will not release it, they stammered. Yi Tian observed their trembling hands as they deleted the videos and photos, gesturing towards the exit. He remarked, You may leave. Do you think I am inviting you to dine with me? The onlookers, deflated, turned to depart, having been intimidated by Yi Tian. He was neither wholly malevolent nor benevolent, but rather a capricious figure, embodying both virtue and vice. Such unpredictability is the most fearsome trait. One cannot bind him with morality. And his martial prowess is equally terrifying, capable of inflicting near-fatal injuries, yet also possessing the ability to heal. No one could contend with him. Yi Tian noticed a few individuals approaching him for treatment, and, after a brief moment of contemplation, called out, Hold on, those seeking treatment may remain. The group halted, incredulous. And one queried, Esteemed healer, do you intend to assist us? Yi Tian twisted a steel pipe from the sickbed, effortlessly molding it into a sharp longsword. Akin to shaping clay, the spectators were awestruck. It was an extraordinary display of power. Yi Tian coldly declared, However, whether I treat you depends on your kin. If any of your relatives is willing to stab themselves in the thigh, I shall provide treatment. If not, you may leave without further ado. Upon witnessing their hesitation, Yi Tian scoffed. Do you comprehend the price of saving lives? Surely you do not. You presume I possess the capability, thus I must save you? Now, I merely ask you to exchange a wound for a life, yet you remain reluctant? When you criticized me for not saving lives, your voices were loud. Now, when the opportunity to save your loved ones arises, you falter. Truly, this is the epitome of double standards. The crowd recognized the truth in his words. When it is not their concern, they are quick to judge others. Yet, when the situation pertains to their own, the standards shift dramatically. Yi Tian handed the blade to a young man who had come seeking aid for his wife. They appeared to be in their mid-20s. His wife's illness was recent, her hair still intact, and her spirit unbroken. Shall you go first? Yi Tian asked. The The man, upon seeing the weapon, nervously swallowed and inquired, "Would money suffice?" "I can offer you 200,000. Tian shook his head. "I do not seek money." The man raised his offer. "What about 300,000? Tian, uninterested, pointed towards the door. "I do not want money. If you will not undergo treatment, kindly leave and do not waste my time." Ultimately, the man hesitated to inflict harm upon himself, reasoning that his wife's condition was manageable and there was no need for self-infliction. "Let us go, dear. He is merely jesting with us," he urged. His wife, incensed, retorted, "Husband, do you no longer love me? You once vowed to sacrifice everything for me. How can you not endure a single wound now? This is not the same. You no longer love me. You wish to divorce." Heartbroken, she sobbed for a divorce. And the man, increasingly vexed, lamented, "Divorce then. I am truly unfortunate to have married such a burden, draining my finances." The couple departed, bickering, and onlookers sighed, reflecting on the adage that those who share a nest will flee when disaster strikes. Tian turned to the remaining individuals and queried, "Who shall come next?" "I am pressed for time." "I will," declared the first courageous soul, a father whose 8-year-old son was suffering from advanced leukemia. "Daddy, no. I do not want treatment." The boy cried out in terror at the sight of the blade. "Do not weep, my son. It shall be all right. A man must endure." "I am willing to bear any pain if it means healing you," the father reassured, surprising Tian with his evident devotion. The man took the knife from Tian, his hand trembling as he contemplated the blade against his thigh. After a moment's internal struggle, he covered his son's eyes with one hand and plunged the knife into his thigh with the other. The excruciating pain caused him to tremble, emitting low groans of agony. "Daddy, Daddy," the child wailed, clinging to his father. Tian approached, grasping the child's hand to administer treatment, but the boy resisted vehemently, crying, "Villain, do not touch me. I do not want your help." With a resounding slap, the father chastised, "Fool, I have already endured the blade. You must allow the hero to heal you." "Oh, the pain is unbearable." The child, stung into compliance, acquiesced to Tian's treatment. Tian initiated his healing technique. Discovering that the boy's ailment was merely a disruption of energy, within moments, he was restored. Observing the boy's pallor transform into a healthy glow, the father excitedly inquired, "Son, how do you feel now?" "Father, I feel no pain. I am full of energy." The boy exclaimed, "That is wonderful." The father, grinning through gritted teeth, attempted to bow in gratitude, but the pain in his leg prevented him from moving. Tian gestured toward the knife embedded in his leg. "Oh, return the knife to me." The man, gazing at the painful blade, found himself lacking the courage to extract it. Sensing his trepidation, Tian swiftly removed the knife, leaving only a gaping wound that bled profusely. Seizing the opportunity, Tian activated his healing technique, mending the injury in an instant while also alleviating the man's chronic ailments of a herniated disc and liver cirrhosis. Witnessing the miraculous healing of the man's wound and hearing the sound of his joints cracking back into place left the onlookers in a state of astonishment. This is truly a miracle. Why has such an extraordinary skill not been passed down? They pondered, yearning to learn it for themselves. Tian coldly addressed the man. "I have healed you, along with your chronic ailments. Now, take good care of your child." The man, acutely aware of his newfound health, understood the gravity of his previous conditions. He had endured daily suffering, and now, after a brief moment of pain, both he and his son emerged as healthy individuals. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he fell to his knees, bowing deeply to Tian. "Thank you, benevolent savior. Son, quickly bow to our benefactor." The man abruptly yanked his son down to kneel, intending for him to pay respects to Tian. However, the boy was still seething with anger at Tian for forcing his father into this predicament and stubbornly refused to kneel. The man, in a fit of frustration, struck his son across the face, bringing him to submission. Tian gently pulled them both back up. "Enough, there is no need for gratitude. This is merely the hardship you chose to endure for your son." Observing the boy's furious demeanor, Tian casually remarked, "You ought to manage your son. He looks as though he might wish to harm me. Ensure he does not act foolishly, lest he meets his demise at my hands." The man, alarmed by this statement, cast a glance at his son, who was still fuming, and hastily assured Tian, Yes, dear benefactor, rest assured I will discipline him properly. He is but a child, unaware of adult matters. I will clarify everything for him and ensure he does not cause you trouble." Tian nodded, then, wielding the knife, turned to the families of the other 2 patients. "Who will be next?" "I will," replied a middle-aged woman, whose husband was afflicted with leukemia, now sitting in a wheelchair, his mind drifting. The woman, resolute, took the knife without hesitation and plunged it into her thigh with a sharp exhale. Truly, she was a woman of remarkable fortitude. Tian nodded in appreciation, approached her husband, and grasped his hand, initiating the healing technique that restored him in mere moments. The woman watched in awe as her husband's pallid face transformed into a rosy hue, his eyes regaining clarity and brightness, as if he had shed years from his age. "Husband, you are well again," she exclaimed. He, bewildered, queried, "Wife, what has happened? Why are you hurt?" She wiped her tears and smiled. "It's nothing. Just a small injury. This handsome gentleman saved you, so do express your gratitude." "Thank you, benefactor," her husband said, appearing quite earnest despite his confusion. And Tian responded with a warm nod. He then removed the knife from the woman's leg, applying the healing technique once more to mend her long-standing injuries. She felt her once heavy body become light, akin to her youthful self. Recognizing Tian's benevolence, she knelt and bowed deeply, saying, "Thank you, benefactor. Our funds for treatment are exhausted, and I have no means to repay you. Should you need anything in the future, I am at your service." Seeing such heartfelt gratitude brought joy to Tian. "Your sentiment is appreciated. Now, focus on cherishing your time with your husband." Next approached a mother and her daughter. The mother, still quite young in her 20s, had a daughter who appeared to be merely 3 or 4 years old, soundly asleep in her stroller. Perhaps more accurately described as unconscious, given the commotion around them. Chapter 18, The Boyfriend and the Good Sister, a dramatic turn of events. The young mother was terrified, tears brimming in her eyes as she feared the pain. Witnessing others endure the knife made her legs weak. As a single mother with no man to rely on and aging parents who could not bear the burden, she resolved to take the knife for her precious daughter. Tears streaming down her face as she trembled. Despite her fear, she steadfastly held the knife against her thigh. Onlookers felt a pang of sympathy, yet who would dare intervene? Contributing money was one thing, but taking a knife was an entirely different matter. The single mother's fear intensified, but ultimately, her maternal instinct triumphed over her dread. She gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and plunged the knife into her thigh. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. Suddenly, she felt as though she could not push the knife down further, her leg devoid of pain. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Tian grasping the knife. Confused, she gazed at him, uncertain of his intentions, but he offered her a reassuring smile. "You have passed. I will heal your child." Overwhelmed, the single mother collapsed to the ground, tears flowing freely, yet she managed to thank Tian repeatedly. "Thank you, thank you." Tian took the small hand of the little girl, activating the healing technique, which restored her in moments. The girl opened her eyes and began to sit up, searching for her mother. Spotting her nearby, she reached out, exclaiming for a hug. The single mother embraced her daughter, joyfully weeping. Tian glanced at the steel pipe knife in his hand, molding it like bubblegum into a ball and setting it aside to prevent harm. Spectators were dumbfounded. Was that not steel? One would think it was Play-Doh. If it were to be wielded against someone, surely it would crush bones. At that moment, a nurse entered with Lin Yi's report. The doctors reviewed the findings and confirmed all indicators were normal. Lin Yi was indeed a healthy individual and could be discharged. Tian waved at the gathered crowd, saying, "You may disperse now. I must take my leave. You are fortunate today. In the future, should anyone seek my aid, it may not be so fortuitous. If I do not witness you inflicting multiple wounds upon yourselves, I shall be disinclined to assist." The onlookers were left speechless. Who could endure such pain? It was as if one life had been exchanged for another. Initially, those who had inflicted minor wounds upon themselves felt a twinge of self-pity. But in contrast, they now felt a sense of relief, realizing they had indeed come out ahead by only suffering a single cut. Tian, along with Lu Yin and Lin Yi, exited the hospital and sought out a nearby milk tea shop, ordering some beverages and snacks to enjoy while they chatted. As the system had indicated, although Tian was somewhat extraordinary, no one sought to dissect him after his rejection. They viewed him as a philanthropist, akin to a billionaire donating to the impoverished. Curious, Lu Yin asked, "Lin Yi, how did you suddenly fall ill?" Lin Yi shook her head, stating, "I am uncertain. It began a few months ago. I initially thought it was a cold and took some medicine, which provided temporary relief. However, it worsened, and I often felt fatigued. Upon visiting the hospital, the doctor suggested it might be amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, which has no cure. I had planned to resign and travel to make the most of my life, but I never anticipated it would escalate to this point. I fell asleep in a taxi from the cold, and I owe my recovery to Tian. I cannot express my gratitude enough." Lu Yin teased, "A hero saves a damsel in distress. Perhaps you should offer yourself in return." Lin Yi blushed at the suggestion and, noticing the diamond ring on Lu Yin's finger, exclaimed in surprise, Do you have a boyfriend?" Lu Yin leaned in to give Tian a kiss, laughing, "Yes. This silly man declared himself my boyfriend during lunch and even surprised me with a diamond ring, causing me to lose my appetite from all the tears." Tian offered an awkward smile. "I did not consider it too much. If you desire romance, I can arrange another outing to a scenic location next time. Linny, filled with envy, offered her blessings. Congratulations to both of you. You are finally together. Lu Yen, basking in her friend's well wishes, replied, Thank you. When I get married, you must be my bridesmaid. Consider it reserved. Certainly. When do you plan to stay for a few days? Let Yi Tian accompany you. He has resigned and has plenty of time. I intend to leave tonight. I have work tomorrow. Lin Yi felt a twinge of disappointment. Initially, her purpose for coming this time was not only to meet Lu Yen and Yi Tian, but also to fulfill a personal desire. She yearned to give herself to Yi Tian. After all, she was facing her impending demise, and if she could share a moment of intimacy with Yi Tian, it would not be in vain after secretly harboring feelings for him for so many years. The entire class was aware of Lu Yan's relentless pursuit of Yi Tian. Yet no one knew that Lin Yi also harbored affections for him. Once, on Yi Tian's birthday, she mustered the courage to prepare for a confession that evening, only to have Lu Yan exuberantly inform her that she too intended to confess her feelings to Yi Tian, declaring that he would be hers for a lifetime. Caught between her close friend and the man she secretly adored, Lin Yi reflected on her own family circumstances, knowing she could not provide Yi Tian with any substantial aid, while Lu Yan's affluent background could potentially offer him greater support. Thus, she hesitated, forcing a smile to wish Lu Yan success. When Lu Yan suggested that Lin Yi offer herself in return, Lin Yi almost acquiesced, aware that Lu Yan had never managed to win Yi Tian's heart, and she still had a chance. However, she was taken aback when Yi Tian accepted Lu Yan's feelings that very noon and even presented her with a ring. Such was fate, just a few hours apart, and Lin Yi found herself retreating once more, longing for a quiet departure. Upon hearing Lin Yi express her intent to leave, Yi Tian quickly interjected, Lin Yi, I fear you may need to return. Both women, in unison, queried why? Yi Tian pondered for a moment before explaining. Because your illness has not been completely cured. My treatment can only sustain you for 3 days, so you will need to return for further assistance every 3 days. Both Lu Yan and Lin Yi were left in shock. Was this peculiar ailment truly incurable for life? How could that be? Why was healing unattainable? Yi Tian patiently elaborated. Her bloodline is unique. As she ages, her body automatically generates yin energy. When this energy accumulates to a certain degree, it will completely freeze her. And at the current severity, she could freeze to death at any moment. My internal energy can produce yang energy to counteract the yin energy within her. But under my current method, I cannot eradicate it entirely. I can only provide ongoing treatment. Lin Yi, filled with urgency, inquired. Is there truly no method for a complete cure? After a moment of silence, Yi Tian hesitated. Well, there is, but the method is rather outrageous. The technique of back-to-back energy transfer sounded unbelievable, and he felt too embarrassed to voice it. Observing Yi Tian's discomfort, Lu Yan suddenly had a revelation. Yi Tian, could it be similar to what is portrayed in martial arts films? Do you need to engage in that kind of activity to heal her? Yi Tian shot her a bewildered glance. What on earth are you thinking? Lu Yan assumed she had guessed correctly and fell silent. The thought of her boyfriend needing to engage intimately with her best friend to save her was a plot twist too melodramatic to bear. Lin Yi, upon hearing Lu Yan's words, instantly understood the implications, her cheeks flushing as she fell into silence. In truth, she felt a flicker of secret delight. If Lu Yan were unperturbed, she too would not mind, and she had no intention of competing with Lu Yan for Yi Tian's affections. After some contemplation, Lu Yan asked, Yi Tian, you wouldn't deliberately want to engage with Lin Yi in that manner just to treat her halfway, would you? Chapter 19. Back-to-back treatment. Yi Tian shot her an exasperated look. What are you thinking? I meant that during the treatment, we need to sit back to back. This method seems utterly nonsensical. Lu Yan was momentarily stunned. Is that all? I thought it was something more scandalous. With a bemused expression, she continued, well, I suppose it makes sense. No matter how I try to seduce you, I can't seem to get you into bed. Lin Yi's appearance and figure are quite similar to mine. It's not unreasonable. Since it wasn't as she had imagined, Lu Yan felt a sense of relief. In this modern age, back-to-back contact wouldn't lead to pregnancy, so why the worry? She patted Lin Yi's hand and said nonchalantly, Lin Yi, you should let Yi Tian continue treating you. Although this method sounds rather dubious, as long as it can heal your illness, that is what matters most. With a flushed face, Lin Yi asked, is back-to-back all that's required? Do we need to remove any clothing? Yi Tian glanced at Lu Yan and softly replied, yes. But that's necessary for the treatment. If you have any concerns, Lu Yan can be present to supervise. Lu Yan shot him a playful glare. Feeling a sense of satisfaction that Yi Tian remained quite earnest, she generously advised Lin Yi, just agree. What if you seek treatment elsewhere? And Yi Tian isn't able to help you in time? You could be in grave danger. Besides, doctors don't differentiate between genders, it's all professional. After a moment of indecision, Lin Yi finally nodded in agreement. All right, I suppose I must trouble you then. Lu Yan, delighted that Lin Yi had acquiesced, inquired, Yi Tian, when will you begin her treatment? Yi Tian explained, 3 days from now, when her symptoms flare up. Only then can I provide treatment, as otherwise she won't be able to endure the heat generated during my energy work. One more thing to clarify. This method requires 7 sessions, meaning she must return every 3 days. 7 times? Lin Yi felt a wave of anxiety, overwhelmed with words she wished to express. Lu Yan paused. Must it truly be that many sessions? Well, whether it's 1 duck or 7, it's still the same endeavor. 7 sessions it is. She generously told Lin Yi, if you have to travel back and forth, why not just work at Yi Tian's company? Lin Yi inquired, is that feasible for me? Yi Tian's company is a high-tech firm. I lack the necessary skills. With a reassuring pat on her chest, Lu Yan declared, what does it matter? He asked the chairman, arranging a job for you would be a piece of cake. Besides, I plan to work there as well, so we can keep each other company. Yi Tian looked at her quizzically. Why would you want to be the boss's wife? Why not just work? Lu Yan retorted, no, I want to keep an eye on you. What if someone else tries to sweep you away? Then you can just accompany me to work every day. No, to maintain appearances, I need a job to disguise myself. Yi Tian chuckled at Lu Yan's antics. Goodness, you're quite the character. Do as you wish. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yan proposed, how about I be your secretary? Then you can enjoy a life where your secretary handles everything for you. Would you like that? I would. Let us make it official. However, Lin Yi had been feeling weary from her affliction and, despite her current recovery, her mindset had yet to adjust. After contemplating for a while, she told Yi Tian and Lu Yan, I wish to take some time to calm down. Once I return, I plan to resign and do not wish to work for the time being. Yi Tian was indifferent. If you don't want to work, then don't. When we all live together, it will merely add another pair of chopsticks to the table. That works too. You can move in with us, Lu Yan proposed. Do you think that is acceptable? Of course, but you'll need to buy a larger house. Lu Yan felt this was a splendid idea. Living together would provide companionship, but the house needed to be spacious. I've already instructed my company's general manager to help me find one. Upon hearing they could live together, Lin Yi's cheeks flushed as she quietly offered, I can help with chores at home. My cooking skills are quite decent. Really? Yi Tian had no idea Lin Yi was adept at household tasks, and Lu Yan quickly confirmed, certainly, during her school years. Lin Yi developed a profound passion for the culinary arts, aspiring to become an exemplary wife and mother, renowned for her delectable dishes. Let us settle this then. Lu Yan shall serve as my secretary, while Lin Yi will assume the role of my housekeeper. What do you think? Both women nodded in agreement. Yi Tian glanced at the clock. It was only a little past 3. It seemed there was little else to occupy his time, and it was about time to showcase his 1,000 billion. He turned to the 2 women and said, let us make a trip to the bank. Lu Yan inquired, what purpose do we have at the bank? Yi Tian replied with a smile, to open 2 supplementary cards and deposit some funds for your use. Upon hearing this, both women shook their heads in unison, stating, no need, I have money. Yi Tian felt a surge of joy, while other women clamored for money. His partners were content to forego it. He felt incredibly fortunate to have encountered them. Nonetheless, he earnestly explained his reasoning. As my housekeeper, Lin Yi will need funds for groceries and other expenses. I cannot expect her to support me, can I? And as my girlfriend, if I have money, it should be for you, not for anyone else. This sentiment delighted both Lu Yan and Lin Yi. Lu Yan teased, well, you do have a conscience. I'll reluctantly accept, but how much are you planning to provide to support me and Lin Yi? Yi Tian estimated and said to Lin Yi, I shall offer you an annual salary of 1 million as your housekeeping wage, in addition to another 10 million on a card for our household expenses. What do you think? Lin Yi was nearly taken aback. An annual salary of 1 million and 10 million for living expenses? Was this truly the remuneration for a housekeeper? Only professionally trained housekeepers commanded such salaries, right? With trepidation, she asked, Yi Tian, this seems excessive. Even for a top-tier nanny, such sums are unwarranted. Aren't they? Yi Tian explained earnestly, in a few days, I will be providing you with treatment that will forge a deeper bond between us. Consequently, aside from Lu Yan, you will be the woman closest to me, and it is only fitting that you enjoy a comfortable life. Overcome with emotion, Lin Yi began to weep, and Lu Yan stepped forward to embrace her, offering consolation. Lin Yi, just accept it. From now on, we are all good sisters, and sharing our blessings is only natural. With heartfelt gratitude, Lin Yi responded, Thank you, Yi Tian. Despite the convoluted path leading to this moment, the outcome felt undeniably beautiful. Lin Yi reflected that coming to Jiangnan was undoubtedly the right choice. Had she not fallen ill, it is likely she would never have crossed paths with Yi Tian. Lu Yan, witnessing Lin Yi's emotional outburst, playfully inquired, Yi Tian, If you're giving Lin Yi so much, what about me? After all, I am your official girlfriend. Yi Tian embraced her and placed a gentle kiss on her lips, declaring passionately, my heart is yours. And I shall open a supplementary card with 100 billion for you. Use it as you desire, and once it runs out, I shall replenish it. 100 billion? My heavens, how much wealth do you truly possess? Lu Yan's eyes widened in astonishment, and she covered her mouth in disbelief. Yi Tian mused that according to the system's assertions, he could summon as much wealth as he desired, but he knew better than to disclose this to Lu Yan. While she might believe him, it would seem foolish to share such a secret, and he preferred to attribute the mystery to an enigmatic benefactor. As for the exact amount, I cannot divulge. The benefactor has instructed me not to disclose it, not even to close friends or family, lest unforeseen consequences arise. I can only say that the amount is variable. Yi Tian, please stop. Consider my question unasked, and do not elaborate further. Lu Yan's apprehension grew. Her curiosity was excessively piqued, and she recognized that Yi Tian could speak of his martial prowess, but the matter of finances was evidently sensitive for a reason. The thought that her inquisitiveness could inadvertently lead to Yi Tian's misfortune sent a chill down her spine. Having bypassed that topic, Lu Yan's spirits lifted once more. 100 billion? Does this mean I am suddenly a wealthy woman? Though she possessed several 100,000 in savings, much of it was merely pocket money from her parents. The prospect of potentially having 100 billion at her disposal was exhilarating. It could very well place her on the city's wealthiest list, if not the national one. Indeed, a woman's financial success often hinges on marrying the right man. The trio had a light meal before heading to the bank. Not far from the hospital stood the first bank, which Yi Tian had noticed during his earlier visit. Being a weekend, the bank operated on extended hours. Yet it was teeming with patrons, with a long queue forming for various transactions. The temporary closure of one window had further exacerbated the wait, with over 60 individuals ahead in line. Upon entering, Yi Tian surveyed the scene and led the two women directly to the VIP room, inciting envy among those waiting in line. Damn it, a wealthy patron, skipping the queue for the VIP room. When will I ever have enough money to enjoy such privileges? They grumbled, their jealousy evident. Human nature often revels in the misfortune of others, and they sought solace in their disdain. Fortunately, Yi Tian paid them no mind. Had he overheard their comments, it is likely he would have reacted quite differently. Upon arriving in the VIP room, they found several guests already seated, with two staff members busily attending to them. The bank manager, Su Fugui, was serving tea to a client when he noticed Yi Tian's entrance and promptly stood to welcome him. Good day, sir. What services can I assist you with today? Hello. I would like to open a supplementary card and transfer some funds into it. Certainly. May I kindly request you to present your bank card? This inquiry discreetly aimed to ascertain whether Yi Tian was indeed a valued customer. As Yi Tian produced his card, Su Fugui was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the dazzling, iridescent black card. Internally, he mused, goodness, is that not the legendary Supreme card? I have only ever seen black cards before. This is a card reserved for super VIPs with deposits exceeding 100 billion. The guests in this room combined do not hold a candle to its significance. Panic ensued as Su Fugui realized the VIP room was already at capacity. What should I do? Should I ask the seated guests to vacate? He was in a state of distress, as such an esteemed patron deserved the utmost attention, yet the room was full. In a moment of clarity, he decided to consult the bank president, reasoning that accommodating such a high-profile client was best left to the authority. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he respectfully addressed Yi Tian. Sir, please follow me to the president's office for a brief respite. Our president is currently present. Very well. Yi Tian had also been contemplating where to sit, given the VIP room's fullness, and was pleasantly surprised at the prospect of going to the president's office. Wait a moment. At this point, a bald man adorned with a large gold chain and a small gold watch expressed his dissatisfaction. As a relatively obscure streamer who had amassed several million through shrewd buying and selling, he considered himself a moderately successful individual. He took great pride in his status, relishing the distinction of being in the VIP room, especially when juxtaposed against the queue of poor folks outside. However, upon witnessing Yi Tian's entrance and his immediate passage to the president's office, he felt his sense of superiority diminish. He called out to Su Fugui, launching into a scathing tirade to express his displeasure. Hey, how do you conduct your business? I have deposited several million here, yet I have to squeeze in with everyone else, while he gets to go to the president's office. What gives him that right? Is this how you treat esteemed guests? If this continues, I shall consider switching banks. Su Fugui promptly bowed in apology, saying, Mr. Fong, please temper your anger. It is merely a matter of insufficient seating. Before Su Fugui could finish his explanation, the bald man interjected sharply, insufficient seating? Come, let him sit here, and you may escort me to the president's office. Yi Tian observed the exchange between the bald man and Su Fuguei with great interest. He was in no hurry as long as the ire was not directed at him. Su Fuguei felt a surge of irritation yet masked it, fearing Yi Tian's impatience. If he were to anger him, the consequences would be dire. If hundreds of billions in deposits were to vanish, even the president would be unable to shoulder the repercussions. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved that it would be best to clarify the situation, even if it meant embarrassing the bald man, for preserving Yi Tian's favor was paramount. Mr. Fong, this gentleman holds our Supreme Card, which only the president is authorized to attend to. What Supreme Card? Get one for me as well. I apologize, sir. But the Supreme Card is exclusive to those who maintain deposits exceeding 1 billion. 1 billion? The bald man felt a jolt of panic. Realizing he had unwittingly attempted to assert himself against someone of such wealth, he mentally retraced his words, relieved to find that he had not insulted Yi Tian directly. The broadcaster's performance quality suddenly shone through. He sprang up as if propelled by springs, bowing, apologizing, and offering cigarettes in rapid succession. Big shot, I meant no offense. Consider my previous remarks as mere folly. He then offered a cigarette to Yi Tian, who flatly declined, stating, in future discourse, be mindful, not everyone is worthy of rebuke. You should count yourself fortunate that my patience held, else you would not even comprehend your demise. Yes, your wisdom is indeed enlightening. Under Su Fuguei's guidance, the trio proceeded to the president's office, leaving the bald man in the VIP room, drenched in sweat. He yearned for a cup of tea to calm his nerves, but found his hands trembling as if afflicted with Parkinson's, spilling tea across the table. Nearby guests, each worth tens of millions, regarded him as if he were a fool. They had flaunted their wealth from the outset. What folly to engage in a confrontation when he could have simply spoken to a wall. As Su Fuguei knocked on the president's office, the president had just concluded a phone call. Xiao Su, what brings you here? Su Fuguei hastily introduced Yi Tian, who in turn was introduced to the president. President, this gentleman, Mr. Yi, holds the Supreme Card, hence my invitation to the president's office. The Supreme Card? President Liu immediately rose, his demeanor transformed. Such esteemed guests were a rarity indeed, one scarcely encountered even once a year. The presence of a billionaire in deposits warranted the utmost respect. His face beamed with joy, akin to a blossoming flower, as he extended his hand toward Yi Tian. Ah, Mr. Yi, what a rare honor. My apologies for the lack of proper reception. You are too kind. Please, esteemed guests, take a seat. After a brief handshake, President Liu gestured for the trio to sit while he retrieved a canister of tea. I apologize for the modest conditions. I hope you will bear with me. This is my cherished Longjing tea, a rarity I seldom indulge in. But today is a fortuitous occasion. No trouble at all. I appreciate your kindness, President Liu. Yi Tian reciprocated the pleasantries. Observing Liu's seamless tea preparation, such finesse could only be honed over a decade or more. May I inquire what business brings you here, esteemed guest? Yi Tian produced his card, placing it upon the table. I wish to apply for a supplementary card, transferring 1 billion into it, and additionally, I require another card for a transfer of 10 million. 1 billion? President Liu involuntarily trembled at the sight of the resplendent black card, spilling some tea onto the table. It is indeed the Supreme Card. He quickly apologized while mentally calculating. If a supplementary card were to be issued with a billion transfer, the primary card must retain funds, suggesting Mr. Ye's total holdings were no less than 3 billion. With such deposits, one could only speculate about his other assets, surely exceeding 1,000 million. Suddenly, Liu felt that his treasured Longjing tea was inadequate for such a distinguished guest. He wished for the finest selection to serve. Regrettably, this Longjing was his top-tier offering, and he could only hope Mr. Yi would not take offense. Chapter 21, Booking a Presidential Suite. Such matters can be handled with a simple phone call. We can come to you for your convenience, Mr. Yi. Yi Tian casually replied, I was nearby and thought of stopping by. President Liu's tea-brewing movement paused momentarily. How remarkable for a billionaire to have such spontaneous thoughts. He hastily took Yi Tian's card and handed it to the ready Su Fuguei. Xiao Su, expedite this process for Mr. Yi at once. Certainly. Su Fuguei rushed to attend to the request, recognizing the gravity of the situation. A delay would be unacceptable for a supreme client. If he mishandled such a significant transaction, his career would be in jeopardy. President Liu poured tea for Yi Tian and his companions, then, as if casually, inquired, May I ask where Mr. Yi is currently employed? Should any business arise, our bank would be eager to assist. Yi Tian sipped the tea, its fragrant aroma and sweet taste confirming its quality. I am not employed. I am about to assume the role of chairman at Tianjin Company. Just as Liu poured himself a cup, he was taken aback by Yi Tian's statement, causing him to spill half of it. He awkwardly chuckled, wiping the spillage, and cautiously asked, Is that the Tianjin company known for high-tech materials? Yi Tian, sensing Lu's growing unease, nodded affirmatively. Yes, indeed. I just acquired it, and will be taking over tomorrow. At this moment, President Lu's astonishment was ineffable. He was aware of the company's connections to the military. With several exclusive products not available in the market, the notion of a loss or transfer was implausible. To acquire such a company indicated the formidable power behind Yi Tian. Perhaps he was directly associated with the military. The previous chairman was someone of whom Lu, at his level, would not have been worthy to meet. Today, encountering the new chairman felt like a stroke of extraordinary fortune. If he could align himself with this connection, he might even ascend to the provincial bank as president. The more he pondered, the more excited he became, his hands trembling even more. The joyful expression that once resembled a blooming chrysanthemum now mirrored that of a radiant sunflower. My apologies, Mr. Yi. I did not realize you were the esteemed chairman of Tianjin. Our bank certainly has much potential for collaboration with your company. Yi Tian remained non-committal, laughing lightly. I am still unfamiliar with the company's operations. I will attend a meeting tomorrow. Should any needs arise, I will have the department heads reach out to your bank. Of course. President Lu nodded vigorously, content with the mere acknowledgement. Su Fuguwei took the card and began to operate the device. When he saw the balance on the card, his heart skipped a beat. My goodness, nearly 100 billion in balance. It made him feel hot and flustered, and despite the air conditioning in the room, beads of sweat began to form on his brow. Such a colossal sum of money, if it were his own, might drive him to madness. After a series of operations, he asked Lu Yin and Lin Yi for the relevant documents and inquired about personal information. He then had Yi Tian, Lu Yin, and Lin Yi each input their passwords. Finally completing the process, a card that shimmered with vibrant colors was handed over to Lu Yin. President Lu looked on with envy and habitually asked, I wonder if President Yi and this lady require our bank's assistance in managing these deposits. Yi Tian promptly declined. There's no need for such trouble. This is merely pocket money we use daily. We might spend it on purchasing some properties or vehicles. Yi Tian had no concern for money. Whenever he needed funds, the system would provide. Thus, financial management and profit were entirely unnecessary. President Yi is quite generous, President Lu thought, feeling at a loss for words. Who would dare to say that a few hundred billion was just pocket change? Which affluent second generation is he? Moreover, he had just witnessed President Yi set up a fixed transfer of 1 million to Lin Yi as salary every year at this time. He even gifted Lin Yi a 10 million card for grocery shopping, leaving both the president and Su Fuguwei feeling sour. Giving your girlfriend 100 billion is one thing, but gifting a housekeeper 10 million for groceries seems excessive. What kind of groceries cost 10 million? With his years of experience, President Lu could tell that the relationship between the boss and the housekeeper was rather unusual. But why did his girlfriend and the housekeeper get along so harmoniously? Could it be that she was unaware? Despite having a modest amount of savings himself, he felt utterly diminished in front of his wife. With the matter settled, Yi Tian pondered for 3 seconds on what to do next. Right? Lu Yin had been insisting on booking a hotel room. He could indeed find a 5-star hotel for a stay and enjoy the life of the affluent. Now was the perfect time to ask President Lu, who dealt with wealthy clientele daily and would surely know which hotel offered the best atmosphere. President Lu, do you know which 5-star hotel is preferable? I wish to reserve a presidential suite. I know, the Hilton Hotel offers the best environment and service. I'm familiar with it. How many rooms do you need? I can assist you in booking. Yi Tian generously replied. Lu Yin, Lin Yi, let us stay at the hotel tonight. Shall we reserve 3 rooms? Lu Yin thought to herself, having money doesn't mean one should spend it recklessly. Having 1 room each seems a bit extravagant. Let us just take 1 room since the presidential suite has plenty of bedrooms. President Lu, observing Lu Yan's frugality, internally scoffed. You have 100 billion. And you worry about waste? That is absurd. Yi Tian naturally wouldn't dismiss Lu Yan's suggestion. Let us do as you propose. It would be nice to chat together. What do you think, Lin Yi? Lin Yi, blushing for some reason, replied, just do as you see fit. President Lu felt a surge of admiration. This was the hallmark of a young achiever, a successful individual. The way he managed to showcase his virtuous character while also fostering camaraderie was commendable. Who knows? Perhaps they might switch rooms in the middle of the night. With a girlfriend and a housekeeper so compliant, who had raised such a talent? He wished to learn from it. Unaware of President Lu's inner musings, Yi Tian would have slapped him down if he had known. Am I really that kind of person? So he asked President Lu to assist in booking a presidential suite, saying, I'll transfer the money over shortly. President Lu patted his chest and confidently declared, What is money to President Yi? Just charge it to our bank. How can I impose? Yi Tian replied, For a VIP of your caliber, this service is insignificant. However, Yi Tian disliked being indebted to others. Although he understood that President Lu meant it as a courtesy for esteemed clients, he still felt uncomfortable. After a brief contemplation, he suggested, I don't want you to incur a loss either. How about this? You were seeking investment opportunities, right? I'll transfer 100 billion to you. Try managing that. President Liu nearly dropped his phone onto the coffee table, stammering, is this real? Truly? Upon receiving Yi Tian's affirmation, he immediately bowed deeply and hastily instructed Su Fugue to retrieve the necessary documents. Thank you so much, President Yi. Su, bring the investment plan to discuss with President Yi. Yi Tian waved his hand dismissively. No need to look at that. I trust you, President Liu. Just handle it as you see fit. If there are losses, I want to hold you accountable. Both President Liu and Su Fugue were astonished. Is 100 billion mere pocket change to you? You're making decisions without even reviewing anything? But would they dare to deceive me? President Liu mused, realizing he couldn't afford to take such risks. Not only must he avoid pitfalls, but he might also need to identify and eliminate any potential traps. After all, angering Yi Tian could cost him dearly. Rest assured, President Yi, I guarantee a stable investment, and there will be no losses. All right, I trust you. After a series of transactions, Yi Tian purchased 100 billion in investment products from the first bank, the projected returns looking quite promising. President Liu also helped book a presidential suite for 3 days, charging it to the bank. President Liu was nearly beside himself with joy. Who in their right mind would entrust such a colossal sum to a bank for investment? He never expected that booking a hotel would lead to such a lucrative deal, instantly surpassing this year's performance targets, ensuring he would be recognized for his efforts. He enthusiastically invited Yi Tian to dinner at the hotel that evening, but Yi Tian declined. I need to be with Liu Yin and Lin Yi. Why would I accompany an older gentleman instead? Yi Tian took out his phone and dialed the driver's number, preparing to have him pick him up while also checking on Shun Hao's notification. Hello? Hello, President Yi. How may I assist you? How do you know it's me? President Shun has ensured your information is known throughout the company to prevent any misunderstandings. Pleased with Shun Hao's efficiency, Yi Tian nodded. Is old Shun available now? Can he pick me up from the first bank across from the People's Hospital? Of course, I'll be on my way immediately. Please hold for a few minutes. Take your time, just drive safely. Yi Tian hung up and smiled at President Liu. My driver will take a little while to arrive. It seems I'll have to sit with you a bit longer. President Liu promptly refilled Yi Tian's cup with freshly brewed tea. Haha, President Yi is just joking. Wherever you wish to go, just say the word. We have a dedicated vehicle at your service. Yi Tian waved his hand with a smile. My company has its own vehicle. There's no need to borrow yours. Otherwise, people might think I can't afford a car. Haha, President Yi is truly humorous. If you're poor, then there are no wealthy people in this world. Hearing President Liu's compliment, Yi Tian remained modest, replying, there are many who are wealthier than I. Thus, I must continue to strive. President Liu felt at a loss for words. Was this even sensible? If one is already so affluent, yet still seeks to exert effort, what hope is there for the impoverished? The driver, Xiao Tian, selected a Knight 15 from the garage to fetch Yi Tian. Although he was unaware of the reason behind the chairman's sudden change, it scarcely affected him. As a retired elite soldier, his duty was to ensure the safe transportation of the chairman of Tianjin Company. The identity of the chairman was inconsequential to him, as that was a matter determined by higher authorities. His sole responsibility was to diligently fulfill his role as a driver. The choice of the Knight 15 was primarily for safety considerations. The chairman's security took precedence over all else. The Knight 15 is an armored SUV, measuring 6 meters in length and 2.5 meters in height, surpassing the standard Rolls-Royce Phantom, with a weight nearing 6 tons. Its exterior is robust and formidable, with sharp contours reminiscent of a tank. The body is fortified with bulletproof steel plating, and the windows can withstand NATO standard projectiles with a velocity of 820 meters per second, utilizing 7.62 by 51 millimeters hard steel core bullets, capable of resisting attacks equivalent to 15 kilograms of TNT. The vehicle's chassis can endure grenade explosions as well. The rear seats rival the luxury of a private jet cabin, equipped with leisure and entertainment features, and the spaciousness allows for comfortable reclining. Furthermore, the rear and front compartments are completely isolated, equipped with a dedicated communication intercom system, akin to a private suite. If the chairman wishes to engage in private matters with his secretary, there is no need for concern about the driver overhearing. However, he underestimated the situation today. Yi Tian had 2 women with him, and the allocation of seats would pose a dilemma. Tianjin Company is situated in the city center, and Xiao Tian swiftly arrived outside the first bank. Yi Tian was engaged in casual conversation with President Liu, sipping tea, when he received a call from Xiao Tian and bid farewell to Liu. President Liu beamed with a smile, escorting him to the door as if he were sending off a leader. If Yi Tian's system collected emotional values, he would surely have amassed hundreds, if not thousands, of points in jealousy. The onlookers cast envious glances, murmuring amongst themselves. Indeed, wealth brings certain privileges, entering the VIP room and being seen off by the leadership. Where, then, is the promised equality among all? My legs have grown weary from standing. What a wretched society this is. Beautiful women flock to the wealthy. When will I be able to have the bank's leadership smile beside me? Those in line, witnessing Yi Tian's treatment, finally understood what it meant for customers to be regarded as gods, while they merely served as attendants to the divine. The bald streamer had long completed his business and left. Otherwise, seeing President Liu fawning over Yi Tian like this would have surely sent him into a panic. As Yi Tian stepped out, he spotted a rugged man approaching him from beside an armored vehicle. "Mr. Yi, I am your driver, Xiao." Yi Tian scrutinized Xiao Tian's. This formidable man was no ordinary individual, appearing as if he had indeed served in the military. It seemed he would no longer need to take matters into his own hands. He could simply call upon Xiao for assistance, and if he didn't comply, a raise would be in order. With this thought, Yi Tian chuckled and courteously addressed Xiao. "Ah, thank you for making this trip." Xiao Tian's, noticing that his new boss was not only young and handsome but also polite, felt a sense of goodwill. As a driver, one fears encountering a temperamental boss, often subjected to indignities without the opportunity to retaliate. "It's no trouble, this is my job." "Very well." Yi Tian waved goodbye to President Liu, preparing to enter the vehicle. "President Liu, we shall take our leave. Mr. Yi, take care. If you require anything, just give us a call. We are at your service." "Very well." Following Xiao Tian's, Yi Tian marveled at the Knight 15. "Wow, this car is so cool. Is it an armored vehicle?" "Mr. Yi, for your safety, I brought this Knight 15. It is indeed an armored car and bulletproof." "Excellent, I like it." As Xiao Tian's opened the rear door, onlookers were even more astonished. They had not anticipated that beneath such a robust exterior lay an exceptionally luxurious interior, akin to a hotel reception room. However, upon seeing the seating arrangement, Yi Tian felt slightly disheartened. There were only 2 seats, and with 3 people present, it would be awkward to decide which of the 2 women should sit in front. In truth, he wished to sit together, relishing the sensation of having both women by his side. But it seemed he would have to let the 2 women take the rear seats instead. Xiao Tian still held the car door open, inviting Yi Tian to enter. "Mr. Yi, please, get in." Lu Yan, you and Lin sit in the back. I will sit in front." Lu Yan, not overthinking it, eagerly pulled Lin into the car, excited as they had never been in such a luxurious vehicle before, exploring every detail like curious children. Once all 3 were inside, under Yi Tian's instructions, they set off towards the Hilton Hotel. It was then that Xiao Tian's realized a problem had arisen. He had not anticipated that the boss would bring 2 women along. Had he known, he would have opted for a 7-seater vehicle. Xiao Tian's promptly admitted his oversight and apologized. "I apologize, Mr. Yi. I did not consider the number of passengers. Next time, I will bring a 7-seater. Yi Tian chuckled. It was not a significant issue. "Haha, it's fine. I should have been clearer." "All right." Xiao Tian's drove steadily, and as they approached an intersection, he noticed several cars waiting ahead, prompting him to reduce speed early and maintain a safe distance. At that moment, a white BMW pulled up beside them, squeezing into the gap in front of their vehicle, evidently intending to cut in line. Yi Tian's expression darkened at this sight. "Cutting in? Xiao, is this car insured?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian's immediately understood Yi Tian's intent. He was prepared for a confrontation, and he appreciated it. "Mr. Yi, all necessary insurances are in place." Yi Tian sneered, pointing ahead as he commanded, "Ram into it." Chapter 23, Justifiable Defense. Brother Long sat in the BMW, listening to music and humming a tune. After consuming a few bottles with his friends at noon, he felt a bit overheated. He discarded his shirt to the side, eager to return to his abode for a nap. Earlier, he had noticed an open spot in the adjacent lane and casually veered into it. Upon realizing he could only fit the front of his car, he became unperturbed, planning to push his way in once the light turned green, confident that the cars behind would not dare to bump into him. After all, he was driving a BMW. If anyone dared to touch him, he could easily extort some money. His current occupation involved debt collection, and with his Emperor Dragon Lobster tattoo, he could intimidate people into paying up. Suddenly, he felt his car lurch forward. Glancing in the rearview mirror, he saw the armored vehicle forcing its way ahead, pushing him out of the lane. Brother Long's temper flared instantly. He had spent 10 years in and out of prison, engaging in fights and committing unspeakable acts. And now he was being pushed out of the way for merely trying to cut in line? If this were to spread, how could he maintain his reputation in the underworld? Would he lose face entirely? The alcohol, mixed with his anger, surged to his head, and he swung open his car door, taking swift strides to climb onto the hood of Yi Tian's vehicle. "How dare you get on my car? Get out here." After unleashing a barrage of expletives, he aimed a kick at the windshield. The glass remained unyielding, and he lost his footing, tumbling off the hood and landing on the ground. I stumbled and fell, and unless you're prepared to shell out several thousand in medical fees today, you shall not depart. Brother Long, a regular practitioner of push-ups, swiftly regained his footing and commenced to kick the door towards Xiao Tian's side. President Yi, allow me to teach him a lesson. Xiao Tian's, eager to make an impression on his new employer, volunteered himself. All right, strike decisively, but leave him breathing. What did you say, President Yi? Xiao Tian's was momentarily taken aback, questioning if he had misheard. Normally, one would expect a caution to be gentle, to avoid causing injury. Yet President Yi instead urged him to strike with conviction. Upon witnessing Xiao Tian's bewildered expression, Yi Tian reiterated, I said to strike decisively, but leave him breathing. Such individuals must not be coddled. At worst, we can cover his medical expenses. Yi Tian harbored no fondness for this self-proclaimed champion of the world. In the past, he had been impoverished and tongue-tied, but now, equipped with wealth and strength, he was unafraid of trouble. Naturally, he aimed to eliminate every threat and contribute to the purification of the environment. Xiao Tian suddenly found himself immensely intrigued by this new employer. He was quite the character. As a former soldier, entering society felt akin to a wolf stripped of its fangs. He faced numerous restrictions and had to temper his actions. For the peace of the domestic environment left little opportunity for him to unleash his full potential. Unless confronted by a criminal wielding a knife, he could only defend himself within the bounds of the law, yet in his years at the company, he had encountered no perilous situations. Now, with Yi Tian's instructions, he felt as if he had regained his claws, a feral grin spreading across his face as he approached Brother Long, bleary-eyed from drink. Noticed someone exiting the vehicle and cursed loudly before delivering a slap. Xiao Tian's intercepted the blow, seized Brother Long's wrist, and executed a swift kick to his waist, sending him tumbling like a rolling gourd 3 meters away. Dare you retaliate? Today, I shall ensure your demise. Stung by humiliation, Brother Long clutched his hand and staggered back to his vehicle, swiftly brandishing a massive cleaver over 1/2 meter in length. With the weapon in hand, he regained his bravado, pointing the blade at Xiao Tian's while spewing profanities. Kneel and apologize at once, or you shall learn why flowers bloom red. As the saying goes, no matter how skilled one may be, a kitchen knife is still a formidable adversary. Seeing Brother Long brandish the knife, Xiao Tian's discreetly shifted his stance, readying himself to disarm the man as he advanced. Brother Long, emboldened, approached with the knife raised, intending to slap Xiao Tian's face with the flat of the blade. Though his mind was clouded, years of experience with law enforcement had taught him that directly attacking someone could lead to grave consequences. If I merely slap him with the knife, it's not considered a crime, right? Xiao Tian's was unconcerned with Brother Long's intentions, seizing the opportunity. He swiftly captured the man's wrist, twisted it, and disarmed him. Following this, he deftly dislocated Brother Long's elbow and shoulder before delivering a kick to his knee, causing him to kneel and sing a tune of submission. The commotion caused a traffic jam, drawing a crowd eager to witness the spectacle. Some had already called the police, while others recorded the event on their phones. Xiao Tian's, possessing a handsome demeanor and the aura of a soldier, garnered the favor of many onlookers. In contrast, Brother Long, short and stout, adorned with tattoos of lobsters and brandishing a knife, was perceived as the quintessential villain. With the antagonist now vanquished by the handsome hero, applause erupted from the crowd. Yi Tian communicated through the intercom with Lu Yin and Lin Yi, instructing them to remain in the vehicle as he stepped out. President Yi, do not approach, it's safer in the car. It's fine, I merely felt your actions could use a bit of refinement, hence my presence. What? President Yi, I've already dislocated his joints. Any further action would be excessive. Xiao Tian's felt insulted. As a professional bodyguard and driver, he was acutely aware of the appropriate level of force required. Yi Tian approached him and whispered, You fool, the knife is still on the ground. If you inadvertently drag him closer, and he seizes the chance to stab you, wouldn't you be in danger? You would then be compelled to utilize justifiable defense and break his hand. Goodness, what kind of background does President Yi have? He is even more ruthless than I am. But this approach indeed provides justifiable defense. Xiao Tian's felt as though he had unlocked the door to a new world. He dragged Brother Long towards the fallen knife, which in his dazed state, he instinctively reached for. I'll stab you. Xiao Tian's had anticipated this move, effortlessly capturing Brother Long's arm, twisting and stepping down, resulting in a sickening crack as Brother Long's hand broke. He then stomped on the joints of Brother Long's arm twice more, rendering it completely incapacitated. President Yi, is this satisfactory? Yi Tian shook his head in disappointment. What? This is insufficient? Yi Tian calmly positioned himself beside Xiao Tian's, offering guidance. Should he escape, he could call for reinforcements, placing you in danger. To ensure your own safety, you must break his legs. Wouldn't that then be justifiable defense? Xiao Tian was flabbergasted, feeling a surge of incredulity. Is that even permissible? He loosened his grip, watching as Brother Long wobbled upright, staggering towards his vehicle, seemingly intent on retrieving his phone. You'll all regret this. I'll summon my brothers. Not waiting for Brother Long to cover 2 meters, Xiao Tian lunged forward, executing a sweeping kick that shattered both of Brother Long's legs. Bewildered, he looked to Yi Tian for affirmation. Yi Tian nodded in approval, stating calmly, "Call the police. I've seen the contacts in my phone, and our company has a lawyer. Should any disputes arise, let him handle it." Understood, President Yi. Chapter 24, the first time in the presidential suite. In truth, there was no need for Xiao Tian to call the police. The surrounding crowd had already done so. And soon enough, security and medical personnel arrived. Brother Long, now heavily intoxicated, lay on the ground, moaning in pain until he drifted off to sleep. Upon arrival, the security personnel assessed the scene, noting that the armed assailant lay incapacitated on the ground, snoring away. The circumstances were clear. He had recklessly changed lanes, exited his vehicle to insult and assault others, and threatened with a knife. Xiao Tian informed the security about Brother Long's evident inebriation, suggesting he might have been driving under the influence, which prompted immediate action to have him taken for a blood test. The damages to both vehicles would naturally be the responsibility of Brother Long's security personnel. Recognizing the luxury of the vehicle Xiao Tian drove, the Night 15, valued over 10 million, realized that even minor scratches would incur costs in the hundreds of thousands. Brother Long, upon regaining consciousness, would certainly lament his predicament. Lawyer Xie from the company's legal department soon arrived on the scene, ready to negotiate with the authorities. Yi Tian's primary directive was to ensure the harshest penalties possible for Brother Long. After bidding farewell to Lawyer Xie, Yi Tian entered his vehicle, continuing towards the Hilton Hotel. Xiao Tian now held profound admiration for Yi Tian, as he could hardly fathom how one could incapacitate another without facing repercussions. President Yi, how are you so formidable? Is there a method to fighting like this? Yi Tian smiled enigmatically. Hee, I often watch Professor Luo's legal lectures and have inadvertently learned a few things. I see. I will take a look when I have time. However, Yi, it would be best for you to stay in the car for safety if a thug suddenly strikes. You might get hurt. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's concern, Yi Tian burst into laughter. Haha, it's all right. Even without you here, I could easily subdue such minor characters with just one hand. Haha, impressive, Yi. Xiao Tian offered an awkward yet polite smile, sensing that Yi Tian was boasting. Yet he chose not to call him out on it. Soon, they arrived at the Hilton Hotel, where President Liu had booked the presidential suite for 888 yuan per night, spanning an impressive 400 square meters. It featured 2 bedrooms, akin to a small pool, a large jacuzzi, a 10-meter wide bed, a dining room accommodating 10 people, an expansive reception area, a private bar, and even a gym, with golden faucets adorning the bathrooms. The master bedroom boasted a 270-degree view of the lake, allowing one to bask in the first rays of morning sunshine. All electronic devices were under intelligent control, and the furnishings were of exorbitant quality. Guided by the staff, they entered the room, where the attendant provided a brief tutorial on some basic operations. With the assistance button, they could summon staff at any time. Yi Tian contemplated that he had no plans for the evening and decided to let Xiao Tian head back first. Xiao, I have nothing planned for tonight. You may return. I will notify you tomorrow morning when I head to the office. All right, President Yi. I'll take my leave then. Once Xiao Tian and the attendant departed, Yi Tian closed the door and fully unleashed his spirit. He flopped onto the 10-meter bed, rolling around and exclaiming, "Wow, what a massive bed." Haha. This childlike enthusiasm amused Lu Yin and Lin Yi, who had been quietly giggling, and they began to explore the suite. Lu Yin exclaimed, "Wow, there's even a pool inside. Haha, we can soak together. Sounds great, let us do it." Yi Tian replied. Lin Yi initially felt a bit shy, but considering they were 2 women together, her courage blossomed. Women often find themselves shy in the presence of a man, yet in a group, it is the man who becomes bashful. Lu Yin glanced around and discovered swimsuits in the nearby wardrobe. She promptly pulled Lin Yi along to select outfits and tossed a pair of swim trunks to Yi Tian. "Here, put these on. Let us go soak first." "All right." Yi Tian cheerfully scampered to the changing room. When he returned to the pool area, he found them already relaxing in the water. Having such open-minded and carefree girlfriends was indeed a great fortune in life. The 3 engaged in casual conversation while Yi Tian leaned closer to Lu Yin. Lin Yi, sensing the budding romance, feigned tiredness and excused herself to return to the room, giving the young couple some privacy. What was there to wait for? With Lin Yi gone, Yi Tian swept Lu Yin up in a princess carry and whisked her into another room. After some exploration and adjustment, Lu Yin finally became Yi Tian's woman. After several intimate moments, as they embraced and gazed into each other's eyes, Yi Tian suddenly asked, "By the way, I want to ask you something. Go ahead. Why have you been so proactive in pursuing me? I am neither wealthy nor extroverted. What do you find appealing about me?" Chapter 25, The Incredibly Considerate System. Seeing Yi Tian's puzzled expression, Lu Yin smiled and inquired, "Do you remember the girl you saved one night in a small alley during our freshman year?" Let me think. Yi Tian pondered and recalled the incident. He had bravely intervened when two thugs were harassing a girl, shouting, "Let her go." When the thugs attacked him, he had, in a moment of desperation, claimed he had already called the police, which frightened them into knocking him unconscious before fleeing. "I do remember. I was knocked out and woke up in the hospital. Could you be that girl?" "Yes, after the thugs fled, I called the police and got you to the hospital. Though you didn't win the fight, to me, you were a hero." Now it dawned on Yi Tian why Lu Yin had remained steadfastly by his side. It was all because of that moment of chivalry, the classic hero saving the damsel in distress. After a tender exchange, Lu Yin suddenly asked, "Oh no, we didn't take any precautions. I wonder if I might be pregnant. I'm not ready to be a mother just yet. Should we get some medicine?" Yi Tian, too, was not eager to become a father at this stage, fearing that his wife's attention would shift entirely to their child, leaving him in the shadows. As both were caught in their dilemma, Yi Tian's system chimed in. "Ding. Host need not worry. All external seeds have been deactivated by this system. Only when you genuinely wish to become a father will your woman conceive." The system truly lived up to its reputation as a timely assistance. With a mere word, it alleviated Yi Tian's concerns, ensuring Lu Yin no longer had to fret about unintended pregnancy. "Thank you, system. You are indeed a timely savior, instantly resolving my issue." "No need for gratitude, host. It is my duty." After thanking the system, Yi Tian crafted a gentle explanation for Lu Yin. "Actually, you need not worry about this. Have you ever heard of the term refining essence into energy?" Lu Yin looked at him curiously and nodded, asking, "I've heard of it. It seems to relate to refining essence into energy, energy into spirit, spirit into void, and void into unity. Are they connected?" Yi Tian smiled and elaborated, "That is correct. Due to the nature of my cultivation method, my essence automatically transforms into inner energy, and what is expelled from my body is inert and incapable of causing pregnancy." Lu Yin inquired with intrigue. "So you're saying that even without protection, there is no risk of pregnancy?" "Exactly. So there is no need to worry about this issue at all." "That is wonderful." Lu Yin finally felt a weight lifted off her shoulders, but then pondered, "But wait. If your women can't become pregnant, doesn't that mean your lineage could end? But won't you still be able to allow someone to conceive in the future?" "Pregnancy is a concern, but infertility is a problem too." Yi Tian, seeing her worried expression, burst into laughter. "Of course not. Once we're ready for parenthood, I can reverse my cultivation technique and sacrifice some of my power." Lu Yin quickly waved her hands in protest. No, please don't sacrifice your power. I'm not ready to be a mother so soon." Seeing her flustered demeanor, Yi Tian laughed again. "I understand. I'm not eager to be a father just yet either." The soundproofing in the room was excellent, and their conversation did not disturb Lin Yi. When they finally emerged, Lin Yi was in the living room watching television. Upon their arrival, she shot them a knowing glance, as if to say, "That took quite a while." After chatting for a while, Yi Tian said, "Tomorrow I'll be heading to the office for a meeting and then to purchase a villa. What about you two?" Lu Yin considered her plans and replied, "I intend to resign first, then accompany Lin Yi to help her resign and sort out her belongings to move over." Yi Tian thought for a moment and said, "Is it really necessary to resign in person? A phone call should suffice. The matter of salary seems trivial, particularly since your financial situation is quite stable at present. Nevertheless, I believe it is imperative to conclude matters properly, especially considering the kindness the boss has shown me." Lu Yan's employer treats her with a paternal affection, leading her to feel that a formal resignation, accompanied by gifts for her boss and colleagues, is in order. Yi Tian nodded in agreement. Repaying kindness is a principle he holds dear, though he himself has yet to encounter a commendable boss. "What about you, Lin Yi?" She hesitated, expressing her dilemma. "My boss is rather unpleasant, always lecherous, but I dread the thought of being disparaged for leaving without proper notice." Yi Tian boldly declared, "Why fear him? If need be, I would take matters into my own hands." Startled, Lin Yi quickly interjected, No, let us not escalate this. It's merely a matter of resignation, and we should handle it discreetly." "Very well, then, you both should resign together for mutual support." After some contemplation, Yi Tian reasoned that it would be safer for the two women to be accompanied by Xiao Tiansu, ensuring their protection against any potential dangers. "By the way, tomorrow, when Xiao drops me off at the office, you should travel with him. He is a veteran, and with him safeguarding you, I shall have no worries." Lu Yin and Lin Yi felt gratified by Yi Tian's attentiveness, This must be what it feels like to be valued. And what about you? I'm fine, really. Xiao mentioned that the company has vehicles and other drivers. Luyan pondered for a moment before issuing a playful warning to Yi Tian. While we're not around, you mustn't go flirting with anyone. Yi Tian smirked and replied, look at how you phrase that. If someone were to flirt with me, I doubt I would entertain them. As the group engaged in their discussion, news concerning Yi Tian swept across the internet like a tempest, rapidly gaining traction. It all began with the restaurant incident. Primarily shared among friends on social media, each post garnering an abundance of likes and comments, providing a sense of psychological gratification. Almost every woman shared and saved the videos of Yi Tian. It was undeniable that the charm bestowed by the system, which made him irresistible to all women, was no mere jest. Gradually, longer videos began to surface on video platforms, and through the collective endorsements of women across the internet, they quickly ascended to prominence, vividly bringing Yi Tian's image to life. Initial comments hailed him as a superhero or martial arts master. But upon learning that he intervened on behalf of a mother and daughter suffering from domestic violence, the comments section became a haven for women. When they discovered Yi Tian was the chairman of Tianjin Company, astonishment ensued. Comments evolved from handsome and youthful to worshipful declarations of love, culminating in fervent pleas for marriage and dreams of starting a family. The news headlines also transformed in tandem. Heroic man versus scoundrel, a fiery outburst for a fair lady. The scene erupts. Marvelous chairman, possessing extraordinary martial arts or superpower. Inner strength that heals. The flower protector emerges, revealed to be a wealthy, handsome man. A tough guy with a gentle heart, dashing and affluent. A national husband emerges. Ultimately, the moniker of national husband was universally accepted among women. Any disparaging remarks about Yi Tian were met with an avalanche of backlash in the comments section. Chapter 26. The Joy of Snatching Red Envelopes. Subsequently, videos from the hospital regarding the jumping incident began to circulate. Everyone was taken aback, exclaiming, wait, isn't the leading man our Mr. Yi from the restaurant? After beating up the scoundrel, he is now saving lives? It seemed Mr. Yi was on a trajectory to become a superhero, either rescuing people or en route to do so. As spectators beheld Yi Tian soaring through the air to save others, their composure evaporated. Was he even human? The headlines became increasingly sensational. The outdated left foot on right foot is out. The latest lightness skill lets you walk on air. Newton would be outraged. This defies science. Ascending to new heights is not fiction. Thousands witnessed the birth of a legend. The national husband returns, heroically rescuing beauty in midair. A living miracle, instant recovery from leukemia. Online, netizens were exhilarated, treating the situation like a festive occasion. Discussions and trends were rampant, and it would be remiss not to join in. Incredible. Brothers, rally together. I've just secured Newton's coffin lid. Newton insists this doesn't concern him. Please let him rest in peace. Don't stop me. I'm off to master the lightness skill. I am Feng Qingyang, the head of Wudong, demonstrating my sect's miraculous skill. I can prove it. Who dares to claim that walking on air defies physical laws? Step forward and explain this phenomenon. I yearn to learn inner strength and healing arts to become a miracle worker. Darling, you're so handsome. I love you, darling. I want to marry you. As a wave of female netizens encountered the news and videos, the sentiments shifted entirely towards adoration. The first to recognize Yi Tian were employees of Tianjin Company, who unexpectedly received notification of a new chairman today, regardless of whether they were on duty or enjoying a break. Every employee's phone buzzed with the new chairman's photo and name, with management urging everyone to familiarize themselves to avoid any awkwardness. Thus, when one employee stumbled upon Yi Tian's news video, recognition struck, and it swiftly spread throughout the company. Look, our new chairman is on the news. Indeed, he looks even more handsome than in the photo. Wow, I can't believe how powerful Mr. Yi is. He crushed that scoundrel's fist. Terrifying. Mr. Yi is indeed a man of few words, effortlessly shattering the scoundrel's leg. So, they wanted us to remember Mr. Yi's face and name for our protection, fearing we might provoke him and end up maimed. Mr. Yi can even fly? What extraordinary martial arts are these? I'm in awe. I wonder if Mr. Yi takes on disciples. I'd gladly forego my salary. I'm now a devoted fan of Mr. Yi. I must encounter him by chance. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. When you end up in the hospital, I'll be sure to visit you. Before long, the news of Yi Tian being the newly appointed chairman of Tianjin Company reached the internet, coinciding with the viral video of them teaching Long Gu a lesson. Observant individuals noted that it was indeed Yi Tian stepping out of the driver's vehicle, solidifying the revelation that he was the chairman of Tianjin Company. Shockingly, internal staff identification confirmed that the national husband was, in fact, the new chairman. The evidence was irrefutable, with videos showcasing the Tianjin driver disarming an assailant, and the national husband standing by in support. Rumors began to circulate that Tianjin Company was backed by a hidden sect filled with unparalleled experts. Whispers suggested that Tianjin had military connections, with security personnel comprising elite veterans, and the national husband was, in fact, a returning war god. It was said that Yi Tian had achieved enlightenment through martial arts and was now experiencing worldly trials, destined to ascend to the celestial realm. As the online rumors escalated into the absurd, the Bureau of Guards responsible for Yi Tian's case felt compelled to issue a public announcement, urging people not to let their imaginations run wild. The Jiangnan City Bureau of Guards kindly reminds you, the internet is not a lawless zone. Those who spread rumors will face legal consequences. Please refrain from believing or disseminating false information. This effectively quelled the ongoing frenzy. Otherwise, Yi Tian might have been mythologized as the latest incarnation of an emperor. However, various media platforms are already poised and ready, preparing to wait outside Tianjin Company for an interview with Yi Tian tomorrow morning. Naturally, the news has also reached the ears of Yi Tian's classmates, igniting a lively discussion in their group chat. A classmate shared a video, prompting everyone to inquire if that was indeed Yi Tian and Lu Yan. Yes, what's the matter? One classmate clicked on the video, eyes widening in astonishment, as if they had seen a ghost. What in the world? How has he become so formidable? How did Yi Tian become so handsome? I suddenly feel a flutter in my heart. Yi Tian can even cure ailments? When did he acquire such skills? Has Yi Tian struck it rich? Did he casually hand out over 100,000? Yi Tian, come out and chat. When did you become a deity? Let's embark on this path of immortality together. Lu Yan, what on earth is going on? Share some insights. They began tagging Yi Tian and Lu Yan, but not a single soul responded. As for Lin Yi in the hospital, the video from that day had been deleted by others, and no one paid her any mind. While everyone saw Yi Tian, he was busy test driving a vehicle with Lu Yan, unnoticed by anyone. It wasn't until the three of them finalized their plans for the following day that they remembered to check their phones. Once Yi Tian and Lu Yan unlocked their devices, a flurry of notifications erupted, 99 messages pinging incessantly. There were group messages, private chats, and failed attempts at voice and video calls. After perusing a few, they realized the issue. They had become internet sensations. Yi Tian sent a message in the class group. Hello, classmates. I inadvertently saved an extraordinary individual who imparted martial arts skills to me. The Tianjin Company was also a gift from this remarkable person, along with a bit of money. Let's arrange a gathering in a few days. I will cover all expenses. The group consisted of 46 individuals, including 40 students and 6 teachers. He casually distributed 45 red envelopes, each containing 200 yuan, which instantly sparked excitement among everyone. Thank you, wealthy benefactor. Wishing you abundant blessings. The exhilaration left them momentarily speechless. What a generous red envelope. I hope to grab another. Messages of gratitude and jubilant emojis flooded the chat. It was evident that seizing red envelopes was the most joyous moment. And seeing even Lu Yan and Lin Yi joining the frenzy only encouraged Yi Tian to send 9 more. While standard cards have limits, Yi Tian's Supreme card had none. This sent his classmates and teachers into a frenzy, casually snatching up red envelopes worth a total of 2,000 yuan. Chapter 27. The three of us will live together. Lu Yan, reveling in the thrill of the red envelopes, sent one herself. The classmates and teachers, noticing Lu Yan's generous gesture, ignited another wave of excitement in the chat. Lu Yan, have you struck it rich too? Another benefactor has emerged. Today's red envelope frenzy is unmatched. Lu Yan cheerfully replied in the group. Hee hee, I've hitched my wagon to a wealthy star. And here is some delightful news. Yi Tian is now my boyfriend. This revelation detonated like a depth charge, leaving the classmates in utter shock. Oh my heavens, Lu Yan, you finally succeeded. Congratulations. When are we celebrating? Lu Yan, honestly, do you possess foresight? Is that why you stayed close to Yi Tian, waiting for him to strike it rich? Lu Yan, do you need any handmaidens? I'd be willing to apply. Lu Yan, reading her classmates' messages, nearly doubled over with laughter. I'll inform you all when the celebration occurs. As for handmaidens, I've already secured a steward. Come on, Lin Yi, greet everyone. Lin Yi, feeling a bit embarrassed for being called out, lightly nudged Lu Yan. How do I explain our relationship? After pondering, she decided to send a message in the group. Hello, everyone, I'm Lin Yi. From now on, I'll be living at Yi Tian's home as his steward, taking care of Mr. Yi and Mrs. Yi. Upon seeing Lin Yi's message, Lu Yan rolled with laughter on the sofa. Yi Tian too couldn't help but chuckle, surprised to see Lin Yi's playful side. The classmates in the group were left flabbergasted. What is happening? Have the two most beautiful girls in the class both fallen for Yi Tian? My mind is in a whirl. Can someone clarify their relationships? My heart is shattered. Even the goddess Lin Yi is in Yi Tian's household? Yi Tian, do you need any more servants? I'm quite adept at housework. As the classmates began to speculate wildly, Lin Yi sent another message to clarify. Actually, I fell ill and fainted today while visiting Lu Yin and Yi Tian. The doctors were unable to treat me, but Yi Tian saved me. However, this illness requires long-term treatment, which is why the three of us are living together. At this moment, Yi Tian also sent a message. Lin Yi has fallen ill, and only my internal energy can heal her. Treatments are needed every 3 days, so for convenience, I've asked her to be my steward and live together. With that, the classmates finally understood the situation. As for whether the three living together indicated anything untoward, who cared? Didn't Lu Yin seem unconcerned? The three exchanged knowing smiles. And with matters settled, Yi Tian, in his joy, sent out another 10 red envelopes. As for the gathering, I'll leave it to the homeroom teacher and class monitor to discuss and choose a suitable time and place for everyone. Upon hearing this, discussions about the gathering venue erupted enthusiastically, with the proximity of Yi Tian's residence becoming a favored option. I think Jiangnan City would be splendid. Indeed. It's just right since Yi Tian resides there. Actually, the school would be a nice venue too. It would be great to revisit. Welcome back, fellow students. To tour the school, I'm in Longjiang, currently working a single day off, so I can't return in one day. Can we wait until the National Day holiday for the gathering? Can't you request a few extra days off? The holiday is still several months away. I can't wait a single day. I need to cling to Yi Tian. I want to as well, but circumstances don't allow. Yi Tian, observing this, joined the discussion. I understand, no rush. I was just dismissed from my previous job, and working without rights often leads to overtime. The classmates chuckled at Yi Tian's message, each chiming in with playful banter. Big shot, which boss dares to dismiss you? Big shot, which villain was it? Let us take him down. Exactly. Let him know that fortunes shift, and youth should not be underestimated. Yi Tian chuckled. Those are all past matters. As recent graduates, we often face such challenges. I know some classmates are in similar situations. When the time comes, I'll have Lu Yin transfer 50,000 to each classmate for travel expenses, and I hope no one minds. 50,000 for travel expenses? Wow, that could even cover an international flight. With over 40 people, that's more than 2 million. Yi Tian is treating money like it's nothing. Yi Tian, that's too much. We're nearby. It won't cost that much. Yeah, as long as meals and lodging are covered, that's sufficient. Yi Tian, don't feel obliged to shoulder such expenses. Let us all pay our way. Some classmates desired the funds, but felt it was excessive, while others didn't want any, thinking Yi Tian was showing off. They weren't unable to afford their own travel costs, so there was no need to take advantage of Yi Tian. Yi Tian had anticipated the varying opinions, knowing that mishandling this could appear boastful and damage relationships. After some contemplation, he sent several messages to clarify. Dear friends, allow me a moment to speak. Throughout my studies, your unwavering support has been invaluable to me. Now that I have come into some financial means, I kindly request the opportunity to express my gratitude in return. I harbor no ulterior motives. Had it not been for a serendipitous reunion with classmates today, I might have been unable to attend. For my recent employment has left me with little savings. My unscrupulous employer incessantly demands overtime, and taking leave incurs penalties. I am uncertain if any of you share my plight, but in order to ensure that each classmate can join the gathering without reservations, I implore you to accept this gesture. For those blessed with better financial circumstances, I ask for your understanding. Consider it a small token of goodwill, allowing us all to partake without discomfort, and thus assisting me in a manner. Upon seeing Yi Tian's words, a profound silence enveloped the room as everyone grasped that he was indeed considering those among us who struggle with employment and financial hardship. For them, taking even a couple of days off could jeopardize their jobs and disrupt their lives. Had he made this announcement solely to them, it would have undoubtedly embarrassed those affected, making them feel inferior. However, with this collective gesture, no one would need to feel awkward, and future encounters would remain free of embarrassment. Yi Tian's thoughtful approach left little room for dissent. Yi Tian, I shall shamelessly accept your kindness. Thank you, Yi Tian. Yi Tian, a lifelong classmate. Yi Tian has done well. Mutual assistance among classmates is indeed a noble endeavor. Everyone embraced Yi Tian's rationale, and the atmosphere returned to its previous warmth. In truth, a significant portion of our classmates faced professional obstacles and financial constraints. Many had initially resolved to attend the reunion despite the sacrifices it entailed, perhaps subsisting on instant noodles for months thereafter, as social standing often holds weight. However, with Yi Tian's assurance, the prospect of having 50,000 yuan at their disposal rendered the journey feasible, allowing for ample funds to sustain them for half a year or more. Chapter 28. The enthusiastic Liu. The arrangements for transportation were entrusted to Lu Yan, as she serves as Yi Tian's assistant. Yi Tian glanced at the messages from others and noticed one from a user named Sensual, but not a fox, not a demon, who had sent him a flurry of messages. Yizong. I am Li Yu. How is your classmate's health? Yizong. I can't believe you can fly. Are you a superhero? Yizong. If you have some free time, bring your girlfriend to my office for tea. Yi Tian chuckled at the unexpected eagerness of this Li Yu. He quickly responded, apologies for my delay. I've been preoccupied. In a couple of days, once my matters are settled, I will treat you to dinner. Within 3 seconds, a reply arrived. Thank you, Yizong. Please attend to your business. I am available anytime. Li Yu felt a flutter of excitement, holding her phone eagerly, glancing at it frequently, anticipating Yi Tian's response. When she finally saw his message, she was rendered speechless in her exhilaration. The prospect of dining with Yi Tian was beyond her expectations. After sending the message to Li Yu, Yi Tian turned to Lu Yin and Lin Yi, suggesting, in a few days, let us invite Li Yu to dinner. Lin Yi should join us as well. Lin Yi inquired curiously, who is Li Yu? Yi Tian explained, she was the one who drove Lu Yin and me from the restaurant to the hospital today. If it weren't for her timely assistance, I might not have reached in time to save that girl who jumped. She has done a good deed. Lu Yin and Lin Yi nodded in agreement. Sounds good. Just arrange the time. Yi Tian calculated the days ahead. He was to take over the company tomorrow and search for housing, while Lu Yin and Lin Yi needed to resign and move, which would take a couple of days. The thought of seeing Yi Tian again soon filled Li Yu with joy, making her leap in excitement as she dashed to her wardrobe to select an outfit. Should she wear this one, or perhaps that? This one feels too revealing. Would he think of her as frivolous? This one is too conservative. It lacks allure. It was as though she had regressed several years to her teenage years of idolizing stars, her heart brimming with anticipation. That night, Yi Tian and Lu Yin shared a bed, while Lin Yi had a separate room. Lu Yin drove throughout the night, only succumbing to sleep in the early hours. When Yi Tian awoke and completed his morning routine, Lu Yin finally stirred. What time is it? She mumbled, searching for her phone by the bedside but finding none. Rising from the covers, she donned her sleepwear and headed to wash up. Her flawless figure was a feast for Yi Tian's eyes. Lin Yi had already risen and was seated in the living room watching television. Once Lu Yin finished her preparations, they both greeted Lin Yi and summoned a server to order breakfast. The server promptly arrived, a new face with striking features and a tall, elegant stature, rivaling Lu Yin and Lin Yi. Her name was Yang Mi, and she had heard during the shift change that a remarkably handsome man was staying in the presidential suite. Her colleagues had described him with such admiration that she could hardly believe it. Now, seeing Yi Tian clad only in shorts, her cheeks flushed involuntarily. The handsome man was none other than the Yi Tian from the viral video last night. Why hadn't her colleagues been clearer? In truth, she had misjudged them. Hotel policy prohibited phone use during work hours, so the staff on duty yesterday were unaware of Yi Tian's newfound fame. Yang Mi gazed at Yi Tian's sculpted abs, his impressive physique, and perfect posterior, and suddenly she felt weak at the knees. His form was nothing short of perfection. Yi Tian, quick to react, steadied her, expressing concern. Are you feeling unwell? Yang Mi shook her head hurriedly, shyly responding, no, not at all. I'm just thrilled to see Mr. Yi. Yi Tian looked at her curiously, wondering if he had truly become that well known. You recognize me? I saw your video online last night. Mr. Yi, you are even more handsome in person. Haha, too kind. Mr. May I ask what you would like? I'd like to order breakfast. Please bring me a set of soy milk, fried dough sticks, and pancakes. After placing his order, Yi Tian turned to Lu Yin and Lin Yi, asking, what would you two like? The two ladies replied nonchalantly, a simple breakfast of bread and milk will suffice. Same here, seeing that neither Lu Yin nor Lin Yi had any special requests. Yi Tian finalized the order. All right, that will be all. Thank you for your assistance. Yang Mi diligently noted down the order, thinking how polite the handsome man was. He was not only striking but also exceptionally courteous, greatly increasing her admiration for him. Ivy noted it down. It will be ready shortly. Is there anything else you require, sir? As for the presence of two women, that was beyond her concern. She was merely a server. Yi Tian pondered for a moment and recalled seeing that the hotel offered branded clothing for sale. It might be wise to purchase a new suit for his upcoming meeting, enhancing his professional image. He inquired of Yang Mi, by the way, I saw in the brochure that you have clothing for sale, correct? Chapter 29, A Heart as Clear as Ice. Unfazed by the collapse of heaven, constant amidst change, serenity within the mind. Indeed, we carry various major brands. Would you prefer to select items yourself? Or shall I assist you in choosing? I'd rather not choose. Please select something suitable for me, as I have a meeting at the company shortly. Certainly. Which brand would you prefer? I am uncertain. Please choose for me. In that case, I shall select an Armani suit for you. There is a saying in Hollywood, when in doubt about what to wear, And Armani is always a safe choice. Tian listened with a faint smile, finding her words rather amusing. Very well, I'll heed your suggestion. May I assist you in taking Mr. Ye's measurements? Of course, Yang Mi replied, pulling a measuring tape from her pocket and beginning to measure Tian's dimensions. The two were in close proximity, and Yang Mi was enveloped by the fragrance of his shower gel, nearly succumbing to the intoxication of it. As she felt Tian's skin, smoother than that of any woman, her heart raced, and her cheeks grew warm. He gently guided her to sit on the bed, looking at her in surprise as he asked, if you're unwell, do inform me. You nearly fainted just now. Yang Mi's face flushed crimson as she stammered an explanation. Mr. Yi, I apologize. It's not an illness. I was simply overwhelmed by seeing you. Tian glanced down and quickly understood. It's all right. There's a restroom over there. Perhaps you should attend to yourself. At that moment, Yang Mi felt on the verge of tears, mortified by her reaction, unsure of how the man she idolized perceived her, and worrying that if this were to be revealed, her job would be in jeopardy. She hurried into the restroom, her heart racing as if it would burst from her chest. Tian watched her with a bemused smile, pondering whether his allure was too potent or her resistance too feeble to elicit such a response. After a few minutes, Yang Mi emerged from the restroom, her legs still slightly shaky. Tian approached and offered her support to sit in a chair. Are you feeling better? Yang Mi lowered her head, embarrassed to meet his gaze, and shyly explained, yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. I'm not that kind of girl. I've never even had a boyfriend. Tian smiled gently, reassuring her, it's all right. No one is blaming you. But you must admit your resistance is quite low. How would you manage if you encountered another man? Yang Mi shook her head vigorously, panicking at the thought of being misunderstood by Mr. Yi. No, it's not that. I feel nothing for other men. Today is the first time I felt this way. I don't know why, but my heart races just seeing you. Tian chuckled. Well, it seems I am at fault. Hearing him admit fault, Yang Mi was startled and quickly stood to bow deeply. No, it is my fault. Please forgive me, Mr. Yi. Tian laughed and gently urged her to sit back down. I am not upset with you. Rest for a moment, and once you feel better, please help me prepare breakfast and my clothes. By the way, have you finished taking my measurements? I still have a little left to measure. I will do it now. Just try not to get too excited, he teased. Understood. With that, Yang Mi stood and bent down, her hands trembling as she completed the measurements, perspiration dotting her skin. She returned to her seat, panting as if she had just run several kilometers. Observing her distress, Tian thought to himself, such low resistance is concerning. If only there were a method to temper desire. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Ding. Acquired ice heart technique. The system bestowed upon him a new ability. Upon receiving the information about the ice heart technique, Tian realized that wishes could indeed manifest. The technique temporarily suppresses desires, allowing one to remain calm. When the heart is as clear as ice, the heavens may collapse without concern. Amidst chaos, one remains steady, spirit tranquil. Tian silently recited the incantation, channeling the technique as he grasped Yang Mi's hand. A chill coursed through her, like a thread of ice entering her body. And after circulating once, it returned to Tian. As Tian held her hand, Yang Mi felt a surge of excitement, and then an unexpected tranquility wash over her. Her earlier exhilaration dissipating. She gazed at Tian in confusion. What just happened? Tian softly explained. This is a technique that allows you to calm your emotions. Meanwhile, Lu Yin and Lin Yi were watching television, having observed Yang Mi briefly measure Tian before racing into the restroom, assuming she was unwell. Now, seeing her seated with Tian holding her hand sparked their curiosity, and they approached. Tian, what is going on here? Yang Mi, startled, quickly stood and bowed to Lu Yin. I'm sorry, guest. I felt unwell earlier, and Mr. Yi assisted me. Please don't misunderstand. There is nothing between us. Lu Yin and Lin Yi exchanged amused glances at Yang Mi's evident anxiety. Even if you say there is something, we still find it hard to believe, they chuckled. Although Yang Mi was undeniably beautiful, they trusted that Tian would not flirt with a waitress in their presence. Lin Yi stepped closer to Yang Mi, concern etched on her face. Are you all right? Don't be afraid. Do you feel better now? Yes. I will prepare breakfast for you both right away, Yang Mi replied, darting out of the room as if pursued by a ghost. Lu Yin and Lin Yi were left in stunned silence, noting that the waitress seemed a bit out of sorts. Tian laughed heartily, explaining what had transpired. Lu Yin and Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle, incredulous at the fact that merely touching Tian could send a girl into such a frenzy. Tian cautioned, if she returns, please refrain from laughing at her. This is all due to my technique. Women tend to find me particularly handsome. Lu Yin scoffed, a hint of jealousy in her voice. I get it. Can't you tone it down a bit? Observing her expression, Tian playfully pinched her cheek and smiled. Do you think I haven't? This is the toned down effect. Initially, Every woman who saw me would be utterly captivated. Both Lu Yin and Lin Yi gasped at the revelation of such a daunting side effect. Lu Yin, slightly worried, confided in Lin Yi, I feel we are under considerable pressure. Who knows how many women will come to seek Yi Tian's affection in the future? Lin Yi shook her head, chuckling. No, this pressure is solely yours. You are Yi Tian's girlfriend, so no matter how many women he attracts, I feel no pressure. Well, fine, but my stress is overwhelming. Lu Yin lamented, momentarily wishing Yi Tian were the ordinary, unremarkable boy he once was, the one she loved without competition. Chapter 30. Let's distribute a 2,000 yuan red envelope to everyone. After a while, breakfast arrived, delivered by another waitress. Yi Tian inquired and learned that Yang Mi had gone to select clothes for him. Once the three had nearly finished their breakfast, Yang Mi returned with the garments. Yi Tian quickly polished off his meal, washed his hands, and began trying on the outfits. As he donned the attire, the three women were momentarily blinded by his striking appearance, a single word escaping their lips: handsome. The garments, meticulously tailored by an Italian craftsman, paired with handcrafted leather shoes and belts, accentuated Yi Tian's perfect physique. Gulp. The three women instinctively swallowed hard, their hearts racing. Truly, one's appearance is greatly enhanced by attire. Yi Tian's charm surged even further with the addition of fine clothing. He turned in front of the mirror. Even he felt he looked extraordinarily dapper. He nodded approvingly at Yang Mi. I quite like the outfit you've chosen. Thank you. Upon hearing Yi Tian's praise, Yang Mi felt as if she had consumed honey, her heart swelling with sweetness. As long as Mr. Yi is pleased. Lin Yi, please help me settle the bill. Certainly. Lin Yi produced her card and processed the payment for Yang Mi, the entire ensemble costing a staggering 888 soft sister coins, somewhat extravagant, yet undeniably exquisite. Suddenly, Yi Tian had a thought. Given their affluence and their accommodation in a 5-star hotel, surely the gratuity should not be overlooked? Lin Yi, let us add an extra 2,000 for the tip, he suggested. Yang Mi promptly declined, saying, Thank you, Mr. Yi, but we are not permitted to accept tips from guests in the presidential suite. Rebuffed in his grand gesture, Yi Tian felt a twinge of frustration. He was determined to offer something in gratitude. Well then, let me fulfill one modest request as a token of appreciation for your assistance in selecting my attire. Yang Mi blinked her large eyes, her skepticism evident. Really? Absolutely, Yi Tian affirmed. With his confirmation, Yang Mi excitedly inquired, May I add you on WeChat, Mr. Yi? I could send you outfit suggestions in the future. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Tian acquiesced, reasoning he could not go back on his word. Though he did issue a caution. Sure, but let us keep the conversation appropriate. If my girlfriend wishes to see our exchanges, I will certainly share them with her. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Lu Yin smiled. Unlike other men who often kept secrets, Yi Tian was refreshingly candid. Yang Mi, too, was elated. Her admiration for Yi Tian was genuine, and simply having his contact felt immensely gratifying. Understood, Mr. Yi, I promise not to impose, she replied. Lu Yin, observing Yang Mi's beaming face, sighed. Oh dear, another one captivated by you. Yi Tian chuckled awkwardly. What can I say? My charm is simply irresistible. Lu Yin sighed once more, lamenting that having such an exceptional boyfriend could also be a burden. Yi Tian added Yang Mi on WeChat and decided that he would send her a request once she finished her shift. With everything in place, he dialed Xiao Tiansu, who promptly arrived to escort Yi Tian to the company. Today, Yi Tian relished the experience of riding in the back seat, feeling utterly pampered. Reluctant to leave the comfort of the seat, Xiao, Lu Yin and Lin Yi will be on the move over the next few days. Your responsibility is to ensure their safety, he instructed. Understood, Mr. Yi. I will notify another driver, Xiao Tian, to handle your transportation, Xiao replied. Xiao Tian? Your brother? No, just a namesake. Most members of the Xiao clan have served in the military, and he is also a veteran. Ah, understood. Our Yi family, on the other hand, is said to be steeped in legends of immortality, though I am yet to see any divine beings. At that moment, the exterior of Tianjin Company was teeming with people. Major media outlets, self-media influencers, streamers, and online enthusiasts had gathered. Banners adorned the 66th floor of Tianjin Tower, all proclaiming a warm welcome for the chairman's inspection, hastily arranged by an advertising agency overnight. The entire Tianjin Tower was owned by Tianjin Company, serving as a comprehensive edifice for production, research and development, and sales. Today, all employees were impeccably attired, diligently performing their duties to avoid any untoward incidents during a surprise inspection by the chairman. Chen Hao, along with the heads of various departments, stood at the entrance, prepared to greet Yi Tian. Having previously met Yi Tian, Chen Hao found him quite approachable. However, the other leaders, unfamiliar with him, were anxious. Would this new chairman come in with an iron fist, making examples of a few to assert his authority? particularly those department heads who had indulged in corruption or sweating bullets, hoping that Tian remained oblivious to their misdeeds. As the vehicle arrived, Tian stepped out, greeted by a flurry of camera flashes, akin to a celebrity's entrance. Chun Hao swiftly led the way to welcome him, introducing the department heads alongside him. Mr. Yi. These are the heads of various departments. Tian surveyed the group. Apart from Chun Hao, there were 18 other heads, some with portly faces that suggested they were not of the most reputable character. He nodded at the assembly, greeting everyone. Hello, I am Tian. I will be relying on all of you moving forward. The crowd quickly responded with forced smiles. No, Mr. Yi, you are too kind. They understood that Tian's polite words were not to be taken lightly. After all, they were not as innocent as they appeared. Chun Hao guided Tian toward the company, inquiring whether he preferred to inspect the departments first or convene a meeting. Tian expressed a preference for the latter, wanting to grasp the company's situation before proceeding. Outside the company gates, security personnel formed a human barrier, blocking the eager media representatives who had gathered early. Tian frowned upon seeing the throng of media resembling a horde of zombies ready to surge forward. He halted and asked Chun Hao, "Why are there so many people over there? Did you arrange this?" Chun Hao quickly shook his head. No, only a few mainstream media outlets have coordinated with us. The rest have come of their own accord. Primarily, it's because you are currently quite famous, Mr. Yi. He had seen the online videos, noting that Tian's popularity rivaled that of major stars. With men aside, the female netizens who caught sight of Tian invariably found him appealing. Upon noticing Tian's pause, the crowd began to chant his name. Mr. Yi, I love you. Mr. Yi, I want to marry you. Tian felt a shiver run down his spine. Were these truly his fans? He waved at them, inciting yet another wave of excitement. Observing their fervor, Tian instructed Chun Hao, "Does the company have a conference room that can accommodate these individuals? Let us invite them inside. It would be improper for them to stand outside. After I finish the meeting, I will meet with them." Chun Hao nodded. Yes. We can accommodate at least double that number. I'll make arrangements immediately. Tian pondered for a moment before adding, "Prepare some refreshments for them. And let us distribute 2,000 as a token of appreciation to each person. It might encourage them to speak favorably." Chun Hao wiped the sudden sweat from his brow, readily agreeing, "Of course, I will arrange that right away." Tian's generosity was astonishing. The journalists and netizens combined likely numbered 200 to 300, which meant the total for the red envelopes could reach 50 to 60,000. Yet, since the company's funds were essentially Tian's, he could spend as he pleased. Chun Hao could only hastily delegate the necessary arrangements. Chapter 31. The system grants me 500 billion again. Meanwhile, the journalists, streamers, and netizens were contemplating how to breach the security perimeter and approach Tian. An announcement soon reached them, instructing them to enter the company's conference room for a brief respite, assuring them that Mr. Yi would meet with them after the meeting concluded. The crowd responded positively, realizing that this Mr. Yi was quite approachable. Once inside the grand conference room, everyone settled into their seats, and shortly thereafter, staff entered bearing fruits, beverages, and sunflower seeds, ensuring everyone received a share. Wow, this is quite the spectacle, something rarely seen, usually reserved for product launches. Who would have thought we'd be lucky enough to experience this today? Some attendees, pleased with the treatment, began snapping photos. Moments later, a staff member, accompanied by security, entered with a briefcase, piquing everyone's curiosity about its contents. Could it possibly contain a newly developed product? When the staff member opened the briefcase, a cascade of vibrant red envelopes was revealed, causing an uproar in the conference room. Were they about to distribute red envelopes? How much could possibly be inside? So many. Did that mean everyone would receive one? The staff member took to the podium and spoke into the microphone. "Everyone, please be quiet," Mr. Yi announced, expressing gratitude for everyone's kindness. "I'll distribute a small red envelope to each of you, so you can enjoy some tea." As soon as his words resounded, a thunderous applause erupted, with everyone clapping enthusiastically, filled with exuberance. "Mr. Yi is so generous. He is truly remarkable. We adore Mr. Yi." With the assistance of the security personnel, each individual soon received a red envelope. Upon opening it, they were astounded to discover 2,000 yuan within. A resourceful journalist immediately stood to count the number of attendees, 286 individuals. This meant a total of 572,000 yuan was generously distributed, showcasing remarkable generosity. Some were already preparing to write news articles, eager to praise Tian, as one tends to feel indebted to those who offer gifts. In this environment, where everyone was enjoying refreshments and received red envelopes, no one would dare to speak ill of Tian. Some were so eager that they hastily shared the news online, inviting waves of envy and admiration. As Tian, led by Chun Hao, entered the office, Chen suddenly recalled something and inquired, Mr. Yi. The lady named Hong Yin you mentioned yesterday has just arrived and is currently waiting for you in your office. Yi Tian remembered that he had indeed asked Hong Yin to come to the company to collect some funds and nearly forgot about it. How long has she been waiting? Almost half an hour. Has it been that long? Please take me to the office. Let the other managers wait in the conference room. Of course. In the office. Hong Yin sat with her daughter, enjoying the luxuries of a VIP treatment, with refreshments served to them. After waiting for over 20 minutes, she began to feel anxious, wondering if Mr. Yi had forgotten about them. Some had recognized the mother and daughter duo as the ones saved by Mr. Yi in a viral video, thinking how fortunate yet unfortunate they were, thus treating them with utmost courtesy. Upon entering the office, Yi Tian spotted Hong Yin and her daughter, both sitting stiffly on the sofa, glancing around. He hurriedly approached and apologized. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Seeing Yi Tian enter and immediately apologizing made Hong Yin nervous, unsure of where to place her hands, as Mr. Yi was a prominent figure. She quickly bowed and replied, Hello, Mr. Yi. I just arrived and Haven Tea waited long. I should be the one to apologize for disturbing you. Her daughter also greeted Yi Tian sweetly. Hello, brother. Yi Tian, charmed by the little girl, opened his arms and said, Come here, let your brother give you a hug. The daughter, delighted, jumped into Yi Tian's embrace and happily planted a kiss on his cheek, causing him to laugh heartily. Holding her, Yi Tian instructed Chun Hao, Old Chun, please arrange for 1 million to be transferred to her account, and keep her contact information and address so I can visit her daughter often. Understood, Mr. Yi. I will handle it right away. Such matters didn't require Chun Hao's direct involvement. He easily delegated the task to someone else. With just a brief provision of personal details and banking information, Hong Yin soon received 1 million yuan. With tears of gratitude, she expressed her heartfelt thanks to Yi Tian, who offered her some comforting words before excusing himself, citing a meeting. Before leaving, he noticed Hong Yin had acquired a new phone and saved her number for future visits. The little girl bid Yi Tian a reluctant farewell, secretly vowing to become his girlfriend when she grew up. Unaware that even a young girl had developed an affection for him, Yi Tian followed Chun Hao to the conference room. Once seated, Chun Hao began introducing a striking woman in her 30s seated beside Yi Tian. Mr. Yi, this is Bai Jingjing, the chairman's secretary. You can entrust her with any tasks. Bai Jingjing, visibly anxious, stood and greeted Yi Tian. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Bai Jingjing, at your service. Yi Tian assessed her. She was attractive, wore subtle makeup, and was dressed in a professional skirt, exuding competence. He nodded to her, signaling her to take a seat, while pondering her suitability. Would it be inappropriate to replace her with Lu Yin as secretary? Ding. The data on the attendees for this meeting has been compiled. Indeed, as he had anticipated, the system promptly transmitted all relevant information into Yi Tian's mind. After reviewing the data, he felt thoroughly informed. Bai Jingjing appeared to be a dedicated secretary, although she had once shared an ambiguous relationship with the former chairman. They had been intimate a few times when she first joined the company, but later married and had children, only occasionally resuming relations with the former chairman until his health declined, leading to the cessation of such affairs. While many were aware of this history, her position remained stable, her compensation satisfactory, and she seemed generally content and loyal to the company. Yi Tian deliberated and concluded that a transfer was the only option. Chen Hao, a long-standing employee known for his diligence and commitment, treated the company as his own. While he had never engaged in embezzlement, he had occasionally hired relatives. Ultimately being considered a good employee, most department heads had varying degrees of corruption, albeit minor, ranging from tens to hundreds of millions. In a company with an annual revenue of 200 billion, such sums went largely unnoticed. Only the heads of the logistics and procurement departments were found guilty of severe corruption, embezzling millions. Chen Hao signaled for the department heads to introduce themselves, and once that was completed, he invited Yi Tian to speak. Yi Tian listened impassively. The management of the company had clearly deteriorated, suggesting a long-standing issue. To maintain their positions, everyone seemed complicit in minor corrupt practices. Today, he intended to make his stance clear. Mere words would not suffice, and a firmer approach was necessary. He had come to meet everyone and understand the company's basic situation. Old Chen, please give me an overview. Chun Hao nodded and began his introduction, while Bai Jingjing promptly placed a company dossier before Yi Tian. Tianjin Company primarily focuses on researching and producing polymer materials, exoskeleton armor, and collaborates with aerospace, military, medical, and high-tech enterprises. Currently, the company employs over 10,000 individuals worldwide, with 4,000 based at the headquarters, primarily engaged in research and limited specialized material production and sales. The company's products have consistently ranked at the forefront internationally, experiencing a persistent demand. Yet the former chairman had diverted his share of profits, leaving the company with only over 100 billion in liquid assets. Upon hearing Chun Hao's summary, Yi Tian felt disheartened and asked, "Is that all that remains? Are we poorer than I am?" Chun Hao was at a loss for words. Over 100 billion seemed insufficient. "Mr. Yi, how much do you actually possess?" Yi Tian contemplated the costs associated with research and development. It was disheartening to think that the company's funds were less than his personal savings. However, with only 700 billion left, suggesting an investment of several hundred billion felt somewhat petty. He believed he should at least multiply the funds tenfold. Ding. 500 billion has been credited to your account. Please use it wisely. Indeed, what one desires often materializes. The system, like a timely rain, promptly replenished his resources. Now, he could boldly pursue his ambitions, significantly increasing investments in production to strive for the expansion and fortification of the company. Yi Tian tapped his fingers on the table and proclaimed, "It is unacceptable for the company to have only 100 billion left. Therefore, I shall inject an additional 200 billion. Lao Chun, enhance the production capacity. But do not saturate it. Just aim to reach a near equilibrium between supply and demand." Gasp. Everyone present inhaled sharply, astonished by the new chairman's wealth. What kind of hidden tycoon was this, whose name was absent from the billionaire lists? Chun Hao pondered that Yi Tian was lavishly throwing money around with reckless abandon. And he cautiously ventured, 200 billion? Yi, that seems excessive. With 300 to 400 billion, we could achieve a balanced production capacity without requiring such a vast sum. Embarrassed, Yi Tian scratched his head and replied, "Is it too much? Then we shall reserve the remainder for new research projects. Shortly, I will provide you with a few directions to explore." Once spoken, his words could not be retracted, as that would be quite embarrassing. However, on the topic of finances, he raised a concern. "I have a strong aversion to corruption and bribery. Therefore, for the foreseeable future, the company shall initiate a self-examination. I hope those who have erred will come forward. If the amounts are not substantial, I will overlook the past." Chapter 32. A new official's three fires. A collective sense of trepidation gripped the room. The anticipated had indeed arrived. Despite his youth, Chairman Yi wielded his authority with both sweet promises and stern reprimands with remarkable finesse. Those with significant embezzlement issues began to sweat profusely, feigning calmness as if nothing were amiss. Chun Hao maintained a laissez-faire attitude towards minor offenses, as the former chairman had seldom intervened. A strict oversight could greatly disrupt the company's operations, thus leading to a more relaxed approach in this regard. The company's inspectors were themselves engaged in corruption, naturally turning a blind eye to the transgressions. With Yi Tian's directive, Chun Hao felt emboldened to undertake a thorough cleansing. "Very well, Yi. We will commence immediately after this meeting, starting with the responsible parties here for self-examination." Yi Tian was pleased with Chun Hao's attitude and nodded approvingly, inquiring, "I have heard that the procurement and logistics departments are often the most corrupt. Is our company afflicted in such a manner?" At this, the heads of the procurement and logistics departments panicked, perspiration cascading from their foreheads. The chairman was deviating from the norm. Such directness was unprecedented, and they could never admit to wrongdoing. "Chairman Yi, those are merely rumors. All our purchases are documented. There are absolutely no issues," stammered the procurement head. "Indeed, Chairman Yi, I assure you, in my over a decade at the company, I have never taken even a single stitch from the company," insisted the logistics head. Other department heads chimed in. "Yes, Chairman Yi, both ministers are currently residing in company-assigned housing, living modestly." Yi Tian found their frantic demeanor amusing. "Really? If there are no issues, let us begin with the logistics and procurement departments. If you are indeed innocent, I will apologize and double your salaries as a reward." The two ministers wiped their sweat and quickly responded with nervous laughter. "Oh, we would never dare to accept an apology from you, Chairman Yi." Yi Tian chuckled, but his expression turned cold and serious. "If any issues arise, I am not one to temper my temperament. It will not be a matter for the courts, but rather I shall break your hands and feet and send you to the hospital, with the company covering your medical expenses for the rest of your lives." With that, Yi Tian slammed his palm on the conference table, shattering the massive, thick surface into dust. The sound of teacups crashing to the floor echoed ominously. This display of power sent shivers down everyone's spine. Chun Hao, though somewhat startled by Yi Tian's strength, remained guilt-free. Bai Jingjing, unfazed, was merely concerned with moral issues. Having never embezzled funds, she found Yi Tian's fierce demeanor invigorating, thinking him exceptionally charismatic. Indeed, the videos online were accurate. He was truly a martial arts master. Among the attendees were 4 women, all in their 30s, who were similarly struck by Yi Tian's display of might, each internally remarking on his formidable presence. Many had engaged in minor embezzlement, amounts ranging from tens of thousands to several hundred thousand. The fright they experienced nearly caused them to lose control. Those who had misappropriated millions were now resolute in their decision to confess and return the funds. The logistics and procurement heads were drenched in sweat, feeling utterly powerless, mouths agape but unable to utter a word. They were terrified, having embezzled over 10 million. They questioned whether they would even make it out of this meeting room alive. They harbored no doubt that Tian would act decisively. As he had stated, he would only break their limbs, not kill them, even if they attempted to report him. Their extensive knowledge of the company made them acutely aware that he must have powerful connections to acquire such a prominent firm. The thought of hiring an assassin to eliminate Tian never crossed their minds. Such actions in the country would surely lead to their own demise. The two ministers, realizing the gravity of their situation, fell to the ground, unbothered by the dirt, and began to kowtow before Tian. Chairman Yi, I confess. I have embezzled 30 to 40 million over the years, hidden within the walls of a villa I purchased. I will return everything. I implore you, Chairman Yi. Show mercy and spare my hands and feet. Chairman Yi, I confess. I have taken over 20 million, stored in an ice house I constructed. I will return all of it. Please, do not break my hands and feet. Tian was taken aback by the revelation of such substantial amounts, especially from those who had maintained an air of integrity. Chun Hao's expression reflected his shock. He had been oblivious to such grand misdeeds, thinking the others merely engaged in minor thefts. Now, he felt humiliated before Tian. Recognizing his own negligence as the general manager, observing the two ministers kneeling, Tian contemplated how to proceed. Should he punish them severely now, or consider leniency due to their confessions? Initially, he thought it fitting to eliminate them for their egregious misdeeds. However, he quickly realized that the wealth they had stolen belonged to the former chairman. If they returned it, it would essentially become his. So, it appeared he stood to gain tens of millions without effort. With his expression softening slightly, Tian addressed the kneeling ministers. Confessing is commendable. I shall play the role of a benevolent leader. You may return the money, and I will only incapacitate one hand and one foot. Of course, you may also choose to flee, but the outcome of that decision remains uncertain. The ministers, their foreheads bruised from bowing, felt sweat stinging their eyes but did not dare to wipe it away. Upon hearing Tian's lenient punishment, they were overwhelmed with a mix of relief and gratitude. Thank you, Chairman Yi. I will return the money immediately. Chairman Yi, I will not flee. I will fetch the funds right away. To retain at least one hand and one foot was preferable to losing them entirely. The notion of escape was unfathomable. If Tian allowed them to leave, he undoubtedly had means to apprehend them. Go forth. With a commanding voice, Tian ordered, and the two individuals hastily scrambled out of the conference room, rushing to their concealed locations to retrieve funds. The remaining personnel glanced around, and, in unison, they knelt on the ground, including Chun Hao and Bai Jingjing. Rise, everyone. This is a company, not a royal court. No need for such prostration, Tian remarked. Internally, they all thought, President Yi, we'd rather not kneel. But your hand strikes with such force that it feels like a shattering blow. Tian frowned slightly and helped Chun Hao to his feet. Old Chun, why are you kneeling as well? He casually assisted Bai Jingjing up too, noting her well-maintained physique. Her arm felt pleasantly soft to the touch. Upon hearing Tian's words, the others gradually stood, though a few who had embezzled millions remained on their knees, too fearful to move. You lot still kneeling, care to explain yourselves? President Chun, I misused my position to embezzle 5 million. President Yi, I accepted over 200,000 in kickbacks for hiring unsuitable candidates. The few of them confessed like beans spilling from a pot. Tian stroked his chin, contemplating for 3 seconds, while those individuals sweated profusely, each second stretching painfully long. Chapter 33, Taming Subordinates. Millions are no trifling matter. However, considering that nobody is infallible, let us proceed this way. Return the embezzled funds, remove the unsuitable individuals, and then switch your positions with your deputies, without any reduction in your salaries. The individuals, upon hearing Tian's decision, felt as though they had received a royal decree. They expressed their profound gratitude, bowing repeatedly before standing up. Really? Thank you, President Yi. I will expel those individuals immediately. I will deliver the funds to finance shortly. Tian nodded in satisfaction and instructed Chun Hao, Old Chun, make a note of these position changes and inform everyone. Of course. At that moment, Chun Hao felt as if he were in a dream. What had President Yi just done? Why were these individuals so obedient, confessing everything and even offering reparations? He conveniently forgot that he too had knelt in fear, dismissing the memory of Tian's terrifying strike. Tian then turned his gaze towards the few who had been standing and casually inquired, Do any of you have over 1 million? No. They fervently shook their heads, akin to a rattle drum. Very well, write a letter of self-reflection to Old Chun. If you have erred, rectify it yourselves. It appears you are dissatisfied with your compensation to resort to such petty theft. The individuals quickly nodded in agreement, like chicks pecking at grain. Yes, we dare not. President Yi, we are indeed content with our compensation. Employing a strategy of both reprimand and reward, Yi Tian continued, for those of you who have made minor errors. Upon rectifying them, your salaries will be increased by 20%. In the future, do not pilfer from the company for trifling gains. If you seek a raise, simply discuss it with me. The group exchanged bewildered glances, astonished that their wrongdoings might lead to a salary increase. Is this truly the case? Thank you, President Yi. President Yi, I acknowledge my mistakes and shall dedicate myself to the company henceforth. Should I err again, I shall break my own hand without your intervention. Yi Tian nodded in satisfaction. Anyone can speak sweetly, but their future actions would reveal their true character. If they continued to err, their leniency would vanish. Let us hope so. Avoid such mistakes in the future. I am not lacking in wealth, but rather in loyalty. Tianzheng is merely my starting point. Those who walk with me shall achieve boundless success. We will certainly follow you, President Yi. Wherever you lead, we shall not stray. Whatever you require of us, we shall fulfill. I am willing to do whatever you ask, President Yi. Their fervent declarations grew increasingly fervent, particularly from the women, who nearly implored Yi Tian to fulfill their every desire. Yi Tian quickly gestured for them to cease, fearing their flattery might provoke his unease. Enough with the sycophancy. I have my own ways of assessing your performance. Genuine contributions to the company are what truly matter. The group nodded vigorously, wearing expressions of unwavering loyalty. It was then that Yi Tian turned his attention to Bai Jingjing, who felt a pang of anxiety. Was it finally her turn? Xiao Bai, your position will be undergoing a change. Bai Jingjing's heart sank. Indeed, her role as the chairman's secretary appeared to be coming to an end. In this world, one cannot escape the fate of dismissal without having committed a fault. Tears streamed down her face as years of hard work seemed to evaporate. President Yi, I have always been loyal to the company and have never acted against its interests. Seeing her in distress, Yi Tian placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. I never said I was dismissing you. Why are you crying? Bai Jingjing's tears ceased as if a faucet had been turned off, her expression puzzled. But didn't you intend to dismiss me? Not a dismissal, but a transfer. Did I not just eliminate the heads of the logistics and procurement departments? You may choose another position to occupy. Everyone was taken aback by this revelation. What did this mean? Was it an elevation disguised as a demotion, or vice versa? Which was more advantageous, the role of chairman's secretary or that of a powerful department head? The consensus seemed to lean towards the latter, as a secretary must constantly attend to another, while a head enjoys a degree of autonomy. Bai Jingjing, bewildered, asked why? Yi Tian surveyed the room and sighed. You are all aware that I possess martial skills, correct? They nodded eagerly, not only acknowledging his prowess but also his status as a master. Due to the nature of my abilities, any woman who remains in close proximity to me tends to become enamored. If you remain by my side, it is only a matter of time before we end up in bed together. Do you understand? Yi Tian's blunt words left even the most seasoned of individuals momentarily speechless. Bai Jingjing, despite her experience, was momentarily taken aback and blurted, I don't mind. Realizing her slip, she felt the eyes of the room upon her, her cheeks flushing crimson. Yi Tian shot her a sidelong glance, exclaiming in exasperation, my girlfriend would certainly mind, which is why I intend to bring her in as my secretary, ensuring that others are not affected. Do you comprehend? Bai Jingjing nodded vigorously, realizing that not only was President Yi handsome, but he was also remarkably devoted, even requesting his girlfriend to supervise him. She sincerely complimented, President Yi. You are truly a devoted man. Yi Tian shook his head. Actually, I am not so devoted. The videos circulating online reveal that both of my former classmates are now my girlfriends, but I want to delve into the specifics. Curiosity ignited among the onlookers. Yet Yi Tian chose not to elaborate further, leaving them hanging with their intrigue, wishing they could compel him to continue. Consider your options carefully. Choose wisely. If you opt not to decide, you may remain as my girlfriend's secretary, with a demotion but unchanged compensation. Bai Jingjing's heart began to stir. She had long relied on the former chairman's influence to secure her position within the company. Though she had worked diligently to prove herself, many still regarded her as a mere ornament, someone who had ascended through less than honorable means. Now, with the prospect of leading a department laid before her, her long-dormant ambition reignited. If I were to remain by Yi Tian's girlfriend's side, although my treatment would remain unchanged, my status would shift, and I could no longer rely on Yi Tian. In the future, I would only serve as a mere secretary assistant, which would be less fulfilling than becoming a department head. After much contemplation, she finally made her choice. Mr. Yi, I choose to go to the logistics department. I will surely excel in my duties there. Upon hearing Bai Jingjing's decision, Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him. This was a win-win situation. Very well. However, for the initial months, I will need you to teach my girlfriend how to be a secretary. After all, she, like me, is utterly inexperienced. I will ensure you receive double the salary for this. Mr. Yi, I do not wish for 2 salaries. It would weigh heavily on my conscience. I am not afraid of hard work. I will manage both the secretary assistant role and the logistics duties proficiently. Bai Jingjing firmly declined the offer of dual remuneration. Not only was she a beautiful woman, but she was also astute, well aware of the adage that greed leads to downfall. Indeed, her attitude garnered Tian's admiration, and he nodded in satisfaction, encouraging her with a pat on the shoulder. Excellent, keep up the good work. Chapter 34. Bring me the Iron Man suit for research. Tian then turned to Chun Hao, who appeared to have aged several years in an instant. The enormity of the situation within the company had escaped his notice, leaving him feeling unfit to continue as the general manager. As Chun Hao opened his mouth to speak, Tian shook his head firmly. Old Chun, spare me the words. I trust in your dedication to the company. Just continue to do your best. Those words brought tears to Chun Hao's eyes. This was trust. And he was so moved that he struggled to articulate his gratitude. Mr. Yi, thank you for your trust. I assure you that such incidents will never occur again. Tian smiled and addressed everyone. Everyone, please return and thoroughly inspect your respective departments. I will be wandering around aimlessly otherwise. If I uncover any issues, you superiors will share the responsibility, and I shall not be lenient. I am not threatening anyone. If you fear the consequences, you may resign. It's no trouble for old Chun to find a replacement. Should the worst come to pass, feel free to sue me. I am a law-abiding citizen and will cover any medical and lost work expenses. Although Tian spoke with a smile, the department heads felt a chill at his words. Resigning was not an option. Having worked hard to attain their positions, they could only rigorously inspect their departments. After all, it was better to risk their own downfall than to let their peers suffer. Otherwise, should they become incapacitated, winning a lawsuit would be inconsequential, as they would be left without purpose. Thus, they all nodded vigorously, nearly swearing an oath of commitment. Yes, we will ensure a thorough investigation. Tian nodded and continued. Since old Chun mentioned the vastness of the 200 billion funds, we will add a few more projects for research. You all are familiar with Iron Man, correct? I want that suit developed. Everyone turned their gaze to the head of the RD department, who felt a tremor of dread. With trepidation, he addressed Tian. Mr. Yi, that is merely a concept from a science fiction film. It is unattainable at this stage. Tian dismissed such concerns. As the chairman, he was responsible solely for ideas, the feasibility of which was not his concern. No excuses. Our current technology would seem mythical to ancient times. Yet we have made it a reality. The RD head wiped his brow. But this research requires multiple disciplines, and our research capacity is insufficient. If you lack expertise, recruit personnel, bring in scientists from across the globe. If funds are insufficient, request them from me. However, enough. I am not well versed in your specialized fields. Just ensure that you produce at least one tangible result every few months. I refuse to believe that the collective might of the world's scientists cannot yield results. Understood. The RD head felt his hair turning gray from stress, but the other departments were elated. The Iron Man suit encompassed fields like energy, artificial intelligence, and new materials. If they succeeded, Tianjin Company would ascend to greatness. The head of the sales department comforted the RD head. Lao Ru, stay focused. You should be grateful that Mr. Yi didn't task you with researching storage rings. The RD head turned pale. The Iron Man suit, at least, had a scientific basis. While researching storage rings fell into the realm of fantasy, surely, they could not enlist the help of sorcerers. As the meeting concluded, department heads returned to their posts, leaving only Chun Hao and Bai Jingjing to accompany Tian to the media personnel's venue. Upon Tian's entrance, the room erupted in thunderous applause. Tian, Tian, Tian. It was as if a superstar had taken the stage. Tian ascended the platform, raising his hands to signal for silence. And the room fell quiet enough to hear a pin drop. Today's gathering was rather unexpected and not on my agenda. I have matters to attend to. So if you have questions, please ask swiftly. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the audience stood, clamoring to ask their questions, rendering it impossible to discern a single inquiry. Silence. Tian had to implore them to quiet down. I cannot hear a word. Here's the plan. Those with questions, please stand. Those without, please sit. No one sat down. Everyone remained standing. For fairness, form groups of 3 and play rock, paper, scissors. The first 10 victors will be allowed to ask their questions. The crowd was taken aback. Are we really going to play rock, paper, scissors in such a large group? What about our dignity? If this gets out, we'll become a news story ourselves. Yi Tian took out his phone and began filming, noticing that the crowd remained still. He urged, "Those who do not wish to participate may leave now. Those who do, the losers will sit down and not obstruct others. Let us play, let us play." They began to form groups, realizing that participation was their only chance. The room soon filled with the sounds of rock, paper, scissors, and by Jingjing couldn't help but laugh. What had begun as a formal meeting transformed into a playground at Yi Tian's behest, with adults eagerly competing in rock, paper, scissors. Yi Tian was truly remarkable, consistently surprising everyone with his unconventional approach. In no time, 10 victors emerged, each beaming with pride as if they had won a prize. The group comprised representatives from various media outlets, including Myampian News, Giant Blog, Slowfoot Video, and the city television station. The order for questioning was determined by height. From shortest to tallest, the 10 stood in line, with the 3 media representatives positioned first, followed by 3 netizens, the city television station in 7th place. The Giant Blog in 8th, Slowfoot Video 9th, and Myampian News last. With the order established, they began. Each individual would pose one question. Yi Tian set the rules, gesturing for them to commence. In his domain, he dictated the proceedings freely. The 3 media representatives, all male, were most intrigued by Yi Tian's martial arts prowess, leading their inquiries to center around this topic. "Mr. Yi, there has been much debate online regarding the martial art you employed to save that person. Could you enlighten us?" Yi Tian nodded and, without reservation, shared the details, confident in the abilities granted by his extraordinary system. What healed the injuries was a healing technique, essentially. I used my internal energy to mend the body. The technique I executed mid-air was known as Tycoon zone, among others. The atmosphere, both on-site and online, buzzed with excitement upon hearing Yi Tian's response. It truly was a remarkable display of skill. One couldn't help but wish to learn it. The Wudong sect indeed gained some prestige from this, as it appeared that a certain Taoist priest also leaped quite impressively. Yet, why was it all martial prowess and no magical spells? Even the healing arts seemed merely to rely on inner strength. Disappointment washed over the crowd, as many had hoped for the prospect of cultivating immortality. The second self-media man followed up with a question. "Mr. Yi, there are many leukemia patients worldwide. Will you assist in their treatment in the future?" Yi Tian shook his head and replied, "No, I won't treat them. I will reconsider this matter when all the wealthy individuals in the world decide to share their fortunes with the impoverished." A wave of disappointment rippled through the audience. Mr. Ye's resolute answer left them pondering whether the affluent would indeed part with their wealth. It was clear to them that if such a feat was beyond others, why should they expect him to undertake it? Chapter 35. Is Mr. Yi under the thumb of his wife? The third self-media man promptly inquired, "Mr. Yi, will you take on disciples to pass on your skills?" Yi Tian shook his head, for he had no inclination to teach. His skills were granted by the system. Besides, as a wealthy individual, shouldn't his life revolve around enjoying his wealth? Why would he occupy himself with teaching martial arts? I won't consider that for now, as the core of my skills lies in inner strength, which I acquired through fortuitous encounters. I cannot teach it to others. Without inner strength, mere techniques are futile. Those who had harbored hopes of kneeling before Yi Tian, pleading for him to take them as disciples, were left disillusioned. The fact that he wouldn't impart the most crucial element of his abilities was indeed disappointing. Feeling dejected, one couldn't help but wonder, why have I not stumbled upon a fortuitous encounter? Determined, I resolved to venture out more frequently. After all, one would not find opportunities confined within the 4 walls of home. In the future, when encountering elderly beggars, I would generously offer a few extra coins, hoping that perhaps in their delight, they might impart to me some extraordinary skills. The 3 self-media individuals were satisfied, as Yi Tian had elucidated everything with clarity, without leaving anything vague or ambiguous. All media personnel favored such interview subjects, as it made writing articles subsequently a breeze. Next, the scene shifted to 3 female netizens, altering the tone entirely. The first young woman, her eyes sparkling with excitement, asked, "Mr. Yi, do you have a girlfriend?" As soon as the question was posed, every woman present, both in person and online, perked up, silently praying, "Please answer no." Upon seeing her hopeful gaze, Yi Tian smiled slightly and said, "Yes, I do." A collective heartbreak echoed through the crowd, as their idol was now unattainable. The second young woman, appearing to be around 18 or 19, looked charming and petite. She shyly asked, "Mr. Yi, may I take a photo with you?" Yi Tian nodded with a smile, saying of course. Elated, she dashed onto the stage and stood beside him, angling her phone for a shot. Yi Tian cooperatively turned his profile towards her camera, offering a gentle smile. As the shutter clicked, the young lady gazed at the photo with glee. Seizing a moment of distraction, she leaned in and pecked him on the cheek. Gasps filled the room. Yi Tian, taken aback, looked at her in bewilderment, his expression turning slightly flushed. The young girl, covering her face with her hands, turned and dashed away, inadvertently tripping and falling. "Be careful." The crowd gasped in unison. In a flash, Tian sprinted to her side, catching her in his arms. Feeling an unusual sensation in her chest, she opened her eyes to find herself embraced by Tian. His arm had inadvertently passed beneath hers, resting against her chest. Realizing the awkwardness of the situation, Tian quickly released her and steadied her. The young girl felt her legs weaken, her cheeks flushed like ripe shrimp. Noticing her instability, Tian gently admonished, "You, young lady, should not act so impulsively. How do I explain this to my girlfriend?" Rapidly, she lowered her head, apologizing profusely. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Yi. I couldn't help myself." Unable to scold her in her current state, Tian patted her shoulder and said, "Next time, you mustn't sneak a kiss. If you wish to kiss me, you should ask openly." The girl's eyes brightened with surprise as she asked, "So if I ask, I can kiss you?" Nearby women, overhearing their exchange, were equally excited. Was their idol this easygoing? Tian shook his head seriously, replying, "No, if you ask, I can simply refuse." The audience nearly collapsed in laughter. Mr. Ye's statement seemed to negate itself. He then pointed to the spot where the girl had kissed him and asked, "Check if there's any lipstick on my face. It wouldn't be good if my girlfriend saw and questioned me." The girl quickly shook her head, explaining, "No, Mr. Yi, I didn't wear lipstick. I'm so sorry." He smiled and said, "All right, thank you for your admiration. You may return to your seat." As she walked back, envious glances from nearby women followed her. How fortunate. She not only kissed the idol but was also held in his embrace. Why can't I have such luck? Returning to the podium, Tian pondered for a moment before pulling out his phone to call Lu Yan. Lu Yan was watching the live stream alongside Lin Yi and had naturally seen the girl's kiss. Jealously, she asked Lin Yi, "Do you think my hair has turned green?" Lin Yi scrutinized her and replied earnestly, "No, it's still black." Lu Yan shot her a look and exclaimed, "Fool," feeling as though she was speaking to a wall. Lu Yan lamented how Lin Yi would never feel jealous, making her plight all the more pitiable for having a boyfriend adored by women. Suddenly, her phone rang. Seeing it was Tian calling, Lu Yan curiously answered on speakerphone, asking, "Why are you calling me instead of focusing on the press conference?" "I just wanted to call and inform you that I was unexpectedly kissed by a girl. I wanted to let you know before you saw the video and misunderstood," he explained. Lu Yan's expression shifted from stormy to sunny in an instant. "Humph, at least you have a conscience. I was just thinking my hair had turned green." "How could that be? You're laughing?" "Well, I'm not angry. You can continue with the conference. Just don't call me for every little kiss or hug. I won't mind. Just don't let it affect your image. Your image is far more important than mine, of course." Such a tease. You get back to work. I'm hanging up. Okay. After ending the call, Lu Yan wore a beaming smile, feeling as sweet as if she had consumed honey. Tian's concern for her made all those years of silent devotion worthwhile. She resolved to be more generous in the future, not letting jealousy over his affectionate encounters with others cloud her heart. After all, Tian is akin to a coveted prize, a delicacy that many desire. Yet, he is not always in one's immediate vicinity, rendering any attempts at vigilance fruitless. As long as Tian holds her in his heart, it matters not if he shares intimate moments with other women. Just then, the microphone on the podium amplified a phone call, inundating the audience with a wave of unsolicited affection. Whispers circulated among the crowd, questioning the severity of Tian's relationship dynamics. Did he truly lack any semblance of dignity in such a public setting, hastily clarifying matters with his girlfriend after a mere stolen kiss? Unperturbed, Tian proceeded to invite the next question, but the third query from a female netizen elicited a collective gasp from the audience. How audacious to pose such a question. Would she not fear being ousted? "Mr. Yi, do you harbor a fear of your girlfriend? Do you truly need to report a stolen kiss via phone?" Chapter 36. Mr. Yi is an honest man. The venue fell silent. Tian regarded the inquisitive woman with a serious expression, remaining speechless for a moment. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3. All eyes were upon her, and fear gripped her as she faltered and sank into her seat. What had possessed her to utter such a question in a fit of jealousy? How would the idol respond? Would he be angered enough to cast her out? The more she pondered, the more anxious she became, tears welling up in her eyes, threatening to spill over. The entire audience, along with viewers streaming the event online, both male and female, paused in their activities, eagerly anticipating Tian's response. Lu Yan furrowed her brow, anxiously clutching Lin Yi's arm. What should we do? If Tian is branded as a henpecked husband, how will he hold his head high in the future? Lin Yi calmly reassured her, trust in Tian. Finally, after 3 contemplative seconds, Tian spoke. It is not fear, but rather mutual understanding. Many misunderstandings between men and women arise from trivial matters. Thus, I make it a habit to consider things from the other's perspective. If a man were to kiss my girlfriend without her informing me, and I later discovered it through other means, how would I feel? I would undoubtedly feel uneasy, leading to unfounded suspicions, arguments, and possibly a breakup, all stemming from the trivial act of a stranger kissing her. To prevent any misunderstanding that could jeopardize our relationship, I chose to clarify things with her immediately. He continued, "Of course, my girlfriend is quite magnanimous. She has informed me that such incidents of affection need not be reported to her, as she understands." A collective realization dawned upon the audience. Tian was not a fearful man, but rather one who loved deeply, willing to sacrifice his pride to protect their relationship. Most men reflected upon themselves, acknowledging that they could not emulate such humility, as pride often prevailed. Some women mused, if this is the case, does it mean I could steal a kiss or hug with Tian without repercussions? At that moment, the questioner rose and bowed deeply to Tian, her face filled with remorse. "I apologize, Mr. Yi, my words were thoughtless. Please forgive my rudeness. You are indeed a devoted man." Tian smiled gently, signaling for her to take her seat, before pronouncing an even more shocking statement. "It's all right, but I must clarify, I am not a devoted man. I cannot guarantee that I will remain as steadfast in my affections when faced with an increasing number of beautiful women in the future. All I can promise is to exercise restraint and consider my girlfriend's feelings." Upon hearing this, the venue erupted into chaos. The audience, initially perceiving Tian as a henpecked husband, now grappled with the realization that he was a devoted man, yet openly acknowledged the uncertainty of his future fidelity. Was he a good man or a cad? The distinction seemed blurred. Is love without fidelity still love? While the audience remained unsure about his commitment, they recognized Tian as an honest individual, unafraid to speak candidly in front of the masses. Women in the audience, whether in relationships or married, felt a stirring within them. Even a 60-year-old woman found herself tempted, contemplating a swift divorce to pursue Tian. As Tian concluded, the room erupted in enthusiastic applause, though no one could quite articulate the reason for their approval, feeling instead a profound connection to his words. Next to pose a question was a beautiful female reporter from the city television station. Having overheard Tian's phone conversation, her admiration for him surged, lamenting the absence of such a remarkable boyfriend in her own life. Following his remarks, she contemplated ending her current relationship, envisioning potential ties with Tian. However, bound by her journalistic responsibilities, she could only inquire about Tianjin Company. "Hello, Mr. Yi. I am reporter Zhou Shanshan from the city television station." "Greetings, reporter Zhou. Please proceed with your question." "Mr. Yi, now that you have taken the helm at Tianjin Company, do you have any new developmental directions in mind?" This was a well-posed question, as the company was on the verge of embarking on an ambitious project, the creation of Iron Man suits. A chorus of astonished gasps arose from the male audience. Everyone had seen the Iron Man films. Who had not dreamed of possessing such fantastical technology? Regardless of the feasibility of this endeavor, Tian's ambition resonated deeply, prompting fervent applause from the men present. Seeing the excitement in the audience, Tian continued, "Naturally, our current research team would find it challenging to accomplish this independently. Therefore, I plan to recruit scientists from around the world who are interested and capable. As long as financial conditions are met, I can fulfill any requirements." This was monumental news. The media present sensed a surge of potential viewership. The prospect of creating an Iron Man suit, a concept previously confined to films and comics, was now a tangible endeavor. If realized, it would transform the world. The universal adoption of the arc reactor could eliminate energy shortages altogether. Tianjin Company would ascend to the pinnacle of global corporations, unmatched in its stature. Regrettably, Tianjin Company was not publicly traded. Otherwise, this announcement could have resulted in a staggering rise in stock prices. A journalist from Giant Blog inquired, "Mr. Yi, will you be willing to share updates on the Iron Man suit research on Giant Blog?" Tian shook his head, stating, "I am open to sharing, but not on Giant Blog. I hold a rather unfavorable impression of that site, which promotes inappropriate content." "Next question, please." Laughter erupted throughout the venue. Tian was indeed refreshingly candid, his words resonating with a profound honesty. "I too believe that the Giant Blog is rife with inappropriate content, yet it seems to go unregulated." The reality struck hard, indeed. The journalist from Giant Blog flushed with embarrassment, attempting a feeble defense. "Mr. Yi, we are a legitimate site." Tian waved his hand, signaling him to cease his explanations. "No need for justifications. Let everyone now enter the Giant Blog and peruse the comments beneath any popular entertainment article. Are not the top few comments laden with indecent material?" Some, perplexed, hastily searched for trending topics on Giant Blog, and indeed, The first 3 entries were filled with suggestive homophones that contained links leading to illicit content or revealing photographs. They quickly captured screenshots to preserve the evidence, lest the website later censor these findings. All the viewers of this live broadcast, upon hearing Tian's remarks, began fervently searching for such content as if on a treasure hunt. Chapter 37. Tian, the nation's beloved husband, protector of women. Tian's candidness compelled the slow-footed video journalists to swallow their invitations in silence. Their platform was teeming with vulgar and unruly streamers. Although this was an open secret within the industry, being ridiculed by Tian in such a public setting would be a tremendous embarrassment. In his contemplation, one journalist finally posed a question. Mr. Yi, what are your thoughts on domestic violence? This query reminded Tian of Nuan and her mother, and he coldly responded, I abhor it deeply. Should I discover any man who perpetrates domestic violence against his partner, I would ensure he regrets ever entering this world. The last one I encountered is still languishing in a hospital bed. Given that this journalist had broached the subject, I have decided on the spur of the moment to establish a charitable organization dedicated to assisting women. This organization will provide material and legal aid to women suffering from domestic abuse or maltreatment, contingent upon them having reported the matter to authorities without satisfactory results. After all, I do not wish to encroach upon the government's responsibilities. If anyone possesses expertise in organizational management, please draft a proposal and send it to my email. Should I adopt the proposal, I will offer a reward of 500,000 yuan. If not, naturally, there will be no compensation. But the name will be listed among the first batch of volunteers. For now, let Jiangnan City be the pilot location. If successful, we shall expand nationwide. Those interested in volunteering may sign up later, and I will ensure generous treatment. My email will soon be published on the news platform. And I happen to have an account called Poverty Alleviation Assistant, which everyone can follow. Immediately, everyone present and online took out their phones. Logging onto the news platform to search for the name Poverty Alleviation Assistant, they discovered that this user had a rather comical avatar, appearing quite odd and seemingly incompatible with Tian's charismatic image. A reporter from the news platform quickly stood up, puzzled, and inquired, Mr. Yi, is this comical avatar account yours? Indeed, he affirmed. With this confirmation, everyone hurriedly began to follow this account, and the reporter excitedly bowed in gratitude to Tian. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your trust in our platform. I personally will join this charitable organization to contribute my modest efforts. After uttering these words, he felt his heart racing with excitement, astonished that Mr. Yi, who had disparaged Giant Blog, would choose to align himself with them. Did this not signify that their platform was superior to others? How proud he felt. He glanced at the Giant Blog reporter, noticing that his eyes were red with envy and resentment. He grinned at the journalist, reveling in his satisfaction. Those with quick wits had already begun sending private messages, introducing themselves as hello, I am so-and-so. Tian opened the news platform, only to find a staggering 99 messages, with his phone lagging like a snail. He instructed by Jingjing beside him, please procure me a Xiaomi phone, the most expensive and finest one available. Understood, Bai Jingjing promptly replied, her curiosity piqued. Mr. Yi, does the company have an Apple phone? Do you need to use it temporarily? No, I am accustomed to the Xiaomi. I cannot adjust to anything else. Got it. Naturally. Bai Jingjing, as the secretary to the chairman, did not need to personally attend to such a task. She made a phone call, and someone promptly drove out to make the purchase. Let us conclude today's inquiries. There are too many messages, and I may not respond to each one. I have other matters to attend to and must take my leave. After addressing all questions, Tian declined the attendees' requests for photographs, departing first to inspect some properties. The media representatives and netizens present had their exit well arranged, and apart from the Giant Blog reporter, everyone else felt that their attendance had been worthwhile. Mr. Yi had shared nothing but trending topics. They could easily churn out headlines for a month. Titles they brainstormed included, The Technological Star, The Domestic Iron Man Emerges. The Arc Reactor, Embarking on an Endless Energy Journey. To love her is to understand her. Tian's profound confession as the ultimate gentleman. The possibility of polygamy. Love is the key. Giant Blog as a portal for inappropriate content. Who supports it? Tian, undoubtedly the nation's beloved husband and protector of women. Courageous women stand up, say no to domestic violence. We stand behind Tian. Vote. Hotly recruiting names for Tian's fan club. Women online began to spontaneously organize fan clubs, and the process unfolded remarkably smoothly. Every woman, upon hearing of the opportunity to join Tian's fan club, readily agreed. On platforms like Chow Lu and Slowfoot Video, individuals had already begun to associate Tian's name with their content, rapidly attracting a large number of unsuspecting followers. Scammers, too, recognized the emerging opportunity and began studying Tian's videos, preparing to create face-swapping videos to exploit for fraudulent purposes. Unbeknownst to Tian, he was led by Chun Hao to the chairman's office. The lavishly decorated office, spanning hundreds of square meters, resembled a high-end suite, furnished with all the amenities for both work and residence. As Tian surveyed the surroundings, he noted the presence of beds and an oversized bathtub. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Perhaps the former chairman had engaged in indiscretions with Bai Jingjing in this very office. He turned to Chun Hao and inquired, "Have these beds and bathtubs been replaced?" A pang of dread shot through Chun Hao. They had not been replaced, save for the linens. The cleaning staff maintained these rooms meticulously, akin to a hotel, and no one had considered replacing the furniture. He bowed his head in trepidation and apologized. Mr. Yi, I am truly sorry. I will arrange for new replacements immediately. In fact, let us renovate the entire space. I dislike this classical style. Find a renovation company to design several modern minimalist styles for me to review. Absolutely, I will arrange it right away. Chun Hao, adhering to the workplace protocol, agreed to whatever Tian requested, understanding that the leader's wishes must be fulfilled without opposition. After apologizing, he promptly made calls to organize the renovations. Once Chun Hao had arranged the necessary tasks, he presented Tian with several real estate listings, hastily compiled at his behest. Mr. Yi, here are 3 villa options, each ranging from 600 to 1,000 square meters, fully equipped and ready for immediate occupancy. The 3 villas, each with its own private entrance, are nestled against the mountains and beside the water, adorned in distinct styles, Chinese, European, and minimalist. Their respective prices stand at 60 million, 80 million, and 1.2 billion. Upon realizing he had 3 choices, Tian felt overwhelmed, as he was afflicted with choice paralysis. Which one should he select? He abruptly interrupted Chun Hao, saying, "Enough talk. Let us go take a look. At my age, I am not particularly fond of either Chinese or European styles. Let us first explore the minimalist design." "Very well. I shall arrange for the representative over there to receive us," replied Chun Hao. At that moment, Bai Jingjing's phone rang. Upon answering, she learned that the Xiaomi phone Tian desired had already been purchased. "Mr. Yi, your phone has arrived. I will go retrieve it," she said. "Thank you for your trouble," he replied. "It is my pleasure." Shortly thereafter, Bai Jingjing returned with the latest Xiaomi Mix Alpha 5G concept phone, priced at 19,999 yuan. The device is encased entirely in a single screen, a marvel of modernity, boasting a 100-megapixel camera that captures images with astonishing clarity. Holding it felt akin to wielding a delicate piece of glass, fraught with the fear of shattering it. As Tian took the phone, he inserted his SIM card and utilized the one-click transfer feature to migrate his data to the new device. Under Chun Hao's guidance, he and Bai Jingjing boarded a vehicle bound for the Jiangnan Villa district of future real estate. The driver, Xiao Tian, piloted a custom-made 7-seater Mercedes-Benz. Equipped with bulletproof features and airline first-class seating, its luxurious interior costing upwards of 12 million. Between the middle and rear rows, a small table offers the option for tea or beverages, while the seats can swivel 180 degrees, transforming into a face-to-face meeting arrangement. Bai Jingjing, ever considerate, inquired, "Mr. Yi, would you like something to drink? Tea, wine, or a soft drink?" Absorbed in his new phone, Tian casually replied, "A soft drink will suffice. I do not partake in alcohol." Bai Jingjing retrieved a can of cola from the car's refrigerator, opened it, and handed it to him with a straw. Tian snatched the straw and took a hearty gulp, relishing the drink. "Who needs a straw?" he mused, sitting in the comfortable seat, basking in the cool air. Engrossed in his phone, and sipping cola, with an attractive secretary before him, he felt life was indeed splendid. On the road to view the properties, Lu Yan and Lin Yi were also en route in a car driven by Xiao Tianza, heading to Lu Yan's workplace to resign. Earlier that morning, Lu Yan had called her boss, a woman in her 40s who, in her youth, had started as a receptionist and caught the eye of the owner, eventually becoming the boss's partner. After the owner, overworked and prematurely deceased, left the company to her, she found herself alone in the business world, having no children and treating Lu Yan as if she were her daughter. Upon hearing that Lu Yan planned to assist Tian in managing his company, she was more than agreeable, merely requesting that Lu Yan complete her handover of responsibilities first. Upon arriving at the company entrance, Xiao Tianza parked the vehicle and exited with a large box filled with luxury cosmetics and handbags that Lu Yan had purchased as gifts for her boss and colleagues. As soon as she entered the office, her colleagues erupted in cheers, surrounding her in a manner reminiscent of stars adoring the moon. "Congratulations on finding your Prince Charming. Lu Yan, when will we celebrate your wedding? Lu Yan, let us go out for a meal. Bring your boyfriend along." "You minx, are you trying to seduce her husband?" "Oh, come now, it's merely an introduction." Lu Yan, aware they were jesting, instructed Xiao Tianzi to set down the box and began distributing the gifts. The luxurious items from Chanel, Lancôme, Estée Lauder, Dior, LV, Hermes, and Gucci left her colleagues nearly swooning with delight. Each received gifts worth hundreds of thousands, their faces beaming with joy as they showered Lu Yin with compliments. You all carry on. I shall go check on Jia. Of course, Jia is waiting for you in her office. Having exchanged pleasantries, Lu Yin proceeded to Jia's office with the gifts. Remaining behind were Lin Yi and Xiao Tianzi, who were warmly invited to sit and rest by the enthusiastic colleagues, each eager to serve them tea. Lin Yi and Xiao Tianzi politely expressed their gratitude but refrained from further conversation. Lu Yin's colleagues soon returned to discussing their newly acquired luxury items with excitement. Upon entering Jia's office, Lu Yin was greeted with warmth. Xiao Yin, congratulations on finding your ideal partner. Thank you, Jia. I brought you some gifts. I hope you like them. No need for such formality. Just your presence is enough. It is only right. You have always looked after me, and I remember it well. Wow, Cartier jewelry. You truly are spoiling me. Cartier is renowned as a premier luxury jewelry brand, celebrated for its exquisite diamonds and gems, favored by European royalty. Jia recognized the value of the diamond necklace Lu Yin gifted her, nearly blinding her with its brilliance. I'm glad you like it. The two women engaged in light conversation for a while, but Lu Yin, mindful of keeping Lin Yi waiting, excused herself to address the matter of her work handover. Jia accompanied her back to the office, where she noted the luxurious gifts Lu Yin had brought for her colleagues, playfully chastising her for her extravagant spending. As they departed, the entire office saw them off to the ground floor, waving goodbye as they watched her get into the car. The trio continued on to Lin Yi's workplace, located in a neighboring city where she was employed in a trading company that exported local goods. Lin Yi felt a twinge of anxiety, having been reprimanded by her boss over the phone earlier that morning when she announced her intention to resign. Her boss had scolded her for not providing adequate notice, insisting that she complete her handover before leaving, threatening her with financial repercussions should her departure cause any losses to the company. Timid and conflict-averse, Lin Yi acquiesced to her boss's demands, agreeing to return to the office to resign in person. Although she now possessed funds from Tian, she lacked the courage to assert that she could cover any potential losses. Had it been Lu Yin, she would have already retorted fiercely. In truth, Lin Yi could no longer endure working at the company, as she was the only female employee. Her male boss and colleagues often made crude jokes in her presence and occasionally attempted to touch her under the guise of casualness. Each time, she could only awkwardly evade them, doing her best to avoid close contact while seeking a suitable job to leave this environment behind. Her boss, sensing her fear, grew increasingly brazen. This weekend, he procured some drugs with the intent of slipping them into Lin Yi's drink. Naturally, when Lin Yi announced her resignation, he was unwilling to let her leave, as he could not bear to lose such an opportunity. Lin Yi, being quite naive, did not suspect any ill intentions. She merely thought that with Xiao Tianzi accompanying her, her boss would not dare to act violently. As Lin Yi and her companions sped along the road, Tian had already arrived at Future Real Estate. The general manager, Du Ziting, awaited them at the entrance. Having learned from Chun how that Tian's first choice was indeed their property, leaving him elated. This transaction was worth over 100 million. Had it not been for Tian's interest, it would have been challenging to sell. In the current economic climate, many prominent companies were collapsing, leading to a significant decline in luxury home purchases. Therefore, sealing this deal was imperative, even if it meant accepting a price 2 million less. Upon witnessing the vehicle come to a halt, he strode purposefully towards the door, awaiting respectfully. As Tian alighted, he was greeted by a middle-aged man clad in a suit, who extended his hand with warmth. Greetings, Mr. Yi. I am Du Ziting, the general manager of Future Real Estate. It is a pleasure to welcome you. Hello, Tian reciprocated, shaking his hand politely. Du Ziting then extended his hand to Chun Hao and Bai Jingjing, inquiring courteously, would Mr. Yi prefer to rest at the company first, or shall we proceed to view the properties? Chapter 39. A villa resembling a spaceship, fully satisfied and ready to purchase. Let us view the properties. If I find one to my liking, I shall procure it immediately. Tian, disinterested in prolonged interactions, preferred to return to the hotel post-viewing and dining for some rest. Very well, Du Ziting replied, summoning a tour vehicle for everyone to board. Accompanying them was an attractive saleswoman, providing explanations akin to a guided tour through a scenic area. Our property management has selected the top 5 in the industry. The Guardian Alliance. All security personnel are veterans, their backgrounds rigorously vetted to ensure their integrity. They provide round-the-clock service, and homeowners may contact them at any time for assistance, with security patrolling continuously to safeguard the community. As the tour vehicle approached the community entrance, it was evident that the property staff appeared sharp and well-groomed. saluting respectfully as they granted access. Yi Tian nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the importance of safety in one's residence. Despite being a martial arts expert, he couldn't resort to violence against potential fans who might pursue him. Thus, the property management's role became essential. Observing Yi Tian's pleased demeanor, Du Ziding felt reassured. Believing that the initial impression was favorable, the vehicle entered the community, flanked by lush greenery and vibrant flora, reminiscent of a serene forest, with the air quality exceedingly pleasant. Our community boasts a greening rate of 75, with thoughtfully planted flowers and trees ensuring year-round beauty. Within the community, there is an artificial lake and streams, with water sourced from Dong Lake, circulating back after filtration. Daily water quality tests guarantee it is harmless to humans. The lake is home to various fish, allowing for leisurely fishing by its banks. Yi Tian chuckled softly. He wasn't particularly fond of fishing, he'd rather indulge in video games at home. The tour vehicle traversed diverse terrains until it arrived at a picturesque haven, where an impressive villa drew an awed gasp from Yi Tian. Wow, how creative. It resembles a spaceship. The villa, styled like a spacecraft, appeared to rise 4 or 5 stories, though the height was somewhat ambiguous due to its design. The upper levels were adorned with expansive floor-to-ceiling glass, complemented by sleek silver-gray walls, exuding a futuristic charm. Du Ziding, witnessing Yi Tian's astonishment, felt a sense of accomplishment. Realizing that Yi Tian had not perused the materials provided by Chunhao beforehand, which contained images of the property. Indeed, our entire community embodies a futuristic theme, with each villa resembling a spaceship. The one we are about to enter is called the Voyager. Yi Tian nodded appreciatively, recognizing the alignment with his high-tech company. Residing in such a villa felt fitting, as if living aboard a spaceship would be invigorating. This villa comprises a basement and 3 levels above ground, with the basement serving as a garage and storage, accommodating up to 20 vehicles. Flanking the villa, there are staff quarters and a kitchen, ensuring separation of living spaces to maintain the owner's privacy. The first floor features the living room, the second houses guest rooms, and the third contains the master suite. While the rooftop boasts a heated swimming pool and gym, the skylight uses high polymer transparent materials, allowing for easy opening and closing, with air conditioning ensuring warmth in winter. Residents can bask in sunlight during winter while enjoying swimming in the heated pool. As Yi Tian and his companions disembarked, they followed the guide through the villa, which embraced a sci-fi aesthetic, minimalistic yet grand. It was equipped with everything from oversized round beds to expansive bathtubs, a high-definition cinema, and a complete smart home system operable by voice commands. Yi Tian felt quite satisfied, though he wondered about the villa's sturdiness. Would it shatter upon impact? Is this structure durable? Mr. Yi, our villas are constructed to the strength standards of disaster relief shelters, capable of withstanding an earthquake of magnitude 8 and designed to resist blasts. With bulletproof glass incorporated. Du Ziding's response pleased Yi Tian. Given Jiangnan City's location outside earthquake zones, such protective measures were more than adequate. Very well. I am satisfied. I shall purchase it. Du Ziding did not anticipate Yi Tian's decisiveness, having prepared for negotiations that would no longer be necessary, his heart soaring with joy. Contemplating, Yi Tian mused on whether he should acquire additional villas to gift to close acquaintances, such as the parents of Lu Yin and Lin Yi, though he questioned if they would appreciate such a style. Do you have more of these villas available? Yes, we have 2 remaining, slightly smaller in size. Approximately 800 square meters, with comparable amenities. Would Mr. Yi like to take a look? Du Ziding inquired, puzzled if Yi Tian found the dimensions unsuitable. Upon learning there were indeed 2 more available, Yi Tian decisively stated, "No need to look further, I will purchase them all." The onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment, while Du Ziding struggled to contain his elation, stammering, You mean all of them?" Yi Tian nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I quite like this style. I shall acquire them for gifting purposes." Du Ziding gave a thumbs up, sincerely praising, "Mr. Yi, you are quite generous." Chen Hao, aware of Yi Tian's substantial wealth, had overheard discussions of an impending investment of 200 billion, speculating that Yi Tian's assets far exceeded what was visible. Spending a few billion on several properties was hardly an issue. The only surprise was Yi Tian's straightforwardness. He jested with Du Ziding. Since Mr. Yi is so generous, you ought not to be stingy either. Adjust the price as you see fit." Feigning distress, Du Ziding replied, "Of course. I shall reduce the price by 10 million for each villa." Would Mr. Yi and Mr. Chun find that satisfactory? Yi Tian nodded. For him, money was merely a number. Whatever he desired, the system would provide, and he was indifferent to the amount. Let it be as you propose. The exact sum is inconsequential. Comfort in living is what matters. Du Ziding beamed broadly, bowing slightly. "Absolutely. Should you require anything in the future, Mr. Yi, do not hesitate to call me." Observing Du Ziding's obsequious demeanor, Yi Tian shook his head, contemplating that Lin Yi would take charge of management. Frequent interactions with Du Ziding seemed inappropriate. That will not be necessary. Please assist me in finding a female liaison. I prefer to have my household managed by my butler and would find it easier to communicate with a woman. Du Ziding appeared unperturbed by this request, gesturing towards the saleswoman who had been providing explanations. Certainly. This is Miss Zhao Jia. She is well-versed in the business and can assist with any inquiries. Yi Tian regarded Zhao Jia, finding her quite agreeable, approximately 23 years old, standing over 5 feet tall, with an attractive figure accentuated by her curves. Very well. I look forward to your assistance, Miss Zhao. Upon catching sight of Yi Tian, Zhao Jia was utterly captivated by his striking handsomeness. She had spent the previous night watching his videos online multiple times, lamenting that she had not encountered him sooner. Now, with the opportunity to interact with Yi Tian, she was on the verge of ecstatic madness. With a flushed face and racing heart, she bowed gracefully to him, inadvertently revealing a profound décolletage. Not at all. It is my honor to assist you, Mr. Yi. I am a devoted fan of yours. May I embrace you? Chapter 40. How I wish, Mr. You would engage in some clandestine arrangement with me. Du Ziding's smile faltered, taken aback by Zhao's audacity. It was working hours, and such an outrageous request was wholly inappropriate. He sternly admonished her. Zhao, what are you saying? Mind the occasion. Realizing her momentary lapse into exuberance, Zhao's face blanched, and tears glimmered in her eyes as she hastily sought to apologize. Yi Tian waved his hand dismissively, signaling that he bore no ill will. With open arms, he addressed her. It is indeed a privilege to receive an embrace from such a beautiful lady, but please refrain from planting a kiss. I fear the lipstick might leave a mark on my face. Hee, I understand. I truly only wish to hug you. Overcome with joy, Zhao Jia rushed forward and enveloped him tightly. Du Ziding observed this scene, a vein throbbing on his forehead. What was happening with Zhao? Was she experiencing a sudden infatuation? She typically maintained a distance from male colleagues, and here she was, so forward with Mr. Yi. While I concede that Mr. Yi is both handsome and wealthy, is this exuberance truly warranted? Zhao held the embrace for a full 30 seconds before reluctantly releasing him, leaving the atmosphere palpably awkward. Chun Hao cleared his throat twice and addressed Du Ziding. Mr. Du, since Mr. Yi seems quite satisfied, shall we proceed with the paperwork? Certainly. The 2 other buildings are priced at 70 million each, totaling 11 billion. Altogether, it amounts to 25 billion. We can offer 3 phases of interest-free installments. Du Ziding promptly began quoting prices, eager to prevent Mr. Yi from reconsidering if he found them too steep. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian interjected, why divide it into installments? Let us settle the full amount at once. Full payment? Du Ziding was taken aback. The previous properties sold by their company were all on installment plans. Noticing the skepticism on his face, Chun Hao replied earnestly, Mr. Du, are you doubting Mr. Ye's capabilities? He could purchase hundreds of properties in your development outright, without a second thought. Of course not. I merely overreacted. Du Ziding wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing he had miscalculated. If Mr. Yi truly possessed such wealth, his doubts had jeopardized his reputation. He hoped Mr. Ye's magnanimity would allow him to overlook this slight. Yi Tian was unfazed by the matter. He instructed Chun Hao and Bai Jingjing, Old Chun, Little Bai, please review the contract for any issues. If everything is in order, I shall sign. The group returned to the VIP room of the sales office, where Chun Hao and Bai Jingjing meticulously examined the contract several times, finalizing all subsequent matters before presenting it for Yi Tian's signature. With a grand gesture, Yi Tian swiped his card, successfully acquiring the 3 villas. With the significant purchase concluded, he intended to take a meal and rest, planning to return in a couple of days. Shall we head back, Mr. Du? Please arrange for the cleaning of the premises. I will be checking in the day after tomorrow. Understood, Mr. Yi. I have already reserved a table at the Jiangnan Grand Hotel. Given that it's nearly lunchtime, I would be honored if you would join me for a meal. Du Ziding warmly invited Yi Tian to stay for lunch. Recognizing the need to cultivate a good relationship with such a benefactor, as future projects might depend on his support. Glancing at the time, Yi Tian realized that the flurry of activity had indeed consumed most of the morning. After having purchased 3 properties, it was only fitting to treat Du Ziding to lunch. Very well, I appreciate your hospitality, Mr. Du. The group drove to the hotel, where Du Ziding made arrangements and called Zhao Jia to his vehicle to confer with her. Zhao, although this deal is not yours and you won't receive a commission, I shall still reward you with 100,000 for your efforts. Make sure to toast Mr. Yi well and ensure he enjoys his meal. Zhao Jia's jaw dropped in astonishment. A mere explanation warranted such a reward? She felt as if she had struck gold. Was her superior truly so generous, perhaps with ulterior motives? That was out of the question. Is that for real? Unbeknownst to Du Ziding, Zhao's thoughts were running wild. He was generally quite lenient with management, as long as the team's performance met expectations, allowing for a casual atmosphere. However, Mr. Yi was a significant client, having spent 25 billion without batting an eye. Future developments would likely require his patronage, making it imperative to treat him well. Zhao Jia soon understood that the reward was contingent upon her ensuring Yi Tian's comfort, a task she would gladly undertake regardless of Du Ziding's instructions. Don't worry, Mr. Du. I'll make certain to treat Mr. Yi well. He is my idol. Du Ziding was oblivious to her fervent admiration. He merely wished to give her a gentle warning, as he was not one to frequent the internet or watch news and videos. I don't care about your idol status. If Mr. Yi were to become inebriated and make advances, don't embarrass him. When you return, I will provide you with compensation. Zhao Jia's heart raced with anticipation. If only Mr. Yi would indeed make such advances, but alas, he already had 2 girlfriends. Du Ziding, surprised, inquired, Zhao? You usually get upset if a man so much as brushes against you. Why the sudden openness with Mr. Yi? Zhao Jia glanced at Du Ziding's rotund physique with disdain. How can you even compare? He is my male deity. Du Ziding felt as though he had been struck with a barrage of insults, indignantly retorting, Hey, I am your superior. Can you not offer me a modicum of respect? Do you wish to resign? Zhao Jia was unfazed. What mattered more, her job or her idol? Clearly, her idol took precedence. I could always quit. After all, you cannot compete with Mr. Yi. Du Ziding found himself at a loss with her infatuation. Since firmness was ineffective, he decided to soften his approach, recognizing that he would eventually need her assistance. I concede. I wish you the best of luck in becoming his 3rd girlfriend. Zhao Jia beamed with delight at his words, patting her chest confidently. You know, Mr. Du, that's the one thing you've said that resonates. Rest assured, I will ensure Mr. Yi's comfort. Du Ziding's confusion deepened. Was she praising him or mocking him? You are truly insufferable. Perhaps I should reconsider that 100,000 bonus. Mr. Du, as the boss, you cannot go back on your word. When Yi Tian and his party arrived at the hotel, Du Ziding was already waiting at the entrance, having arranged everything. He respectfully escorted Yi Tian and the others to the VIP box, where they all took their seats, with the menu presented to Yi Tian for his selection. In such a setting, it was imperative that Du Ziding refrained from ordering. What if he selected a dish that Mr. Yi did not enjoy? Yi Tian perused the menu but found nothing particularly appealing, as the dishes at the 5-star hotel where he resided were comparable. Having already sampled various cuisines, he sighed. I dread the task of ordering. I am not particularly fond of food and cannot decide what to choose. This blue lobster appears rather enticing. Let us have some. The Kobe beef looks quite exquisite. Let's indulge in some. This Buddha jumps over the wall dish sounds familiar. Let's have a taste of that as well. Chapter 41. Over 12 million scam messages received. This was the most health-conscious meal Du Zidong had ever enjoyed. Chen Hao, mindful of Yi Tian's preferences, abstained from alcohol as well. Consequently, Du Zidong opted for beverages too, while the others were similarly disinclined. The 3 principal leaders refrained from drinking, rendering it rather pointless for the women to partake. With the absence of alcohol and atmosphere, the conversation meandered aimlessly, primarily between Chen Hao and Du Zidong, while Yi Tian focused on savoring his meal. In a bid to underscore Zhao Jia's significance, Du Zidong ordered a plate of king crab, allowing her to extract the crab meat slowly for Yi Tian's enjoyment. Relishing the attention of the beautiful woman, Yi Tian mused internally about the absurdities of society, how wealth seemingly bestows everything. Had he been the same person just a few days prior, it was likely that no one would have spared him a second glance. He recalled a past occasion during a holiday when the boss treated the staff to dinner. He, too, had refrained from drinking, raising a toast with a soft drink, which had darkened the boss's expression. Later, he learned from veteran employees that even if one were to abstain from alcohol, one should never raise a toast with a beverage, as it would be a considerable affront to the boss's dignity. Now seated at the head of the table, observing the others' timid demeanor, he found it perplexing. Despite his lack of pretension, they still acted so deferentially. Glancing at Zhao Jia's empty bowl, he kindly advised, Xiao Zhao, allow me to serve myself. You should eat up quickly, or the dishes will go cold. Zhao Jia felt a rush of warmth at Yi Tian's concern, thinking him a genuinely good man. And she replied with a beaming smile, It's quite all right, Yi Zong, I'm not hungry. Yi Tian, finding her smile quite endearing, teased, Nonsense. I just saw you nearly drooling from hunger. Zhao Jia hurriedly wiped the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand. Bewildered, did I? I apologize. Her face flushed crimson, akin to a monkey's backside, as she mistakenly thought it was her gaze upon Yi Tian that had triggered the drool. Yi Tian burst into laughter. No, I was just teasing you. Look at how red your face has become. How annoying. Zhao Jia playfully pouted, prompting everyone to share in the laughter. Du Zidong felt this light-hearted banter was a splendid outcome. Yi Tian's sense of humor indicated that everyone was enjoying themselves, drawing them closer together. Indeed, Women tended to be more approachable at the dining table, and calling Zhao Jia over had proven to be a wise choice. The meal concluded swiftly, and Yi Tian announced his intention to return to the hotel for some rest. Zhao Jia seized the opportunity to mention an issue with her new home, requesting to exchange WeChat and phone numbers, which filled her with delight. As Yi Tian entered the vehicle, he noticed Chun Hao and Bai Jingjing lingering outside, and he inquired, "Lao Chun, Xiao Bai, get in. Are you heading back to the company or home? I'll have Xiao Xiao drop you off." Chun Hao and Bai Jingjing smiled and declined. "No need, Yi Zong. I'll just grab a cab back to the company." "Me too," they echoed. Their earlier companionship had been due to the need to assist Yi Tian. But now that he was well-fed and ready to rest, following him would seem rather presumptuous. Yi Tian, oblivious to their thoughts, warmly insisted, "We're all friends here. There's no need for formality. Hop in. Which is closer, the company or my hotel?" "The hotel is nearer." "Then that's settled. First, take me to the hotel, and you can head back to the company. I'm planning to take a nap and don't know what time I'll wake up." After exchanging pleasantries, the three boarded the vehicle, while Du Zitong bade them a warm farewell. "Yi Zong, feel free to contact Xiao Zhao or me if you need anything." "Thank you, Du Zong, for your hospitality. I'll take my leave now. Wishing you safe travels." Upon arriving at the hotel, Yi Tian bid farewell to Chun Hao and Bai Jingjing and ascended to his room, preparing to rest. As soon as he entered, he sent a video request to Lu Yin, which connected in just 3 seconds, indicating that she and Lin Yi were in the car. After exchanging pleasantries about their meals, they delved into the main topic. "How are things progressing on your end?" "I've completed my handover and am currently en route to Lin Yi's company." "Will it take long?" "We might arrive around 2 o'clock, once she resigns. We plan to do some shopping before heading back to keep you company." "All right, by the way, I've purchased a new house. It's stunning, like a spaceship. I'll send you some photos. We're moving in the day after tomorrow." Yi Tian selected a dozen appealing photos to send, eliciting gasps of admiration from them. Both women expressed their satisfaction with the house, praising Yi Tian's keen eye, showering him with compliments that seemed to elevate him to the heavens. After exchanging a few sweet nothings, Yi Tian reminded them to drive safely before ending the video call. Lying on the expansive 10-meter bed, Yi Tian closed his eyes in blissful comfort, but suddenly felt inclined to check the trending news. Upon opening the news app, he was astonished to find that his fan count had surged to over 60 million in just a few hours. The post containing only his email address had garnered over 60 million likes and more than 20 million comments. Good heavens, this is overwhelming. How am I to read through all these comments? Ding. The Information Manager app has been installed on your phone. Like a timely rain, the system had promptly generated a dedicated app for him. Yi Tian noticed the new app on his phone's home screen. Upon opening it, he found it organized into categories such as assistance requests, love confessions, expressions of gratitude, greetings, scams, and trivialities. Indeed, the system proved reliable, significantly facilitating the browsing process. Yet, he wondered why there were so many scam messages, more than requests for help. What on earth? Over 12 million scam messages? System, are there really that many fraudsters in our country? Host, the actual number of scammers isn't that high. A single scammer can send tens of thousands of messages using different accounts. Ah, I see. But are these scammers foolish? Most of their messages involve weak women soliciting help to sell tea for their grandfathers, or female teachers fundraising for left-behind children, or daughters needing medical fees for leukemia. If they sent just 1 or 2 messages, I might fall for it. But sending thousands with just a name change? I'm not an idiot. How could I possibly believe that? Yi Tian felt his intelligence had been insulted by these scammers and was eager for the omnipotent system to teach them a lesson. System, freeze these scammers' bank accounts and compile their personal information, criminal records, and detailed addresses to send to the local police department. Understood. Host, the information has been dispatched. The ever-reliable system swiftly executed the task. Yi Tian, disinterested in further details, tossed his phone aside and undressed for bed. With so many assistance requests, he knew he couldn't possibly address them all at once. He decided to avoid the messages entirely and simply get some sleep first. Simultaneously, across the nation, the scammers who had targeted Yi Tian received a stark warning on their local police department's computers, which displayed a bright red alert along with the message. Please promptly review the scammer information within your jurisdiction. At approximately 1:30 in the afternoon, many police officers had yet to arrive for work, so only those who hadn't gone home or were on duty would see it. Some hesitated to act, hastily calling the technical department, while others, bewildered, merely tapped the screen, only to discover a spreadsheet had appeared on their desktop. Upon opening it, they found a meticulously organized compilation of personal information, photographs, criminal records, bank account details, and information on the victims. Everything was comprehensively detailed. Chapter 42. The incredibly innocent Lin Yi. Yi Tian was blissfully asleep, utterly unaware that his spontaneous decision had dealt a significant blow to fraud syndicates nationwide. Xiao Tian's had already driven to the building where Lin Yi once worked. She had not brought a gift, as her relationship with her colleagues was merely cordial. The male co-workers were seasoned business veterans, often engaging in lecherous glances at her. As for her relationship with her boss, it was even less amicable. Had it not been for the generous salary, she would have resigned long ago. The trio entered the company to find only a male colleague, Xiao Wang, engrossed in a game of Do Di Zhu on his phone at his workstation. Upon noticing their arrival, Xiao Wang's eyes scanned Lin Yi and Lu Yin from head to toe like a scanner, internally musing, Lin Yi's friend has quite the figure. I heard she's leaving. What a pity, I never got to take advantage of her. He also noticed Xiao Tian's, but assumed he was Lu Yan's boyfriend accompanying Lin Yi to resign, thus paying him little mind. Seeing Lin Yi glance his way without greeting him, he brazenly remarked, Lin Yi, you're here. I heard you're resigning? President Lei is furious. You say you're just typing away, earning such a high salary. Why the sudden decision to leave? Brother Wang, I just want to change my environment and learn more. Lin Yi replied, wishing to avoid further conversation with him due to his lewd demeanor, as he often leered at her chest. Oh, President Lei is in his office. If you really do resign, come visit us sometime. All right. Thanks, Lin Yi responded with a forced laugh, prompting her to take Lu Yin and Xiao Tian's to find President Lei. Inside his office, President Lei was singing, reminiscing about a particularly thrilling encounter from the previous night, though his waist ached slightly. Upon hearing Lin Yi ring the doorbell, he confirmed her identity through the intercom before allowing her entry. Lu Yin was puzzled by the peculiar custom of using a doorbell in an office. Why not simply knock? Upon entering, she was further astonished by the extravagant decor resembling a KTV lounge, complete with a large screen TV that appeared to be paused mid-song. Lu Yin was taken aback, questioning whether their boss was indeed eccentric for transforming his office into a KTV booth. What kind of company was this? Noticing Lu Yin and Xiao Tian's had followed Lin Yi in, President Lei's expression darkened as he addressed Lin Yi. Are these your friends? Have them wait outside. My office contains commercial secrets that outsiders cannot access. Lu Yin scoffed at his tone, as if anyone cares. My boyfriend Tian runs a much larger company and doesn't act so high and mighty. Who do you think you are? President Lei's mood soured further. He pointed towards the door, commanding, get out immediately, or I'll call security. Lu Yin was infuriated by his tone and commanded Xiao Tian's, Xiao, teach him a lesson. Understood, Xiao Tian's replied, ready to comply, as the future boss lady had instructed him. Lin Yi quickly intervened, urging, no, Lu Yin Xiao, let us not argue with him. It might cause trouble for Tian. Upon hearing that it could create issues for Tian, Lu Yin simmered down, conceding that it was better to avoid trouble and not make Tian clean up the mess. Fine, for Tian's sake. Otherwise, I would have taught him a lesson today. Lin Yi promptly ushered them outside, explaining, you two wait here for a moment. I can always pay some penalty for breach of contract and avoid dealing with this boss in the future. All right, hurry up. Once Lin Yi had her friends outside, President Lei gestured for her to close the door. As it clicked shut, his demeanor shifted from dark to sunny, inviting Lin Yi to sit on the sofa for a discussion. After she settled in, President Lei joined her, prompting Lin Yi to shift uncomfortably aside. Sit down. Let us discuss why you want to resign. I wish to change my environment and learn more. Is that so? With you leaving, who will take over your responsibilities? What about the losses this will incur for the company? President Lei, there is really not much to hand over. I will document everything for the new hire to review. President Lei shook his head, insisting that the matter was not as simple as she suggested. Your sudden departure constitutes a breach of contract, and you may be liable for a penalty. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi, who had been anxious, felt relieved. She had the means to pay any penalty. How much do you require for the breach of contract? After a moment of consideration, President Lei contemplated that the penalty he mentioned was technically invalid, as he had not provided training or a non-compete clause, making it unenforceable. However, Lin Yi seemed oblivious to this nuance and was easily intimidated by him. 100,000. Think it over. Okay, I can pay you that now. President Lei was taken aback by Lin Yi's decisiveness. 100,000 was no small sum for someone who had just graduated a year prior, and she hardly appeared affluent. Oh, where did you come into money? I misspoke. The penalty is at least 500,000. 500,000. Lin Yi was unfazed. Her sole concern was maintaining her good credit to prevent any future repercussions on Tian's reputation. All right, I'll pay. President Lei internally questioned whether she had struck a fortune. Her willingness to comply was astonishing. However, letting her walk away without gaining anything was a pity. He had long desired her. Surely, he could see some advantage before she left. Though Lin Yi's friends were just outside, he was not worried. The soundproofing of the room ensured that they wouldn't hear anything. He thought to himself that if he merely engaged in some light touching and perhaps took a few photos, he could later use them as leverage. Believing her timid nature would prevent her from speaking out, he shifted closer, wrapping an arm around her waist. You've paid the penalty. Leaving is possible. But let me have a little taste first, and then we'll forget about it. Lin Yi quickly stood, only to be yanked back onto the sofa by President Lei, causing her to scream, President Lei, please show some respect. Respect? He chuckled wickedly, lunging at Lin Yi and pinning her against the sofa, leaning in towards her chest. With such a figure, I must have a taste. Help. Lin Yi struggled against his advances, calling out for help, yet President Lei merely laughed heartily. Shout all you want. This office is soundproof. Your friends outside can't hear a thing. Once I've stripped you bare, I'll let them in to see if you still have the face to face anyone. Let me go, you beast. I'd rather die than let you succeed. Lin Yi was paralyzed with fear, utterly unprepared for President Lei's audacity, especially with Lu Yin and Xiao Tian's just outside. In her desperation, she even contemplated self-harm to preserve her dignity. Meanwhile, outside, Lu Yin and Xiao Tian's heard nothing, quietly waiting for Lin Yi's return. Xiao Wang was absorbed in his game, neglecting to offer them any refreshments. Lu Yan's disdain for the company grew, wishing fervently to leave at once. As Tian was enjoying a deep slumber, an abrupt alarm blared in his mind, rousing him from his peaceful rest. What could possibly be happening? Was there a fire? Suddenly, a notification echoed. Danger detected for Lin Yi. Immediate rescue required. Chapter 43, Fury Unleashed. The system's prompt jolted Tian into full consciousness. What danger? Wasn't Xiao Tian's with her? Instantly, a vivid image materialized before him, revealing Lin Yi desperately resisting her assailant, transmitted through the system's extraordinary means. How dare they harm my beloved? Has Xiao Tian's perished? Why isn't he coming to her aid? The scene shifted to Xiao Tian's and Lu Yin, who remained seated, calmly awaiting Lin Yi's return. The system elucidated. Due to soundproofing, no external noises can be heard. Please notify the host. Very well, I shall call immediately. Understanding the situation, Tian realized he could not fault Xiao Tian's. There was no time to ponder the reasons behind this predicament. Rescuing Lin Yi was paramount. He seized his phone and dialed Xiao Tian's number without hesitation. Xiao Tian's phone rang unexpectedly, and upon seeing Tian's name, he answered promptly. Hello, Mr. Yi. How may I assist you? Without preamble, Tian declared, Lin Yi is in danger. Rescue her at once. Understood. Without inquiring further, Xiao Tian sprang to his feet and dashed towards Mr. Lei's office. Lu Yin, puzzled, trailed behind, asking, Xiao, what's the matter? Mister, you just informed me that Butler Lin is in peril. How does he know? Xiao Tian's offered no reply. He twisted the doorknob only to find it locked. Frustrated, he kicked the door with force, splintering it open. Mr. Lei, hearing the door crash open, turned just in time to witness Xiao Tian's charging towards him. Fury etched across his face, delivering a kick that sent Mr. Lei sprawling. Lu Yin hurried to support Lin Yi, helping her adjust her disheveled clothing while offering words of comfort. Do not fear, it's all right now. Lin Yi clung to Lu Yin, weeping uncontrollably, feeling as though her strength was waning. Had Xiao Tian's delayed even a moment longer, she contemplated taking her own life. Lu Yin, I'll kill him. Do not approach. Xiao is here. Just let him handle it. Amidst her cries, Lin Yi attempted to rush towards Mr. Lei, but Lu Yin held her back, knowing that adding chaos could lead to dire consequences. Xiao Wang, drawn by the commotion, rushed in and quickly grasped the situation. It was evident that his boss had attempted to violate Lin Yi. Upon noticing Xiao Wang's arrival, Mr. Lei shouted, Xiao Wang, call the police. He's going to kill me. Still clutching his phone, Xiao Wang hesitated, but before he could dial, Xiao Tian's hurled a bottle of beer at him, sending the device crashing to the ground. Dare to call the police, and I shall end you. Is your meager salary worth sacrificing your life for your boss? Think wisely. Xiao Wang immediately raised his hands, seeking refuge in a corner, fully aware that risking his life for a few thousand yuan was sheer folly. If his boss were to perish, he could easily find employment elsewhere. Xiao Tian's seized another bottle of beer, smashing it against Mr. Lei's head, causing blood to spill and rendering him dazed, pleading for mercy. Have mercy. I'll forfeit my penalty. If you wish to leave, then go. Mr. Lei naively assumed that others could be easily swayed like Lin Yi. Did he truly believe this was still about money? Meanwhile, Tian remained in bed, watching the live broadcast, his anger boiling over. He called Lu Yin again, who was still comforting Lin Yi. Upon answering the phone, she noted Tian's name. Feigning ignorance, Tian inquired, is Lin Yi unharmed? She is safe now. Though understandably shaken, her boss attempted to bully her, but fortunately, your call alerted us, and he has been subdued. By the way, how did you know she was in danger? Tian fabricated a plausible excuse, knowing the system would validate any story he concocted. I dreamt of it just now. Perhaps it was my sixth sense. Please activate the video. I need to instruct Xiao on how to deal with that scoundrel. Of course. Lu Yan activated the video, showcasing the room's layout, and when it shifted to Xiao Wang, Tian interjected, "What is that individual in the corner doing? He is an employee of this company. Have Xiao Tian bind him to prevent any treachery or attempts to alert the authorities." Understood. Lu Yan approached Xiao Tian, quietly conveying Tian's instructions. Xiao Tian nodded, preparing to address Xiao Wang, but upon seeing Mr. Lei still groveling on the floor, he hesitated for a mere 3 seconds before striking him unconscious. Xiao Wang, witnessing Xiao Tian's approach, was paralyzed with fear, begging for mercy. "Please, it's not my fault. I'm merely an employee." Xiao Tian paid no heed. He struck him down, then removed his belt, binding his hands behind his back and dragging him toward Mr. Lei. "Boss, what shall we do next?" "Ignore that employee for now. Break one of this boss's arms, and then we shall proceed slowly." Understood. Mr. Lei was jolted from his unconsciousness by the excruciating pain of a broken arm. He realized he had encountered formidable adversaries. Without substantial bloodshed in compensation, he feared he would not survive this ordeal. Desperately, he fell to his knees, weeping and pleading for mercy. "Linny, spare me. I promise I shall never dare again. I will pay you. I'll give you 1 million. Seeing him injured, Lin Yi's fear resurfaced, and upon hearing his offer of money, she recognized the potential escalation of the situation, which would benefit no one. She addressed Tian in the video. "Boss, should we not let this go? Perhaps we should call the police?" At this moment, she understood the need to avoid mentioning Tian's name, lest it cause him trouble. Hearing her plea only fueled Tian's fury. How could such a scoundrel be allowed to escape? If he chose to spare him, he would surely seek vengeance. It was only Lin Yi's timid nature that led her to trust such deceitful words. Angrily, Tian replied, "What good would calling the police do? The maximum sentence would be under 3 years. If he offers to compensate, he may not even serve a year. This matter is none of your concern. Do I lack for his pittance? Anyone who dares to harm my woman will learn the true meaning of suffering." Lin Yi, already shaken by Mr. Lei's earlier threat, now felt overwhelmed by Tian's wrath, her emotional state unraveling as she clung to Lu Yan, who comforted her gently. "Do not weep. He speaks thus because he loves you. Did you not hear him call you his woman? If I were bullied, I would hold him in contempt if he let it slide easily." Tian could hear Lu Yan's words and felt a sense of agreement. Her perspective mirrored his own. Now, the priority was to secure evidence of Mr. Lei's misdeeds, as Tian knew that having struck someone would place him on the moral high ground. "Xiao, retrieve a phone and start recording. Compel him to confess his wrongdoings. If he refuses, we shall break another limb." Understood. Xiao Tian, adopting an intimidating demeanor, threatened Mr. Lei. "Our boss commands you to confess your transgressions. Refuse, and we shall break another leg. You have 3 seconds to decide." With that, he produced his phone, activating the recording function aimed squarely at Mr. Lei. Chapter 44, Severed Limbs. "I have committed no wrongs. I was merely inebriated and confused earlier. How much do you want? I will compensate you." Mr. Lei, cunning and crafty as he is, would never divulge his dark past so easily. Once he survives this ordeal, he intends to seek out the identities of those involved and exact his revenge. It is worth noting that he has connections within the underworld and has committed numerous heinous acts in the past. When Xiao Tiankai noticed his reluctance to speak, he counted to 3 and swiftly delivered a kick to Mr. Lei's calf, shattering it. Mr. Lei writhed in agony, unable to maintain his facade, and screamed threats. "Ah? You are deliberately causing harm. I will sue you all and have you imprisoned. Still so audacious?" Tian let out a cold smile and commanded, "Xiao, break another of his legs." Understood. With a crack, Mr. Lei's other leg was also broken, causing him to sweat profusely in pain, silencing any further threats. He realized he had underestimated Lin Yi's friend, who was far too ruthless. It was best to endure this trial and reconsider his options later. Nearby, the already unconscious Xiao Wang was roused by the commotion but chose to feign sleep, fearing that knowledge could lead to his demise. Xiao Tiankai pressed his foot against Mr. Lei's shattered leg and coldly inquired, "I shall ask you once more. Will you speak? If not, you shall lose your last hand as well." "I will speak. I will speak." Mr. Lei, now frightened, thought that a gentleman avenges himself after 10 years. For now, he would placate these men and consider his next steps later. He hastily confessed his misdeeds, spilling the beans like a child, though he cleverly omitted some of his more grievous crimes. When he recounted his plan to drug Lin Yi, she felt a chill of dread. Thankfully, she had resigned, or she might have fallen into his clutches. Infuriated, Lu Yan seized a bottle of beer and hurled it at Mr. Lei's head, nearly killing him with her reckless blow. Xiao Tiankai quickly intervened, aware of the balance between inflicting pain and avoiding death. "Boss lady, allow me. You might kill him with that kind of force. If he dies, so be it. Such scum deserves it." It is better to heed the boss. He knows how to deal with him without taking responsibility. Yi Tian was quite pleased, recognizing that Xiao Tiankai had learned well. As a person of integrity, he understood the importance of standing on the moral high ground to teach others a lesson without landing himself in jail. However, the confessions Mr. Lei offered were merely tricks and deceit, matters that could be resolved with money, and did not warrant severe punishment. Ding. The dossier on Mr. Lei has been compiled. Please review. Yet, how could all this remain hidden from the system? It had already presented Mr. Lei's information to Yi Tian. His full name was Lei Laohu. Once a lackey for a certain gang, having injured and killed many during his tenure. After the gang was dismantled, he slipped through the cracks and went solo, employing various unscrupulous means to amass wealth, while maintaining close ties with several other gangs. Boss, he has confessed. What are the next steps? Upon hearing Xiao Tiansai's report, Yi Tian shook his head and devised a ruse, instructing Xiao Tiankai to interrogate him once more. He seems fond of deceit. Break the remaining hand as well, and have him confess again. Otherwise, we will have to take more drastic measures. Understood. Xiao Tiankai proceeded to ensure that Mr. Lei became a helpless wreck, writhing in agony on the ground. I have confessed. Why do you continue to break my hands? You are not trustworthy. Mr. Lei was on the verge of madness, bewildered by the brutality, questioning who the real villain was. Xiao Tiankai, grinning, gestured toward Mr. Lei's body. The boss says you're being dishonest. Confess again, or you may lose your vital parts. Mr. Lei, terrified, realized that while he could potentially recover from his broken limbs, losing his manhood was a fate he could not bear. I confess. I was unclear before, unable to withstand the pressure any longer. He revealed everything. When he had committed murder, when he had inflicted grievous injuries, and when he had coerced others into paying protection fees, all were laid bare. His actions were indeed heinous, deserving of the death penalty. Yi Tian compared the information provided by the system and found that Mr. Lei had finally spoken the truth, revealing the main points. With a recording in hand, even if he were to be severely punished, Mr. Lei would not dare report it to the authorities. Xiao, deliver a kick to ensure he can no longer harm women. Yes, boss. Mr. Lei overheard Yi Tian's command, his eyes wide with disbelief, his face contorted in desperation. No, you cannot do this. I have already confessed. It appeared that the boss was dissatisfied. Xiao Tiankai coldly raised his foot and struck Mr. Lei in his vital region. Mr. Lei screamed, losing consciousness from the pain. Nearby, Xiao Wang, terrified, clamped his legs together, continuing to feign unconsciousness. Xiao Tiankai noticed and asked Yi Tian, boss, what about this fellow? Let him call an ambulance for Mr. Lei. Inform him that if he seeks revenge, he should be prepared for an unexpected demise. I have my ways of keeping watch on him. Understood. Xiao Tiankai kicked Xiao Wang's leg and exclaimed, stop pretending. Otherwise, your boss will serve as an example. Xiao Wang quickly opened his eyes, kneeling and begging for mercy. I wasn't pretending. I just woke up. Please, I'm just a worker. I have nothing to do with him. You heard everything we discussed, did you not? No, I didn't hear a word. Wise of you. Relay the message to your boss. Do not entertain thoughts of revenge, or he may meet an untimely end. We have our means of surveillance. I understand. I will inform him. Terrified, Xiao Wang felt his heart race, not daring to resist. Seeing that Xiao Tiankai had handled everything, Yi Tian commanded, return immediately and exercise caution on your way back. Yes. Xiao Tiankai untied Xiao Wang's belt, allowing him to call for an ambulance before departing with Lu Yin and Lin Yi. It was not until 20 minutes had passed that Xiao Wang regained his composure and dialed 120 for Mr. Lei's treatment. He dared not call the police, knowing there were mysterious figures behind this, and since no murder had occurred, reporting would be futile. If it became known that he was the one who called, he feared he might one day be found floating in a lake. He felt a twinge of relief that he had never laid a hand on Lin Yi. Otherwise, he might have suffered a similarly gruesome fate. After ending the video call, Yi Tian pondered on the matter. It was time to arrange for bodyguards for Lu Yin and Lin Yi. Fortunately, Xiao Tiankai had been by their side today. Otherwise, he might have had to utilize extraordinary abilities to rescue them. However, such powers seemed to be temporarily unavailable from the system. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to make a phone call. The system appeared primarily focused on martial skills that align more closely with reality. In cases of extreme distance, he might not arrive in time for a rescue. Thus, having bodyguards was essential. After indulging in these thoughts for a while, he picked up his phone and called Bai Jingjing. Before Lu Yin arrived at the office, Bai Jingjing still held the position of the chairman's secretary, making her a suitable contact for any matters requiring attention. Hello, Xiaobai. Yi Zong, how may I assist you? Please notify the security department to assist me in procuring 12 female bodyguards. If the company lacks the resources, feel free to recruit from outside, regardless of the cost. However, they must be of the highest caliber as I will personally assess their capabilities. Understood. Chapter 45. Justice delayed is not justice denied. President Lei has been admitted to the hospital, and Xiao Wang has even fronted a medical fee of 10,000 yuan, which has left him seething with indignation. Yet he dares not alert the authorities. After urgent medical intervention, the doctor transferred President Lei to a hospital ward and summoned Xiao Wang for payment. Perplexed, Xiao Wang inquired, "Doctor, did I not just pay 10,000? The injuries sustained by your boss are quite severe. We must prepare for surgery. You will need to pay an additional 200,000. At this, Xiao Wang bristled. Why should I be the one to bear this cost? He is merely my employer, not my father. Why not contact his wife? The patient lay unconscious, his phone locked, rendering it impossible to reach his family. Foolish. Use his fingerprint. You haven't severed his hand, have you? Not yet, but if treatment is delayed, amputation will be unavoidable. I'll take care of it. Xiao Wang acquired President Lei's phone from the doctor and, using the boss's finger, methodically attempted to unlock it until he finally succeeded. He located the contact for his wife and made the call. Soon, a woman answered. "Hello, darling, what is it?" Upon hearing her refer to him as darling, Xiao Wang quickly responded, "Hello, are you Mrs. Lei? I am Xiao Wang, an employee of President Lei." "Huh, how did my husband's phone end up in your possession?" President Lei has sustained serious injuries and is currently in room 305 on the third floor of the second hospital. You must come quickly with funds. The doctor insists we need another 200,000 for surgery. All right, I'm on my way. Mrs. Lei harbored no suspicions, hastily gathering her belongings to rush to the hospital. Upon arrival, the doctor was momentarily absent, leaving Xiao Wang despondently seated beside the unconscious President Lei. Seeing her husband, battered and bloodied, limbs contorted in a ghastly manner, she struggled to suppress a laugh, though her face feigned concern as she addressed Xiao Wang. "You are Xiao Wang, correct? How could my husband end up in this state?" "Xiao Wang, you are the one who should be called that. Your entire family is a bunch of Xiao Wangs." Xiao Wang despised such inquiries. Did they not understand the decorum of conversation? He retorted, "Indeed, I am Xiao Wang. Your husband was attacked. By whom? What transpired?" Mrs. Lei was perplexed, well aware of her husband's usual predatory disposition. He had always been the assailant, never the victim. Yet, Xiao Wang was reluctant to divulge further details, fearing for his own life should he inadvertently reveal too much. "Madam, it would be prudent to refrain from further questioning or involving the authorities. President Lei possesses incriminating evidence against his assailants, and should the police be alerted, we would all face dire consequences. The security personnel would apprehend him as well." Mrs. Lei gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. "What shall we do? Wait until President Lei regains consciousness to inquire. However, you will need to reimburse me the 10,000 I initially paid. I am merely a worker here." Having spoken, Xiao Wang presented the receipt to Mrs. Lei, who willingly handed over the money. Once he received the payment, Xiao Wang resolved to leave the company. With the boss in such a predicament, his salary seemed a distant hope. Grateful for his own survival, he planned to visit a temple to offer thanks. "This matter is now yours, Mrs. Lei. I must take my leave. Please inform President Lei that I will not be returning to work, nor will I accept any wages. I cannot risk being killed." You cannot fathom the ruthlessness of those involved. Upon hearing Xiao Wang's words, Mrs. Lei felt a surge of panic. Although she found some satisfaction in her husband's misfortune, the thought of being implicated terrified her. Having endured half a lifetime of torment at his hands, to perish because of him would be unbearable. She seized Xiao Wang, preventing his departure, and from her bag, produced another 10,000, pressing it into his hands. "Could you possibly share some details of the incident? I need to know something." Xiao Wang, contemplating the 10,000 in his grasp, hesitated for a moment before resolutely stating, "I will tell you, but you must promise to keep it confidential." Agreed. Earlier today, a female colleague of mine resigned, and President Lei attempted to assault her. Her friends intervened, resulting in this dire situation. It appears my colleague is associated with a powerful figure, someone with considerable influence. He even permitted me to call for an ambulance. Do you understand? That is the true terror. It indicates he fears neither the authorities nor the security. Mrs. Lei shivered at this revelation. Indeed, a person who fears no one presents a formidable challenge. However, the fact that Xiao Wang had not been silenced suggested that the assailants had principles of their own, and as long as she refrained from contacting the police, she should be safe. She nodded in agreement with Xiao Wang. "Understood. Let this matter remain between us. It is the safest course." "Yes, madam, do take care. I shall depart now." With that, Xiao Wang left, intent on escaping to another city to evade potential repercussions. Mrs. Lei summoned the doctor for an update on her husband's condition and learned that he had sustained severe cranial injuries requiring surgery, in addition to multiple fractures in his limbs that might necessitate amputation. Furthermore, his reproductive organs had been gravely injured, with a prognosis of only retaining the ability to urinate, effectively rendering him impotent. Suppressing her laughter, which threatened to erupt from her at the absurdity of the situation, she inquired of the doctor, "What shall we do?" "We will do our utmost to preserve the patient's life and limbs. However, I advise you to prepare mentally for the worst." "Thank you, doctor. Please settle the initial fee of 200,000. Subsequent costs may amount to an additional 100 to 200,000. "Understood. I shall arrange the payment immediately." Mrs. Lay hurriedly paid the required sum, after which the doctor proceeded to prepare President Lay for surgery. She sat outside the operating room, trembling with excitement. Divine Providence has intervened. "President Lay, your day of reckoning has arrived. Perhaps it is time for me to take my turn in tormenting you." Unbeknownst to many, Mrs. Lay's relationship with President Lay was fraught with animosity. She had married him under duress after he had assaulted her, to prevent him from fathering any children. She had long resorted to clandestinely taking contraceptives, enduring years of abuse while maintaining an outward facade of compliance, knowing she lacked the strength to resist. But now, President Lay's life lay in her hands. Finally, the opportunity for vengeance had presented itself. "How dare you continue to harm women? I envy that woman who possesses the strength to protect herself. Had I been afforded such protection, I could have spared myself years of suffering." The surgery was successful. President Lay's limbs were amputated at the elbows and knees, with only a sliver of his manhood remaining. The doctor mentioned that due to blood clots in his head, removal was complicated, which might impair his speech. Should he awaken, he may struggle to articulate. Mrs. Lay, elated, wept tears of joy, showering the doctor with gratitude. Now, even if I fed President Lay excrement daily, he would be unable to reveal it to anyone. The doctor, observing her tears, could only express his sorrow, stating he had done his best and asked for the family's understanding. Thus, the situation surrounding President Lay was resolved in an unexpected manner, rendering him incapable of seeking retribution against Tian. As Mrs. Lay often mused, evil deeds will inevitably be met with retribution. Justice is merely a matter of timing. In the latter half of his life, Mr. Lay found himself merely enduring the torment inflicted by Mrs. Lay. Chapter 46. Any issue that can be resolved with money is not a problem. Tian sat on the bed, sifting through a multitude of pleas and private messages. Having read through dozens in succession, there were those enduring discord within their marriages, often subjected to domestic violence by their husbands. Some had suffered grave violations yet were too fearful to report to the authorities, longing instead for justice against their perpetrators. Others faced the torment of alcoholic fathers who took out their frustrations on their children. There were individuals harassed by bosses and colleagues at work, feeling trapped and unable to change jobs. Some had been trafficked and now sought to reunite with their families as adults. Others confronted severe illnesses, lacking the funds for treatment. There were also men who had been assaulted by other men. At this point, Tian found it difficult to restrain himself. He was assisting women. Yet did they truly believe they were women themselves? Furthermore, it seemed they had overlooked his earlier statement. Assistance would be provided to women subjected to domestic violence and abuse, provided they had reported to the authorities and received no resolution, as he had no desire to compete with the government for work. The messages he received failed to mention any prior police reports. Were they intending to employ him as a guard? Tian was unwilling to take on such a role, which would be exhausting and likely provoke the ire of relevant authorities. He merely wished to serve as an auxiliary, helping women who found themselves in desperate situations and without recourse to justice. He opened his social media account, posting a statement. "I appreciate everyone's trust. I am currently reviewing your messages and pleas. As the organization is yet to be established, I am inundated with several million messages, making it quite challenging to respond. Please remember that in times of trouble, seek assistance from security or self-rescue first. If life becomes unbearable, divorce. If you are bullied, resist. Those who require my assistance must first strive to help themselves. If everyone expects me to be their savior without taking any initiative, I shall not concern myself with such cases. I am not a deity and cannot manage everything. Please understand." He concluded by stating that those who required financial assistance should provide their identification and account details so he could transfer funds, for their issues could all be resolved with money, which, for him, was the simplest matter. Tian continued to address 5 individuals needing funds for medical treatment or education, confident in his system's verification that they were genuinely in urgent need and not to be concerned about being deceived. Lastly, he urged the platform's moderators to take note of the numerous scam messages he had received, should they lack the capacity to handle such matters. He would hire computer experts at great expense, which could potentially impact their servers. He attached several images showcasing various scam messages before posting. This statement sent shockwaves across the internet. The platform's moderators, constantly monitoring Tian's account, promptly noticed his message, causing a wave of panic. They immediately escalated the matter to their superiors, who rushed to the control room upon hearing the news. What was going on? How could there be so many scam messages? It turned out that numerous scammers had registered multiple accounts to send mass messages. They quickly set about identifying and banning those accounts while also sending Tian an apologetic message, attributing the issue to their poor management and assuring him that they were taking corrective action. Someone nearby, puzzled by the level of concern, casually asked, "Why are we so submissive to a single client?" The leader swiftly reprimanded him. "Are you foolish? He possesses the power to obliterate our platform." The reprimanded employee could only wince in pain, silenced by the gravity of the situation. Online comments rapidly coalesced into a unified sentiment, with many agreeing that Tian was justified in his grievances. The primary blame was directed at the platform for their inadequate management, leading to the inundation of scam messages. How long would it take for Tian to sift through genuine pleas for help? Fortunately, the platform issued an apology swiftly, averting a public relations crisis before it could escalate. Apology statement. "We sincerely apologize to Mr. Yi and all netizens for our mismanagement, which allowed scammers to exploit the situation by creating numerous accounts to disseminate fraudulent messages. We are urgently conducting a self-audit, employing technical measures to identify scam messages, permanently banning the relevant accounts, and enhancing oversight of account registrations to combat online fraud. We humbly request Mr. Yi and all netizens to grant us an opportunity to rectify our errors. Thank you." Upon reading this apology, the netizens fell silent. The platform had quickly acknowledged their fault, leaving little room for further discussion. Tian, noticing the notification, casually commented beneath the statement, "It is never too late to mend the fold after the sheep are lost. The ability to recognize and correct mistakes is the greatest virtue." This remark prompted the netizens to cease their outcry, realizing the principal figure in the situation was forgiving, leaving them with no grounds for complaint. The leaders of the platform breathed a sigh of relief, considering the crisis averted. However, the netizens continued to discuss the topic fervently, expressing sympathy for Tian, who had to wade through millions of messages. How long would that take? Many expressed a desire to assist him and hurriedly signed up as volunteers, even sending emails to Tian. Yet, those seeking Tian's help were reminded to first seek assistance from security. He was merely human. After all, should they not endeavor to aid themselves? Indeed, if you do not help yourselves, whom can you rely on? Do you expect Tian to come to your home and rescue you? One user declared, "I am a guardian, a protector of the people. I hope that in times of need, you seek out security, and if you wish to donate, then approach Tian." A fellow user remarked, "Wow, that security brother is quite direct." Envious of the 5 individuals receiving funds from Tian, one wondered, "Can I try too?" But another hesitated. "I fear being mistaken for a scammer and having my account banned." Tian found the comments beneath his post amusing and, after waiting a few more minutes for responses from the aforementioned users, lost interest. He pressed the call button, preparing to summon Yangmi to assist him in selecting a few outfits for future wear. Yangmi quickly knocked and entered, her eyes slightly red, forcing a smile as she greeted, "Hello, Mr. Yi. How may I assist you?" "Xiaoyang, I would like to trouble you to help me choose 6 outfits. I may be moving into my new home the day after tomorrow, and it will be inconvenient to seek you out later." Yangmi felt a pang of reluctance. If Mr. Yi moved away, she would miss the proximity to him. His physique was truly commendable, and his skin was even more radiant than her own. "Mr. Yi, are you not continuing to stay here? Have I failed to serve you adequately?" Tian, upon hearing her inquiry, shook his head with a smile. "Your service is excellent. I am quite satisfied. I have purchased a new house, and I cannot remain in a hotel indefinitely." Yangmi considered this and agreed. Living here incurred substantial daily expenses, and there was no place like home. Regrettably, she could only prepare to help Tian select his clothing with a heavy heart. "Oh, very well. I shall go and pick out your outfits now." Just as she was about to turn, Tian called her back, stepping closer to examine her face. "Wait, why are your eyes red? Have you been crying?" No, I just had some dust in my eyes." Yangmi quickly shook her head, fabricating a lie. Feeling somewhat flustered that Mr. Yi had noticed her tear-stained visage, Tian rolled his eyes at her and asked, "Do you think me foolish? It is evident that you have been crying. Is there anything I can assist you with? Any issue that can be resolved with money is not a problem." Chapter 47. You may come to my home as a servant. Tears streamed down Yangmi's cheeks at Tian's words, prompting him to quickly grab several tissues from the side and hand them to her. "Thank you, Mr. Yi," she said, accepting the tissues to dab at her tears. Suddenly, she enveloped Tian in an embrace, sobbing uncontrollably, her cries resonating with profound sorrow that could move anyone to tears. Tian could only gently pat her back and offer some solace, saying, "Please don't cry. If you keep weeping, your makeup will run, and that won't be appealing." Yang Mi's sobs ceased abruptly. She certainly did not wish for Mr. Yi to witness her in an unflattering state. Although she had stopped crying, she was reluctant to release him, still holding on to Yi Tian, which left him feeling somewhat awkward. He gently pushed her away. Mr. Yi, what's wrong? Yang Mi looked at him in confusion. Yi Tian, seeing her expression, smiled and asked, Now, would you care to explain why you were crying? Well, a guest suddenly embraced me, and when I pushed him away, asking him to show some respect, he threatened me with a room cancellation and even complained to the manager about me. When I explained the situation to the manager, he scolded me harshly, insisting that the customer is always right, and demanded that I apologize to the guest. I did apologize, but I felt so wrong that I burst into tears. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian thought, Goodness, this situation is strikingly reminiscent of the times when I was bullied by Director Jiang and the boss. To hell with the notion that the customer is always right. He resolved to assist her. I see. I will certainly help you with this matter. Tell me, where's the guest staying? I will have him apologize to you. That guest is quite arrogant, isn't he? Just because he has a bit of money? Who does he think he is? I won't hesitate to confront him until he apologizes. Yang Mi quickly shook her head. No, there's no need. The guest has already left. Then I will have someone track him down and bring him back to apologize to you. Hearing Yi Tian's somewhat unreasonable assertions, Yang Mi unexpectedly smiled. Thank you, Mr. Yi, but really, it's unnecessary. Just being able to talk to you about this has already made me very happy. I don't wish for things to escalate. That would hinder my ability to continue working. Seeing that Yang Mi was not inclined to seek justice for herself, Yi Tian decided not to press the matter further. Such decisions were best left to her own discretion. Do you often encounter harassment from guests in your line of work? Yes, but this is my first experience with it. My colleagues have faced similar situations. Yi Tian pondered for a moment and uncertainly suggested, If you can't continue working here, perhaps you could come to my new home as a maid. You would already be familiar with these tasks. Mr. Ye's new home? Would I be responsible for taking care of your daily needs? Yes, you would likely also need to do some cleaning. Currently, it's just my girlfriend and butler Lin at home, the lady you met earlier. She could use an extra pair of hands. Yang Mi jumped up in delight, exclaiming, I'm willing. I would love to be Mr. Ye's maid. Yi Tian could not quite grasp why she was so ecstatic. After all, she would merely be a maid and not his girlfriend. The reason for Yang Mi's joy was simple. By becoming Yi Tian's maid, she would have the opportunity to see him every day. I will wait for my girlfriend and butler Lin to return and discuss it with them. After all, adding another beautiful woman to the household might raise some questions. I hope I'm not causing trouble for you, but what if they don't agree? That's of no consequence. If you wish to start a business, I can lend you money. Regardless of what you want to pursue, I will support you. Mr. Yi, why are you being so kind to me? Yi Tian contemplated this question and found himself at a loss. Was it because she was beautiful? That didn't seem entirely accurate. Was it due to their similar experiences? Perhaps, but he still could not pinpoint a definitive answer. The reasons were complex and elusive. After offering her a few encouraging words, he finally managed to send Yang Mi on her way. Chapter 48. Gaining a fan in a beautiful student. Feeling bored, Yi Tian discovered that someone had sent him a hand-drawn illustration via his account. The artwork depicted a handsome figure resembling him clad in a classical martial arts uniform, adorned with a dragon motif on the back, with various dragon patterns on the sleeves and pants, exuding an ethereal and commanding presence. Accompanying the illustration was a message. Hello, Mr. Yi. My name is Liang Yan, a student from Jiangnan Design Academy, and a fan of yours. This is a design I created for you, and I hope you like it. Yi Tian found the outfit quite appealing. The Five Elements Nation had always revered the divine dragon, and pairing it with a martial arts uniform made for an interesting combination, especially since he could now be considered a martial artist himself. Feeling pleased, Yi Tian replied to Liang Yan, also sharing his WeChat ID with her. Thank you, I really like it. Here is my WeChat, let us chat further. At that moment, Liang Yan was lying on her bed in the dormitory, lost in thought, as she had no classes that afternoon. Ever since she sent the image to Yi Tian, she had been filled with anxiety, wondering whether he would think her efforts were presumptuous or naive. After all, for someone of Yi Tian's caliber, finding a renowned designer was as easy as pie. Why would he take interest in the work of an undergraduate student? In truth, Liang Yan was being overly self-deprecating. As a prominent figure at Jiangnan Design Academy, her creations had won multiple international awards, and she was merely lacking in work experience compared to professional designers. Not only was she exceptionally talented, but she was also charmingly innocent and bright, beloved by both her teachers and peers, with admirers who would circle the playground for her. However, her standards were exceedingly high. In her eyes, men were merely divided into two categories, gorillas and effeminate types, leaving her uninterested in anyone, fully dedicating her heart to the noble pursuit of design. It was only after encountering Yi Tian's videos online that she felt she had met her dream man. This is the perfect man. His looks, his character, flawless in every regard. Defeating scoundrels in a restaurant. Heroically rescuing damsels in distress. Passionately defending a woman's honor. Truly a man among men. Furthermore, his incredible martial arts skills and medical expertise, coupled with his youth and affluence, made her feel she had fallen for him at first sight. Even upon hearing that Tian intended to establish an organization to assist women, Liang Yin felt unworthy of him. What a man of great love he is. He should be the shared idol of all women. I would be content just to contribute a little to his cause. In simple terms, Liang Yin had become an ardent fan of Tian. Even if he were to pass gas in public, she would imagine it as a celestial occurrence, a deliberate act on his part to purify the environment. Suddenly, her phone chimed with a notification. Picking it up, she froze for a moment. Her idol had replied. Oh my gosh, he even thanked me and shared his WeChat. Laughing joyously, she leapt off her bed, dancing with glee. Am I going crazy? Did I take the wrong medication? Her roommate inquired. You're the one who's crazy. My idol replied to me. Liang Yin was chastised by her roommate and quickly composed herself to respond to Tian. Okay, thank you, Mr. Yi. I will add you now. When she saw her friend request being accepted almost instantaneously, Liang Yin felt as if she might take flight. Holding her phone and grinning like a fool, oblivious to her roommate rolling her eyes at her antics. Curiosity piqued. Her roommate observed the transformation of the normally indifferent Liang Yin, who had never shown interest in men before. Wow, you have an idol now? When did you start dating? Which class is he from? I'm not dating. My idol might not even notice me. Liang Yin suddenly felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Alas, if only she had met Tian earlier. He already had a girlfriend now, and she considered herself rather unremarkable, unworthy of his affection. When did she become so modest? Aren't men typically base creatures, hardly deserving of admiration? Yet her male idol was different. He was the epitome of perfection. Observing Liang Yan's dazed expression, as if brainwashed, her roommate approached and gently ruffled her hair. No fever? Why are you speaking nonsense? You should really visit the infirmary. I can't be bothered to talk to you. Liang Yin swatted her hand away and, with a silly smile, retreated to her bed to chat with Tian. Tian pondered that since Liang Yin had designed the outfit, he might as well ask her to assist in creating it for fitting. Hello, Liang. Can you construct the outfit you designed? That way, I won't need to seek someone else. Upon receiving this message, Liang Yin was elated. Tian had entrusted her with both the design and production. What immense faith he had in her. She absolutely had to accept this offer. Just imagining her idol wearing an outfit crafted by her own hands filled her with delight. Absolutely. Grant me 2 days, and I shall deliver it to you, Tian. No rush. You're a student. Feel free to take a week, and let me know what measurements you need. I can have someone assist in taking them for you. No worries, Tian. Our classes are few. I can certainly finish it in 2 days. Just send me the measurements for the bust, shoulder width, neckline, sleeve length, waist, hip, and pant length. After sending these requirements, Liang Yin felt a flutter of joy. Soon, she would know all of her idol's measurements. Tian hadn't anticipated this, fortunately. Yang Mi had already taken his measurements, so he could simply send them to her. All right, I'll send them shortly. Also, how much will it cost for your design and production? I'll transfer the funds now. No, Tian, there's no need for payment. It won't cost much. Consider it a gift from me to you. Seeing Tian's insistence on payment, Liang Yin hurriedly declined. She merely wished to design clothing for her idol. Never thinking of monetary matters, and the cost of making the outfit was negligible, she felt too embarrassed to accept any payment. Tian despised taking advantage of others. Especially a student, he was adamant about compensating her. That's unacceptable. One must not receive rewards without effort. If you won't accept payment, I shall withdraw my request. Liang Yin panicked at Tian's refusal, quickly calculating the cost of materials. Then just 500 would suffice. 500? 400 is also acceptable. Tian was not dismissing her offer due to its value, but rather found it surprisingly low. He chuckled at her attempt to negotiate downwards. He was in a position of financial abundance and couldn't afford to be so stingy. Are you jesting? I'll give you 50,000. Have both long and short sleeves made. Choose high-quality materials, and the excess will be considered a design fee. Liang Yin was left speechless. Tian had offered over 100 times the amount. How generous of him. She never considered her designs to be worth such a sum. After all, she was merely a student, unqualified to demand payment from him. Tian, that's far too much. I won't be able to use it all. It's settled then. You'll be working hard for me. Tian dismissed Liang Yan's protests and promptly transferred 50,000 to her. Faced with such a staggering amount, she found herself in turmoil, torn between accepting and refusing. Ultimately yielding to Tian's insistence. This 50,000 not only purchased her design, but also her loyalty and heart. Should Tian have any special requests? Liang Yin would comply without hesitation. Chapter 49. How much for Qiandao Lake? I wish to purchase several hundred islands. Yi Tian summoned Yang Mi to inquire about the measurements to send to Liang Yin, urging her not to rush, as her studies were of utmost importance. Liang Yin was moved to tears by Yi Tian's thoughtfulness and immediately set out to select materials, determined to choose only the finest for Yi Tian's garment. With a fan designing clothes for him, Yi Tian was elated. After concluding his conversation with Liang Yin, he turned his attention to the television, watching Man of Steel. As he observed the titular hero wreaking havoc, he felt compelled to test his own physical prowess, seeking clarity regarding his capabilities. He promptly called Bai Jingjing. Xiao Bai, have the RD department prepare some equipment to test my strength and speed. I wish to gauge my abilities. As for the standards, base them on 20 times the maximum human data. Otherwise, I fear we may not accurately measure my strength. Bai Jingjing was so astonished that she nearly dropped her phone, incredulously asking, 20 times? Just how powerful are you, Yi Tian? I'm not entirely certain of my strength. We'll find out once I test it. Just have them expedite the preparations. Understood. Bai Jingjing, still reeling from the conversation, took a moment to regain her composure. Good heavens, 20 times human capacity? Even the Captain America from the movies isn't that formidable. Being Yi Tian's partner must be a blissful experience. It would be akin to dating a human bulldozer. With her mind racing with wild thoughts, she sought out the head of the RD department, deeming it a matter of great urgency that required immediate attention. The RD director, Lu Dashu, was left dumbfounded by Bai Jingjing's announcement, exclaiming incredulously, what? The testing equipment must reach 20 times the human data limit? Even the exoskeleton armor we are currently researching doesn't achieve that. If Yi Tian possessed such strength, was he still human? Lu Dashu fell into contemplation. If Yi Tian was indeed developing an Iron Man suit, then a Yi Tian with Superman-like abilities donning such armor could only mean he aspired to be a being who rivals the divine. The thought sent shivers of excitement through Lu Dashu. If successful, Tianjin Company would undoubtedly become the most powerful corporation in the world, unparalleled in its might. In such a scenario, even a monarch would need to treat him with respect. He nodded vigorously, assuring Bai Jingjing, rest assured, Secretary Bai, we have existing armor testing equipment. With enhancements, it should meet Yi Tian's requirements. I will handle it right away. Excellent. Expedite the process. Yi Tian seems eager. We'll work through the night to modify it. There will be no delays. With arrangements set in motion, Yi Tian lay on his bed, lost in thought. Developing the Iron Man suit with the current technological capabilities of the company indeed posed challenges. He wondered if he would be able to accomplish it in his lifetime. How he wished for more advanced references to study. Ding. The host has obtained a map of alien spacecraft wreckage, which will expedite the development of the Iron Man suit to the nanotechnology stage. Yi Tian paused at the system's notification, then exclaimed joyfully, System, you are incredible. Does this mean I need to assemble it? I can transform directly? Indeed. Yi Tian erupted into laughter. That would be so cool. I could fly anywhere without needing a plane. I must also create a suit for Lu Yin and Lin Yi, so if they encounter any trouble, they can shout Sailor Moon and instantly transform into armored warriors to defeat any foe. Ha! Yi Tian, brimming with delight, examined the map provided by the system and discovered that the alien spacecraft wreckage lay beneath Qiandao Lake, covering an area of 500 unnamed islands. Such a colossal ambition, once unearthed, would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the world. The question lies in how to excavate it judiciously. Let us first procure 500 islands from him, claiming the intention to establish a research base upon them. This indeed constitutes a grand endeavor, warranting thorough contemplation. Yi Tian felt as though he were engulfed in a whirlwind of busyness, ever since the advent of the system. The passage of mere days felt akin to the passing of years, with tasks cascading one after another. Nevertheless, as the chairman, he could simply delegate responsibilities to his secretary. He dialed Bai Jingjing once more. Xiao Bai, kindly assist me in inquiring about the sale of the islands at Qiandao Lake. I plan to acquire a few hundred to erect a research base. I shall send you the approximate location map shortly. Understood, Chairman Yi, Bai Jingjing responded, suppressing her exasperation. Purchasing hundreds of islands? Chairman Yi's whims were as capricious as ever, leaving her breathless with the pace of his demands. She was now juggling the responsibilities of the logistics department while continuing her role as the chairman's secretary. Both roles were equally significant, rendering her both exhausted and exhilarated. There was no possibility of relinquishing her duties, for this signified chairman Yi's trust in her. Apart from General Manager Chen Hao, she was indeed the most favored in the company, and she secretly wished for even more tasks from Chairman Yi. At long last, Lu Yin, Lin Yi, and Xiao Tiansu returned, standing before him with their heads bowed, resembling errant children. Yi Tian regarded their demeanor with bewilderment. What troubles you? Was there not an issue? Xiao Tiansu took a step forward, accepting personal accountability. Chairman Yi, I failed to safeguard Steward Lin and humbly request punishment. Yi Tian shook his head. It was my oversight. After all, you are not a professional bodyguard, which led to your charge straying from your line of sight. Let this one slide. Focus on your driving from now on. I have instructed Secretary Bai to recruit some professional female bodyguards to ensure the safety of Lu Yin and Lin Yi moving forward. Xiao Tiansu's face flushed with embarrassment. As a former elite soldier, he felt he had lost face for failing to protect those he was entrusted with. Now relegated to the role of a mere driver, to be replaced by professionals. This was more disheartening than any reprimand. Yi Tian chose to overlook his wounded pride. Had it not been for the system's warning, the consequences of Lin Yi's potential humiliation could have been dire. In truth, Xiao Tian's negligence was severe. Yet Yi Tian was one to empathize with other circumstances. He believed that the overly comfortable environment had dulled Xiao Tian's vigilance. Allowing him to treat amateur duties as professional responsibilities, the onus remained on himself. Thus he refrained from further admonishment. At that moment, Lin Yi was already tearfully sobbing quietly. Yi Tian sighed, feeling pity for her. Not only had she contracted a strange illness, but she had also nearly faced insult while attempting to resign. Lin Yi believed that Yi Tian was displeased with the trouble she had caused, and as her thoughts spiraled, tears streamed down her cheeks. Feeling entirely at fault for her carelessness. Yi Tian, it is my mistake. I have caused trouble for everyone. Yi Tian retrieved a tissue to dry her tears, offering comfort. I am not afraid of trouble. My concern lies with your safety. Just be cautious when venturing outside. One must always be wary of others. Lin Yi nodded, and suddenly embraced Yi Tian, bursting into tears. She was frightened and overwhelmed, feeling immense pressure. As she sank into the warmth of Yi Tian's embrace, her spirit began to ease, and amidst her tears, she eventually drifted into slumber. Yi Tian gently lifted her and laid her on the bed, tucking her in. He whispered to Lu Yin, until the female bodyguards arrive, please refrain from going out alone. If you need anything, call for someone to bring it to you. If you must go out, accompany me. Understood. Lu Yin nodded in agreement, fully supportive of Yi Tian's decisions, for she believed that no one else would serve him better than he himself. Yi Tian dismissed Xiao Tiansu, who departed in frustration. He intended to return and review his previous studies. He was a soldier, not merely a driver, and he could not allow Yi Tian to underestimate him. One day, he vowed, he would prove his worth. Chapter 50. The desire to involve the boss in experiments. Yi Tian observed that Lin Yi had succumbed to deep slumber, and he stealthily took Lu Yin's hand, leading her into another room. After a passionate encounter, Lu Yin shyly inquired, why are you so eager today? Yi Tian recounted how he had been tempted by Yang Mi and had to suppress those urges. Lu Yin chuckled at his tale. You needn't hold back. Just indulge her, as she is fond of you. Yi Tian shook his head earnestly. That simply cannot be. How could I betray my girlfriend in her absence? Besides, I can control myself. To pretend otherwise would be disingenuous. Lu Yin was deeply touched, reassuring him that she did not mind. Yi Tian chose to steer the conversation away from this topic. Let us discuss this later. Otherwise, I would be no different from a scoundrel. I wish to invite her to our home as a maid, to see how things unfold. That sounds splendid. Having another person to keep Lin Yi company would be delightful. I can assist you at the company while she remains at home, lest she feel too lonely. Yi Tian felt a surge of gratitude for Lu Yin. She had been a steadfast companion, always considering him and those around him. Lu Yin, you are truly remarkable. I promise you. You shall forever be my one and only wife. I have my own standards for companionship, and even without your constraints, I would never stray. In their tender exchange, their bond deepened, and they shared more intimate moments. Meanwhile, at Tianjin Company's Research and Development Department, the lights shone brightly as employees worked diligently into the night. Clad in exoskeleton suits, they resembled mighty warriors, hoisting massive, cumbersome components. These exoskeletons had already found applications in military and rescue operations. However, widespread adoption remained hindered by limitations in power and responsiveness. Simply put, the batteries were insufficient to sustain prolonged use. Without power, the exoskeletons became a burden. Although the entire suit was crafted from carbon fiber, weighing a mere 5 kilograms, without propulsion, its inherent traction made movement feel akin to wading through water. Another significant issue lay in its responsiveness. Current brainwave control technology was not yet fully developed, relegating it to auxiliary functions. The primary method of control relied on sensors that gathered information from the user's muscles, which were then processed through complex calculations to produce corresponding movements. This limitation hindered the exoskeleton's ability to execute swift, agile maneuvers akin to those of a martial arts master. Nevertheless, within the company, concerns regarding power and responsiveness were minimal. Should the battery deplete, It could be recharged at any time. The primary purpose was to facilitate the lifting of heavy objects, minimizing labor rather than necessitating rapid reflexes. Employees worked with ease, exchanging light-hearted banter, until Minister Liu, in an unexpected fit of enthusiasm, mandated that all personnel take turns working overtime. Initially met with resistance. Spirits lifted upon learning that the modifications were intended for Chairman Ye's personal use to assess his physical data. As researchers, they were eager to invite Tian for a thorough examination. After all, the notion that he could levitate in midair was a marvel of science. And if they could unravel the mysteries behind it, the dream of human flight might one day become a reality. However, such thoughts were merely fanciful. After all, he was their boss, and such musings could only remain in the realm of imagination. With Tian's voluntary participation in the testing, excitement surged through the staff, eager to ascertain just how formidable their chairman truly was. Furthermore, the minister had promised triple overtime pay, with unlimited coffee, beverages, and late-night snacks, making the prospect of working late all the more enticing. If this became a regular occurrence, they might as well consider moving their homes to the office. Is there anything more intriguing than conducting research? A few employees are assembling the strength testing equipment, engaging in lighthearted banter about Tian. Do you think President Yi is truly 20 times stronger than an ordinary human? One speculates. Even if he isn't, he must be quite formidable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have instructed us to modify it to such specifications. Another chimes in. If President Yi were indeed superhuman, perhaps we should enlist him as a tester for the experimental machinery. It could be too much for an average person, leading to unreliable data. Are you out of your mind? You can't make the boss the tester. If something goes wrong, we'd all be in trouble. Hey, I'm just hypothesizing. Throughout the night, Tian and Liu Yan are engrossed in their tasks, while the RD department remains diligently occupied until dawn. Observing Liu Yan, who bears the marks of fatigue, Tian chuckles heartily. Just as Liu Yan is about to fume in embarrassment, he employs a healing spell to alleviate her dark circles. Linny, having enjoyed a refreshing nap, is in high spirits. Upon hearing that Tian is taking Liu Yan to the office, she expresses her desire to accompany them. Tian readily agrees, and the three of them board Xiao Tiansu's vehicle, arriving at the company. Soon after, all department heads are summoned for an impromptu meeting. Tian occupies the main seat, noting several unfamiliar faces among the attendees, likely the newly appointed ministers. He gestures toward Liu Yan and Lin Yi, introducing them. Allow me to introduce Liu Yan, my girlfriend, who will soon serve as the secretary to the chairman. I plan to have her learn from Secretary Bai. A round of enthusiastic applause erupts. This is Lin Yi, my housekeeper and personal secretary, here today for a tour of the company. Another round of applause follows. After the introductions, he turns to Bai Jingjing and inquires, Bai, have all my matters been arranged? Bai Jingjing promptly opens her notebook, reporting item by item. President Yi, everything has been arranged. Good, notify me when there are results. Does anyone have anything to report? As the general manager, Chun Hao is the first to speak. President Yi, regarding the procurement department, I propose appointing the former deputy minister, Li Shimin, as the acting minister. Would that be acceptable? The newly appointed minister Li quickly stands to introduce himself. Hello, President Yi. I am Li. I assure you I will manage the procurement department effectively. Ding. The profile of Li Shimin and the new department head has been generated. Please review it, host. Tian glances at Li Shimin, nodding in acknowledgement as he mentally reviews his profile. Li appears diligent and worthy of the position. The other newly appointed ministers show no significant issues either, revealing a slight favoritism and a modicum of self-enrichment, but nothing too alarming. It seems the primary source of corruption lies with the current ministers. Continue to work diligently. If there are no major issues in a month, I will confirm your positions. I still trust Chen's judgment. Chen Hao, hearing Tian's decision, nods to Li Shimin, signifying that the president's word is final. Li Shimin is elated. Originally, Chen had informed him that he would need 3 months for confirmation, but with Tian's endorsement, he now needs only 1 month less. What a delightful surprise. He thinks. Long live President Yi. Chen Hao then gestures toward the new faces and reports to Tian. President Yi, these are the former deputy ministers, replacing the ministers. Shall we proceed? Tian nods. You may handle this matter. There is no need to report back to me. I trust your judgment. Chen Hao, feeling the weight of Tian's trust, smiles broadly. This is precisely the affirmation he seeks. Thank you, President Yi. I assure you there will be no issues this time. Chapter 51. I wish to provide benefits to employees. The deputy ministers rise one by one to bow to Tian, introducing themselves, to which Tian nods in approval. He turns to Bai Jingjing and asks, Bai, have you encountered any difficulties in taking over the logistics department? Bai Jingjing's face shows concern as she replies, President Yi, there are some challenges, but I will overcome them. Yi Tian can tell there are issues she feels hesitant to address, considering she has only had a day to manage. He smiles reassuringly. Don't hold back. Share your concerns, and I will assist you. Taking a deep breath, Bai Jingjing reveals her difficulties. She fears Yi Tian might think less of her capabilities and dismiss her from the logistics head position. Primarily, I discovered significant corruption among the heads of various positions in the logistics department, with serious issues of substandard supplies and misappropriation of resources. I have dismissed them all. But now we are short-staffed, which is affecting employees' accommodations and meals. I will resolve this once I recruit new personnel in a few days. Yi Tian strokes his chin, pondering for 3 seconds before asking. It seems this situation is quite dire. By the way, have the 2 ministers returned the funds? Where are they now? Chun Hao quickly responds. They have returned the money and are currently in the lounge, waiting for your summons. Yi Tian, with a cold demeanor, commands, bring them in. If I say a hand must be severed, it shall be done. We must keep our word. All the ministers present feel an involuntary shiver. How does President Yi have such a remarkable memory? Chun Hao hastily exits to summon the 2 ministers who embezzled the most. They enter, leaning on each other, their legs trembling in fear. They are acutely aware that they are facing dire consequences. Yi Tian, with an impassive expression, commands, step forward. Extend the hand you wish to lose, and I will grant you a swift end. Terrified, they drop to their knees. President Yi, we have returned the money. Please show mercy this time. Yi Tian shakes his head, exasperated. That is not acceptable. I have always kept my word. If you continue to hesitate, it will not just be one hand at stake. The 2 ministers exchange glances, realizing pleas for mercy are futile. Resistance is impossible, as President Yi could easily eliminate them with a mere flick of a finger. They shuffle forward like lambs to the slaughter, extending their left hands. Yi Tian, not one for hesitation, grips their hands and with a swift motion, shatters their arm bones, leaving their hands dangling like limp noodles. The excruciating pain surges through their bodies, eliciting cries akin to those of slaughtered pigs as they collapse to the floor. The assembled heads feel their knees weaken. Had they not been seated, they might have crumpled to the ground in terror. President Yi is ruthless. Is their safety in this position truly at risk? Should they consider resigning? Annoyed by their cries, Yi Tian barks, get out of here. Thank you, President Yi. Thank you. The 2, stifling their cries of agony, manage to bow to Yi Tian before exiting. Once outside the company, they immediately call for a car to the hospital, hoping to have their hands reattached. Upon examination, the doctor regretfully informs them, gentlemen, you have suffered comminuted fractures. With current medical technology, no hospital can reattach them. To prevent necrosis, amputation is the only option. Oh heavens, they lament, sitting on the ground in tears, regretting their earlier choices to engage in corruption. Yi Tian, having dealt with the 2 ministers, resumes his conversation with Bai Jingjing. Employee matters are of utmost importance. If there are issues with accommodations or meals, find solutions proactively, rather than waiting for staff to be fully hired. Arrange suitable hotels based on the previous standards, ensuring quality is prioritized over cost. He cast another glance at those present and addressed them. You must cultivate a new understanding. I have taken over this company not for the sake of profit, but to realize a dream. I possess ample wealth. Should you exhaust the funds, I shall replenish the company's coffers. Once we develop our innovations, financial success will inevitably follow. By the way, who is responsible for the finance department? Transfer 200 billion from my account to the company's account shortly, lest I forget. The finance minister promptly stood, bowing and nodding. Yes, Mr. Yi. I will take care of it after this meeting. Did everyone comprehend? He inquired. Understood, Mr. Yi. Everything prioritizes the employees, they replied in unison. Yi Tian nodded in satisfaction and continued, good. Departments, expedite the removal of underperforming staff. I plan to enhance the benefits for all employees. In due time, cars, houses, and cash will be available. Everything but a wife. The room erupted into enthusiastic applause. Suddenly, the ministers were no longer inclined to resign. After all, what was more valuable? Money or life? Naturally, they chose wealth. If the benefits were the best in the nation, what more could they desire? They simply needed to work diligently under Mr. Yi. Chun Hao took the lead, standing to declare, Mr. Yi, rest assured, we will complete the purging process this week. Very well. Once completed, notify all employees for a meeting. Prepare their tenure, income, performance, and evaluations, as I intend to bestow benefits upon them. Understood, they all nodded in agreement, having little else to say. Yi Tian observed them before delivering a cautionary note. Work diligently and refrain from fabricating data. I will personally investigate employee accounts. Consider the repercussions. A shiver ran through the crowd. What consequences awaited them? Perhaps a severed hand or foot. They certainly had no desire for such fates. If there's nothing else, let us adjourn. I wish to inspect the progress in the research department. With a grand gesture, Yi Tian concluded the meeting, and Lu Dashi, the head of the research department, promptly stood to lead the way. Yes, Mr. Yi, please follow me. The gathering dispersed, each attending to their respective duties, while Yi Tian, accompanied by Lu Yin and Lin Yi, followed Lu Dashi to the research department. As they proceeded, Lu Dashi informed them that, after working late into the night, 1/3 of the modifications had already been completed. Yi Tian frowned and asked, overtime? In the future, do not call upon employees for overtime frivolously. I am not in such a rush for a single night. Lu Dashi felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Hadn't Secretary Bai mentioned the urgency? How could they meet deadlines without extra hours? He feared for his own position. His mind raced for an excuse. Mr. Yi, the employees volunteered for the overtime upon hearing of your urgency, and I also offered triple overtime pay, along with ample snacks and drinks. They were not mistreated at all. Ah, I see now. Voluntary overtime with compensation. Then there is no issue, Yi Tian replied, his anger dissipating. That is acceptable. You have done well. However, if possible, avoid overtime in the future. The loss would be greater if an employee were to suffer a fatal incident. Yes, I understand. Lu Dashi wiped the sweat from his brow, pondering why Mr. Yi always seemed so intimidating. The research department was vast, located several meters underground, accessible only by a special elevator. After passing through strict security checks, they finally arrived at the research area. While others required identification badges, Yi Tian needed only his face. As his information was already stored in the company system, employees diligently attended to their tasks, and upon noticing their boss's presence, they remained focused, greeting him in unison. Hello, Mr. Yi. Yi Tian nodded in acknowledgement and approached a colossal boxing apparatus. Lu Dashi presented it. Mr. Yi, this is a force testing device that measures impact. It has been modified to meet your specifications. Would you like to test it now? Test it. Why not? Yi Tian removed his shirt, and Lin Yi quickly stepped forward to take it. Two employees began powering up the device and making adjustments. Look, Mr. Yi is about to test his strength. Other employees paused their work, gathering around to witness the spectacle. Seeing the commotion, Lu Dashi broke into a cold sweat. Mr. Yi is here, and you all dare to abandon your posts? Do you not fear being dismissed? He admonished loudly. Return to your stations at once. The employees sighed in resignation, unwilling to miss such an exciting moment, but obediently resumed their duties. Such a thrilling moment, and yet we cannot witness it. Curse you, Luban 7. Lu Dashi, being of shorter stature and known for his penchant for monitoring work, often surprised employees with sudden inspections, earning him the nickname. Yi Tian remained unfazed and reassured Lu Dashi and the staff. No worries, since we are here, let them watch. Has everyone paused their tasks? Yes, Mr. Yi is generous. The employees collectively applauded, while Lu Dashi felt his face turn pale, realizing he had once again played the villain. After a while, the two technicians reported, Mr. Yi, the machine is ready for your use. They stood by, prepared to record the results of Yi Tian's strength. All right, I shall begin. All held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Standing before the testing apparatus, Yi Tian aimed at the target and delivered a straight punch. A resounding clang echoed as the device displayed the figure, 500 kilograms. Thunderous applause erupted around him. Wow, Mr. Yi is astonishing. A casual punch registers at 500 kilograms. This rivals the blows of professional boxers. Indeed, but champions must position themselves to harness their full strength. If Mr. Yi strikes like that, it would only yield a little over 100 kilograms. I eagerly anticipate when he throws a serious punch, it could exceed several thousand kilograms. Perhaps even more. If we consider inner strength, this device may not withstand it. The apparatus should hold. It was designed to absorb force comprehensively. Unless it is struck with 20 to 30,000 kilograms of force, which could lift it off the ground. Yi Tian, surprised by the 500 kilogram reading, marveled at his own strength. This was merely a casual punch. Lu Dashi grinned widely, flattering him. Mr. Yi, you are remarkable. This is at least 10 times that of an ordinary person. Oh, I merely threw a casual punch for a test. Now, let me try a heavy punch. Yi Tian humbly suggested, adopting a stance, feet positioned apart, grounding himself to channel his leg and waist strength into a powerful blow. With a resounding bang, the device recorded the new figure, 2,000 kilograms. A collective gasp filled the air, the room falling silent in disbelief. My heavens, is Mr. Yi even human? I have never heard of anyone delivering a punch with a force of 2,000 kilograms. Is it truly possible to cultivate martial arts to such an extraordinary level? Could it be the might of the great power diamond fist, or perhaps the dragon elephant divine skill? This must be the legendary strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers. How enviable. Even a world boxing champion can only muster 800 kilograms. If Mr. Yi were to participate in boxing, the gold medal would undoubtedly be ours, leaving no room for anyone else. Are you foolish? Mr. Yi is a wealthy magnate. Why would he engage in boxing? Have you not considered a crucial question? Mr. Yi has yet to utilize his internal energy, right? As everyone fell into contemplation, the thought lingered. If Mr. Yi harnessed his internal energy, how tremendous would his punch be? Yi Tian observed the values displayed with satisfaction, nodding in approval. Indeed, his punch should be equivalent to that of a small delivery truck. The key point is that delivering such a punch burdens him not in the slightest. He feels as though he could continue striking indefinitely. He perceives himself as a pile driver, chuckling softly. Next, he shall attempt to see how much power he can unleash with internal energy, albeit uncertain whether it might damage the equipment. He cautiously inquired of Lu Dash, "What is the maximum capacity of this apparatus?" Mr. Yi. "This device has a maximum limit of 16,000 kilograms. 16,000 kilograms? That seems quite substantial, though it is difficult to grasp. Very well. I shall test it with my internal energy. It should not break, right?" He leaped in place a few times to loosen his muscles and announced to those around him, "Step back, so as to avoid any accidental injuries." Understood, understood. The crowd retreated a few steps. Yi Tian assessed the distance and cautioned once more, "Further back, please." The onlookers complied, moving at least 10 meters away from him. Feeling that this distance should be relatively safe, Yi Tian let out a resounding shout, channeling his internal energy into his fist and delivering a mighty blow. With a resounding clang, time seemed to freeze. The measuring device disintegrated into a cloud of dust at a visible speed. A wave of force emanated from Yi Tian's fist, transmitting through the device and into the ground. The ground instantly transformed into dust, and Yi Tian found himself plummeting into the void. The crowd screamed, witnessing a massive crater suddenly appear beneath them, expanding outward, causing everyone to retreat and stumble to the ground. What in the world? They heard Yi Tian muttering to himself. Then he sprang up from the crater, landing on the intact ground nearby. They beheld a deep pit, approximately 10 meters wide and of a similar radius, where all testing equipment had vanished. Yi Tian, puzzled, inquired within his mind, "System, what just transpired?" "Host, your strength is too formidable." The energy transmitted through the device to the ground obliterated everything in its path. "Goodness, just how powerful am I? Surely you must know." "I do. But such meaningless figures are unnecessary for the host to comprehend. With this system, your strength is, in essence, limitless. Does this mean I need not conduct any further measurements?" Should the host find it amusing, measurements may be taken to add a touch of enjoyment to life. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian felt a vain throb on his forehead. Mortified, what he perceived as serious work was merely play in the eyes of the system. "All right then, you truly are impressive, system. Thank you for the compliment, host." The surrounding crowd remained in shock, while Lu Yin and Lin Yi hurried over, anxiously checking Yi Tian for injuries. "Yi Tian, are you hurt?" "Not at all. What just happened?" "It seems my strength was too great. The force transmitted through the equipment turned everything to dust." Hiss. A collective intake of breath echoed around them, as the entire room felt the chill of their astonishment. Mr. Ye's power had exceeded their wildest imaginations. This device must withstand over 16,000 kilograms to be damaged. Yet how much more was required to reduce it to dust? The crucial point was that not only had the equipment turned to ash, but the area within a 10-meter radius had also been reduced to dust. How could such power be quantified? Various formulas began to swirl in their minds. Yet none could yield a conclusive result. Lu Dash cautiously proposed, "Mr. Yi, should we not construct a larger testing device?" "Forget it. I feel it is pointless. Who could withstand a punch exceeding 16,000 kilograms? I have no intention of striking an aircraft." Yi Tian, having heard the system's words, lost all interest in further testing. With the system at his disposal, he possessed whatever strength he required. Why bother with measurements? Indeed, the crowd nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in his statement. Mr. Yi was a veritable behemoth. What could withstand his earnest punch? Yi Tian donned the clothing Lin Yi handed him and addressed Lu Dash. "Remember, do not keep calling people in for overtime. Those who worked late last night may rest now and return this afternoon, with wages still counted." Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, the employees erupted in joyous cheers, exclaiming, "Long live Mr. Yi." Having a boss with such a generous disposition was indeed a blessing. Little did they realize the immense pressure that accompanied leadership, where limbs could be broken at any moment. Truly, ignorance is bliss. Lu Dash wiped the sweat from his brow and asked, "I have noted that, Mr. Yi. Should we continue to modify the other testing equipment?" Yi Tian pondered. Since they had already begun modifications, they might as well complete them. "Continue with the modifications. Once finished, inform me. Although I am uncertain of my actual limits. Having a baseline is still beneficial." "Understood." Lu Dash and the others nodded, none doubting that Yi Tian spoke in earnest. Yi Tian called Lu Yin and Lin Yi to accompany him as he turned to leave, but suddenly halted, spinning back to ask, by the way, have the recruitment notices for research personnel been sent out? Have any applicants responded? Yes. Numerous experts and professors from various research institutions have submitted their resumes to our email. We are currently screening and preparing to notify them for interviews. Excellent. Let us recruit a diverse array of talents. I encourage you all to watch more science fiction films. In the future, I envision our headquarters soaring through the skies. Let your imaginations run wild in that direction. The onlooking employees stirred with excitement. A headquarters that flies in the sky. Goodness, what might that entail? Mr. Yi, is that for real? Are you planning to construct a space battleship or fortress? Mr. Yi, should we consider a name for the headquarters? How about Heavenly Court? Yi Tian cast a glance at the employee suggesting the name, who wore thick black-rimmed glasses and appeared somewhat dazed. Heavenly Court? I might as well be the Jade Emperor. Anything is possible. I merely propose ideas. Ultimately, it depends on everyone's efforts to bring them to fruition. I shall now head to finance and transfer funds to the company. Pursue whatever research you wish without concern for budget. Wow, fantastic. Long live Mr. Yi. As Yi Tian departed the research department amidst the jubilant cheers of the employees, Lu Dash suddenly slapped his forehead and shouted to the staff, quickly, collect all the dust. It constitutes important research material. What a joke. Although we may not fully understand the extent of Mr. Yi's strength, it is worth investigating how force can obliterate objects to such an extent. It may prove useful in the future. Also, the results of Mr. Yi's testing must remain confidential. Absolutely no leaks. Understood. The notion of Mr. Yi, a superhuman entity, having his actual capabilities revealed could potentially lead to unforeseen troubles. Everyone is currently toiling under President Yi, enjoying benefits that are beyond compare. They are like grasshoppers on the same string, naturally refraining from speaking out, vowing even to keep secrets from their loved ones. With a plethora of matters demanding attention, Luda feels that the several hundred subordinates he commands are insufficient. President Yi's ideas come in a flurry, each requiring someone to bring them to fruition. Without thousands of researchers, how can his visions be realized? It appears that recruiting efforts must be intensified, with more job advertisements abroad and a need to leverage connections in various locales. Little does Yi Tian know of Luda's troubles. As the chairman, he wields both wealth and power, capable of orchestrating any idea with ease. Unlike protagonists in other novels who possess all-encompassing talents, mastering every skill from music to chess, why burden himself with such exertion? With financial clout and might, he can effortlessly overshadow others. Why compete with specialists in their own fields? On his way to the finance department, he encounters Bai Jingjing, while Lu Yin joins her to learn the ropes of being an exemplary secretary. Lin Yi accompanies Yi Tian to the finance department, where they meet the anxious Minister Ning, known colloquially as Ning Kaishan within the company. Minister Ning oversees the financial reins and was previously living quite comfortably. However, the sudden change in chairmanship has left him alarmed, as the former chairman nearly emptied the company's coffers. With a near-empty treasury, how could he still be called a god of wealth? Fortunately, the new chairman promptly reassured him with the promise of a 200 billion investment. Should this sum materialize, he would regain his confidence as the god of wealth. Yet, President Yi seems somewhat forgetful as he speaks and then departs, leaving Ning's heart in suspense. Surely, he wouldn't resort to deception? After all, 200 billion is no trifling sum. Regardless, departments are prepared with Chun's signatures to access funds, and Yi Tian's sudden allocation of numerous tasks, each costly, has set the stage for a financial dilemma. Each withdrawal slip indicates tens of millions, merely a month's quota, and as he calculates, if the 200 billion fails to arrive, the remaining 100 billion won't last long. Upon seeing Yi Tian enter the finance department, tears nearly form in Ning's eyes as he rushes forward. President Yi, you've finally arrived. Yi Tian, somewhat perplexed, inquires, why the excitement? You're not one of those, are you? Ning awkwardly chuckles, clarifying, No, President Yi, you misunderstand. It's just that all departments are requesting loans, and I fear the funds may fall short. Oh, how much does the company urgently need? Ning responds, with Chen's signature, 30 billion is already queued up, but that's just for 1 month. The company's 100 billion won't last for long. Yi Tian, upon hearing this, nods in satisfaction. Ah, splendid. Spending money is a positive sign. It indicates everyone is ready to work. Now, let us expedite the transfer. After a series of transactions, 200 billion is transferred to the company's account, allowing Minister Ning to finally breathe easy. The company now possesses a staggering cash reserve, placing it among the top 10 richest in the world. Should Yi Tian's plans come to fruition, Tianjin Company is poised to become the wealthiest firm globally. As the head of the finance department, Ning would manage more funds than some small nations, prompting a hearty chuckle at the thought. Hey, stop daydreaming. I'm leaving, Tian interrupts, jolting Ning from his reverie and reddening his face in embarrassment. Ah, President Yi, are you leaving already? Won't you stay a while longer? Chapter 54, My Fan, the Hacker. Black Phoenix. Tian smiled. I wouldn't want to interrupt your daydreams. Just think, if 200 billion makes you this giddy, what would happen if I were to grant you 2 trillion? Ning, nodding eagerly, replied, Yes, President Yi, you are right. I must expand my horizons and learn from you. Enough flattery, I must take my leave. If you need money, just contact me. Manage it well. And don't let it cloud your judgment. Ning promptly swore an oath, stating seriously, I pledge there will be no issues. If I fail, you may take my hand. With a chuckle, Tian offered a few pats on Ning's shoulder before departing with Lin Yi. They settled into a sofa in by Jingjing's office, where Lin Yi fetched a fruit platter, inviting Tian to rest his head on her lap while she fed him pieces of fruit. Bai Jingjing, bustling in and out with Lu Yin, merely smiled at the sight, finding nothing out of the ordinary. After all, the entire company belongs to Tian. And even Lu Yin, his official girlfriend, showed no signs of concern. Moments later, Bai Jingjing re-entered, holding a design brochure for the office decor. President Yi, this is the design proposal from the decoration company for your office. Chen asked me to bring it to you promptly, as he is currently occupied. Let us take a look together. Which one do you prefer? Tian sat up to examine the designs, inquiring the opinions of the two ladies. Having spent years in the workplace, Bai Jingjing understood that making decisions for the boss was not her place. Thus, she simply expressed her perspective. I believe this one offers a more pleasant lighting ambience. She refrained from declaring a favorite, leaving that judgment to the boss, as it was ultimately his decision. And you, Lin Yi, less cautious than Bai Jingjing, replied, I think they all look quite appealing. However, her indecision equated to saying nothing at all. Ultimately, Tian chose the design that appeared most grandiose. Very well, let us go with this one. Do you have any modifications in mind? None. I'm not versed in this. Just proceed with the arrangement. My only requirements are comfort and health. All materials must be eco-friendly and non-toxic, with no restrictions on costs. Understood, I will take care of it right away. The thought of revisions reminded Tian of his days as a designer, enduring endless requests for changes from clients. There was no reason to subject another designer to such torment. After all, if the outcome was unsatisfactory, they could always remodel. It was merely a matter of money. Having completed another task, Tian felt elated and began to browse his phone. Upon entering his information manager, he found that the 5 individuals who sought assistance had submitted their documentation. He promptly transferred the necessary funds to their accounts. Why not let the system handle this? Tian felt that such mundane tasks were beneath the grandeur of the system, which could handle much loftier matters. The system, in turn, expressed its satisfaction. Recognizing that this host possessed a commendable sense of responsibility, Tian then sifted through the previously unread messages and found 10 more individuals seeking help, sending them a message. He also posted an update on his profile. The information for the 5 previous applicants has been received, and the funds have been transferred. Wishing you all health and happiness in the future. To the next 10 individuals, please send your documentation and account details promptly for your transfers. A refresh revealed hundreds of replies, as if the netizens had been eagerly awaiting his message. However, today's replies, while praising him, included a link that resembled a collective outcry. President Yi, take heed. The giant blog is challenging you. Go see. Tian glanced around and noticed that he was not the only one discussing the matter. Many others were expressing their thoughts on the issue. Curiosity piqued. He contemplated clicking the link, but restrained himself, opting to consult the system first. System, is this link infected with a virus? Will my phone shut down if I click it, leading to the loss of my funds? Host, you are overly cautious. There is no problem. Feel free to click it. Alright then. Tian clicked the link, which immediately redirected him to the giant blog. A newly posted official announcement read, regarding the unfounded defamation of giant blog by the chairman of Tianjin Company. The chairman of Tianjin Company, Tian, has publicly defamed our product, giant blog, causing extremely adverse effects. Our company is legitimate, actively responding each year to calls to eliminate harmful information. Though some inevitably slip through the cracks, Tian has generalized and exaggerated the situation, and his unwarranted remarks have inflicted significant losses on our company. We urge Chairman Tian to issue a public apology through all major media outlets and compensate us with 100 million soft sister coins for the damages incurred. Otherwise, we will resort to legal measures to protect our rights. Tian was dumbfounded. Was Giant Blog truly so shameless as to strike back? He swiftly returned to his news account and posted a new message. Giant Blog, you are truly shameless, resorting to theft while accusing others. I have decided to obliterate you. Prepare for bankruptcy. After sending the message, he refreshed the page, which instantly filled with hundreds of replies, a surge of public outrage engulfing the comments. President Yi is magnificent. We support you. President Yi, destroy that scoundrel. President Yi is a guardian of the people, a pioneer in combating obscenity. Tian felt a surge of pride. How splendid it was to have the people on his side. He thought, you are nothing but trash. Watch as I bring your website crashing down. He mused that if the system granted him hacking abilities, he could dismantle their website in an instant. However, after waiting 3 seconds, there was no notification sound, leaving Tian perplexed. System, why haven't you granted me hacking abilities? I want to take down their website first. Host, someone is already assisting you. You do not need to take action yourself. Huh, so fortunate. Who is it? It is the third-ranked hacker in the world, Black Phoenix. She is a devoted fan of yours and is currently attacking the server of Giant Blog, with success expected in 30 seconds. Tian beamed with delight. Even his fans were as considerate as the system. This feels like a dream. Indeed, those who have fans conquer the world. I can simply remain a handsome and wealthy man, and later, I must express my gratitude to her. Meanwhile, the network security department of Giant Blog was in turmoil. Alarms blared incessantly, akin to a frenzied chorus. Are you all incompetent? How can so many of you fail to stop a single hacker? I'd be better off raising pigs. If you cannot defend today, then all of you, get out. A corpulent man shouted at 5 system security engineers, while the head of the network security department dared not utter a word. This corpulent man was Zhu Dachong, the general manager of Giant Blog. He erupted in fury upon seeing the online news, realizing the gravity of the situation only after receiving a call from the chairman, which infuriated him further. In truth, he had only himself to blame. The customer service department had frequently reported that users complained about excessive harmful information on the website, detracting from customer experience. He had reprimanded the head of customer service several times, insisting, ignore it. Those are our financial backers. If we ban them, who will pay for our advertisements? Gradually, no one dared to address the issue, and they dismissed any mention of harmful information on the website. An engineer clenched his fists, feeling humiliated. He considered himself a senior talent, yet he was being berated by this ignorant, overweight man. Chapter 55 Host, you are the protagonist. She is merely a supporting character. The colleague beside him noticed his agitation and kicked him gently. They exchanged a glance and instantly understood each other's sentiments, their actions slowing in unison. The defense, which could have lasted several more minutes, collapsed within mere seconds as the opposing side breached their defenses. All 5 engineers had their administrative privileges revoked, leaving only a comical smiley face on the screen. The recently dismissed head of the network security department, stealing himself, reported, Manager Zhu, the hacker has breached our server, and we cannot defend against it. I recommend we physically disconnect from the internet. Otherwise, we risk greater data loss. What do you mean by physically disconnect? Just pull the plug. Then hurry and do it. We must go to the server room. What are you waiting for? Go now, you bunch of fools. Zhu Dachong grabbed a stick nearby and, like herding pigs, drove the 5 engineers and the head of the security department out. He plopped down in a chair, panting heavily. The 6 of them dashed out of the room like lost dogs, sprinting several meters. Slow down. The recently dismissed head of the network security department extended his arm to stop them, saying, don't rush. Let the bullets fly for a moment. The 5 engineers instantly understood, and the 6 of them leisurely strolled and chatted as they made their way to the server room. It seems Giant Blog is finished. Brothers, where do you plan to go next? I think I'll try Tianjin Company. They are actively recruiting, and there might be a suitable position for me. I was thinking the same. How about this? I'll go scout ahead for you. Joining as a team will give us an advantage over applying individually, plus better benefits. All right, I appreciate the help, Minister. In a spaceship villa located in the future city residential area, Black Phoenix, Liu Yao, was comfortably operating her computer. The formidable hacker, renowned in the online world, turned out to be a striking young woman of only 22, who had secured 3rd place in the global hacker competition. She attributed her failure to the 1st place to her menstrual discomfort that day, which had slightly slowed her reaction time. While the engineers were still casually walking and chatting, she swiftly replaced the homepage of Giant Blog with a provocative online dealer-esque page, filled with indecent content. A scrolling announcement bar displayed illegal client transaction records extracted from the Giant Blog server. The largest video window played a sensational story involving Zhu Dachong and his female secretary. Ugh, that fat pig is truly repulsive. Liu Yao grimaced at the sight of the writhing flesh and put in some eye drops to cleanse her eyes. She then switched her screen to her desktop, planting a kiss on it. Her wallpaper displayed Tian flexing his muscular physique after a wardrobe malfunction. My idol is the most handsome. Idols indeed exude charisma. Just a glance invigorates the spirit, and a kiss lifts the mood. With Giant Blog transformed into a disreputable site, the entire internet erupted in response. All media outlets flocked to capture screenshots and recordings for news articles, ensuring that everyone capable was taking action. At that moment, several engineers arrived at the server room and severed the network connection. By the time the subsequent netizens entered, the valiant figure of Zhu Dachong was no longer visible. The most talked about incident across all media platforms today was the accusation from Giant Blog against Yi Tian, which was followed by Yi Tian's retort, leading to Giant Blog being hacked and transformed into a disreputable website. Headlines read, "Thief shouting thief? Giant Blog accuses the male idol Yi Tian, only to be hacked. Battle of the portly versus the male idol. The idol prevails. Can humanity defy the heavens? Merely a joke. The giant falls to Tianzheng in an instant. Conclusive evidence. Rampant malicious information. What lies behind the curtain? Giant Blog summoned for discussion. Restoration of operations indefinitely postponed. Mother company of Giant Blog sees stock plummet. Losses exceeding 100 billion. At that moment, the benefits Yi Tian had bestowed upon reporters manifested, as public opinion overwhelmingly supported him. However, a lingering question remained. Was it truly Yi Tian who dispatched hackers? After all, it was shortly after Yi Tian's post that Giant Blog was compromised. Zhu Dachong received another scolding from the chairman, who promptly dismissed him from his position, after which he was summoned by the police for questioning. Enraged, he claimed that Yi Tian had orchestrated the hacking and vowed to sue him. The security personnel immediately contacted Yi Tian, requesting his cooperation in the investigation. Yi Tian, however, was unconcerned. After all, he was the chairman of Tianjin Company, with a legal department brimming with lawyers. With a mere phone call, he instructed lawyer Xie to lead the charge in addressing the matter, countersuing Giant Blog for defamation, as the website was not compromised by him. Even if the security personnel possessed extraordinary abilities, they would not trace it back to him. In high spirits, he promptly posted an update online regarding the giant incident. I have dispatched a team of lawyers to negotiate. I have always been truthful in my endeavors, and I assure you, I did not orchestrate this. I had intended to, but someone beat me to it. Of course, the outcome remained delightful. He planned to indulge in an extra bowl of rice for dinner as a celebration. He expressed gratitude towards the hacker, stating, "To show my appreciation, you may propose a reasonable request. Money is preferable, as I have plenty." At that moment, Lu Yao was in high spirits, feeling a sense of accomplishment for assisting her idol. She was indulging in chips without a hint of ladylike decorum, her naturally good physique allowing her to eat without gaining weight. Suddenly, a notification pinged on her computer, prompting her to lean in and check Yi Tian's latest update. She had programmed a reminder system to ensure she was the first to see his posts, synchronized with her mobile app. Upon reading Yi Tian's words, she tossed aside her chips and jumped up, her fiery figure creating ripples of excitement. Haha, my idol wants to thank me and is willing to fulfill a request? How wonderful. I wonder if I could get a kiss? Mortified, she considered the implications of revealing herself. She would undoubtedly be caught. What a dilemma. What should I do? She resolved to ask first, and if her idol agreed, she would devise a plan. Quickly, Lu Yao employed her hacking skills to create a blank account on the news platform and replied to Yi Tian, ensuring her message was pinned at the top. Idol, I am known as Black Phoenix, your fan, and it was I who hacked Giant Blog. Meanwhile, internet police monitoring Yi Tian's account sprang into action. Quickly, investigate who this Black Phoenix is. Soon, intelligence was relayed back. Headquarters, Black Phoenix ranks as the third best hacker in the world. She is beyond our reach. Crap. Report this information upwards and request support. We need network experts dispatched immediately. Yi Tian also noticed the message and clicked on Black Phoenix's profile, which contained nothing but blank information. He replied, "Thank you. What condition do you wish me to fulfill?" Lu Yao responded in an instant, "I don't want money, idol. May I have a kiss?" After sending the message, Lu Yao felt her face flush with embarrassment. She wondered if she was being too forward. Yi Tian was taken aback. Was this really a request? How infatuated must this fan be? If she were a beautiful girl, it wouldn't matter. But what if she turned out to be an older woman? System, is Black Phoenix a female? Affirmative. Data collection complete. Please review. Host. Yi Tian examined the information in his mind, astonished. Wow, she is stunning and has a fantastic figure. And her computer skills are exceptional. She must be a natural protagonist. Host, you are the protagonist. She is merely a supporting character. Oh, I was just making a casual comparison. Wait, she lives in the villa next to my new home? Why bother meeting elsewhere when I can just drop by? No. As a hacker, she must not reveal her lair. Meeting casually could expose her to unwanted attention. It's better to arrange a specific location. Feeling that this was a worthwhile endeavor, Yi Tian swiftly messaged Lu Yao. I agree, not just a kiss, but two. And I'll throw in a hug as well. Private message me to set a time and place, and I will be punctual. Chapter 56, A Meeting of Minds. Lu Yao was torn. Her idol had indeed accepted her request, But how could she possibly meet him? Frustrated, she replied to Tian, idle. I can't discuss this in private messages. It could lead to me being tracked. Tian chuckled. This is hardly a problem. We can solve it without the system's help. It's simple. Just send me a program to install on my phone that only we can use to chat. But idle. Aren't you worried I might send a Trojan virus? I trust you wouldn't harm me. Even if you did send a Trojan, I would just install it. Liu Yao was so moved by Tian's words that tears welled up. She had gained his trust. Truly, her beloved idol was always so considerate. She wondered if he would mind switching girlfriends, or perhaps even adding another. She would gladly assume the role of a mistress. It is worth noting that hackers are often seen as untouchable. Allowing one to install software on her computer or phone would jeopardize her privacy. However, Liu Yao was unaware that Tian possessed a system. Even if it were a genuine Trojan, the system would eliminate it in an instant if deemed detrimental. Their public discussion about meeting left the internet police and netizens bewildered. Shouldn't such matters be discussed discreetly? Why were they conversing openly in replies? As if the internet police didn't exist? While the world's cybersecurity experts and hackers began tracking Liu Yao's location during their conversation, they were on the verge of success. Liu Yao glanced at her firewall's virtual graphic. Those attempting to trace her were breaching her final line of defense. Realizing that continuing the conversation would reveal her position, she hurriedly bid farewell to Tian. Idle, I can't talk any longer. I'll be tracked. I've sent you the program. Once you install it, we can chat again. To converse with her idol, she was risking everything. All right, be careful. Tian, unaware of the potential danger Liu Yao faced, sought assistance from the system. System, please help her. I don't want her to be found. Understood, host. As the cybersecurity experts and hackers were on the brink of breaching the last line of defense, an inexplicable surge of data suddenly flooded in, causing their computers and devices to combust. The foreign hacker gazed in bewilderment at the wreckage of the destroyed computers and devices. Who, pray tell? Was this hacker providing him with cover? Such a ferocious assault that obliterated the hardware? This attack bore no distinctive characteristics, indicating it was not the work of any hacker known on the leaderboard. Could it be that relevant authorities were safeguarding her? Meanwhile, domestic security experts were equally perplexed. Could it be that other hackers were providing cover for the Black Phoenix? Liu Yao felt equally mystified as well. All network attacks on the virtual firewall suddenly vanished in an instant, as if those individuals had been eradicated. Who was assisting her? She hurriedly restored the firewall to its 18 layers, meticulously cleaning all potential leaks of her information, finally exhaling in relief. As a top-tier hacker, one must not place their security in the hands of an inexplicable ally. Trust must solely reside within oneself. Of course, there was also the male deity, Tian, who could be trusted. Alas, he lacked hacking skills. She tapped away at her computer, coding diligently, encapsulating her work into an installation program. With her hacking prowess, she created a blank account on a news platform and sent the installation program to Tian. My dear deity, this is the installation program. Once you install it, we can chat. All right. Ding. This installation program is harmless to the host. Please proceed with confidence. The system notification chimed in timely fashion, and Tian proceeded with the installation, discovering it to be a rather simple dialog box. Within the chat program was a small probing feature. Liu Yao habitually scanned Tian's mobile environment, only to find it utterly defenseless. The timely rain system turned a blind eye to her little maneuver, after all. As a supporting character, knowing a bit more wouldn't harm Tian, Liu Yao navigated through Tian's photo album as if using her own phone. Perusing the photographs within, there were selfies of Tian, pictures with Liu Yin and Lin Yi, as well as images of his new house. My heavens! The male deity resides in the same community as I do? When Liu Yao laid eyes on the photos of the new house, she was utterly astonished, her heart swelling with unexpected joy. Haha, wonderful! I shall feign being a neighbor and visit the male deity. He surely remains unaware that I am the Black Phoenix. How intriguing that shall be. If I become close with his girlfriend, perhaps I may even visit his home in the future. Truly, fortune smiles upon me. Tian shared similar thoughts, planning to masquerade as a neighbor to visit Liu Yao, who would undoubtedly pretend not to know him. The mere thought was amusing. As for the meeting place, Liu Yao had already devised a plan, selecting an unnamed island at Xiandao Lake. She would arrive first and message Tian once she reached the location. Surrounded by water, with her excellent swimming skills and scuba gear, she could simply dive into the lake when it was time to depart, leaving no trace of her whereabouts. Tian, on the other hand, needed not to worry. He could summon a boat or a helicopter. Money was no object. After all, the chat program she provided Tian allowed only the two of them to converse. No third party could intrude, ensuring excellent security for their discussions. Hello, male deity, I am the Black Phoenix. Hello, just call me Tian. I want to inquire about your name, as hackers must certainly maintain their secrecy. Thank you, Tian, for your understanding. Have you decided on a location? Indeed. Let us meet on the unnamed island at Qiandao Lake. I will arrive there first and then notify you. Tian was taken aback. Why had Lu Yao also chosen Qiandao Lake? He had initially planned to wait for Bai Jingjing to purchase the island before visiting, but it seemed he would have to go alone first. Oh, what a coincidence. I had also planned to visit Qiandao Lake in a few days. We truly are in sync. Really? Hee, that is splendid. I need to prepare. It may be the day after tomorrow. Tian, are you available? I am. Just call on me. With the time and location set, the two exchanged few more words before closing the program. After all, as hackers, brevity in conversation was the safest approach. Lu Yao felt as if she might burst with joy. Her plan was aligning perfectly with the male deity's thoughts. When he remarked that they were in sync, was he hinting at something more? What should I wear to meet the male deity? Oh, would it be inappropriate to wear a swimsuit? When he sees my perfect figure, perhaps she mused, feeling a twinge of shyness. Burp. Tian let out a belch, having been lounging on Lin Yi's lap while playing on his phone. Lin Yi had been feeding him bites of fruit, and having noticed his fondness for it, she had continued feeding him until he had consumed an entire platter of bananas, apples, and grapes. Tian waved his hand, saying, Lin Yi, no more feeding. If you keep this up, I'll burst. Lin Yi glanced at the now empty fruit platter and replied sheepishly, All right. I'll get you a glass of water. No need, no need. If I drink any more water, I'll turn into a mixed fruit juice. Tian quickly sat up, and Lin Yi naturally placed her hand on his thigh, massaging it. Having been in that position for too long, her leg had gone numb. Though she and T voiced it. Tian, noticing, promptly placed his hand on Lin Yi's thigh and used a healing technique to restore circulation. Lin Yi felt a warm rush surge through her, the numbness in her leg dissipating instantly. Gratefully, she thanked Tian. Thank you, Tian. No need for formality. It was my oversight. Next time, if your leg goes numb, just say so. We're close friends, no need for politeness. Chapter 57. Sensuality is not vulgarity. Suddenly, Tian recalled the class reunion and casually inquired, By the way, has the time and place for the reunion been settled? Lin Yi and Lu Yin had been in contact with their classmates regarding this matter. Upon hearing Tian's question, she nodded, after discussions. We have two options, one here and the other at school. The time is up to you. Tian contemplated for a moment, deciding that attending the school was essential. But if the reunion were to be held here, some classmates might not be able to make it. A gathering should be relaxed, not a rushed affair, otherwise, it would defeat the purpose of the reunion. Furthermore, the school was located in Shangmen City, which offered convenient transport options, including an airport. Being a coastal city, the sea was nearby, allowing everyone to enjoy some time by the shore. In that case, let us settle on the school. It will be nice to return and visit. This Saturday at noon, let us gather at Shangmen Grand Hotel. Can you enlist a few classmates with free schedules to help arrange accommodations and transportation? Certainly. Tian suddenly recalled a news story he had recently read about a classmate who insisted on drinking during a reunion despite others urging him not to. He ended up drinking himself to death, and subsequently, his family demanded compensation from all attending classmates, claiming they shared responsibility. Such reasoning was utterly absurd. He only drank juice and had avoided toasting or persuading anyone to drink. Even hiding in a corner to eat would require compensation. Was there no justice in this world? Thus, he emphasized to Lin Yi, make sure to offer extra compensation to the assisting classmates, and inform everyone that this reunion will be alcohol-free. Nowadays, if someone dies from drinking at a reunion, everyone else bears the consequences. That is an unbearable burden. He understood. Lin Yi chuckled at his words. And Tian couldn't pinpoint why he was being particularly cautious about everything. He also decided to mention the previously planned donation to the school, instructing, ask the homeroom teacher to inquire if there are any areas needing sponsorship. I can provide 100 million in funding. Understood. The welfare of our teacher and classmates in our class is assured. During the gathering, I shall make alternative arrangements, and we will discuss it then. Very well. Tian remarked, to which Lin Yi echoed in agreement, resembling a butler in demeanor. It was not until Tian meticulously completed all the arrangements that Lin Yi began conveying his words in the group chat, instantly enlivening the conversation. In a moment, I will request leave from my boss. I will definitely be there on Saturday. I needn't work, so if Lin Yi requires assistance, she can simply let me know. I am at her service. I will resign shortly and come to lend you a hand. Lin Yi, I will inquire with the principal about potential sponsorship. The travel expenses of 50,000 had already been transferred to the accounts of all the teachers and students in the group, alleviating any concerns they might have. Consequently, some students facing challenges at work had begun to resign, as their living expenses were assured, allowing them to seek new employment without pressure. Moreover, they need not rush back to work, enabling them to spend more time accompanying Tian as they explore various places. As for hotel accommodations, reservations could be made directly via mobile, although the finest rooms at Xiangmen Grand Hotel had naturally already been booked. Considering that some students would need to return to work on Monday, only 3 days were reserved, leaving the hotel manager astounded by the substantial order. The taxi company providing private transportation services would be contacted by students employed in Xiangmen City, with Lin Yi handling the online payment. Thus, they would enjoy top-tier luxury vehicles for their transfers, exuding sophistication and elegance. Suddenly, Yi Tian recalled that he still needed to treat Li Yu to a meal, fortuitously. He was free at noon and could attempt to arrange it. He scrolled through WeChat and spotted the particularly flamboyant name, sensual but not a fox, and chuckled. Li Yu indeed lived up to her name. Hello, do you have time at noon? I promised to treat you to a meal. The message had barely been sent for 3 seconds before a reply arrived. I'm free. Hello, President Yi, where shall we dine? Let us meet at Jiangnan Grand Hotel. I will reserve a private room and inform you shortly. Sounds good. Anywhere is fine, really. Haha. Although I'm inviting you to dinner, I must bring my girlfriend and butler along. I hope you don't mind? Upon reading this message, Li Yu felt a twinge of disappointment at not having a private moment with Yi Tian, yet she dared not express her discontent. What if her objection caused him to retract the invitation? Thus, she feigned nonchalance and replied, "Oh, no, not at all. All right then. I'll book the room and notify you soon." Okay, goodbye, President Yi. Yi Tian turned and delegated the task to Lin Yi, appreciating the advantages of having a butler. Lin Yi, please reserve the finest private room at Jiangnan Grand Hotel for lunch. Invite Lu Yin to join us as well. Understood. Within 5 minutes, Li Yu received a message from Yi Tian, 12 p.m., Emperor Pavilion, Jiangnan Grand Hotel. She glanced at the clock. Only an hour remained until their meeting, a bit tight on time. I should take a quick shower to smell nice for President Yi. I'll wear that new outfit I bought yesterday, subtle yet luxurious, a reflection of sophistication. As Li Yu began to undress, her phone rang. Upon answering, she recognized the annoyingly flamboyant voice of the playboy. Xiao Yu, are you free at noon? Let us go to Fusong Building for Japanese cuisine. Li Yu, irritated by his presence, promptly declined. Please call me Li Yu. Don't be so familiar. We're not that close. I have plans at noon. Is it a man or a woman? What does it matter to you? I'm hanging up. Beep, beep, beep. After hanging up, Li Yu felt disgusted. The phone call had been tainted with sounds that indicated the playboy was engaged in unsavory activities. To think he would call while involved in such acts was utterly ludicrous. Had he not been a super member of her company, she would have ignored his call altogether. Dismissing the thought of such trash, Li Yu tossed her phone aside and hummed a tune as she entered the bath, feeling quite content. Although Yi Tian intended to bring both his girlfriends along, it was of little concern. It provided her the opportunity to build rapport with the main lady, and who knows, perhaps she might end up as a favored companion. Just the thought brought her joy. The detestable playboy, Chong Wei, upon realizing Li Yu had hung up, kicked the starlet kneeling before him, who was diligently trying to please him with her talents. The starlet, bewildered by the sudden aggression, remained silent, trembling in the corner. She had been brought in by the director to serve Chong Wei, hoping that her efforts would earn her the lead role in an upcoming film. However, she had not anticipated Chong Wei's violent and perverse nature. In no time, her body bore the marks of his wrath. In a fit of rage, he hurled a glass ashtray across the room, cursing, "Damn it, you little wench," repeatedly rejecting my advances. "If you refuse my goodwill, do not blame me for resorting to force." With that, he seized the starlet's hair, pulling her towards him to compel her to continue her performance. Chapter 58, the custom model of the Lamborghini Veneno. Principal Zhang of Xiangmen University sat in his office, troubled by the lack of results from several research projects funded by the school, while the demands for funding continued to escalate. This situation had siphoned off funds originally earmarked for other purposes, leading to a barrage of requests for money from various departments, yet some allocations from above remained unapproved. The faculty dormitory required renovation, the student dormitory needed expansion, and his own office building lacked even adequate air conditioning, leaving teachers quite dissatisfied. If the faculty's grievances grew, they would leave, resulting in a shortage of quality educators for the students, which would inevitably lower academic performance and consequently diminish the school's ranking, leading to a vicious cycle. He was so distressed that he could hardly eat, having consumed only 3 buns for breakfast. Principal. Just as he wallowed in worry, the doors suddenly swung open, revealing Teacher Luo, Yi Tian's homeroom teacher, rushing in, out of breath. "Teacher Luo, is there something urgent? You seem quite flustered," Principal Zhang remarked, gesturing towards a chair and pouring a cup of tea. "Please, sit down and take a moment to gather yourself." Teacher Luo accepted the tea and took a sip, exclaiming, "Ah, authentic tea Guanyin. Thank you, Principal. Recently, Have you heard about Yi Tian, who has been making headlines? Principal Zhang nodded. Yi Tian? How could I not? My youngest daughter never ceases to mention him, claiming he is her idol and that she must marry him. It's driving me to distraction. What has he done? Principal Zhang's daughter was only 18, currently attending high school in the city, and at that tender age, young girls often idolize celebrities. After discovering Yi Tian's sudden rise to fame online, she became infatuated and incessantly clamored to meet him, leaving Principal Zhang quite concerned that she might run away from home one day. Teacher Luo chuckled. He was a student of mine a few years ago, this Saturday. He plans to host a reunion in our city and will return to the school for a visit. He asked me to check if the school requires any sponsorship, as he intends to donate 100 million. Teacher Luo, being straightforward, revealed everything without reservation. Principal Zhang's eyes widened in astonishment as he abruptly stood, exclaiming, "What? Your student? Sponsoring 100 million? Teacher Luo nodded earnestly. Indeed. This can't be a joke, can it? Professor Luo shook his head and asserted emphatically, absolutely not. I know Yi Tian's character. He never tells lies. Furthermore, he donates tens of millions every day online to assist those in urgent need of funds. A billion should be well within his capabilities." Observing Professor Luo's earnest demeanor, Principal Zhang hastily poured him another cup of tea, courteously attending to him. Professor Luo, another cup. Indeed. If he truly has a billion, it would be immensely beneficial. We could completely renovate our dilapidated teachers' offices, dormitories, and student accommodations. Professor Luo concurred with the principal's sentiments, pondering how much better it would be to have multiple air conditioners in the offices and dormitories during the summer, rather than relying on mere fans. If necessary, I shall respond to him. Which leader will you assign for the coordination? Principal Zhang, upon hearing this, patted his chest and replied, "Is that even a question? Naturally. It will be me. I must notify the publicity department to prepare a warm welcome for him. Oh, and arrange for my special vehicle to pick him up at the station. Principal, there's no need for the car. Yi Tian has already given each of our teachers and students 50,000 for travel expenses, instructing everyone to fly here. Moreover, accommodations and transportation have all been arranged," replied Principal Zhang, who gasped in astonishment. 50,000 for each person? How extravagant. This is quite a generous gesture. Am I to miss out on making a good impression? Chuckled Professor Luo, who was not particularly adept at conversing with superiors and decided to leave after addressing the matter, casually mentioning he would need to take time off to accompany the students on their excursions. Principal Zhang waved his hand. "No problem. You can accompany them for as many days as they wish to play. There will be no deductions from your salary. I will arrange for other teachers to cover your classes." Inwardly, Principal Zhang mused, "My daughter is so infatuated with him. Perhaps I could procure an autograph for her. She would surely be thrilled. I shall surprise her with the news when I return home this afternoon." After much effort from the engineers, the giant blog was finally restored to normalcy. Of course, the engineers had stipulated that the company must agree to their resignations without blame in return for their efforts. Now that everything was functioning properly, they intended to leave, gathering their belongings as they prepared to depart. Lu Yao's computer detected the giant blog's return to normal, and she immediately accessed the server to revert the page to its previous state, featuring seductive dealers online. This time, the main video was replaced with a story involving the chairman of Giant Blog and his secretary, a narrative that could not be overlooked. The chairman, currently abroad, received a call informing him that the website had been restored. Upon checking the site himself, he confirmed its restoration and felt relieved he could report this to the board. However, upon refreshing the page, it reverted back to the seductive dealers online, and the video featuring himself and his secretary reappeared, causing his blood pressure to spike, leading him to faint. Around 11:30, Yi Tian called upon Lu Yin and Lin Yi to prepare for their departure. As the hosts, they naturally aimed to arrive a bit early. He would not arrive last simply because of his newfound wealth. Li Yu also set off early, believing that although she was a guest, she should not keep Yi Tian waiting, aiming to make a good impression by arriving promptly. Chang Wei, driving his limited edition Lamborghini Veneno, roared down the road after leaving the hotel. As a quintessential second-generation wealthy individual, he naturally possessed a Lamborghini Veneno. Although only 9 convertible models existed worldwide, it did not hinder him from owning his custom-made version. This extravagant version boasted an even higher price tag than the original, averaging over 100 million, with only 1 or 200 in the country, most of which were in the hands of mysterious delivery and courier personnel. Having just been pampered by a starlet, he felt slightly intoxicated, his demeanor becoming somewhat tipsy. He maneuvered through traffic with reckless abandon, running red lights. Yet no one dared to challenge him, preferring to slam on their brakes and risk a rear-end collision, for the car was evidently expensive, and even a minor scratch could cost hundreds of thousands to repair. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar red Ferrari ahead. Wasn't that Li Yu's license plate? He followed her car to the outdoor parking lot of the Jiangnan Grand Hotel. After she parked, he approached her and blocked her path. Li Yu, what a surprise to see you here, he exclaimed. Li Yu, taken aback, asked, what are you doing here? Chang Wei grinned smugly. This must be fate. Since we're both here, let us dine together. I'll treat you. Thank you. But I have an appointment and don't need your hospitality, Li Yu replied curtly, turning to leave. Just then, Yi Tian's car pulled into the parking lot, and upon alighting, he spotted Li Yu from a distance, greeting her enthusiastically. Hello, Li Yu. Hello, Miss Lu. Hello, Miss Lin. I'm Li Yu. Yi Tian, noticing the man in the sports car, curiously inquired. Li Yu, is that your boyfriend? Chapter 59. My son is the real rich second generation. Li Yu quickly shook her head, thinking, heavens no. If Yi Tian misinterprets my relationship with another man, my chances will be ruined. That wretched Chang Wei, is he stalking me? No. He is merely a troublesome second-generation wealthy individual. I don't date him. Yet he follows me around. It's infuriating. Yi Tian chuckled at her alluring attire. Ah, a charming lady. A gentleman is always drawn to a fair maiden. Let us proceed inside. Wait. Chang Wei had just exited his vehicle and called out to them, his face a mixture of envy and resentment as he addressed Li Yu. Xiao Yu, who is he? What does it matter to you? Leave me alone, she retorted, ignoring him. As Li Yu dismissed him, he redirected his hostility towards Yi Tian, threatening, listen here, kid, Xiao Yu is the girl I'm pursuing, keep your distance. Yi Tian, understanding the misunderstanding, was not inclined to engage further. He pointed to Lu Yan beside him and replied, Sir, I believe you are mistaken. I already have a girlfriend. Li Yu is merely my guest today. In most situations, a person faced with such circumstances would recognize the need to depart. However, Chang Wei, accustomed to his domineering ways, felt it would be disgraceful to back down. He lived a life of indulgence and debauchery, and having not followed the news online recently, he did not recognize Yi Tian. With a brazen demeanor, he insisted. In that case, let us all dine together. I'll pick up the tab. Yi Tian, feeling displeased, replied, I am the one inviting Li Yu. It's clear she does not wish for you to linger. Your persistence is rather shameless. I have my own wealth. Why would I need you to treat me? Do you look down upon me? Yi Tian showed him no respect, directly rejecting his offer. Sir, I have wealth and do not wish to invite you. Kindly leave. Chang Wei felt deeply insulted. He was used to being the one to dismiss others. When had it become his turn to be dismissed? Even a deputy mayor would address him with respect. Who did this man think he was? Kid, do you have any idea who I am to speak to me this way? Yi Tian, disinterested in further dialogue with a nonsensical stranger, responded impatiently. If you do not introduce yourself, how would I know who you are? Chang Wei was taken aback, thinking, isn't he supposed to be terrified and begging for mercy? Why is he asking me to introduce myself? This is oddly humiliating. I am Chang Wei. My father is Chang Yechen, the chairman of the Chang Group. Yi Tian shook his head, perplexed, and inquired further. Unfamiliar with you. You may introduce yourself, but why invoke your father? Could it be that you are the fabled second-generation rich? Speaking of which, I am a generation above you. I am the first generation wealthy, and my son is the second. Chang Wei's mind was clouded with questions. Who on earth was this rustic bumpkin? Not only was he unaware of himself, but he also seemed oblivious to his father, and his words sounded so peculiar. The few individuals nearby struggled to stifle their laughter. Yi Tian's remarks were particularly cutting, almost as if he were assuming a paternal role. What was I going to say? Chang Wei felt his mind growing muddled. The effects of the alcohol he had consumed earlier intensifying, prompting him to discard all rational thought and confront the situation head-on. Today, I simply wish to dine together. What can you do about it? Li Yu, upon hearing this, grew anxious, her pleasant dinner party disrupted. Hey, Chang Wei, how can you act this way? Chairman Yi is not holding this against you, yet you continue to stir trouble. The more Chang Wei listened, the more agitated he became. What did she mean by not holding it against him? What did she mean by stirring trouble? This brazen woman was aiding another man. Once I have you in my grasp, I shall make you regret it. He is not holding it against me. Preposterous. Dare to provoke me, Chang Wei, and I shall ensure he cannot remain in Jiangnan. Yi Tian's expression darkened. Even during a meal, there was so much fuss. He had attempted to explain amicably, yet the other party was unresponsive. Could it be that he had encountered a fool? He spoke with a hint of irritation. Today was meant to be a joyful gathering. I had no intention of resorting to violence, but if you persist in this absurdity, I cannot guarantee your safe return. Chang Wei erupted into laughter, pointing his finger at Yi Tian in a threatening manner. What, do you intend to strike me? If you dare to touch even a fingertip, I shall annihilate your entire family. Yi Tian fell silent. Was he truly this arrogant? To strike or not to strike, if he did, it would attract security. And while he could eventually resolve it, it would ruin the dinner he had hosted. If he refrained, it would only embolden this insolence. Would he become a mere passive observer? Very well, Let Xiao Tian take the blame. If he ends up in trouble, compensatory measures could be arranged later. Xiao, break one of his fingers and teach him a lesson. Yes, sir. Hee. Xiao Tian, with a menacing grin, approached Chong Wei, swiftly grasping his outstretched finger and, with a sharp crack, bent it backward. Ah, my hand. The agony of the broken digit nearly caused Chong Wei to faint. Beads of sweat erupting on his forehead. Yi Tian observed him with a cold smirk. My entire family is right here. Weren't you intending to exterminate them? Come then. Chong Wei, racked with pain, tears, and snot streaming down his face, still found the strength to threaten Yi Tian. Just wait. I'll summon my father to deal with you. Pathetic, resorting to daddy after getting beaten. Chong Wei fished out his phone and immediately dialed his father, Chong Yechen. Dad, someone broke my finger. You must help me kill him. Who the hell dares to bully my son? Where are you? I'll send someone right away. Yi Tian swiftly snatched the phone from Chong Wei, addressing the call. I am Yi Tian, chairman of Tianjin Corporation. Your son has threatened to kill my entire family. Regardless of whether you have heard of me or not, it would be prudent to gather the facts before seeking revenge, lest everything you possess vanish into thin air. Yi Tian, in his office handling business, Chong Yechen felt his legs weaken upon hearing the name. Unlike his foolish son, he was well aware of current affairs. News about Yi Tian had been circulating widely, and the mere fact that he possessed the powerful backing to acquire Tianjin Corporation indicated that he was not one to provoke. Not to mention, his unparalleled martial prowess rendered him nearly invincible, coupled with vast financial resources that he seemingly dispensed at will. A colossal publicly traded company faced losses in the hundreds of billions due to a single word from him, teetering on the brink of collapse. The annual revenue of his own conglomerate paled in comparison to that of Tianjin Corporation. How could he possibly contend? Having risen from a humble contractor to his current position, he was acutely aware of whom to challenge and whom to avoid. Had his son truly lost his mind? To threaten Yi Tian's family? His hand trembled as he held the phone, hastily apologizing. Chairman Yi, I beg your pardon. My son is lacking in wisdom. Please, let him off. The phone returned to Chong Wei, who, bewildered, uttered a few confused greetings. Upon recognizing his son's voice, Chong Yechen erupted in a frantic yell. You ungrateful child. Chairman Yi is not someone we can afford to offend. Apologize immediately and return home. Chong Wei stood frozen, bewildered. How could his beloved father demand he apologize to Yi Tian? Dad, I was the one who got my hand broken. Are you seriously asking me to apologize? Are you even my real father? Enough with the nonsense. If you don't, I'll break your legs and personally escort you to apologize to Chairman Yi. Go to hell. Chong Wei glared fiercely at Yi Tian before sprinting toward his Lamborghini. The father who had never once struck him now threatened to break his legs for not apologizing, causing his mental state to unravel completely. This incident would end only with bloodshed. Chapter 60. A kick sends the Lamborghini poison flying. Observers could tell that this fellow had lost his nerve. After all, his father dared not provoke Yi Tian. Such a second-generation rich kid, stripped of his father, was rendered utterly powerless. Yi Tian, unfazed by the lack of an apology, smiled at Liu. See, everything is fine now. After being delayed for so long by him, shall we proceed to dinner? Liu's eyes sparkled with admiration. This was the true essence of a man who conquers without conflict. Chairman Yi, you are truly remarkable. I humbly seek your protection. Haha, certainly. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, just mention my name. The group laughed and chatted as they made their way to the hotel entrance. While Chong Wei scrambled into his car, enduring the pain as he started the engine. The roar of the engine drew glances, but they paid it no mind. Continuing down the sidewalk, Yi Tian curiously inquired of Xiao Tian. Why is the noise of a sports car so loud, yet some people still enjoy it? It's no different than driving a tractor. Chairman Yi, perhaps it's because of the speed? But speed limits exist in the city, right? What use is it to go fast if it can't even take off? Xiao Tian found himself at a loss for words. Chong Wei, consumed by rage. His alcohol-fueled mind fixated on a singular thought. I will run them down. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Since childhood, he had always demanded the moon, and his parents had never dared to deny him a star. His despicable father had refused to assist him. If he were to kill someone, perhaps he would finally reconsider whose interests mattered more, his son or a stranger. He wrenched the steering wheel, turning the car towards Yi Tian and his companions. Dare to strike me? All shall perish. The Lamborghini poison could accelerate from 0 to 100 in merely 2.8 seconds. Yi Tian and his party were less than 100 meters away from Chong Wei. The car would cover the distance in under 4 seconds, and they were blissfully unaware. Engrossed in conversation, in Chong Wei's mind, even if they noticed his intent to collide, they would have no time to react. They would either die or suffer serious injuries. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Yi Tian not only possessed extraordinary speed and strength, but was also safeguarded by an ever-vigilant system. Just as Chong Wei aimed his vehicle toward Yi Tian, a system notification echoed in Yi Tian's mind. Ding. The system indicated that Chong Wei harbored murderous intent towards the host and suggested an immediate counterattack to eliminate future threats. Counterattack? To eliminate future threats? Are you implying that if I do not dispose of him this time, he will continue to seek opportunities to kill me? Indeed. Yi Tian pondered for a moment before arriving at his most ruthless decision yet. I dread complications, so I shall heed the system's counsel. Since Chong Wei desires my demise, I shall preemptively eliminate him. Passively awaiting my fate is not in my nature. With the system at my disposal, I am practically invincible. Though I have no aspirations for dominion, merely a desire to live comfortably as a wealthy individual. However, this does not imply that I shall allow my enemies to live. Having commenced this path, not only must Chong Wei perish, but also his father must be dealt with. Yi Tian's psyche was torn between two extremes. On one hand, he relished helping others and was generous to friends. On the other, he harbored an intense loathing for evil and was merciless towards his adversaries. Having chosen to be my enemy, Chong Wei must bear the consequences. Communication with the system did not consume any real time. Thus, by the time Yi Tian made his decision, Chong Wei had only just begun his charge towards him. Before anyone else could react, Yi Tian swiftly maneuvered through the crowd, sprinting directly towards Chong Wei's vehicle. The Lamborghini Veneno was now accelerating towards nearly 100 kilometers per hour, yet Yi Tian's speed surpassed that of the car. As he reached the front of the vehicle, it had only traveled a mere 20 meters. Yi Tian possessed immense strength. A single kick from him could yield more power than a heavy punch. Able to deliver a force of 2,500 kilograms without any internal energy, Chong Wei's luxury custom Lamborghini, with a combined weight of merely 1,650 kilograms, including its occupant, could be effortlessly sent flying. Upon seeing Yi Tian charge towards him, Chong Wei was momentarily stunned. Is this fool seeking his own demise? Why is he moving so swiftly? Just as Chong Wei was still pondering, Yi Tian unleashed a single kick that sent him, along with the car, soaring into the air. The powerful rear-wheel drive instantly altered the vehicle's trajectory, causing it to flip 1,260 degrees before crashing down, landing on its roof, immobile. The high-quality airbag had wedged Chong Wei's head into the driver's seat, rendering him silent, his body reduced to a lifeless heap. A faint scent of blood wafting from the wreckage. Ding! Chong Wei is unequivocally dead. The system promptly reported the outcome, eliciting a wave of nausea within Yi Tian. After all, this was his first experience with murder, although he had not witnessed Chong Wei's gruesome end. His acute sense of smell had already detected the coppery aroma of blood. At this moment, the crowd finally reacted, rushing to his side in a state of panic. Urgently inquiring, Yi Tian, what just happened? Are you injured? Yi Zong, he attempted to ram us. We must call the police immediately and have the guards apprehend him. Yi Zong, someone else nearby witnessed this. Should we contact a lawyer first? Otherwise, we might find ourselves in a precarious position. Passers-by who had parked or were merely passing by had turned at the sound of the crash, witnessing Yi Tian, akin to a superhero, send the oncoming vehicle flying. My heavens, is he a superhero? He just kicked that sports car into the air. That person inside must be dead, right? Wait, he is not a superhero. That's Yi Zong. Yi Zong. If it's Yi Zong, then it makes sense. Let us go check it out. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Some already pulling out their phones to record videos, while others, undeterred by the commotion, approached Yi Tian and his companions. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's suggestion, Yi Tian nodded in agreement. Indeed, a lawyer needed to be consulted to handle the situation. He pulled out his phone and called Lawyer Xia, instructing him to come to the hotel to retrieve the parking lot's surveillance footage and negotiate with the security personnel. Such is the advantage of wealth and influence. Even in matters of life and death, one can delegate the resolution to subordinates. Xiao Tian glanced at the wrecked Lamborghini Veneno, his lips twitching. Yi Zong's strength is simply extraordinary, almost inhuman. But what about the occupant inside? If he is still alive, I should go deliver a finishing blow, otherwise, the repercussions could be endless. Yi Zong, should I check if Chong Wei is truly dead? No need, I sense he is completely gone. Upon hearing Yi Tian declare Chong Wei's demise, Liu panicked and burst into tears, overwhelmed with fear. She had never anticipated that a mere altercation could lead to a fatality. Dead. Oh no. Yi Zong, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault for causing you this trouble. When the guards arrive, I'll take the blame and say it was my unfortunate accident. I would never implicate you. In her eyes, this incident had nothing to do with Yi Tian. Chong Wei had followed her, and now that he had lost his life, someone must take responsibility. Yi Tian gently patted her shoulder in reassurance. Don't be foolish. There are cameras everywhere, and others witnessed it. Your words will be credible. He drove at us intending to kill. I was merely acting in self-defense. There's no significant issue here. But if I hadn't been here, He wouldn't have followed me, and there would have been no conflict with you, Yizong. It's all my fault. I've brought you harm. You're overthinking it. It's fine. Let us go get something to eat. Yi Tian consoled Liu as they continued towards the hotel entrance, where a group of men and women approached them. Chapter 61. Is Yi Tian mentally unstable? A strikingly beautiful woman stepped forward, addressing him. Yizong, hello. I'm a fan of yours. That person was trying to ram you, wasn't he? I saw the whole thing. If the guards need witnesses, I can testify for you. Yi Tian smiled and replied, Thank you. Thank you. I've already notified my lawyer to handle this. It should be fine. Hearing Yi Tian express his gratitude, the woman's eyes gleamed with delight. The idol had acknowledged her. As she saw Yi Tian and his companions heading towards the hotel, she inquired, Yizong, are you going to dine at the hotel? Yi Tian nodded, smiling. Yes, I am treating esteemed guests to a meal. Oh, I won't disturb you then. Yizong, please go about your business. The woman was so enchanted by Yi Tian's smile that she momentarily forgot her own name. And the fate of the person in the car was conveniently set aside. Before Yi Tian, women often abandoned rational thought, as long as he was fine. Everything else paled in comparison. Those who attacked Yi Tian were villains. He was safe, and that was all that mattered. Yi Tian waved farewell to the enthusiastic witnesses and entered the hotel private room. After placing his order, he began chatting with Liu Yao on his phone, while temporarily leaving Liu in the care of Liu Yin and Lin Yi. Chang Wei was dead, and his father could not be spared either. One could never know what nefarious schemes he might concoct in the future. If he were to murder him now, the guards would immediately trace it back to him. Although he had the system to ensure his safety, it would still be troublesome. Fortunately, he had a capable fan, Black Phoenix, who could investigate any dark secrets surrounding Chang Yuchen. If he was indeed a nefarious character, then he would be dispatched to prison. Black Phoenix, are you there? May I trouble you with a task? I'm here. Yizong, what do you need? Liu Yao was currently organizing diving equipment for their upcoming trip to Qingdao Lake. Upon receiving Yi Tian's message, she swiftly set aside her work to respond. The world is vast, but your matters take precedence. Could you assist me in gathering some incriminating information on Chang Yuchen, the chairman of the Chang Group? Today his son sought to take my life, only to meet his demise at my hands. To preempt any potential retaliation, I intend to have him incarcerated first. What? Someone dares to murder a male idol? This is intolerable. Liu Yao immediately responded with righteous indignation. Of course, it is permissible. Anyone who dares to threaten my male idol becomes my adversary. I shall investigate forthwith. I appreciate your efforts. I shall grant you a request in return. Really? Then I must contemplate carefully. Hee. Indeed, when I visit you, you may present your request. Yay. Splendid. I shall assist you in gathering information immediately. Goodbye. Liu Yao leaped with joy, feeling elated that her male idol thought of her in his time of need. Suddenly, she felt a profound significance in her connection with him. What request should she make? Would he agree to have her as his clandestine assistant? After all, even Iron Man and Batman have their loyal aides. Yi Tian, setting his phone down, felt a surge of happiness. Having a hacker's assistance was indeed delightful. If only the Black Phoenix would consent to be his aide, it would greatly benefit him in numerous endeavors. In truth, should he rely on the system, all this information could be gathered instantaneously. However, Yi Tian believed it was best to rely on himself for matters within his capability. It was preferable not to burden the system unnecessarily. It deserved to enjoy a peaceful existence. Sensing his thoughts, the system felt a sense of satisfaction, akin to a parent who sees their child grow and develop empathy. The meal was rather somber, as Li Yu was consumed with anxiety, her mind elsewhere. Despite everyone assuring her that there was nothing to worry about, she remained uneasy. After all, a life had been lost, a wealthy heir, no less. What if his father, driven by desperation, sought revenge? She was unaware of Yi Tian's full capabilities and did not share the blind faith of Liu Yin and Lin Yi, leaving her in a state of turmoil. Before the meal had concluded, Liu Yao had already sent over a dossier detailing Chang Yuchen's sordid past. This man was a veritable embodiment of evil, with a death toll exceeding 10. He engaged in extortion, monopolistic practices, and maintained a labyrinthine network of connections in both the underworld and the legitimate realm. Moreover, he served as a puppet for the vice mayor of Jiangnan City, responsible for laundering money. Their relationship was notably cordial. Otherwise, Chang Wei would not have had the audacity to claim that even the vice mayor addressed him as young Master Wei. Chang Yuchen exhibited signs of psychological deviance, documenting his acts of cruelty and storing them in a cloud drive, indulging in them at whim. Records of his dealings with the vice mayor were also kept in the same drive, facilitating the maintenance of their alliance. This proved advantageous for Liu Yao, who deftly traced the information, downloading everything, compiling it into a package, and sending it to Yi Tian. Upon reviewing the details, Yi Tian chuckled. So wicked? He surely deserves a death sentence. I need not fear his retaliation any longer. He promptly forwarded the information to lawyer Xie, instructing him to file a lawsuit against Chang Yuchen based on the provided evidence, while also notifying the Anti-Corruption Bureau to dismantle the protective shield surrounding him. After returning home and noticing his son's absence, Chang Yuchen grew increasingly anxious. He wondered how his son could possibly have crossed paths with Yi Tian. Logically, their lives should not have intersected. If there were indeed a connection, it could only be due to his son vying for a woman against Yi Tian. For no one knows a son better than his father, who is acutely aware of any flaws. Should this be the case, it would be troublesome. From what he had gleaned online, Yi Tian seemed rather unstable, particularly in his inclination to assist women. In a fit of frustration, he called his son's phone, but it went unanswered. After several attempts, someone finally picked up, though it was not his son. Hello, who are you? Why do you have my son's phone? What? My son is dead. Impossible, he just spoke with me. At the funeral home? I shall be there immediately. Chang Yuchen hung up, his face pale with fury, and summoned his wife as they hurried to the funeral home. On the way, upon hearing the devastating news, his wife succumbed to despair, wailing uncontrollably in the car, her grief pushing him to the brink of violence. Upon their arrival at the funeral home, 2 guards awaited them, leading them to their son's body. Chang Wei's pallid visage bore an expression of serenity, devoid of hostility, yet his lifeless form appeared bruised and fragile beneath the shroud. The couple wept inconsolably, their hearts shattered by the loss of their beloved son. Oh, my child, how cruelly you have perished. How shall your mother endure without you? After some time, having collapsed to the ground, Chang Yuchen's wife sprang up, seizing the collar of a nearby guard. Tell me how my son met his end. Chapter 62. The Godslayer strikes. No life, no peace. The guard, visibly displeased, pried her hands away and responded, Madam, please calm yourself. Your son deliberately struck a pedestrian with his car, resulting in his own death when the vehicle overturned. Lawyer Xie had promptly secured the surveillance footage and communicated with the guards. It was abundantly clear that Chang Wei had attempted to ram Yi Tian, who had merely defended himself. Yi Tian had acted with restraint, delivering a well-placed kick to the vehicle at a critical moment, a textbook case of self-defense, while Chang Wei had succumbed to his own vehicle's weight, bearing full responsibility. Given the speed at which he drove, it was evident that had it been an ordinary person, the casualties would have been numerous. Thus, they held no sympathy for Chang Wei. Upon hearing this, Chang Yuchen's mind raced to the name Yi Tian. His son had only crossed paths with Yi Tian. Could it be that he had disregarded his father's advice and confronted Yi Tian? His wife, oblivious to these details, continued to shout, How is this possible? Who did my son strike? That man deserves death. I demand vengeance for my son. The guards, growing increasingly irritated, interjected, Madam, are you implying we should overlook the facts? Your son was the aggressor, and the other party acted in self-defense. Now they intend to sue you for damages, including emotional distress and other losses. Yi Tian had informed his lawyer that his Italian-made crocodile leather shoes had incurred damage during the incident, and he expected Chang Yuchen to cover those costs as well. Impossible. My son is too well-behaved to intentionally harm anyone. Who is this other party? The other party is Yi Tian, the chairman of Tianjin Corporation. Yi Tian, darling, you must stand up for our son. Chang Yuchen's wife spent her days playing mahjong with affluent ladies, entirely oblivious to the outside world, and had little knowledge of who Yi Tian was. However, Chang Yuchen understood that confronting Yi Tian would be futile. Even with connections in the underworld, he could not compete. Tianjin Corporation had ties to the military, and any thug who crossed paths with soldiers faced dire consequences. He grasped his wife's hand, lamenting, This is all your fault. You spoiled our son. Enough of this nonsense. We cannot afford to provoke that man. With a heavy heart, he begrudgingly arranged for his son's cremation and endured further questioning from the guards before finally returning home. Unbeknownst to him, the guards had already begun organizing their response based on the gathered information, while personnel from the Anti-Corruption Bureau prepared to pay the vice mayor a visit. As soon as he stepped through the door, the guards swiftly commenced their pursuit to apprehend him. Chang Yuchen sat feebly on the sofa, listening to the cacophony created by his wife nearby, his eyes devoid of any glimmer of hope. He appeared to have aged decades in an instant, his hair graying visibly at the temples. Chang Yuchen harbored a burden too heavy to share. During an incident of bullying against a woman, she resolutely resisted, even at the cost of her life, which inadvertently led to a grievous injury to his manhood. Following medical intervention, the doctor informed him that he would never again possess the capacity for fatherhood. In a fit of rage, Chang Yuchen captured that woman and subjected her to torment for 7 days and nights, ultimately delivering her to a slaughterhouse, where she was reduced to mere fragments of flesh. Hence, he lavished his sole son with affection. No matter the transgressions committed by his child, he turned a blind eye, for the boy was his only flesh and blood. However, When it came to Yi Tian, he truly felt powerless. The threats he had uttered about breaking his son's legs to apologize to Yi Tian were, in truth, born of desperation to preserve his child's life. A broken leg could heal, but a lost life was irretrievable. He never anticipated that his son would act rashly, attempting to end Yi Tian's life. With Yi Tian's unparalleled martial prowess, how could a son who only indulged in vice ever hope to succeed? Now, with his son gone, what meaning did life hold for him, especially with such vast wealth left without an heir? Son, your father shall avenge you, he vowed silently. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He rushed into his study, yanked open a drawer, and began rummaging through its contents. After a prolonged search, he unearthed a slip of paper bearing a URL. With trembling hands, he typed the address into his computer and pressed enter. A 404 error page appeared, suggesting a potential misentry of the URL. Chang Yuchen scrolled the page to 2/3 down, aimlessly moving the mouse over the blank spaces. Suddenly, the cursor transformed into a hand, revealing clickable links. He hastily clicked, and the page morphed into one with a dark aesthetic. Against a black backdrop, two oddly shaped guns crossed to form an X, above which loomed a skull, with the words "Killing Gods" inscribed below. This site, known as the God-Killing Network, served as a platform for assassins. A discovery Chang Yuchen had stumbled upon by chance, but had never utilized. It boasted world-class assassins, each commanding exorbitant fees. At the time he acquired the URL, he dismissed it as unnecessary, believing that petty thugs could handle his affairs, rendering assassins superfluous. Yet today, he felt compelled to explore its potential, for he understood he was no match for Yi Tian, while a professional assassin surely would be. No matter how formidable Yi Tian's skills, a single bullet could fell him. If an assassin fired from 2,000 meters away, surely he could not survive. As for the likelihood of success, the site's scrolling performance records spoke volumes. In one instance, an expert martial artist named Li Dalong was killed, disguised as an accident. In another, a national president was assassinated, misrepresented as a heart attack. Yet another high-ranking official met their end, staged as a suicide. The individuals listed were all renowned figures. Their deaths were genuine, yet none were attributed to assassins. Did this not underscore the assassin's prowess? Who could discern the anomaly? With martial skills as high as Yi Tian's, could he guard against bullets? Against poison? He followed the prompts, registered an account on the site, and posted a bounty. Eliminate Yi Tian, chairman of Tianjin Company in Jiangnan City, with a reward of 100 million RMB. Once submitted, the bounty status read under review, and Chang Yuchen sat staring blankly, refreshing the page intermittently to check for approval. On his 10th refresh, he discovered the bounty had been returned with a notification. Mr. Chang Yuchen, the target is classified as UR level, an extremely dangerous individual. The reward is insufficient. We recommend setting the bounty at 600 billion RMB. A chill coursed down his spine. He had entered no personal information nor made any payment during registration. Yet the site had instantaneously identified him. The implications were chilling. Yet, exhilaration surged within him. This indicated the site's formidable capabilities. Perhaps it truly could eliminate Yi Tian? 600 billion RMB was an amount he possessed and was willing to part with. Without a moment's hesitation, he clicked to modify the bounty, adjusting it to 600 billion RMB and resubmitting it. Soon, he received notification of approval, urging him to transfer the funds. With eagerness, he complied, dividing the 600 billion across several accounts. Before long, he saw his bounty rise to the top of the list, brightly illuminated in vibrant colors. The site even assured him, once we take action, it is a matter of life and death. One-time service, lifetime support. Chang Yuchen trembled with excitement. Yi Tian, no matter how extraordinary your martial skills, I have enlisted an assassin to end you. Even if you evade once, can you escape 100 times? Assassins are relentless. Your life shall serve as a sacrifice for my son. He cackled. Just then, footsteps echoed outside, accompanied by his wife's piercing screams. He quickly shut his computer and rushed to the door. The study door was flung open, and a squad of fully armed guards stormed in, guns trained on him. Mr. Chang, you are suspected of multiple criminal activities. Please accompany us for questioning. This is an arrest warrant. Chapter 63, Dealing with the Main Consort. Chang Yuchen remained unperturbed at the sight before him. Is the head of the criminal team mistaken? I am a legitimate businessman. If you arrest me, you might find yourself writing a self-reflection. He was well aware the guards had investigated him over the years and had cooperated with them on several occasions. Yet none had ever managed to touch him. The head of the criminal team had kept the closest watch on him, but had never succeeded, often becoming the target of his mockery. In this society governed by law, without evidence, even the guilty could not be apprehended indiscriminately, whether or not there is evidence. We will discuss it back at the station. Bring him in. The head of the criminal team wasted no words, gesturing for two guards to apprehend Chang Yuchen. Handcuffing him behind his back, and placing a black hood over his head as they escorted him away. You must be mistaken. I am a good person. I demand my lawyer. Panic gripped Chang Yuchen as he realized today's guards were different. They were not merely inviting him, but were brazenly handcuffing him and placing a hood over his head. Was Yi Tian retaliating? He was no fool. The moment the guards arrived following his son's death, he immediately suspected Yi Tian. A sharp intake of breath followed as he contemplated. This child possesses the cunning of a true villain. To have struck so ruthlessly, killing the young and seeking to capture the old, could it be an attempt to eradicate the entire lineage? Moreover, the ability to mobilize guards for his own arrest speaks volumes of his power. Truly, he must be capable of acquiring the Tianjin company. It seems avoiding a direct confrontation with Yi Tian was wise. However, he likely does not suspect that experience is a formidable ally. I have already placed a bounty on the assassin network. Once Yi Tian is eliminated, it will be time for his woman to face retribution. As Chang Yuchen's mind raced with these thoughts, he was escorted into the guard station, where the head of the criminal team sat before him. A stern expression on his face as he interrogated, Chang Yuchen, we have gathered ample evidence against you for charges of premeditated murder, money laundering, bribery, and other criminal activities. Confess now. Chang Yuchen chuckled, addressing the group of fools before him. Do you truly possess evidence against me and still seek my confession? Why not simply execute me? You wish to extract more from me, yet you have made no progress. With a sardonic smile, he added, I am unaware of your claims. I need to consult my attorney. The captain of the execution squad smirked. Your lawyer will be summoned. Since you refuse to speak, let us see what this entails. Chang Yuchen perceived the captain's attempt at deception. What could they possibly show him other than a few reports? However, when the captain placed a document before him, his pupils dilated in shock. How could the guards possess such information? The paper clearly detailed his numerous criminal activities. A chill ran down his spine, and cold sweat poured from him, soaking his clothes. Trembling, he stammered, No, it's impossible. How could you possibly know this? The captain grinned, Old fox. Your charade is over, isn't it? Not only do we have this, but we also possess those disturbing videos of yours. It's time to come clean. Upon hearing the mention of the disturbing videos, Chang Yuchen's composure shattered. In a state of panic, he cried out, Impossible. No one knows about those except me. I have no idea what you are talking about. The captain, witnessing Chang Yuchen's stubborn denial, waved his hand and commanded, Shao Li, bring the computer for him to see. When Chang Yuchen laid eyes on the videos playing on the screen, he felt as though his bones had turned to jelly, nearly collapsing to the ground. It was over. Meanwhile, at the hotel, Yi Tian noticed Li Yu's anxious demeanor and felt uneasy about her driving home alone. He suggested they take his car to the company together. Li Yu readily agreed, pleased to spend more time with him, which somewhat alleviated her worries. Upon arriving at the company and enjoying tea and conversation in the office, Li Yu gradually regained her composure. Li Yu, slightly older and adept at socializing, made everyone feel at ease while conversing with her, and before long, even Yi Tian began calling her Sister Yu, which surprised her pleasantly. Just then, Yi Tian's phone rang. It was Lawyer Xie calling. Hello, Lawyer Xie. What is the situation? Mr. Yi, Chang Yuchen and his wife have been apprehended by the guards. With the evidence at hand, he should not escape the death penalty. His wife was also involved in his money laundering activities and other crimes, which could result in a sentence of at least 10 years. Excellent. We must ensure he is sentenced to death. Otherwise, I cannot find peace. Understood. Yi Tian hung up and shared the good news with everyone. Sister Yu. There's no need to worry anymore. Chang Yuchen and his wife have been captured. He will likely receive the death penalty, and his wife will face at least a decade of imprisonment, so there is no cause for concern about any retaliation. Li Yu's eyes widened in shock. Really? How did you manage that? He holds considerable power in Jiangnan. Yi Tian casually blew on his teacup and replied, Of course, it's true. I have a hacker friend who helped uncover Chang Yuchen's crimes and delivered the evidence to the guards. It was that simple. Wow. Is she the one known as the Black Phoenix online? Yes, you know her. I follow her too. With the assurance that she would not face retaliation, Li Yu's spirits lifted, and she began to feel a renewed interest in Yi Tian. Mr. Yi, can I come and visit you again? Of course. We are friends now. Li Yu glanced at Lu Yin and Lin Yi, noticing their smiles, which reassured her that there was no animosity. Lu Yin generously invited, Sister Yu. Once we move into our new house, you are welcome to come over. Thank you. I will definitely visit. Li Yu was elated by this good news, indeed. Cultivating a relationship with the main consort had proven wise, opening doors for her future opportunities. Meanwhile, within the guards team, members returning from searching Chang Yuchen's residence rushed to report to the captain, having uncovered significant intelligence. Captain, while examining Chang Yuchen's computer, I discovered that he had posted a substantial bounty on a hitman website called Godslayer, seeking to assassinate Yi Tian. The captain, taken aback, set aside the case files and asked, Is this true? What is the bounty amount? 600 billion. Gasp. We must confront Chang Yuchen for clarification. The captain inhaled sharply. Such a high bounty could lead to chaos, attracting assassins from across the globe to Wuxing country. At that moment, Chang Yuchen had already been incarcerated, ruminating over who had leaked his evidence to the guards. The captain, accompanied by his team, approached him urgently and demanded, Chang Yuchen, did you hire a hitman to assassinate Yi Tian? A hitman? Yi Tian? Chang Yuchen was momentarily bewildered. How could they know this? Did he still possess any semblance of privacy? Suddenly, it dawned on him. It had to be Yi Tian who had given his evidence to the guards. With a hacker fan, it would be effortless for him to obtain information online. Why hadn't he realized this sooner? With that thought, he erupted into laughter. Ha! What will you do about it? I'm doomed, and so is Yi Tian. The captain's expression darkened, a glint of malice in his eyes. I command you to cancel the bounty immediately. Chang Yuchen spat defiantly. Pa. Who do you think you are? I'm going to die anyway. Why should I fear you? Very well, you're bold. I'll eliminate you first. I doubt any hitman will come after a dead employer. The captain swiftly dodged the spit, drawing his gun and aiming it at Chang Yuchen, ready to disengage the safety. A nearby officer rushed forward to restrain the captain's arm, urging, Captain, don't shoot. He.S. already doomed. There's no need to jeopardize yourself. Seeing the captain's flustered state only delighted Chang Yuchen further, who laughed unabashedly. Ha! My money has already been transferred to the platform. Even if I die, they will relentlessly pursue Yi Tian. Fuming, the captain stormed off, determined to gather the information department to investigate the Godslayer website and trace its address, intending to dismantle the assassin's lair first. Chapter 64. The Golden Bell can truly deflect bullets. In the Jiangnan City Guard Bureau's information department, smoke filled the air as the captain chain-smoked. Observing the network experts analyze the data. Captain, we've discovered something. Speak. This website and domain are foreign, lacking real name registration, and all back-end operation records have been erased. Likely the work of hackers. Through cooperation with the bank, we traced Chang Yuchen's funds to several accounts, but these accounts are merely shell accounts, not the actual accounts of the mastermind. Can the bank retrieve that money? Unfortunately not. Tracing revealed that these accounts have laundered funds through various recharge sites, part-time job sites, and personal accounts, involving hundreds to thousands of different accounts. It is now impossible to determine where the money ultimately landed. Damn, these money launderers are the worst. If I catch them, I'll execute them all. The captain now realized the gravity of the situation. Professional hackers and money laundering techniques suggested that this site was indeed a genuine hitman network. This was beyond his capacity to resolve. He needed to report to his superiors for decisive action. I will inform the director. You all continue your investigations and report any significant leads promptly. Understood. In the office of the chief of the Jiangnan City Guard Bureau, the director frowned deeply upon hearing the report from the captain of the criminal investigation team. This is a serious issue. If this matter is not handled properly, we may all have to return to farming in the countryside. A bounty of 600 billion. Such a heinous incident has never occurred in Jiangnan since the founding of the nation. If assassins are indeed attracted, causing societal panic, I would have no choice but to resign in disgrace. The Tianjin Corporation, our military supplier, would face dire consequences if their chairman were to be assassinated. Not only would you and I suffer, but the mayor would also be implicated. Seeing the director in such a predicament only heightened the captain's concern. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, Director, perhaps we should arrange for someone to protect Yi Tian around the clock? The director nodded in agreement. That is a feasible plan. Make the necessary arrangements to ensure his safety. Additionally, compile a report on this case for me. I need to consult with the mayor and the provincial bureau on how to proceed. Yes, I will take care of it immediately. While the discussion grew increasingly intense, Li Yu excused herself, despite repeated invitations from Yi Tian and the others to join them for dinner. She understood that after such a fruitful conversation, it would be best to leave while the topic was still engaging, for if she lingered too long, she might lose her chance to visit again. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Tian and the others were not as subtle. They warmly invited her to their new home in a few days, even escorting her downstairs to ensure she was safely on her way to the hotel in her own car. It was only after her vehicle had disappeared from sight that the trio returned to the office. No sooner had they settled in than the office phone rang. It was the front desk informing them that someone from the guard bureau was there to see Yi Tian. Confused, Yi Tian wondered why they were seeking him when he had already delegated matters to lawyer Xia. He instructed them to come to the secretary's office, and shortly thereafter, 2 men and a woman arrived. Leading the group was the stern-faced captain of the criminal investigation team, accompanied by a strikingly handsome man and an equally beautiful woman, who could aptly be described as a pair of police beauties. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Captain Xing Tian of the Special Guard team. He introduced himself. What brings you here, Captain Xing? Yi Tian inquired. Clearing his throat, Captain Xing stated his purpose. It has come to our attention that Chang Yuchen has placed a bounty of 600 billion on your head. From this moment on, our police force will provide you with round-the-clock protection until we can find a way to nullify this bounty. Lu Yin and Lin Yi gasped in unison upon hearing the news. This is terrifying, they exclaimed, pulling Yi Tian closer to them in a display of concern. The sight left the two police officers feeling slightly envious, while the man was fortunate to have such lovely company. The women envied the attention they were able to bestow upon Yi Tian. There's no need to worry, Yi Tian reassured them. Then turned to Captain Xing with a puzzled expression. Is it really that serious? I thought he had been captured. How could he still hire assassins? Captain Xing explained. He placed the bounty just before we apprehended him. I regret that if we had acted sooner, this situation could have been avoided. Yi Tian pondered for a moment. Realizing that Chang Yuchen was indeed cunning. Even after the death of his son, he was quick to resort to hiring an assassin. Well, he certainly acted swiftly. However, I am more than capable of defending myself. I fear no assassin, and do not require protection, he declared confidently. Captain Xing, though aware of Yi Tian's martial prowess, countered. As the saying goes, no matter how skilled one is, a knife can still cut, and a bullet can take one down. What will you do if an assassin possesses a firearm? Yi Tian began to question himself about the implications of such a scenario when suddenly a notification chimed. Host has acquired the Golden Bell Shield. A smile broke across Yi Tian's face as he realized the system had provided him with an upgrade. He eagerly examined the details of the Golden Bell Shield, discovering that it was a technique that enveloped his body in a protective aura, granting him formidable defense against physical attacks. With newfound confidence, he turned to Captain Xing. Have you ever heard of the Golden Bell Shield? Captain Xing was taken aback by the sudden question, wondering if Yi Tian had truly mastered such a technique. Of course I've heard of it. But even if you are proficient, it can only withstand a dull blade, not a bullet, he replied skeptically. Yi Tian chuckled. But my version is different. If you were to shoot at me, you would quickly find out. Captain Xing shook his head vehemently. No, we cannot aim our firearms at innocent civilians. He quickly restrained his own gun, appalled at the idea of firing at his charge. In a flash, Yi Tian, displaying extraordinary speed, snatched the gun from Captain Xing's side before anyone could react. When did this happen? Captain Xing exclaimed in shock, his eyes widening in disbelief as he realized his firearm was now in Yi Tian's possession. Mr. Yi, this is dangerous. Put the gun down, he shouted urgently. Yi Tian, intrigued, examined the weapon, having never handled a gun before. After pulling the trigger, he was startled to find that it did not discharge a bullet. Captain Xing, could you kindly instruct me on how to operate this device? I assure you I will return it after firing a shot, he asked innocently. Captain Xing shook his head fervently, adamantly refusing. No, you must return it. Do you realize this is illegal? Undeterred, Yi Tian decided to explore the weapon on his own, cautioning everyone to stand clear in case of an accidental discharge. Lu Yin and Lin Yi, ever obedient, quickly took cover behind a nearby table, peeking out cautiously. As Captain Xing and his companions stepped back, watching Yi Tian warily, he fumbled to disengage the safety mechanism, causing Captain Xing's heart to race. With the gun aimed at his palm, Yi Tian pulled the trigger, the sound echoing through the office. Startled by the noise, everyone outside began to scream, uncertain of the source of the gunfire. When Yi Tian felt the bullet impact his palm, he was amazed by the mere sensation of a slight vibration. Gripping the bullet that fell, he examined it closely, noting its flattened shape. As his colleagues approached cautiously, he displayed the deformed bullet. See? I truly fear no bullets. Witnessing the flattened projectile and the absence of any injury on Yi Tian's hand left them in awe, shaking their beliefs to the core. Captain Xing, now utterly astonished, took the bullet from Yi Tian, squeezing it in disbelief. How is this possible? Mr. Yi, how did you achieve this? With a knowing smile, Yi Tian began to weave a tale, half in jest, half in earnest. Are you aware that I possess inner strength? Asked Xing Tian, nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed. I have read about it in your dossier. By projecting my inner energy outward, I create a protective barrier known as Gangqi in martial arts, which can withstand harm. Upon hearing this, Xing Tian expressed skepticism. Is it truly that simple? Why is it that no one has successfully mastered the Golden Bell Shield technique these days? It has been lost to time, came the reply. Traditionally, masters have always withheld certain secrets. Nowadays, few possess the knowledge of inner strength, even if one knows the moves. They are of little use. This answer rendered Xing Tian speechless, as it seemed undeniably true. A significant reason for the decline of martial arts in the Kingdom of Five Elements was indeed this. However, since he now stood before a master of inner strength, he thought it wise to inquire if he might impart his knowledge. If this could be disseminated within the police force, they might no longer require bulletproof vests, and injuries would be averted. He gathered his emotions and, filled with hope, asked, Mr. Yi, I have an unorthodox request. Would it be inconvenient to speak of it? Yi Tian, perceiving the urgency in his demeanor, shook his head resolutely. If it is an unorthodox request, perhaps it is best left unsaid. It will likely put me in a difficult position, so I must decline. Xing Tian was nearly choked by Yi Tian's abrupt refusal. Was he truly that straightforward? But Mr. Yi, please let me explain. I wish to ask you to be our martial arts instructor and teach us the golden bell shield technique, so that our police force may suffer fewer casualties in the future. Yi Tian recognized the noble intent behind Xing Tian's proposal. He seemed a commendable guard. However, despite his good intentions, he had no desire to teach. He patiently explained, while the idea is commendable, I am unable to assist. The effects I demonstrate stem from my inner strength, which was transmitted to me directly by a mysterious master. I do not even know how to cultivate it myself, hence, I cannot teach you. Is it possible to locate that master? Xing Tian felt his face flush at the question, akin to someone inquiring about the secret to another's wealth. It was rather shameless of him. Yet, for the sake of his colleague's safety, he felt compelled to ask. Yi Tian regarded him for 3 seconds. Enough time for Xing Tian to lower his gaze in embarrassment. Observing Xing Tian's awkwardness, Yi Tian shrugged and spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. I cannot find him. After he entrusted me with the responsibility of maintaining world peace, he transformed into light and vanished. Transformed into light. The trio of Xing Tian exclaimed in unison. Could it be? No way. Xing Tian dared not dwell on this topic further and swiftly changed the subject. Mr. Yi, this is merely a handgun, but a sniper rifle possesses significantly greater power. Would you be able to withstand that as well? I have not tested it, but I firmly believe my golden bell shield is invincible. Even if you were to launch a missile at me, I would be able to withstand it. Yi Tian's internal monologue expressed confidence in the system's invincibility. The system silently approved of Yi Tian's blind faith, deeming him a promising candidate for growth. Xing Tian's expression betrayed his doubts. He felt Yi Tian's confidence bordered on arrogance, which could lead to dire consequences. Mr. Yi, I believe you have the right to be confident, but suggesting you could withstand a missile is rather far-fetched. Not even a robot might survive that. Yi Tian found no explanation necessary and opted to dismiss him instead. Believe what you wish. You may depart. I do not require protection. Should an assassin come for me, I will eliminate him and notify you to collect the remains. Seeing Yi Tian's swift dismissal, the accompanying policewoman grew anxious. She had stood there for so long without even an introduction. This was more than just a minor role. She had even taken care to apply light makeup for a favorable impression. Stepping forward, she asked, Mr. Yi, my name is Yen Ruyu. If you are not concerned for your own safety, what about those around you? I could remain to protect them. Yi Tian scrutinized the policewoman for a moment longer. She was strikingly beautiful, surpassing Lu Yin and Lin Yi, with a figure that filled her uniform impressively, truly befitting her name. Her eyes sparkled with urgency, hope, and admiration, clearly indicating her status as a fan. If she were to stay, perhaps she would eventually become a bodyguard for his brother. Yet, he remained unmoved and gently declined. Thank you for your kind offer, Officer Yen, but I am currently in the process of recruiting female bodyguards. To assure her of his sincerity, Yi Tian promptly contacted Bai Jingjing. Xiao Bai, how is the recruitment of my female bodyguards progressing? Mr. Yi, currently, 2 security consulting firms are en route by plane and will arrive at the company for a meeting at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Excellent. Please have them come to your office. I will be present. Understood. Yi Tian hung up the phone and expressed his gratitude to Yen Ruyu. Thank you for your kind offer, but bodyguards will be arriving shortly, so I do not require any further protection for the time being. Yen Ruyu retreated, disheartened by the lost opportunity to be near her idol. Meanwhile, the officer beside her felt a surge of delight. With Yen Ruyu not becoming Yi Tian's bodyguard, he still had a chance. He was one of Yen Ryu's admirers. Although she was enamored with Yi Tian, he could not harbor resentment. The disparity between them was too great, leaving him only to admire from afar. If Yen Ryu were to agree to be his girlfriend, he would not hesitate to deck his home with Yi Tian's images to make her happy. He could even craft a statue of Yi Tian, merely adding some incense to worship him. Surely that wouldn't count as being unfaithful? Yi Tian managed to persuade Xing Tian and the others to leave, then comfortably reclined on the sofa to indulge in leisure. His decision to not retain Yen Ryu was simple. He deemed that anyone could be kept close, except those with an overly rigid sense of law. When faced with an assassin, discussing morality was futile. Leaving a target alive for the law to judge was sheer folly, as one might easily become a victim themselves. Such individuals posed a significant risk, potentially endangering those around them. Outside the office, people still trembled in fear after hearing gunshots. Yi Tian called Lu Yin to explain that the guards had merely been testing a firearm for him, reassuring everyone that there was no cause for alarm. Once Tian exited Tianjin Company, he promptly called the chief to report the situation. Chief, I visited Tian. He does not require protection. Is it that simple? We cannot simply withdraw his protective detail. Chief, please hear me out. Tian possesses the Golden Bell shield and is unafraid of bullets. He intends to counterattack when assassins strike. I am quite busy. Please do not jest with me. I am not joking. He even shot himself during the demonstration. And the bullet was flattened without even breaking his skin. Is that so? In that case, our pressure is somewhat alleviated. Indeed, he is primarily concerned for the safety of the women in his life. That does not fall within our protection scope. Let him manage it himself. Understood. Tian lay on the sofa, feigning a state of meditation, undisturbed by anyone. In his mind, he queried the system. Do you believe that assassin organization is formidable? Could they place explosives under my vehicle? I am unafraid for myself, but my girlfriend could be in danger. The system sensed his concerns and reassured him. There is no need for such worry, host. The assassin network seeking a bounty on Chang Chichuan is merely a scam site. He has been deceived out of 6 billion. And no real assassin will undertake the task. What? A scam site? Ha ha, that is utterly hilarious. How unfortunate for him. Tian was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress a burst of laughter. Lin Yi, seated beside him, looked on in bewilderment, pondering what sort of delightful dream could have elicited such a reaction. In chapter 66, titled I Chose a Bodyguard, Not a Beauty, the director of the Municipal Security Bureau, Zhao Dezu, had already convened with the mayor at the provincial capital. Joined by the governor and the chief of the Provincial Security Bureau, the group swiftly assembled for an emergency meeting. The governor, presiding over the proceedings, naturally sought to gather opinions from his subordinates before arriving at a decision. Everyone has reviewed the materials, correct? Please share your thoughts, he prompted. Zhao Dezu, feeling the weight of the gazes upon him, being the least senior among them, took the initiative to speak, relieved that he had come prepared. I have already arranged for round-the-clock protection for Tian prior to this meeting. Our next plan involves a month-long crackdown on organized crime to instill fear in the local gangs. Furthermore, we will enhance inspections at all major intersections in the city to prevent firearms from entering Jiangnan. Given Tian's martial prowess, he would be difficult to harm without firearms. The mayor nodded in agreement, expressing his approval. Zhao's approach is indeed sensible. I support it. The chief of the provincial bureau, Niu Defa, also nodded in acknowledgement but offered additional suggestions. While Zhao's strategy is comprehensive, I believe passive defense alone is insufficient. We must instill a sense of deterrence in our adversaries. The governor interjected, Niu, do you have any constructive recommendations? I propose we immediately sentence Chang Yuchen to death and proceed with a prompt execution, followed by a public announcement regarding the bounty on him, issued in the name of our province, warning the God-slaying organization against any rash actions. The governor nodded in agreement. This is indeed a viable option. We must not yield to criminal forces. He summarized the opinions expressed. All suggestions are quite valid. We will proceed with Zhao's plan, prioritizing Tian's safety. As for the public announcement, I will report to higher authorities, aiming for a national-level deterrent. Unbeknownst to Tian, his situation had escalated to a national concern, while he remained blissfully asleep on the office sofa. At that moment, Zhao De's phone began to vibrate. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Tian. Apologies, I must take this call. My personnel assigned to protect Tian are reaching out, likely with urgent news. He explained, remaining seated as he answered. After discussing Tian's bulletproof capabilities with Zhao, a visible sense of relief washed over him. He hung up, joyfully sharing the news with his colleagues. Good news. My team just informed me that Tian's martial skills have reached a level where he is impervious to bullets, allowing us to rest easy regarding his safety. Gasps of astonishment filled the room. Could one truly train to be bulletproof? Such an extraordinary individual warranted utmost attention and reverence. More precious than a national treasure. The governor declared solemnly, the information regarding his immunity to bullets must remain classified. We will continue with our previously discussed plans. Tian is an extraordinary figure, and we must treat him with the utmost care, akin to a national treasure, for his future potential is limitless. Consensus was reached, and following the meeting, the information was promptly relayed to the 5 elders of the council. After a brief nap, Tian was awakened by Jingjing's arrival. He remained oblivious to the escalating situation surrounding him and had no intention of disclosing the fraudulent nature of the assassin network to the police, as he deemed it futile. Mr. Yi, representatives from the security company have arrived, Jingjing announced. Tian stretched languidly and replied, please let them in. Moments later, Jingjing ushered in 2 stunning women, one clad in a graceful, understated qipao, exuding an ethereal beauty, while the other donned sporty attire, complete with tight shorts, radiating a vibrant and alluring energy. Both were strikingly beautiful, instantly overshadowing by Jingjing and Linny. Yi Tian couldn't help but admire them a moment longer before addressing them. Please take a seat. I am Yi Tian. Perhaps you would introduce yourselves? After exchanging glances, the qipao-clad beauty extended a hand towards her blonde counterpart. The blonde, nodding in gratitude, introduced herself in fluent Mandarin, leaving Yi Tian astonished at her proficiency. Allow me to begin, Mr. Yi. I am Alice, the head of Umbrella Security Consulting. Our firm specializes in female security services, boasting a flawless success rate of 100. Without a single failure. Impressive. Have you brought your bodyguards with you? Yi Tian clapped enthusiastically, intrigued by the exceptional beauty of the head of the company and curious about the appearance of her bodyguards. Alice gestured towards the door. They are waiting outside. Bai Jingjing. Please invite them in, Yi Tian instructed. Of course. Shortly thereafter, Bai Jingjing led in 12 young, exotic beauties, all clad in sports bras and shorts. Their colorful hair and toned, sun-kissed skin displaying defined muscle lines. While Yi Tian briefly glanced at their forms, he quickly shifted his focus to their faces. While their figures were lacking, their beauty was undeniable. The 12 beauties regarded Yi Tian with admiration, recognizing him as a remarkable man with extraordinary martial skills, captivating looks, and immense wealth, every woman's dream. Each of them aspired to work alongside him. They arranged themselves in a neat line and saluted. Greetings, Mr. Yi. Yi Tian smiled warmly and waved back. Hello, beautiful ladies. Alice proudly introduced her team. Mr. Yi, these are our finest female warriors, each possessing the strength to take on 10 opponents, well-versed in firearms and combat tactics. After listening to Alice's enthusiastic presentation, Yi Tian nodded in satisfaction and addressed the group of young warriors. That sounds splendid. Please, take a seat and enjoy some tea. As Bai Jingjing attended to the 12 beauties, Yi Tian turned his attention to the classical beauty, who sat silently, exuding an allure reminiscent of a traditional Chinese painting. And you, would you care to introduce yourself? The classical beauty nodded and, in a cool voice, responded, Greetings, Mr. Yi. I am Hua Yaoyu, head of Yihua Palace Security Consulting. Our company, which has transitioned from a martial arts school, boasts a history of 500 years. 500 years? That is impressive. Please continue. We specialize in martial arts, hidden weapons, poison, and interrogation techniques. While our skills may not rival yours, Mr. Yi, we are familiar with common firearms. Yi Tian appreciated her straightforwardness, noting her unique demeanor. Please, invite your team to join us as well. Certainly. Bai Jingjing exited and soon returned with another 12 beauties clad in kipeos, their long legs revealed by the slits in their garments, nearly dazzling Yi Tian's eyes. They stood in formation, bowing in unison. Greetings, Mr. Yi. In that moment, Yi Tian felt as though he were selecting models at an exclusive club, his gaze transfixed by their captivating presence. Curiously, he inquired of Hua Yaoyu, are these the 12 beauties of Jinling? Hua Yaoyu looked at Yi Tian with surprise and admiration. Indeed, Mr. Yi. In the presence of Mr. Yi, the team name they chose was none other than the 12 beauties of Jinling. Is your naming process so casual as well? Yi Tian felt a vain throb on his forehead. Such exquisite women were also lacking in creativity for names. The 12 beauties of Jinling is hardly a commendable title. It merely signifies 12 tragedies. With the introductions complete, it was now Yi Tian's turn to make a choice. After a brief moment of contemplation, he spoke. Between the two teams, it seems that Alice's side appears more professional. The ladies from Hua Yaoyu, while undeniably more beautiful, are not what I seek. I am in need of bodyguards, not contestants for a beauty pageant. Therefore, I believe Alice's personnel might prove to be more competent. Alice, upon hearing this, felt a wave of relief wash over her and readily praised. Mr. Yi truly possesses discerning judgment. We will undoubtedly execute our mission flawlessly and ensure the safety of your family. However, Hua Yaoyu appeared unfazed, calmly replying to Yi Tian, Mr. Yi, we are not here today to discuss bodyguard services. Yi Tian, perplexed, inquired, then what is your purpose? Hua Yaoyu responded with composure. I am here to offer you the entire Yihua Palace, appointing you as our palace master at your beck and call. What? Yi Tian was taken aback. Had his dominance grown so formidable that, in merely seeking bodyguards, he was to be gifted an entire company? Such fortune seemed too good to be true. There must be hidden motives behind this offer, and he could not decide lightly. Alice felt immense pressure. Was the business competition this fierce? She had only heard of price wars, but never of a scenario where the company was simply given away without discussion of price. What could their intention possibly be? Upon further reflection, she realized that this competitor must have grand aspirations. Was it possible they intended to use the company as a dowry, hoping to win Yi Tian's affection? If successful, it would be a monumental gain, for Yi Tian was exceedingly wealthy. She had seen the news of him sending money online daily. Even should they part ways, The compensation would surely eclipse the value of a mere security consultancy. And then there was Tian himself, such an unparalleled man. Even a fleeting romance with him would not be a loss. Should she, too, consider offering him both her company and herself? She found herself in a quandary. After a moment's thought, Tian asked, "You are not burdened by immense debts, intending to hand over your company for me to settle them, are you?" Hua Yaoyu shook her head, responding, "Mr. Yi, you overthink. We are not in debt. On the contrary, should you accept my company, all our funds would be under your command." This assertion was even more absurd. Was there truly a fool who would do such a thing? It seemed implausible, and he suspected ulterior motives. Tian chuckled. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Flattery without cause often conceals ulterior motives. Reveal your true intentions. Recognizing the seriousness of Tian's demeanor, Hua Yaoyu explained the rationale behind their offer. Our sect was originally founded to assist women and punish scoundrels. For centuries ago, our most illustrious leader left behind a prophecy stating that a peerless martial artist would emerge to lead our sect to greatness. We long believed it to be a misrecording, as our sect has always been composed of women. However, upon learning of you, Mr. Yi, we realized the prophecy was accurate. You are that illustrious man. Tian was incredulous. Was this truly the reason? They were willing to relinquish a centuries-old sect for a prophecy? Was there anything more foolish? Was this not a child's play? What if there were others with greater martial prowess or superior looks? What then? Hua Yaoyu shook her head and confidently replied, "That is impossible. To date, no one has surpassed your martial skills, Mr. Yi. More importantly, you are unanimously recognized by all 890 members of our sect as the most handsome man. I cannot fathom another man gaining the unanimous approval of women aged 3 to 80. Tian rubbed his forehead, exclaiming, "Your reasoning is compelling, rendering me speechless." This was all due to the system's influence. Any woman would find him handsome, irrespective of age or standards of beauty. Alice interjected, trying to assert her presence. "Indeed, Mr. Yi is the most handsome man I have ever encountered. Even by my foreign standards, he remains the most exquisite." Tian waved his hand, promptly halting their flattery. "All right, enough of that. You mentioned your sect comprises 890 members? Such a large organization, yet I have never heard of it." Hua Yaoyu elaborated. "To provide financial stability for women rescued from scoundrels, we established several companies to offer them employment, enabling them to be self-sufficient. Technically, our combat personnel number only a little over 100. The remainder are elderly or unwell." Tian's eyes brightened upon hearing this. Despite Hua Yaoyu's seemingly cold demeanor, she had indeed accomplished something commendable. It was better to teach a person to fish than merely to give them fish. This type of company aligned perfectly with his vision of establishing a women's protection organization. After all, he was not lacking in funds, and having his own bodyguard company would facilitate many endeavors. He waved his hand in agreement. "Very well, I shall accept this, for you are indeed a woman of action." "Thank you, Mr. Yi." A hint of a smile finally graced Hua Yaoyu's usually frosty visage, akin to sunlight piercing through a gloomy winter sky. Tian was momentarily entranced by her beauty. Hua Yaoyu exhaled, relieved to have fulfilled the prophecy that had been passed down through generations. The Yihua Palace would soon thrive under her watchful eye. However, relinquishing the Yihua Palace also meant entrusting herself and her combat personnel to Tian. She pondered whether he would accept such an arrangement. She planned to discuss this matter privately with Tian after Alice departed. Unbeknownst to Tian, by taking over the Yihua Palace, he had unwittingly gained the power to command these classical beauties at his whim. Meanwhile, Alice could no longer remain seated. She had yet to decide whether to offer her company to Tian. With him acquiring another company, her prospects seemed dim. She stood to take her leave, stating, "Mr. Yi, since you have accepted the Yihua Palace and will have their protection, we shall take our leave." Tian quickly called out to her, signaling for her to remain seated. "Wait, why the rush to leave? How about this? I will also acquire your company." "What?" Alice was rendered speechless. Her employees, however, cheered enthusiastically, urging, "That's wonderful, boss. Just agree to Mr. Yi. We want to serve him." "Silence. If you keep talking, no one will think you're mute." Alice shot a glare at her unruly employees, feigning anger. Tian chuckled, clarifying, "I cannot let your visit be in vain, can I? I thought to acquire you as well, which would complement the Yihua Palace perfectly. How about it?" Alice hesitated. "But I do not wish to sell my company just yet. Mr. Yi, if you have needs, we can still collaborate." "No. I believe it's best to have my own. Allow me to outline 3 benefits, and then you can decide whether to sell your company to me." Tian's resolve was firm. He intended to secure the umbrella of protection for himself. As a wealthy individual, he was inclined to acquire anything suitable and make it his own. "Mr. Yi, please proceed." Tian counted on his fingers as he spoke to Alice, outlining his propositions. First, I can provide unlimited funds for you to procure the world's most elite weaponry, equipping you to the teeth and enhancing the survival probability of your personnel. Second, the cutting-edge technological products developed by my company in the future will be prioritized for your team in the Hua Palace, making feats of flight and evasion a mere matter of course. Third, and most importantly, I possess miraculous healing abilities. Even if one is gravely injured and on the brink of death, I can restore life, a benefit that wealth alone cannot procure. Upon hearing Yi Tian's final statement, Alice did not hesitate to agree. I accept. In Alice's perspective, the first two benefits were attainable through her own efforts, but the last was an invaluable advantage that money could not buy. With Yi Tian's remarkable healing skills, it was akin to granting her several more lives, alleviating her worries about the potential sacrifice of her employees. Her company was a purely female organization, with employees being orphans adopted from various places. Although she was the boss, she felt more like a guardian. Each employee was a member of her family, and losing one to a mission caused her immense grief. It was precisely due to her employees' fearless willingness to shield their employer from harm that the Umbrella Corporation maintained a 100 mission success rate. With the three benefits Yi Tian presented, she had no grounds to refuse. It was merely a matter of having an additional employer while ensuring her family's safety. What was there to ponder? The 12 exotic beauties beside them erupted in applause and cheers at Alice's agreement. Wonderful. We are now Mr. Ye's women. To see Mr. Yi daily is the greatest joy. Yi Tian felt something amiss. He had simply acquired a company, so how had it turned into a matter of having women? Alice, your employees' language seems slightly off. I merely acquired your company. You are my employees, not my women, correct? Alice rose and sat beside Yi Tian, linking her arm with his and smiling. Mr. Yi, do not concern yourself with such trivialities. We are more than willing to be your women. It is quite all right. Hua Yaoyu had initially planned to wait until no one was around to privately express her desire to be Yi Tian's woman. But upon seeing someone else seize the opportunity, she could no longer restrain herself. She quickly sat beside Yi Tian, gently linking her arm with his and coolly stating, Mr. Yi, we at Hua Palace also wish to be your women. Feeling the soft sensation of her arm, Yi Tian was astounded. Alice was a foreigner, and her openness was somewhat understandable. But how could the seemingly aloof and proud Hua Yaoyu engage in such behavior? It was utterly baffling. Could it be, Miss Hua, that someone as refined as you would act this way? Hua Yaoyu remained cool and replied, if Mr. Yi does not appreciate my chilly demeanor, my sister has a lively and charming personality. I believe you would like her. The more Yi Tian listened, the more he felt something was off. This script had taken an unexpected turn. What began as selecting bodyguards had morphed into a matchmaking scenario with the acquisition of the company. He secretly communicated with the system in his mind. System, have you secretly enhanced my charm? Not at all. Host, you are overthinking it. They are all volunteering. If you find it bothersome, I can turn you into a pig's head. Thanks, but no need. Farewell. Yi Tian quickly bid adieu to the absurd system, fearing that he might indeed transform into a pig's head at any moment. He curiously inquired of Hua Yaoyu, wait, was that what I meant? I understand that my women might have a favorable impression of me, but that doesn't necessarily extend to your employees and sister, does it? The 12 women in Cheongsams gathered around, chattering excitedly. Mr. Yi, we are willing. Yes, Mr. Yi, we all consent. Indeed, Mr. Yi, why not give everyone a name tag? Whoever is chosen will spend the night. The 12 exotic beauties pressed closer, suggesting, Mr. Yi, why not host a party tonight? Let us all have a good time. Yes, Mr. Yi, we could play hide and seek. Whoever you catch will be yours. Lin Yi, who was observing the unfolding drama, remained unperturbed, while Bai Jingjing's eyes widened in shock. Yi Tian's allure was simply overwhelming. She felt an urge to rush forward and claim a position. Thankful that Lu Yin was absent, as she could only imagine her reaction. Yi Tian felt as if he had been transported back to ancient times, standing before a harem of concubines vying for his affection. He quickly raised his hand to silence the crowd, perplexedly asking, hold on, this is all a bit chaotic. Let me clarify. I am here to receive and acquire your company, ensuring the safety of my women, correct? The beauties replied in unison, yes. I already have a girlfriend who will become my wife in the future. That will not change, and there is also a housekeeper with whom I share a special bond, who is also my girlfriend. Are you aware of this? The beauties nodded in acknowledgement. Then why do you still wish to be my women? There's no room left. The women from Hua Yaoyu's side responded, that is of no concern. We vow to remain unmarried and will not claim a position among Mr. Ye's wives or concubines, but should you need us, we will not refuse. The employees from Alice's side added, Mr. Yi, we cannot promise to remain unmarried, but we wouldn't mind getting closer to you. Yi Tian was further perplexed and questioned Hua Yaoyu. I can understand Alice and her employees being more open-minded. But what is your motivation? Hua Yaoyu gazed steadily at Yi Tian and calmly explained, aside from you, Mr. Yi, we do not trust nor desire any other man. Thus you are our sole choice. Yi Tian was left speechless. My goodness, your words are enough to stir my emotions. With a heart as clear as ice. Undisturbed by the world's chaos, Yi Tian swallowed hard, quickly employing his mental discipline to quell the turmoil within. After a round of calming his mind, he returned to his sense of composure. Let us set this aside for now. Although each of you is indeed beautiful, and I am quite tempted, I cannot allow desire to govern my actions. This matter shall be momentarily postponed. Desire is a double-edged sword, Yi Tian mused, contemplating that he could not discern whether their intentions were genuine or feigned. What if someone harbored ulterior motives and took advantage of his momentary distraction with beauty to harm those close to him? That would be disastrous. Ding. The host's favorability display feature has been successfully loaded and can be freely activated or deactivated. Favorability display feature. A spherical indicator appears above each person's head, with green denoting goodwill, yellow indicating neutrality, red signifying malice, and a pink heart representing affection. The sphere displays a number from 0 to 100. With a higher number indicating greater intensity, a pink heart at 100 denotes a willingness to sacrifice one's life for the host, while yellow does not display a number. Thank you, system. Yi Tian instantly grasped the utility of this feature. He surveyed the gathering, discovering that all the women bore pink hearts above their heads. Lin Yi and the Hua Palace members all registered at 100, by Jing Jing at 90, and the Umbrella Corporation personnel ranged between 80 and 90. Yi Tian reflected. This feature is remarkably convenient. It seems the members of Hua Palace could become my trusted allies, while I will need to further observe the Umbrella personnel. For now, they can remain as employees without issue. Recognizing that everyone present was trustworthy, Yi Tian began to assign tasks. Now that we are all family, allow me to outline the work arrangements. Regarding the company changes, please send someone to coordinate with Secretary Bai. I shall not interfere in your operations. It is entirely up to you two to make decisions. Even when it comes to assisting my new organization in providing aid to others in the future, we shall charge for services rendered, but at a discounted rate, since it's ultimately my own money. Chapter 69. Is Yi Tian the biological son of the five elders? Alice wholeheartedly endorsed Yi Tian's arrangements. Although a new boss had emerged, the ultimate authority remained with them, akin to having suddenly acquired a benefactor. Yi Tian contemplated the 2 additional spaceship villas he had purchased, which would be perfect for accommodating the personnel from both companies, one located to the east, serving as the Eastern Palace, or rather, the Eastern Factory, and another to the west, allowing for swift response in case of emergencies. He picked up his phone and sent a message to his dedicated property assistant, Zhao Jia. Hello, has my house been cleaned? I plan to move in tomorrow. Before 3 seconds had passed, a response indicating typing appeared. Mr. Yi, the cleaning is complete, including the other 2 villas, and they are ready for occupancy. Excellent work. I intend for my bodyguards to reside in those 2 villas. Zhao Jia felt a twinge of envy. Such splendid villas allocated to bodyguards, indeed. The world of the affluent was beyond her comprehension. After receiving confirmation of readiness for occupancy, Yi Tian addressed the 2 heads. I happen to buy 3 villas in close proximity, and I plan to move in tomorrow. I will occupy the central villa, while you will take the ones on either side, providing protection for my family. Since I have some free time, let us go check out the houses together so you can strategize your security arrangements. Understood. Yi Tian stood and instructed by Jingjing. Please arrange for a vehicle to wait downstairs. Certainly, Mr. Yi. Yi Tian then called Lu Yan, urging her to drop her work and come immediately. Lu Yan, who had been inspecting various departments, rushed back to Yi Tian's side upon receiving the call. Once Lu Yan arrived at the office, Yi Tian gestured towards her and Lin Yi, addressing the 2 heads. Your protection targets are my girlfriend Lu Yan and housekeeper Lin Yi. As for how to ensure their safety, I leave that to your discretion, as I am not well versed in such matters. Understood. Observing that Yi Tian had not requested protection for himself, Alice interjected, Boss, I believe you also require our protection. I know you possess extraordinary martial arts skills. But what if you encounter someone armed? Yi Tian smiled enigmatically. You need not worry. Allow me to share a secret. I possess an invulnerable shield that renders blades and bullets ineffective against me. This was just confirmed by the security team. A collective gasp echoed throughout the room. Good heavens, can martial arts truly reach such heights? Is he not akin to a superhero? Yi Tian was indeed an extraordinary individual. In modern times, no martial artist had been known to withstand bullets. Boss, may we test this now? A foreign beauty had already drawn a small handgun. They all possessed firearm permits, allowing them to carry weapons. Alice turned pale at this suggestion, exclaiming, Riona, are you out of your mind? Do you want to shoot the boss? Riona blushed, realizing her faux pas. I didn't mean it that way. My apologies, boss. Yi Tian chuckled. understanding that the more formidable he appeared, the less likely anyone would betray him. So he was entirely unbothered when he replied to Riona, "Please disengage the safety and hand the gun to me." He then instructed Bai Jingjing, "Go inform those outside the office that I will be testing the firearm. They should not panic upon hearing gunfire." Understood. Once everything was prepared, and amidst the curious gazes of the crowd, Yi Tian took the gun and fired 3 shots, one to the center of his forehead, one to his eye, and one to his throat. Each shot aimed to be lethal. To everyone's astonishment, it appeared as though an invisible shield enveloped Yi Tian's body. Even with his eyes wide open, the bullets did not penetrate, instead flattening against him. The female bodyguards eagerly collected the 3 flattened bullets from the ground, passing them around as if they were treasures. "Wow, Mr. Yi, are you a superhero? Is this the body of steel?" "Indeed, you may consider me a superhero." Alice solemnly warned her team, "This matter regarding Mr. Yi's immunity to bullets must remain strictly confidential. It must not be disclosed." Yi Tian was unconcerned. There are no secrets that can remain hidden forever, and ultimately, people would discover the truth. With his system in place, he feared nothing. Hua Yaoyu also issued a similar caution to her employees. The excitement surrounding their newfound superhero-like boss was palpable, and many beautiful women found themselves pondering a particular question. If Mr. Yi's eyes were so impervious, might there be other areas even more resilient? With the crucial matters settled, everyone prepared to view the properties. Yi Tian, Lu Yan, and Lin Yi led the way, with 26 beautiful women following closely behind, eliciting envy from the employees they passed. Truly, Mr. Yi is remarkable. His presence is more regal than that of an emperor. Look at that physique, those long legs. My goodness, I think I'm falling in love. Dream on. You think you can even hope for a woman by Mr. Yi's side? Be cautious, or I'll report you. No. I wouldn't dare. I'll treat you to a pack of cigarettes later. Make it 2 packs. All right. The drivers had long been waiting outside the company, and the group boarded the vehicles. A long procession of cars set off towards the city of the future, attracting numerous curious glances along the way. Suddenly, the citizens of Jiangnan City noticed an increase in security personnel on the streets, especially at various intersections leading to surrounding counties. Vehicles passing through were required to stop for inspections, particularly at the nearby airport, which was heavily guarded. Passengers felt rather perplexed by the heightened security. Communities received notifications from higher authorities, indicating that a crackdown was about to commence. Banners and promotional slogans needed to be prepared, and everyone was busily engaged in their tasks. News of Yi Tian's activities made its way through multiple channels to the Elder Council of the 5 Elements Nation. The 5 elders, representing gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, gathered to discuss the events surrounding Yi Tian. Elder Jean remarked, "It is no surprise. He is the offspring of those 2. He has finally begun to awaken. We might as well sell him the entire Chandao Lake and let him figure out how to repair that spaceship." Elder Mu concurred. "Agreed." Elder Shui added, "Agreed." Elder Hua chimed in, "Agreed." Elder Tu also agreed, "Agreed." Elder Jean continued, "If news of the spaceship leaks, other nations will undoubtedly send people to seize it. He possesses a superhuman physique, so he need not fear. We may as well grant him the authority of life and death to facilitate his actions." Elder Mu nodded, "Agreed." Elder Shui echoed, "Agreed." Elder Hua affirmed, "Agreed." Elder Tu concurred, "Agreed." Elder Jean expressed his frustration. "Why is it always me speaking? Could you all offer some suggestions?" Elder Mu replied, "To those capable, more is expected." Elder Shui echoed, "To those capable, more is expected." Elder Hua affirmed, "To those capable, more is expected." Elder Tu added, "To those capable, more is expected." Elder Jean concluded, "Then it shall be decided. Inform all departments that whatever Mr. Yi requires, we shall provide full assistance and must not obstruct him. His information will be classified as top secret, accessible only at the national level. Any negative information about him appearing online will be met with strict penalties. In essence, we shall conform to his wishes." Elder Mu agreed. "Agreed." Elder Shui affirmed, "Agreed." Elder Hua, "Certainly." Elder Tu agreed. When the notification was disseminated down the line, reaching the governor, he was left utterly astounded. Could it be that Yi Tian is the biological son of the 5 elders? How else could he possess such authority? The power over life and death? The ability to bypass the law and autonomously decide who may live or die? Furthermore, all departments must lend their utmost cooperation without obstruction. Negative information about him cannot appear online. Only glorification is permitted. My heavens! It would be more straightforward to declare him the 6th elder of the 5 Elements Nation outright. Despite the shock, matters must proceed. The notification continued to circulate, leaving the governor, the mayor, and the director of the Security Bureau all in stunned silence. Chapter 70 enclosed the entirety of Thousand Island Lake with a 10-meter high wall. They thought to themselves, With such a divine figure present, Jiangnan City is destined for greatness. Not to mention, with a deity like Yi Tian, the city's living environment and public safety must surely improve, right? Various supporting facilities must be in place, and the nation must allocate resources to support him, correct? Moreover, to ensure Yi Tian's safety, the police force must be adequately equipped. The mayor waved his hand decisively. Director Zhao, you must immediately recruit security personnel. The more, the better. We must encircle Jiangnan City like an ironclad fortress to guarantee the safety of those around Yi Tian. As Yi Tian's convoy arrived at his villa, the accompanying property staff and security personnel were left speechless upon witnessing dozens of beautiful women alighting from the vehicle. Their eyes wide with astonishment and their minds racing with thoughts. Goodness, is President Yi hosting a grand banquet at the villa? With so many stunning women, including some from abroad, if I could spend just one night with them, I would gladly sacrifice 10 years of my life. President Yi truly is a man's man. Zhao Jia waited outside the villa, and upon seeing Yi Tian exit the vehicle, she rushed over, her heart racing, to inquire if he required any assistance. The 26 beautiful bodyguards left her momentarily dazed. Their beauty rivaled her own, with her sole advantage being her slightly larger bust compared to the foreign beauties. She glanced at Yi Tian's waist, pondering how robust his vitality must be to invite so many women over. Should she perhaps purchase some vitality-enhancing supplements for him? Would he commend her for it? Unbeknownst to Yi Tian, Zhao Jia was preoccupied with thoughts of his vitality. He briefly introduced the situation. Xiao Zhao, these 26 ladies are my newly recruited bodyguards. I intend to have them inspect my residence first, and later, you can guide us to the other 2 houses for viewing. Of course, President Yi, please come in. Initially, Zhao Jia had imagined the bodyguards to be burly men, but to her astonishment, they were all strikingly beautiful women. However, she harbored doubts about whether these model-like beauties could effectively provide protection. The beautiful bodyguards were awestruck by the villa, which resembled a spaceship. President Yi, is this truly your home? It's magnificent. President Yi, can this house take flight? President Yi, will our living quarters also be like this? Yi Tian nodded and replied, yes, I haven't visited the places you will reside in, but I've heard they are quite similar. Zhao Jia quickly interjected, ladies. The other 2 houses are basically styled the same as President Yi's. They are simply a bit smaller in size. Alice, thrilled by the style, exclaimed, wow, this is incredible. I'm suddenly enamored with this place. I want to relocate the headquarters here. An employee quickly reminded her, Alice, this area prohibits firearms, making it unsuitable for a headquarters. Alice considered this and realized that transporting her weapons and equipment into the 5 Elements Nation would indeed be problematic due to stringent checks, even with the necessary permits. All right then, I'll stay here for now and return to the headquarters if needed. The members of the Yihua Palace were equally enamored by the surroundings. Palace Master, this environment is simply splendid. How wonderful it would be to reside here. Hua Yao, you coldly corrected. Now, President Yi is our Palace Master. You must not refer to me as such. Simply call me Deputy Palace Master. Yi Tian chuckled. No, please do not call me Palace Master. It sounds akin to the daughter of an emperor. Yao Yu, you should continue as the Palace Master of Yihua Palace. I shall remain in the background. Just call me President Yi. Understood, President Yi. Hua Yao Yu did not argue. Whatever Yi Tian said was law, and she was content to follow his lead. After touring Yi Tian's residence, the beautiful bodyguards were immensely satisfied. If the other 2 villas were of the same caliber, they had struck gold. Such splendid villas could easily serve as temporary bases, forming a triangular stronghold that no intruder could breach. With spirits high, they chattered excitedly as Zhao Jia led them to view the other 2 villas. At that moment, the Black Phoenix, Lu Yao, was preparing to step outside for some fresh air. Dressed in her sports attire, she descended the stairs and began jogging along the community path. After a short distance, she spotted a large group of women resembling a tour group heading towards an unoccupied villa. She thought to herself that the villa had remained unsold, and these women were likely there to view it for purchase. As she approached, she found herself 30 to 40 meters away when she noticed a man among the women. To her surprise, that man smiled at her. Oh my goodness, that's my idol, Yi Tian. Why is he smiling at me? Does he recognize me? Lu Yao's mind became a whirlpool of questions, and as she stumbled, she let out a scream and fell towards the ground. Yi Tian had not anticipated encountering Lu Yao in such a manner. With his keen eyesight, he clearly saw her astonished face from the distance. He smiled at her, but had no intention of approaching just yet. However, fate had other plans, as Lu Yao unexpectedly lost her footing. Yi Tian quickly assessed the situation. At her angle of fall, if her teeth weren't firmly rooted, she might lose a couple of front teeth, transforming the Black Phoenix into one that spoke through gaps. The women heard Lu Yao's scream and turned to look, exclaiming, "Be careful." Then they noticed that the man who should have been at the center of their attention, President Yi had swiftly appeared beside the falling woman, catching her gently and helping her back up. Everyone marveled. How fast is President Yi? For Yi Tian. A distance of 30 to 40 meters took less than a second, even without using any internal energy. Lu Yao watched in disbelief as the ground drew closer, about to meet the floor tiles in a rather intimate manner. Suddenly, she felt a firm embrace around her waist, lifting her upright. Still in a daze, she looked up to see her idol smiling at her. Be careful. Ah, President Yi. Seeing Yi Tian's south face so close, Lu Yao's heart raced, nearly leaping from her chest. Yi Tian found her reaction amusing and feigned ignorance, asking, "Do you know me?" Lu Yao nodded fervently. Yes, President Yi. I'm your fan. Thank you for saving me. This life-saving grace is beyond repayment. Please allow me to dedicate myself to you. Yi Tian chuckled. Women would profess such devotion only upon encountering a handsome, wealthy figure. Had it been a poor, short, and unattractive man, it would have been a lifetime of servitude in return for such a favor. Hee, I already have a girlfriend. It's all right, I can manage. Lu Yao, undeterred by rejection, was about to assert that she could be a mistress when Yi Tian's phone rang. Apologizing to Lu Yao, he retrieved his phone. Excuse me. I need to take this call. Sure. Yi Zong, you go ahead. Lu Yao quickly replied, obediently stepping aside yet remaining close. Upon checking the caller ID, Yi Tian realized it was Bai Jingjing, unsure of the urgency of the matter. Hello Xiaobai, what is the matter? Yi Zong, the deal for Qiandao Lake has been approved for purchase. That is good. Go ahead and finalize the acquisition. However, they insist that we cannot purchase just 500 islands. If we are to buy, it must be the entire area, the whole Qiandao Lake. Then let us buy it all. Afterward, find a contractor to construct a 10-meter-high wall around the entire perimeter of the lake. I do not wish for anyone to see our research activities inside. Understood. But Yi Zong, Qiandao Lake spans 580 square kilometers. Does it truly require enclosing all that? Is 580 square kilometers a lot? Enclose it all. All right. Chapter 71. Yi Zong. Could you transform into a woman? While Yi Tian was on the phone, Hua Yaoyu and Alice approached, standing in a defensive formation between Lu Yao and Yi Tian with a hint of wariness. They were well versed in such scenarios where a woman feigns a fall to entice a man to help. Seeing Yi Tian end the call, Hua Yaoyu was the first to sidle up to him, whispering, Yi Zong, this woman seems suspicious. I recommend we wait until we investigate further before engaging with her. Yi Tian chuckled at this. His beautiful bodyguard was indeed diligent, quickly discerning that Lu Yao was no ordinary woman. However, he was already familiar with Lu Yao's background, deeming further investigation unnecessary, lest it backfire. No need for investigation. I can sense she harbors no hostility. Very well. Since it was Yi Zong's word, Hua Yaoyu, as his subordinate, would naturally comply. Yi Tian approached Lu Yao to bid farewell, saying, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave for now. With too many onlookers around and Lu Yao's discreet identity, it was not prudent to elaborate further. He decided to discuss matters in detail when they reached Qiandao Lake, hoping to recruit her as an assistant. All right, Yi Zong, you take care. Lu Yao watched as Yi Tian rejoined the group of women, suddenly realizing she and Ti mentioned her intention to visit his home, regretting the lost opportunity for such a splendid encounter. Lu Yan, witnessing Yi Tian's rescue of Lu Yao, asked no further questions. It was perfectly normal, and it would have been strange had Yi Tian chosen to ignore her plight. Their interaction was nothing to suspect. Merely a typical chance encounter, a commonplace conversation. After exploring the other two villas, both Hua Yaoyu and Alice expressed their utmost satisfaction. Yi Tian instructed Zhao Jia to assist them with the community access procedures, and they began planning the renovations. Yi Tian, however, was unconcerned with these affairs. He and Lu Yan, Lin Yi, Hua Yaoyu, and Alice were comfortably enjoying tea and conversation at his residence. Noticing Lin Yi preparing tea, Yi Tian suddenly recalled Yang Mi, to whom he had promised a position as a maid. Now that she was settled in, it was the perfect time to summon her. He turned to Lu Yan and said, by the way, I wish to invite the hotel attendant Yang Mi over. She agreed to work for us, and she could help Lin Yi with her duties. You can arrange it, Lu Yan replied with a nod, showing no objections. Yi Tian then addressed Lin Yi, could you please go fetch Yang Mi now and also return the hotel key, providing them with some compensation? Certainly. As Lin Yi prepared to leave, 3 beautiful bodyguards immediately followed her, 1 as a driver and 2 for close protection. Hua Yaoyu, Alice, your finances can be settled directly with Lu Yan. There's no need to go through Tian Zheng's account. Understood, Yi Zong. Yi Tian felt this was the life of the affluent, where every task was managed by others, sparing him from personal involvement. Once the female protection organization was established with administrative staff, he could relax entirely, becoming a true idol master. free to enjoy leisurely slumbers alongside beautiful women. Meanwhile, Yang Mi was working, missing Yizong, who hadn't returned to the hotel for lunch. She pondered whether his invitation for her to work at his home was genuine. Would his girlfriend approve, especially since she had previously embarrassed herself in front of them? Being the type of woman who could easily develop a relationship with Yizong, if his girlfriend intended to keep a close watch on him. She likely wouldn't consent to Yang Mi taking on the maid role. Lost in thought, her manager's voice suddenly came through her earpiece, summoning her to the office. Stating that Yizong's butler was looking for her. Yang Mi hurriedly wrapped up her tasks and bounced to the manager's office, where she found Lin Yi and two other beauties, with the manager warmly welcoming her. Upon her entrance, the manager greeted her with a beaming smile. "Ah, Xiaoyang. This is Yizong's butler, whom you've met before. Lin Yi has noticed your excellent service these past few days and would like to invite you to work at their home. So you can leave your shift now and accompany Lin Yi." Stunned, Yang Mi covered her mouth, her excitement palpable as she asked, "Really? Is this true?" The manager nodded with a smile. "Absolutely. I'll arrange for your salary to be processed, and it will be transferred to you tomorrow." "Thank you, manager." Yang Mi promptly bowed in gratitude, then turned to Lin Yi to express her thanks. "Thank you, Lin Yi." Lin Yi smiled. "No need for thanks. Yizong holds you in high regard. You will be my assistant from now on, and I hope you work diligently to meet his expectations." "I will certainly do my best." Yang Mi's face flushed with excitement, nearly bursting with joy. Her dream was finally coming true, allowing her to be close to Yizong every day. "Let us depart. We have just moved into a new home and will need your help managing it." "Of course." The manager escorted them to the hotel entrance, watching them board the vehicle before humming a tune as he returned to his office. It was a splendid day, with all his wishes materializing. The troublesome employee had been whisked away by the big boss, and he had personally received a 10,000 compensation. It was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. He could simply fabricate a reason later, claiming Yang Mi had resigned voluntarily, with her salary still coming from the hotel, leaving him with no expenses, while he appeared to be the benevolent benefactor. Back at home, Liu Yao prepared her necessary tools and sent a message to Yi Tian via their chat application. "Yizong, see you at Qiandao Lake tomorrow morning. I will send you the location of the specific island later." "All right." Upon reading Liu Yao's message, Yi Tian informed Liu Yin and the others. "I want to be going to the office tomorrow morning. The hacker who just assisted me has arranged to meet." Alice inquired, "Yizong, do you require our covert protection?" Yi Tian shook his head. "No need. She cannot reveal her identity, so I plan to go alone, discreetly." Hua Yaoyu expressed her concern, "But Yizong, your face is quite recognizable. It would be difficult not to be noticed." This dilemma triggered the system, and a notification echoed in Yi Tian's mind. Ding. Host has acquired disguise skills. Just as Yi Tian was about to acknowledge the issue, the system had already provided him with a solution. Disguise skills, capable of altering one's physical form, appearance, and voice through the adjustment of bodily tissues. Yi Tian instantly grasped the technique, transforming himself into a charming, plump young boy amidst their astonished gazes. "Sister, hug me," the little chubby boy exclaimed in a childish voice, leaping into Liu Yan's embrace. Curiously, Liu Yan pinched Yi Tian's cheeks and touched his body, discovering that he truly felt like a child. "Heavens, Yi Tian, how did you manage to do this?" Yi Tian grinned adorably, replying, "This is a technique of disguise that allows me to alter my appearance, making it impossible for others to recognize me." Alice, her face filled with disbelief, eagerly inquired, "This is incredible, Mr. Yi. Can I learn it?" "You cannot," he replied. "This skill can only be utilized by me. Others cannot master it." Hua Yaoyu, gazing at the little boy before her, extended her hand to touch his face, asking curiously, "Mr. Yi, you truly are an extraordinary individual, possessing such legendary skills. Can you transform into a woman as well?" I'm not sure. Let me give it a try." Yi Tian responded, looking at Hua Yaoyu as he gradually elongated and slimmed down. "My goodness." As gasps of astonishment filled the air, Yi Tian slowly morphed into Hua Yaoyu's likeness, his entire head, aside from his hair, resembling her so closely that the difference was indistinguishable. Chapter 72, Mr. Yi can indeed transform into a woman. Liu Yin circled around Yi Tian and remarked, "Yi Tian, your physique still resembles that of a man." Yi Tian glanced at his flawless figure and said, "This? Let me think about how to change it. Yaoyu, could you show me yours?" It's difficult to transform without a reference. Why choose Hua Yaoyu? Because her admiration level was a perfect score of 100, she would certainly not refuse him. Why not Liu Yin? As the hostess, she needed to maintain a certain image. It wouldn't be suitable for her subordinates to see her in such a state. Hua Yaoyu's previously stoic expression transformed into one of shock, her cheeks flushing crimson. Mr. Ye's request was quite excessive, especially with Liu Yin and Alice present. If it were just the two of them, she wouldn't mind, but with so many onlookers, She felt bashful. Nonetheless, her high admiration level compelled her to acquiesce. All right. Under the watchful eyes of Yi Tian, Lu Yin, and Alice, her entire being turned a rosy hue of embarrassment. Lu Yin, having briefly stepped away from Yi Tian, was no longer bothered by the presence of several women. She had only left for a moment, and Yi Tian had already amassed over 100 female bodyguards. The initial intent was commendable, aimed at securing protectors for herself and Lin Yi, leaving her with no grounds for complaint. If it were just 1 or 2 additional women, she might have felt a twinge of jealousy, but the sheer number of over 100 quelled any such feelings entirely. The more, the merrier. After all, Yi Tian had only one wife, her. Yi Tian, undeterred by sentimentality, stepped closer to gauge the sensation, exclaiming, "This feels absolutely delightful." Hua Yaoyu felt her face burning. The situation was incredibly mortifying. Yet, as the moment progressed, astonishment overshadowed her embarrassment. To the 3 women, Yi Tian increasingly resembled a woman. His form began to shift, perfectly mirroring Hua Yaoyu's physique. Upon touching himself, Yi Tian realized that his body still felt markedly different. His composition was more muscular rather than soft and yielding. "Mr. Yi, let me touch as well." Alice eagerly reached out to squeeze, noting the firmness yet less softness. Lu Yin and Hua Yaoyu also approached to feel, discovering that his body lacked a certain softness compared to their own. Especially for Hua Yaoyu, gazing at the identical face before her while performing such actions felt surreal. As if in a dream, Yi Tian's posterior gradually expanded, soon matching Hua Yaoyu's dimensions. Then he noticed all 3 women fixated on the same area. Yi Tian, feeling exasperated, exclaimed, "Hey, hey, surely no one would check there, right? The transformation shouldn't matter that much." Alice, with a serious tone, responded, "Mr. Yi, what if you were to transform into a woman to swim at the beach? Wouldn't that be an instant giveaway?" You make a compelling point. I'm at a loss for words. "Let me give it a try," Yi Tian mused, stealing a glance at Hua Yaoyu, who had already donned her attire. Upon his gaze, her face flushed anew. "Mr. Yi, do you need to look at me to transform?" "Forget it, I won't look. Your blushing is concerning. I fear you might suffer a stroke." Hua Yaoyu, thoroughly embarrassed by his words, found herself speechless. If Yi Tian truly wished to gaze upon her, she would endure any embarrassment, even risking a stroke. However, his nonchalance instead filled her with gratitude, perceiving him as exceptionally empathetic. Yi Tian contemplated how to initiate the transformation, and remarkably, he succeeded, becoming indistinguishable. Satisfied, he nodded to himself, realizing he was nearly there. Lu Yin and the others were utterly astounded. Yi Tian had genuinely transformed into a woman. "Wow, Mr. Yi, are you now a man or a woman?" Controlling his vocal cords, Yi Tian spoke in Hua Yaoyu's voice. "Outwardly, I am a woman, but internally, I remain a man." Each woman expressed their astonishment in unison. "Incredible, amazing, marvelous." Alice, yearning to see Yi Tian transform into her likeness, was promptly denied. Did she truly think herself a paragon of virtue? Just as Yi Tian shifted back to his original form and donned his clothing, Lin Yi returned with Yangmi. Upon spotting Yi Tian, Yangmi hurriedly approached, expressing her gratitude. "Mr. Yi, thank you. I will work diligently from now on." Yi Tian nodded, finding Yangmi quite intriguing and, thus, deserving of a better treatment. "Excellent. You're welcome here. Your salary will be doubled compared to your time at the hotel, and you'll eat and live with us. How does that sound?" Yangmi, taken aback, was left speechless at the prospect of a pay raise simply for switching jobs. She quickly shook her head, declining. "Mr. Yi, that's too generous. The same as the hotel would suffice." Yi Tian, with magnanimity, insisted, "Let's agree on this. What I need is personnel, not funds. If you work well, you'll have an abundance of wealth in the future." Yangmi's face flushed with excitement, nodding fervently. "Thank you, Mr. Yi. I will certainly do my utmost. Now, choose a room on the 2nd floor. If you can cook, prepare a meal tomorrow. If not, we can order from the hotel," he instructed. "Thank you, Mr. Yi. I can cook." "Good. I look forward to tasting your culinary skills. Lin Yi, please transfer 1 million to her shortly for household expenses and groceries, allowing her to decide what to purchase." "Understood. 1 million? My goodness." Yangmi had never seen so much money in her life. "Mister, you just handed it over so casually? What if she ran away?" Her heart raced, and she cautiously asked, "Mr. Yi, isn't that an excessive amount? Aren't you worried I might disappear?" "Not at all. I trust you," Yi Tian replied, glancing at Yangmi's admiration level, which stood at a perfect 100. What was there to worry about? She was a girl willing to devote her life to him. Moved by his words, Yangmi was brought to tears, feeling that her admiration for her idol was indeed justified. "Mr. Yi, I am yours in life and death. I am willing to serve you for a lifetime." Yi Tian hurriedly offered her a tissue to dry her tears, offering words of comfort. Do not speak nonsense. Although you are here as a servant, it is merely a job, not enslavement. We should interact as friends, as we are all part of the same family. Lu Yin and Lin Yi consoled Yang Mi, fond of the girl, who was of similar age to them. Living together in the future would indeed make them a family. Lu Yin and Lin Yi both believed that Yang Mi would eventually fall for Yi Tian, but they were willing to accept it. Noticing the time was getting late and with so many people around, Yi Tian waved his hand, declaring, "There is nothing prepared at home today. Let's cook tomorrow. Hua Qing, Alice, invite your friends, and let's go to the hotel for dinner tonight. Lin Yi, please reserve a few of the best and largest private rooms at Jiangnan Grand Hotel." Understood. As night fell, Yi Tian, along with his family of 4 and 26 beautiful bodyguards, arrived grandly at Jiangnan Grand Hotel. This impressive array resembled a beauty pageant, capturing the attention of everyone present, leading to a flurry of whispered conversations among the men. Goodness, so many beauties. Which emperor is incognito today? Half of them seem to be foreign beauties. Is there a beauty contest happening recently? It doesn't seem so, but with that man at the forefront, it's not surprising to see such a gathering of lovely ladies. Who is he? Don't you know? That's Yi Tian, the nation's darling. It's completely normal for him to be accompanied by dozens of girlfriends. Enough chatter. I must go and pull my wife away, otherwise she'll be gazing at Yi Tian's photos tonight, calling his name instead of mine. Oh no, my wife seems to be at the hotel too. I must go? Chapter 73, Do Not Provoke Him. Upon learning that Yi Tian had reserved the 3 largest and finest private rooms, the hotel manager had been waiting in the lobby. As soon as he saw Yi Tian and his entourage enter, he hurriedly approached to greet him. "Mr. Yi, your arrival is a grand honor. Please forgive my lack of proper welcome." Yi Tian courteously replied, "No need for such formality. Are the private rooms ready?" "Indeed, the 3 finest and largest rooms are prepared. Please, follow me. Thank you for your hard work." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the group followed the hotel manager toward the private rooms. Upon entering, Yi Tian discovered that Lin Yi had booked an enormous room accommodating 28 people. In addition to the dining table, there were sofas, coffee tables, and a television, allowing for both dining and relaxation. Lin Yi, lacking experience, had assumed all private rooms accommodated just 12 people and had not inquired about the capacity when making the reservation. Since the booking was already made, Yi Tian saw no reason to change it. The mistake was trivial and would not reflect poorly on Lin Yi. Besides, the arrangement suited their needs perfectly. His family of 4, along with Hua Qing, Alice, 1 room for the people from Yihua Palace, and another for the Umbrella Corps. After everyone settled into their respective seats, Lin Yi took the menu from a nearby server and handed it to Yi Tian. "Mr. Yi, please select the dishes." Yi Tian glanced at the extensive menu, feeling overwhelmed, and handed it back to Lin Yi. "There's no need to order. Just bring out the signature dishes. As for anything else, feel free to order whatever you desire, with the only stipulation being no alcohol." Hua Qing and Alice readily agreed. "Of course. We don't drink when we're out." The manager, exuberant, went to arrange the orders, fully aware of Yi Tian's wealth from his daily online financial transactions. He felt no concern about the bill, eagerly directing the kitchen to prepare dishes of the highest caliber, following the standards of a state banquet, and to serve as lavishly as possible until Yi Tian instructed them to stop. Dishes began to flow into the private room, with attentive servers ready to cater to every need. The manager was elated at the thought that the revenue from Yi Tian's 3 tables could equal a week's worth of income for the hotel. If his brother-in-law learned of this, he would surely be delighted. The manager, who was indeed the hotel's owner's nephew, wielded considerable authority in his role. As he surveyed the lobby with a satisfied grin, he felt a sense of dominion akin to that of a king surveying his territory. Suddenly, another group entered the hotel, and upon spotting the man at the forefront, the manager quickly approached. It was Zhou Tai, the youngest son of the chairman of the Zhou Group. The Zhou Group was a major real estate company, dominating the construction landscape of Jiangnan City. Zhou Tai, raised in privilege, exhibited the typical traits of a wealthy heir. Much like the deceased Chong Wei, though he was somewhat more level-headed due to parental guidance. "Mr. Zhou, your presence is an honor." Zhou Tai merely acknowledged him with a nod, as his assistant stepped forward to speak with the manager. "Mr. Zhou has many guests today. We require the best private room." "Certainly, please follow me." The manager quickly assessed the number of guests, 12, and led them to a large room accommodating 20. Upon entering, Zhou Tai's expression soured. "Do you look down on me? Where is your imperial pavilion?" "Please, calm down, Mr. Zhou. The imperial pavilion is currently occupied." The manager hurriedly apologized, aware of Zhou Tai's temperament. However, with the 3 largest rooms already reserved by Yi Tian, he was at a loss. Seeing the manager's demeanor, Zhou Tai's anger flared. As one of Jiangnan City's elite, it was unacceptable for him to settle for anything less than the best. Have them vacate the room. I'll cover their meal. I want the Imperial Pavilion. The manager, caught between fear and obligation, hesitated. Zhou Tai was someone he could not afford to offend, but neither could he provoke Tian, who was known for his financial prowess. Mr. Zhou, that may not be appropriate. All guests are welcome. Do you think I lack the means to pay? I wouldn't dare imply such a thing. It's just that I cannot offend him. Realizing he was losing this battle of reason, the manager slowly revealed the situation to make it more palatable for Zhou Tai. Seeing the manager's sincerity, Zhou Tai's mind began to work. Wait, could they be officials? Not quite. Then what is there to fear? The Zhou group has no one we cannot handle. However, the manager's next words left him momentarily speechless. The Imperial Pavilion is currently occupied by Tian, chairman of Tianjin Company. Tian, Zhou Tai recalled his father's stern warnings before leaving. There is a significant figure in the city, the chairman of Tianjin Company, Tian. Do not provoke him. Why? Is there anyone we, the Zhou family, should fear? You are being reckless. The Chang group faced dire consequences for crossing him. Its chairman and his wife were arrested, and their son was killed by Tian without any repercussions. Do you believe you can handle him? Is he really that formidable? Would I lie? I have insider information that Tian has the backing of the Five Elders. The Five Elders? Could it be that he is the illegitimate son of one of the Five Elders? Don't speak recklessly. Walls have ears. Just remember, keep your distance from Tian. I wouldn't want to wake up one day to find you dead and myself in jail. I understand. I know who to provoke and who to avoid. Zhou Tai came back to his senses, realizing he was feeling a bit cold. It was merely the cold sweat that had broken out from his fright. He transformed as if he were a different person and said to the manager, "What was I saying earlier? This private room is quite suitable. Let us dine here." Upon uttering Tian's name, the manager noticed Zhou Tai's demeanor shift dramatically, almost as if he were somewhat fearful of Tian. He had initially thought Zhou Tai would dismiss it with a laugh, as if they were friends. Who would have imagined that the formidable Zhou family, which held sway in Jiangnan City, would be so intimidated by Tian? This indicated just how powerful Tian must be. Zhou Tai's assistant had never witnessed his master act so timidly before, nor had his friends from out of town. One curious friend inquired, "Zhou Xiao, who exactly is this Tian you spoke of? Everyone out. If I didn't call you in, don't come in." Zhou Tai shooed the servers away before whispering to them, "Shu, he is a person who wields immense power. None of us can afford to offend him. I kindly advise you, when you see him, keep your distance, or you may find yourself in dire straits." His friend, skeptical, replied, "But the Zhou family is quite powerful. We are on par with your family. Surely he cannot be more powerful than the Zhou family?" Zhou Tai cautiously extended a finger upward. "There are only 5 individuals in the entire nation who surpass him. Just guess who they might be, but do not speak their names aloud." A collective gasp echoed through the room, the air growing noticeably colder. No one dared to broach the topic again. They all possessed enough sense to know exactly who those 5 individuals were. Chapter 74, A Meeting at Qiandao Lake. Tian remained blissfully unaware of his burgeoning reputation. The more powerful one was, the more they feared him, and many troublesome situations resolved themselves before they even began. The meal was a delightful affair. With everyone leaving the hotel, their bellies full, supporting one another like expectant mothers. Zhou Tai, remaining secluded in the private room, even instructed the servers to step outside first to gauge whether Tian and his party had departed. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Yang Mi rose early to prepare breakfast. Before leaving the hotel the previous night, she had requested some high-end ingredients not found in supermarkets from the manager. Without hesitation, the manager agreed, allowing her to choose what she needed and arranged for delivery straight to her door. This gesture won Tian's favor, ensuring that future gatherings would likely be held there. Once Tian and the others awoke, they discovered a generous breakfast spread on the table: buns, fried dough sticks, sandwiches, soy milk, juice, and congee with side dishes, all prepared by Yang Mi herself. Lu Yin and Tian applauded her efforts, exclaiming, "Wow, Xiaoyang, you are amazing. You've prepared so much food. We only know how to make instant noodles and order takeout." Yang Mi, feeling bashful, lowered her head and humbly replied, "Oh, it's nothing. Mr. Yi, please try it and see if it suits your taste." The 3 of them sampled each dish and found the flavors delightful. Tian happily gave a thumbs up, praising delicious. "Xiaoyang, your culinary skills are remarkable. It seems I have struck gold." Seeing Tian enjoy her cooking, Yang Mi's face lit up with a radiant smile. "I'm glad you like it." Noticing Yang Mi still standing timidly at the side, Tian beckoned, Come, sit down and eat with us." "No, Mr. Yi. You all go ahead," Yang Mi insisted, remembering her role as a servant. After all, servants do not dine at the same table as their masters. However, Tian was not bound by such conventions. Having just become wealthy a few days ago, he felt it odd to have Yang Mi standing aside. We are all family here. Let us not adhere to such formalities. Sit down and eat together, or I will be displeased. All right, thank you, Mr. Yi. Observing Yi Tian feigned displeasure, Yang Mi obediently sat down to join the meal. Lu Yin and Lin Yi engaged her in conversation, easing her nervousness and enveloping her in a familial warmth. Yang Mi thought to herself that coming here had been a wise choice after all. Yi Tian suddenly recalled that today marked the third day, and Lin Yi would soon experience her episode. He would need to return to treat her. He addressed Lin Yi, saying, Lin Yi, you are due to have your episode this noon. Do not wander about. If you feel cold, retreat indoors for a rest. I will return before noon to provide treatment. Lin Yi blushed at his words, replying softly, okay. Lu Yan's eyes sparkled mischievously as she teased, what time does it start? I want to come back and see how you treat her. Yi Tian shot her a look, what is there to see? It would be quite awkward for you to just stand there. Lu Yan chuckled, all right, I shall refrain from being a spectator. Lin Yi's face turned crimson from her teasing, leaving her speechless, while Yang Mi listened, bewildered, not grasping the meaning. Early in the morning, Lu Yao set off with various equipment and drove through several winding paths to reach the vicinity of Qiandao Lake. She rented a speedboat and headed towards an unnamed island deep within the lake. After ensuring the area was devoid of people within a radius of several hundred meters, she concealed the boat and donned her diving gear, plunging into the water with a splash, swimming farther away like a mermaid. After breakfast, Yi Tian awaited news from Lu Yao. It was nearly 9 o'clock when he finally received a message from her. Mr. Yi, I have arrived. Follow this map to find me, but be cautious not to be spotted. I have fixed your phone's location to your company to avoid detection. A chat application displayed an electronic map with 2 red markers, one representing Lu Yao on Qiandao Lake and the other marking Yi Tian's home. Understood. I'm heading out now. Please hold on. Yi Tian promptly replied and began preparing to leave. He slipped on sandals, stuffed a change of clothes into a bag, and protected his phone in a waterproof case. Lu Yan had been waiting to accompany him, ready to provide cover. After applying his disguise, Yi Tian joined Lu Yan in the car, which naturally included 3 bodyguards, one of whom was the driver. En route, in an area devoid of surveillance, Yi Tian exited the vehicle and slipped into the nearby woods, while the bodyguards adhered to their code of conduct, ignoring the situation as if they hadn't seen anything. Once in the woods, Yi Tian immediately utilized his disguise technique to transform into an utterly unremarkable individual, someone whose appearance no one would remember after a single glance. Changing his clothes, he disintegrated his previous outfit into dust with his inner strength, allowing it to scatter in the wind. Then, with remarkable agility, he leaped and dashed through the woods, resembling a parkour expert as he traversed to a secluded residential area, sprinting swiftly across rooftops. He was solely focused on evading detection, oblivious to the fact that surveillance cameras, satellites, and radar could also spot him. Fortunately, the system discreetly assisted him in evading their detection. On an unnamed island, Lu Yao gazed at the map on her phone, utterly bewildered. What on earth had happened with President Yi? He seemed to have traversed nearly the entire city at lightning speed. Was there a delay in my network? How did he manage to scale a mountain in an instant? Is President Yi some sort of flash? Little did Yi Tian realize that Lu Yao was closely monitoring his location, her astonishment at his superhuman speed palpable. He had sprinted to a remote area of Qiandao Lake, devoid of any inhabitants or houses, and naturally, there were no speedboats for hire. As Yi Tian surveyed the expansive lake, a thought crossed his mind. If only I could. Suddenly, the system chimed in his mind. Ding. The host has acquired the ability to walk on water. Walking on water. The ability to traverse freely upon the surface of water. Yi Tian's lips twitched as he expressed his gratitude to the system. Thank you, system, for your timely assistance. No need for thanks. It is my duty, the system replied. Without hesitation, Yi Tian took a leap toward the lake's surface and, indeed, moved as if on solid ground. At this hour, there were no other visitors nearby, and he swiftly raced towards Lu Yao, leaving a trail of ripples in his wake. Meanwhile, Lu Yao sat on the nameless island, her eyes fixed on her phone, watching the marker representing Yi Tian advance rapidly towards her location. Was he using a speedboat? How could he be moving so quickly without making a sound? She found herself utterly perplexed. Wearing a mask that only revealed her nostrils and mouth, she pondered how to kiss President Yi without exposing her identity. As the marker drew closer, she spotted a figure sprinting directly across the water towards her, and before she knew it, he had reached the shore. It was none other than the Yi Tian she had longed for. Yi Tian, moments before arriving, had dispelled his disguise, revealing his true appearance. Lu Yao? Astonished as if encountering an extraterrestrial, exclaimed, President Yi, you can run on water? Yi Tian replied with an air of casualness. What is so strange about that? It's just a form of lightness skill. Isn't it normal for me to possess such abilities? Realizing the naive look he gave her, Lu Yao felt utterly foolish. Of course, with President Ye's extraordinary martial prowess, running on water was a mere trifle. As she observed Yi Tian, who was clad only in swimwear, her admiration for his physique was undeniable, though she noted the mask he wore was likely to conceal his identity. Unbeknownst to her, he already recognized who she was. He approached her step by step, causing Lu Yao to instinctively take a step back. Yi Tian enveloped her in his embrace, leaning down to whisper in her ear, "Come. Let me fulfill your request. We've already embraced. Now, let us proceed with the kiss." Really? Lu Yao felt a rush of warmth engulf her, her shyness overwhelming. How could President Yi be so forward? She hadn't prepared herself for this. Observing her bashful demeanor, Yi Tian chuckled and urged, "Of course. There's no one around. Hurry up, or it will be troublesome if someone happens to pass by." All right. Lu Yao's heart raced, her face flushed and warm, though she muttered agreement. Her body felt paralyzed, unable to move. After a few moments of stillness, Yi Tian decided to bridge the gap and leaned in, kissing her lips a couple of times. "All right, my promise is fulfilled. Have you thought of your next request? Is that it? Have we finished already?" I wasn't ready. Lu Yao felt utterly dazed. Lamenting the fleeting opportunity, she likened herself to Zhu Beiji, having failed to savor the flavor of the ginseng fruit, feeling utterly foolish. Suddenly, Lu Yao remembered another request she could make and resolved to savor the moment. Shyly yet filled with anticipation, she asked, "President Yi, may I kiss you?" Yi Tian, amused by her bashfulness, replied, "Is this your request?" Overcome with shyness, Lu Yao could hardly speak, merely nodding in response. "All right, should I initiate, or will you?" Upon hearing Yi Tian's query, Lu Yao flustered, stammered, "I don't know how." "You should go ahead, President Yi." Living her life within the confines of her online world and having never dated, she was like a novice in this situation. "Then I shall take the liberty." Yi Tian gradually lowered his head. Lu Yao, shyly closing her eyes and tilting her face upward, pursed her lips. Her heartbeat intensified, echoing in her ears until it felt deafening. When their lips finally met, Lu Yao felt as if her mind had exploded. Yi Tian kissed Lu Yao gently, realizing her innocence. Thankfully, his experience allowed him to guide her patiently, and they continued for a minute or two before parting. Lu Yao gasped for fresh air, nearly suffocating from the intensity of the kiss. Observing her rapid breaths, Yi Tian noted that her affection value had risen from 95 to 96. Oh, so this can increase affection value? Just as Lu Yao blinked her eyes open, she found Yi Tian leaning in for another kiss. Her mind swirled in confusion, her wide eyes fixated on him, consumed by a singular thought. "Oh my, President Yi is kissing me again." Yi Tian continued, swiftly elevating Lu Yao's affection value to 100. She felt as if she were melting in his arms, unable to stand upright. Hearing her heart pounding like a drum, Lu Yao hastily extricated herself from his embrace. "President Yi, I need to go back." Overwhelmed with embarrassment, she pushed away from him and prepared to leap into the water. Yet, after just a couple of steps, her legs wobbled, nearly causing her to fall. Yi Tian rushed forward to catch her. "Hey, in your condition, jumping into the water could be dangerous. How about you sit down and rest for a moment? I have something I wish to ask you." Lu Yao realized she was indeed in no state to jump in. She had even forgotten to wear her diving suit. She wouldn't want to embarrass herself and have President Yi come to her rescue. She suddenly recalled that Yi Tian was quite the henpecked husband. Would their rendezvous bring trouble upon him? "President Yi, will this get you scolded by your girlfriend?" Yi Tian laughed heartily. "Not at all. I'm simply fulfilling my promise. A kiss and a hug won't bother her. Aside from that, I haven't touched you at all." With a blush, Lu Yao boldly remarked, If you want, it's fine with me. I promise not to tell anyone." Yi Tian shook his head with a smile. "Let us not deceive ourselves. We will have plenty of time together in the future." "What do you mean, President Yi? Plenty of time together?" Lu Yao found herself puzzled. Did he mean to suggest a romantic relationship? That would be wonderful. Her excitement surged, only to be met with Yi Tian's next words. "What I mean is, I'd like to invite you to be my assistant." "What?" "I said I want you to be my assistant. Your hacking skills are exceptional. You can serve as my eyes and ears, gathering information for me. After all, every superhero has an assistant. I'm willing. Lu Yao was so exuberantly elated that she felt as though she might ascend to the heavens on the spot. Although she wasn't in a romantic relationship with Yi Tian, merely becoming his assistant meant they would frequently cross paths in the future. Moreover, being the aide to a superhero forged a bond that transcended that of mere kinship. After all, there were countless secrets known only to the assistant that even family members were kept in the dark about. Just moments ago, she had lamented her perceived folly in requesting to be Yi Tian's assistant solely for the sake of a kiss, but to her astonishment, Yi Tian had broached the subject himself, making her joy immeasurable. Tian had anticipated her affirmative response. For a score of 100, and admiration was not a trifling matter. It was a devotion worthy of life itself. When it came to compensation, Liu Yao was taken aback at the mention of money, feeling a sense of indignation. How could she accept payment as an assistant? Mr. Yi, I do not require any remuneration. I have my own wealth. I simply wish to assist you. If one desires the horse to gallop, one must ensure it has ample fodder. To exploit others under the guise of affection is the mark of a scoundrel, and Yi Tian was certainly no such person. That is unacceptable. Even among brothers, accounts must be settled clearly. How can one expect you to work without compensation? I shall transfer 10 billion to you. Should you exhaust it, you may request more. Upon hearing the term brother, Liu Yao beamed with delight. In Yi Tian's eyes, she was akin to family, which alleviated her earlier sense of insult. After some back and forth, she finally acquiesced to accept the 10 billion, which Yi Tian promptly transferred into her account. His trust moved Liu Yao profoundly, making her wish to offer her very heart to him. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Liu Yao prepared to depart, realizing she could not linger too long with Yi Tian lest they attract unwanted attention. Very well, allow me to escort you back. No need to swim. I shall carry you across the water, he offered. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Just take me to my speedboat. Yi Tian lifted Liu Yao into his arms and swiftly glided across the lake, following her directions. He chose not to disclose the matter of the spacecraft to Liu Yao just yet, intending to investigate it himself first before inviting her to operate it once it was repaired. Once on her speedboat, Liu Yao changed into her clothes and noticed Yi Tian standing on the shore, not boarding. Curiously, she inquired, Mr. Yi, won't you return with me? No. I have just acquired the entirety of Qiandao Lake and intend to explore it myself. You should head back first. You bought the entire Qiandao Lake. My goodness, Mr. Yi. What a grand gesture. The world of the affluent is beyond my comprehension. All right then, take care, Mr. Yi. Though she felt a twinge of regret that Yi Tian would not be accompanying her, the prospect of their future meetings filled her with joy. Once Liu Yao's speedboat had disappeared into the distance, Yi Tian began his own journey across the lake. For the location of the spacecraft marked on the map was not in this vicinity. Upon reaching the designated entry point, he took a deep breath and dove into the lake, swimming towards the depths. Having received swimming lessons, his technique was commendable, and with his robust physique, holding his breath for 20 minutes was hardly a challenge. Yi Tian's descent was in a secluded area, and with his keen eyesight, he spotted an underwater ancient city below. He had studied relevant materials and knew that beneath Qiandao Lake lay 2 submerged ancient cities, with the spacecraft located beneath them. The entrance to the spacecraft was a conspicuous ancient well within the city. Following the directional markers displayed before him, he entered a dilapidated temple dedicated to unknown deities. The dim underwater environment posed no hindrance to Yi Tian. His exceptional vision allowed him to navigate with ease. Inside the temple stood 2 nameless deities, one male and one female, their features indistinct and resembling middle-aged individuals, draped in satin that had faded from prolonged exposure to water. Instead of fear, Yi Tian felt a pang of melancholy upon seeing the deities. Unexplainably, he was suddenly compelled to visit his parents' graves, now that he had wealth and a girlfriend. Surely that was what his parents had hoped to see. It was a profound regret that he hadn't informed them sooner. Perhaps he could bring Liu Yin with him for a visit. Just one companion would suffice. Bringing too many might lead his parents to scold him for being fickle. In the courtyard of the small temple, he indeed found a well, approximately 3 meters in diameter, unlike any he had ever seen. The width had its advantages. As he swam inside, he felt little pressure. However, the well was exceedingly deep. After several minutes, he had yet to reach the bottom. Reluctantly, he swam upwards to the surface to catch his breath, and as he felt the need for air intensifying, he finally broke through the surface. Gulping in breaths, he replenished his oxygen supply, pondering. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Ding! Host has acquired turtle breathing technique. The system had once again anticipated his needs, seemingly more attuned to him than he was to himself. The turtle breathing technique allowed him to take a deep breath, sustaining him for 24 hours without the need for further inhalation. Thank you for the compliment. With the information about the turtle breathing technique now clear, Yi Tian began to inhale deeply, as if a fan had been activated within his nostrils, allowing air to flow abundantly into his lungs. His lungs felt like a compressor, converting the air into a liquid state. If he were to undergo an X-ray at a hospital now, the doctor would undoubtedly diagnose him with pulmonary edema. Yet Yi Tian was unconcerned with the mechanics. The outcome was that he could now forego breathing, as the liquefied air stored in his lungs would automatically convert back to gas from metabolic processes. Continuing his descent with familiarity, he was in no rush. 24 hours afforded him ample time to explore the spacecraft. He did not intend to complete the exploration in one go. A general understanding would suffice for him to later summon specialists from his company as it was wiser to entrust such professional tasks to those adept in the field. Underwater distance was hard to gauge, but Tian surmised that the well he was navigating was at least 100 meters deep. As the darkness deepened, he retrieved his waterproof phone and activated the flashlight feature. Upon reaching the bottom, he discovered a large metal door shaped like a taiji symbol. He pressed the black and white points, as well as the two yin-yang fish, but to no avail. System, how does one open this? Smash it open. Tian was at a loss for words. His system certainly had a personality, exhibiting such brutishness. Yet a logical explanation followed. The spacecraft and surrounding facilities have exhausted their energy reserves. All devices are non-functional, hence the necessity to break it open. Very well. With a single punch, Tian sent the entire metal door flying. Water surged in, gushing through the grates beneath, and he plummeted onto the grid below with a splash. Rising to his feet, he surveyed his surroundings and noticed a passageway leading further into the depths. As he ventured through the winding corridor, he eventually stumbled upon an exit that led into a cavernous space. The expanse was astonishing, housing the remains of a colossal spacecraft whose silhouette was strikingly familiar. Surrounded by a hodgepodge of structures and equipment. Some were crafted from wood, others from metal. And Tian even spotted edifices and flags bearing the insignia of the Five Elements Nation. Had this been discovered long ago by the authorities? Had any valuable artifacts already been removed? A sudden realization struck him. Qiandao Lake was not merely a lake, but rather a pair of ancient cities encircled by mountains. It seemed that at some point, the government had decided to construct a reservoir, and when the dam was erected, the cities were submerged, leaving only the mountaintops to rise as islands. Perhaps they deemed the spacecraft to hold little value and, not wishing for it to be discovered by foreign nations, chose to let it be submerged. As Tian approached the spacecraft, his mind was awash with chaotic thoughts. The vessel, resembling a taiji symbol, had split into two distinct yin and yang fish. He squeezed through the opening in the black section, only to find a hollow void within. Venturing into the white portion yielded the same emptiness. System, where are the devices you mentioned? Why is there nothing here? He inquired. Host, all equipment lies concealed within the hull and must be repaired and activated with energy to materialize, the system replied. Stunned, he asked, how am I supposed to fix it? Should I summon a few Taoists? And why does this look nothing like an alien spacecraft? Isn't taiji a concept from our own culture? The system remained silent on the matter, seemingly unwilling to provide clarification, but instead delivered a new notification. Ding. The materials required for spacecraft repair will descend in 30 days at Qiandao Lake. Please be prepared to collect them. Tian was perplexed. What on earth? Descend from the sky? Is Super Wings Lu Di delivering them? No. To maintain the logical integrity of your world, the materials will arrive in the form of meteorites. Heavens! Can I even handle collecting meteorites? Tian was flabbergasted. He did not grasp the notion of world integrity, but it certainly felt as if the system was treating him like a superhero tasked with retrieving meteorites. The system, unperturbed, offered reassurance. Host, please remain calm and allow events to unfold naturally. All right. I admit I might be a bit hasty. One cannot become a glutton in a single bite. I shall take my time. Tian composed himself and, after pulling off a couple of metal fragments from the spacecraft to pocket for the research department, he explored the nearby dilapidated structures in search of something valuable. However, the equipment appeared to be relics from decades past, antiquities devoid of worth. Returning to the entrance, he found it difficult to ascend. The water poured in relentlessly, creating a powerful suction that required him to crawl through the passage. While he had the strength to climb, it seemed rather foolish. Perhaps sensing his predicament, the system provided another notification. Ding. The exit has been indicated for the host. Tian's lips twitched as an arrow appeared before him, revealing that the other ancient city was indeed the exit. This entrance and exit formed a perfect taiji diagram. A flawless cycle. After what felt like an eternity of running, he finally spotted the passage. The water flowed in the opposite direction, cascading out from one side and into the passage. He dove into the tunnel like a projectile, propelled by the rushing water, and emerged from another well of equal size. Finding himself in yet another ancient city, Tian leisurely departed from the submerged ancient city, commencing his ascent towards the lake's surface. How intriguing. It seemed that the state had not extracted all the treasures, but rather, they were unable to restore them. Now, he awaited the arrival of his meteorite delivery before commencing repairs. First, he needed to return to the company and assign some tasks. He remained vigilant, attuned to his surroundings, and emerged from a secluded corner onto the shore. He called Xiao Tianqi, requesting a pickup. After a busy morning, he felt no inclination to wander further and settled on a bench by the lakeside, savoring the breathtaking scenery before him. Hardly had he settled in when his phone rang. He checked to see it was Bai Jingjing calling. Hello, Xiaobai, what is the matter? Mr. Yi, our company's regulatory department has just sent over a confidential document requiring immediate notification to you. What is so urgent that it's classified? It states that an alien spacecraft lies beneath Qiandao Lake, and you, Mr. Yi, are now in charge of the research on behalf of Tianjin Company, with the results exempt from reporting. Really? Does that mean it's essentially a gift to me? Indeed. I'll return at once. Yi Tian hung up, bewildered. Why was the state being so generous this time? How could they afford to bestow an alien spacecraft upon him? Could it be that the spacecraft was somehow connected to him? Or perhaps they were aware of his System S capabilities for restoration? System, what do you think?